This happened in December 1955. By April 1956, the situation had changed. Mao Zedong delivered a speech on 10 major relations and put forward a series of new ideas. The 8th National Congress Political Report subsequently determined that on 10 major relations was the guiding ideology. As Liu Shaoqai later pointed out in his work report to the second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, the work report of the Party Central Committee to the first session of the 8th National Congress was based on Comrade Mao Zedong's principles and policies on handling the 10 major relations. Deng Liqin, who participated in the drafting of the political report at that time, recalled, about April and May of 1956, Liu Shaoqai came back from a meeting, about 10 o'clock in the evening, and called me and Chen Boda to wait for him. Liu Shaoqai very happy. He said, the chairman made an investigation and talked about the 10 major relationships. This shows that Liu Shaoqai respected Chairman Mao and that Hu Qiaomu was completely consistent politically at that time. Liu Shaoqai drafted the political report based on the 10 major relations. Later, I heard from Qiaomu that the most important thing he considered during the drafting was how to arrange and reflect the 10 major relations in the political report, and which one came first. Now that we have the guiding ideology of the political report, what is the focus? The focus is on economic construction. This point is clear and consistent among Mao Zedong, Liu Shaoqai, Zhou Enlai, Deng Xiaoping, and other central leaders. Mao Zedong later talked about the political report of the 8th National Congress at the first session of the 7th plenary session of the 7th Central Committee. This time the focus is on construction. There are domestic and international situations, socialist transformation, construction, the people's democratic dictatorship, and the party. There are so many major topics in the report that can be discussed. But the focus is on two, one is socialist transformation and the other is economic construction. Of these two focuses, the main one is construction. The main part of this report, 1/3 of the 30,000 words, is about construction. In early July, the first draft of the political report was written, titled Struggle to Achieve the General Tasks of the Transition Period. From then on, Mao Zedong presided over the discussion and revision of the political report from beginning to end. From July 6 to July 14, Mao Zedong convened 6 drafting committee meetings to discuss the first draft of the political report. On the 15th and 19th, he chaired an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee to continue discussions. At this time, Beijing has entered the midsummer season, and the heat is unbearable. Starting from July 23, Mao Zedong, Liu Shaoqai, and Deng Xiaoping successively moved to the famous summer resort Baidahe Beach to continue discussing the revision of the main documents of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China and other important matters. In midsummer, Baidahe has dense pine forests, shaded trees, gentle sea breeze and pleasant climate. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon on July 23, as soon as Mao Zedong arrived in Baidahe, the first thing he did was go for a swim in the sea. During the 28 days in Baidahe, I did not go to the sea except for 3 or 4 days. I went to the sea every day, sometimes twice a day. It is not difficult to see that at this time Mao Zedong was not only in good physical and energetic condition, but also in a good mood. In the past month in Baidahe, Mao Zedong presided over various meetings such as the Political Bureau meeting of the Central Committee and the Drafting Committee meeting of the 2 reports. He carefully considered and revised the political report, the party constitution, and the report on amending the party constitution. He often exchanged opinions with Liu Shaoqai, Zhou Enlai, and Deng Xiaoping alone. During the heavy preparation work and document revision work, Mao Zedong always focused on revising and finalizing the political report. In order to attend the 7th plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, scheduled to begin on August 22, Mao Zedong returned to Beijing on August 20. After that, while presiding over the 7th plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the preparatory meeting for the 8th National Congress, he continued to revise the political report. Although the draft political report had been revised many times, Mao Zedong was still not very satisfied with the construction, international and party parts, and asked Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Zhang Wenquan, Lu Dingyi and others to make further revisions. Until the early morning of September 14, the day before the opening of the 8th National Congress, Mao Zedong reviewed the draft of the political report that had just been revised and typed the day before, and made a few text modifications. On the cover of the report, he wrote a comment with a pen, "I am sending this to Comrade Xiaokai." In the international part, a paragraph has been added and some other words have been revised. Please have someone copy it for translation immediately, and make another proof. For the party part, Boda and others have revised it before 12 o'clock today, and have asked them to directly translate it. Because we won't get up until the afternoon, if we have any opinions after reading it, we can make further changes. After writing the comments, considering that time was already very tight, Mao Zedong added another paragraph in another blank space on the cover. If you have made changes in other places, please pay directly to the translator and proofread them. Don't send them to me to read. From early August to September 14, for more than a month, Mao Zedong devoted a lot of effort to the drafting of the political report, scrutinizing and revising it word by word. Among the more than 80 revised drafts that have been preserved, 21 were revised by Mao Zedong. The entire process of revising and finalizing the political report of the 8th National Congress was filled with a harmonious atmosphere of democratic consultation. The pace of work is intense, methodical, and efficient. At the third session of the 7th plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong said when talking about the revision process of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, overthrowing yours the first time, overthrowing his the second time, overthrowing the past, this also shows that we have democracy. No matter who writes the document, if your reason is right, write yours. It is completely reasonable. It does not matter who is right or who is right. Mao Zedong's correspondence with Liu Xiaokai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, and others, as well as the comments he wrote, vividly reflect this harmonious atmosphere of democratic consultation. On August 24, Liu Xiaokai wrote to Mao Zedong. The letter said, "This is a section I wrote about the dictatorship of the proletariat and the United Front. There are also ethnic issues and several issues in national work that I am continuing to write below. I am sending this section first. Please review it and see if it can be written like this." The title of this section has not been decided yet. Mao Zedong read the two parts of the draft sent by Liu Xiaokai that day and wrote a comment, "I have read this article once and the revision is very good. I have made some minor changes, please consider it. I feel that there are some repetitive and cumbersome places in the article, and some can be deleted. I can wait for the revision in early next month." He also added, "The United Front has been discussed here, and the part about the United Front written by Li Vihan seems to be unnecessary." 5 days later, at 3 o'clock in the morning on August 29, Liu Xiaokai sent the revised 3 parts on ethnic issues, the Communist Party, and international support to Mao Zedong. In the cover letter, he said, "I got up early yesterday and overturned the previous manuscript, so this manuscript was written today. It has more than 4,700 words. Please review it to see if it can be written like this. After reading it, please ask Gao Ji to inform me to come to the chairman's office to discuss how to modify this large paragraph. Some comrades in the United Front have put forward revision opinions, and there are some principled issues, which can only be revised after asking for instructions." Mao Zedong was very satisfied with these 3 parts and wrote back the same day, "This part has been revised very well, with not many words, and is crisp and beautiful. The first part is expected to be revised quickly. We are going to hold a secretariat meeting at around 10 o'clock this evening to discuss some things. The first part mentioned in the letter refers to the part about the People's Democratic Dictatorship and the United Front that Mao Zedong read on the 24th, which is the front part of the United Front mentioned by Liu Shaokai in the letter. On August 30th, Liu Shaokai sent a revised draft of the preface of the political report, the international situation and domestic situation, and the party's general line during the transition period, as well as the order of the various parts of the political report. He said in a letter to Mao Zedong, "This paragraph has been revised. According to the actual calculation, it is less than 12,000 words, and according to the layout calculation, it is more than 13,000 words. Please review it again. Is this the arrangement of the sections? Please consider it." Among them, national defense issues are ranked after the overseas Chinese issue, which seems inappropriate, but if not, the overseas Chinese issue is not easy to be placed elsewhere. It seems that you can also consider combining the overseas Chinese issue and the ethnic issue into one section. Although there are not many connections between them, they can be placed. Please decide. On the same day, Mao Zedong wrote back and agreed, "It can be arranged this way, and we will consider whether to change it in the future." He also suggested, on the issue of national defense, we can also say a few words of encouragement for the heroic struggle of the People's Liberation Army. At 3 o'clock in the morning on August 31st, Mao Zedong read the revised drafts of the two parts of Socialist Transformation and Socialist Construction, and wrote to Chen Boda and Liu Shaokai, "This part has been revised very well and can be regarded as the final draft. I have only made some minor changes, please decide at your discretion." Please Boda immediately start revising the several issues in the national political life and make the changes before September 5th. I hope the proof will be sent for reading on the evening of September 5th. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the same day, Mao Zedong sent another letter to Hu Qiaomu and Liu Shaokai, requesting compression of the political report. Please use your time this morning to carefully revise the first few parts of the report, the introduction, the international situation and the domestic situation, and the general line, and reduce it to about 8,000 words. After the revision, send it to Comrade Shaokai to summarize and read it, and to me for a look, so that it can be edited and printed during the afternoon or evening meeting and other parts. In early September, the Political Report Drafting Committee revised and adjusted the socialist construction part again based on opinions from various parties. Mao Zedong felt that Chen Yun's opinion still needed to be sought on this part. On September 4th, Liu Dingyi was instructed to send this revised draft to Chen Yun, and to send Chen Yun's revision comments to him before 10 p.m. on the 5th. On the 5th, after Chen Yun revised this part of the manuscript, he said in a letter to Mao Zedong, "There are several places that have been revised after consultation with Dingyi and Xiaomu. There are also some revisions in the business section. The manuscript is at Xiaomu. After he has revised it, he will send it to me for reading and then to you." At 2 o'clock in the morning on the 6th, Mao Zedong read the manuscript revised by Chen Yun and immediately instructed Hu Qiaomu, "Except for the commercial part, I read it again and made some modifications with a pencil. Please correct the commercial part and send it to me for reading this afternoon, and then send it to Comrade Shaokai." During this period, Zhou Enlai was busy drafting and revising the report on the recommendations for the second five-year plan. From September 6, he also participated in the revision of the political report. At 6 o'clock in the morning on September 7, Mao Zedong asked someone to send the socialist transformation and socialist construction parts of the political report to Zhou Enlai for revision. He said in the letter, "After revising the first few parts of the political report, please continue to revise the socialist transformation and socialist construction parts. These parts must be revised today and must be delivered for translation tonight, otherwise it will be too late." The next day, Zhou Enlai finished revising these two parts and immediately sent them to Mao Zedong for review. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Mao Zedong forwarded it to Liu Shaokai, and wrote a paragraph on Zhou Enlai's revised draft to Liu Shaokai. "Comrade Enlai's revised version is sent to me, and I can use all the corrections. If you agree, please ask someone to accurately copy the corrections into a notebook, combine them with your and my corrections, and print them immediately for translation. There are many similar exchanges of letters and instructions, all testifying to the equal consultation between Mao Zedong and Liu Shaoqai, Zhou Enlai and other central leaders, and jointly revising and approving the political report of the 8th National Congress. In Mao Zedong's letter to Zhou Enlai at 10 a.m. on September 7, in addition to asking him to revise the political report as soon as possible, he also proposed, "The suggestions and reports you are responsible for must also be delivered for translation on the 9th. Please give me the final revised version for review on the 8th. The suggestions and reports mentioned are the recommendations on the second five-year plan for developing the national economy drafted by Zhou Enlai, and the report on this proposal." Mao Zedong also carefully reviewed these two important documents. Mao Zedong's letter to Liu Shaoqai on September 11, 1956 regarding the revision of the report to the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. On September 9, Mao Zedong read the proposals and made some minor modifications. On the 13th, I read the draft of the report again and wrote a comment to Zhou Enlai, "The full text of your report is very good. I just feel that the first part is not written very clearly and smoothly. It is not as good as the following parts. It seems to be due to two reasons. It's handwritten. It would be better if we could ask a comrade who writes fluently today or tomorrow. If that's not possible, then that's it." Zhou Enlai followed Mao Zedong's advice, and the entire report met the requirements of clear logic and fluent writing. On August 22, September 8, and 13, Mao Zedong presided over the first, second, and third meetings of the 7th plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in Zongnanhai Kinzhen Hall and Huiran Hall, where they reviewed and approved important documents submitted to the 8th National Congress and made decisions on relevant matters of the Congress. This plenary session made various preparations for the smooth convening of the 8th National Congress. At the first meeting on August 22, Deng Xiaoping explained 6 documents including the agenda of the 8th National Congress submitted to the plenary session for discussion. Mao Zedong interrupted many times. When talking about the political report of the 8th National Congress, Mao Zedong said, "The Political Bureau is preparing to recommend Comrade Shaoqai to make a political report. The current report manuscript is 90,000 words, and it would be nice to reduce it by 1/3. Please first make some comments on the general trend, and see whether the overall situation is completely unacceptable, barely adequate, generally acceptable, or needs to be modified in some aspects." Liu Shaoqai said, "Chairman Mao said that at least 30,000 words should be reduced. I think it is necessary." Regarding the speech at the conference, Mao Zedong proposed, "Some short manuscripts can be organized to be more vivid. There must be criticism, self-criticism, and analysis of work, and a 5-minute speech can also include analysis. If we hold a meeting without criticism and only talk about praises and praises, there will be no life. Then there is only the word good, so why do we need to talk more? But this does not mean that every manuscript must be criticized for something. If there is no criticism, it is not allowed to be mentioned at all, and that is not good either." On September 13, Mao Zedong chaired the third plenary session. At this time, there were only 2 days before the opening of the conference, and all preparations for the conference were about to end. Mao Zedong first talked about the preparation of documents and the pre-selection of Central Committee members and alternate members. He said, "Several major documents of the conference are generally ready. According to pre-selection statistics, everyone basically agrees with the list proposed by the central government. The center now turns to the floor question. All comrades must pay attention to this issue. The speech should be exciting, vivid, diverse, and short. There must be content, praise, criticism, achievements, shortcomings, and solutions, and they should not be the same. This kind of article can be made. For example, a political report, which originally had 100,000 words, was reduced to more than 40,000 words, and now it is less than 50,000 words. Therefore, the article can be written this way, it can be written that way, it can be written in the third way, or it can be written in the fourth way. If our speech can be of a relatively high level, our meeting will go well. Now, these documents are quite high level, and the election will go well. The document is a collective creation with everyone's input and opinions. In this way, everyone is mentally prepared. If you are not mentally prepared, you will impose it on others. We do the same with people outside the party. Each of our important laws, such as the Common Program and later the Constitution, the Land Reform Law, and the Articles of Association of Agricultural Cooperatives, were drafted over a long period of time and were revised based on everyone's opinions. Why do people always raise their hands when we pass something? People are confused. This is not a forced order? Regarding the Land Reform Law, Lu Wenhui raised his hand. This is not accidental. This is based on listening to everyone's opinions in advance, correcting the past, and making things clear. In this way, things can be done quickly, the pace is more orderly, and unity is achieved. After the meeting discussed the political report and several other documents, they were basically adopted. Next, the election issue is discussed. Mao Zedong focused on the issue of establishing several vice-chairmen and general secretaries of the Central Committee. He said, "We discussed last time that the Central Committee is planning to set up 4 vice-chairmen, namely Comrade Shaokai, Comrade Inlay, Comrade Zuda, and Comrade Chen Yun. In addition, it is also planning to set up a secretariat. The list of the secretariat has not yet been decided, but the General Secretary is ready to recommend Comrade Deng Xiaoping. Are the selection of the 4 vice-chairmen and General Secretary appropriate? Of course, this is the responsibility of the Central Committee, it will be elected by the Central Committee. But if you want to ask the representatives to consult, would you like it? For a big party like ours and a big country like ours, for the sake of national security and the security of the party, it is better to have a few more people." He also said, the party constitution is now going to be revised, and it is called to establish 4 vice-chairmen. It's Comrade Shaokai. With 1 chairman and 1 vice-chairman, Comrade Shaokai feels lonely. I also feel lonely. With 1 chairman, 4 vice-chairmen, and a general secretary, I have a few windbreaks. There will be another election. If it is just an individual injury, or if it is necessary to meet with Marx in advance, there will always be someone to support him, and our country will not be affected. Unlike the Soviet Union, we just have to prepare for it. At the same time, it is absolutely necessary to have a few more general secretaries. Mao Zedong talked about himself again and suggested the establishment of the position of honorary chairman. He said, "I said that those of us, including myself, the commander-in-chief, and half of Comrade Shaokai, are just doing side jobs. We can't play the leading role on the stage. We don't have the qualifications. We can only maintain and help. Help, it plays such a role. Don't think that I am giving up and want to stop doing things. It is true that I am not as good as others in terms of health, age, and energy. It is good to rely on seniority, but my ability is not good. Writing articles and giving speeches is not possible. Comrades are also very concerned about us, saying that it is not good to have too much work. So, who should be the chairman and vice-chairman? This does not mean that other comrades cannot be chairman or vice-chairman. Comrades can also nominate others, but according to custom, there will be 1 chairman and 4 vice-chairmen for the time being. I am prepared to stop being the chairman when the time comes. I ask the comrades to appoint me as an honorary chairman. I will still be able to do whatever I can." According to Mao Zedong's suggestion, the party constitution adopted by the 8th National Congress added a provision, when the Central Committee deems it necessary, it may establish an honorary chairman of the Central Committee. When talking about Deng Xiaoping as the General Secretary, Deng Xiaoping said, "I am still relatively comfortable as the Secretary General. Mao Zedong said, he is willing to be the Secretary General of China, not the General Secretary of a foreign country. In fact, the General Secretary of a foreign country is equivalent to the Secretary General of China, and the Secretary General of China is equivalent to the General Secretary of a foreign country. If it doesn't work, I can publicize it, and if everyone agrees, it will work. I think Deng Xiaoping is a fair person. He is not without shortcomings like me, but he is fair. He is more talented and able to do things. You say that he does everything well? Like me, he did many things wrong and said some things wrong. But in comparison, he can do things. He is more considerate, more fair, and a kinder person, which makes people less afraid. I said he can't do it? I think it depends on everyone's opinion. There are some people who are not satisfied with him, just like some people are not satisfied with me. I have offended many people, and these people elected me today because they took the overall situation into consideration. You said that Deng Xiaoping has not offended anyone? But generally speaking, this person is more considerate of the overall situation, more kind, and more fair in handling problems. He said that he is a little frightened and has gone through struggles within the party. During the discussion, Chen Yun once said that it was not appropriate for him to be the vice chairman and there was no need to add him. For this reason, Mao Zedong also made a special speech. As for Comrade Chen Yun, he is just saying no, it's not going well. I think he is a good person, he is fair, capable, stable, and he has a vision for problems. I didn't understand him in the past, but in the past few years since I came to Beijing, I have worked with him, and I understand him better. Don't think he is very peaceful, but he sees the problem sharply and can grasp the key points. So, I think Comrade Chen Yun will go well. As for whether he is from the working class, doesn't it mean that there are few working class members in our Central Committee? There is one among the 5 chairmen and vice chairmen. Finally, Mao Zedong said, please brew it among the representatives, because the members of the political bureau, the secretary of the secretariat, the chairman, and the vice chairman have to propose a whole list and choose it together. As for the standing committee, it is prepared to be composed of the chairman, the vice chairman and the general secretary. This does not mean that others cannot be members of the standing committee. Others can, because if you want to mention one, there can be a second one, and there can be a third one, so we will use this method for the time being. This is to turn the past secretariat into a standing committee member. The standing committee only has one more general secretary than in the past. There may be a few more secretaries and alternate secretaries. Many matters need to be handled there, and the number of members of the political bureau must be expanded, not to 13, but to about 20. Let's see if we can make this arrangement today. Through Mao Zedong's speech and the atmosphere of his speech, people will deeply feel that the Communist Party of China is strong and united, the Party Central Committee is strong and united, and the leadership core of the Party Central Committee is strong and united. Just as the resolution on certain historical issues said, the comrades of the whole party are united like a harmonious family, like a solid piece of steel. This concludes the 7th plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. At the same time as the 7th plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was held, the preparatory meeting for the 8th National Congress was also held at Huiran Hall in Zhongnanhai from August 30th. On the evening of August 30th, the preparatory meeting of the 8th National Congress held its first plenary session. Mao Zedong chaired the meeting and delivered a speech. After explaining the agenda of the meeting, he then expressed his opinions on the purpose of the 8th National Congress, inheriting the party's traditions, and the election of the Central Committee. Mao Zedong said, "What problems will this conference solve and what purpose will it achieve? In general, it is to summarize the experience since the 7th National Congress, unite the whole party, unite all forces at home and abroad that can be united, and strive to build a great socialist China." When talking about the goal of building a great socialist country, Mao Zedong proposed the idea of catching up with and surpassing the United States within 50 or 60 years. He said, if we have another 50 or 60 years, we should definitely overtake it. This is a responsibility. You have so many people, you have such a big place, and the resources are so rich. And I heard that socialism has its advantages. However, after 50 or 60 years, you still can't surpass it? America, what do you look like? Then you will be expelled from the earth. Therefore, it is not only possible, but also completely necessary and absolutely necessary to surpass the United States. If this is not the case, then our Chinese nation will not be worthy of all the nations of the world, and our contribution to mankind will not be great. Regarding inheriting the party's traditions, Mao Zedong proposed, this Congress should continue to carry forward the fine traditions of our party in terms of ideology and style, and effectively combat subjectivism and sectarianism. In addition, we must also oppose bureaucracy. I will not talk about bureaucracy today, only subjectivism and sectarianism. He said, now, what we oppose is subjectivism in the socialist revolution and socialist construction. Why did Stalin make mistakes? It is that on some issues, his subjectivity is inconsistent with objective reality. There are still many such things in our work now. Subjectivism means not starting from objective reality or realistic possibilities, but starting from subjective wishes. The universal truth of Marxism must be integrated with the specific practice of the Chinese Revolution. This means that theory and practice must be unified. The unity of theory and practice is one of the most basic principles of Marxism. According to dialectical materialism, ideas must reflect objective reality and be proven to be true in objective practice, otherwise it is not considered truth. When talking about combating sectarianism, Mao Zedong said that what is particularly worth talking about is the need to unite those who have fought against themselves and proved that the struggle was wrong. He said, the so-called unity means unity with those who have different opinions from oneself, those who look down on oneself, those who do not respect oneself, those who have had quarrels with oneself, those who have struggled with oneself, and those who have suffered in front of them. I have said before that for anyone who has shortcomings and made mistakes, not only should we see if he changes, but we should also help him change. One is to watch, and the other is to help. Regarding the election of the Central Committee, Mao Zedong first affirmed the work achievements of the 7th Central Committee during its term of office and lived up to the mandate of the 7th Congress. Later, he explained the election of Wang Ming and others who had made major mistakes in history as members of the Central Committee. He said, what does it mean when we elect the two representatives of the Wang Ming line and the Li San line? It means that we treat people who make ideological errors like this differently from counter-revolutionaries and separatists. The 7th Congress. At that time, we persuaded those comrades to elect Wang Ming and Li Lisan. So, in the 11 years since the 7th National Congress, have we lost nothing? It does not mean that our revolution will not win or will win a few months later because of the election of Wang Ming and Li Lisan. This policy was adopted by Mao Zedong during his Yan'an period to treat comrades who have made mistakes, including those who have made mistakes along the line. During the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong introduced this experience to George Jadezi, head of the Romanian Workers' Party delegation, and also cited the example of Li Lisan. He said, Li Lisan's speech at the meeting a few days ago was very popular among foreign comrades. The Democrats appreciated it and the comrades who had made mistakes were also happy. His mistakes also had both destructive and educational effects. What is left now is only the educational aspect. We have discussed with Soviet comrades whether it would have been better if Bukharin, Zinoviev, and even Trotsky had not been driven away or shot, but had remained in the party and elected as members of the Central Committee. Soviet comrades also believed that it might have been better. The Soviet comrade mentioned here is Mikoyan. Mao Zedong said these words to Mikoyan when he visited China in February 1949. During the 8th National Congress, the two of them met again, and Mao Zedong again talked about the attitude towards those who made mistakes within the party. Mi Koyan recalled the conversation 7 years ago. He said, "The correct attitude you just talked about towards people who make mistakes was something I heard you say when I came to China in February 1949. I was very impressed at the time. After I returned to the Soviet Union, I told Stalin verbatim that I wanted Stalin to understand what you meant. However, after I finished speaking, Stalin did not say anything. His approach was the opposite of yours. Although he did not say anything, I knew that he did not agree." In short, Mao Zedong's speech at the first plenary session of the 8th National Congress preparatory meeting has important guiding significance and mobilizing effect on convening the 8th National Congress successfully and convening a united and victorious conference like the 7th National Congress. On the afternoon of September 10, the preparatory meeting of the 8th National Congress held its second plenary session. The meeting was chaired by Mao Zedong. First, Chen Yun will explain the list of candidates for the 8th Central Committee approved by the 7th plenary session of the 7th Central Committee. The meeting agreed with Chen Yun's explanation and adopted the list. Then, Mao Zedong spoke again. Focus on economic construction and the election of Central Committee members. He said, "We are now engaged in construction, and construction is a relatively new thing for us. We have discussed it within the scope of the central government a few years ago. We hope that the mistakes made in construction will not be as many and as long as the mistakes made in the revolution. Will we still have to go through 14 years of twists and turns and make so many somersaults when we are engaged in construction? I say that we can avoid so many somersaults. Because in the past, somersaults were mainly ideological problems of lack of understanding and awareness. We have some experience in economic development, but we have no experience in these new science and technologies. We have learned relatively well in arranging the economy, working with people, working with capitalists, working with democratic parties, and working with intellectuals. We have 22 years of experience in the base areas. We have not yet learned the new industrial and agricultural technologies in the world. Although we have 6 years of experience and have learned a lot, fundamentally speaking, we still have to make great efforts, mainly relying on the second 5-year plan and the third 5-year plan to learn more things. We must cultivate intellectuals. Now we have very few intellectuals. There are only 100,000 high-level intellectuals left over from old China. We plan to create 1 million to 1.5 million high-level intellectuals within the 3 5-year plans. By that time, we will have 18 years of work experience in this area, and we will have many scientists and many engineers. At that time, the composition of the party's Central Committee will also change. There should be many engineers and many scientists in the Central Committee. In my opinion, the current Central Committee is still a political Central Committee, not a scientific Central Committee. Therefore, it is partially reasonable for some people to doubt that our party can lead scientific work and health work, because you just don't know, you just don't understand. Now our central government does have this shortcoming, there are not many scientists and not many experts. People still remember what Mao Zedong said at the conclusion of the National Congress of the Communist Party of China in March 1955, "We have entered a new historical period in which we are developing socialist industrialization, modernizing national defense, and beginning to develop atomic energy." I also remember that in January 1956, at an intellectual meeting, Mao Zedong called for cultivating a large number of high-level intellectuals in order to achieve economic independence and scientific independence. Now, based on the objective situation that has developed rapidly, Mao Zedong has moved forward along this line of thinking. He believes that the party's Central Committee should have many scientists and experts to meet the requirements of comprehensive economic construction. Next, Mao Zedong talked about strengthening the party's unity. He said, "The relationship within the party has a great bearing on whether it can unite the people of the country and the people of the world. Therefore, This conference has one thing in common with the Seventh National Congress, that is, it must be a united conference. He combined his own personal experience to educate senior party cadres to view themselves correctly and correctly deal with the injustices they have suffered. He said, there are two attitudes towards those injustices and grievances, as well as those inappropriate punishments and wrong treatments, such as labeling oneself an opportunist, removing one's position, transferring one's position, etc. One attitude is to be negative, very angry and dissatisfied from now on, the other is to regard it as a useful education and an exercise. You know, this is the world. It is impossible to be so completely fair. It is impossible now and never will be. Yes. That's how I see it. Maybe I'm pessimistic. I don't believe it when they say there are no contradictions in communist society. It's not that those people have any grievances with us in the past, and they don't know each other in this life. It's just because they have different ideas and different views on issues. It turns out that the so-called disunity is all about ideological unity. There is a distance, and there are debates on political issues and policy issues. Except for a few hostile elements who have ulterior motives to infiltrate the party, no matter how serious their mistakes are, they are just wrong in their thinking. Since it is a matter of ideological correction, it is a matter of rectification, study, and discussion. And all kinds of unfair things are inevitable in any society. So what should we do? It should be said that the election of our party has been relatively fair since the 7th National Congress. Everything is not absolutely fair or absolutely unfair. If the local comrades say that the central government did not do it well, then I don't believe it. Some things are unexpected, some things are wrong, and some things are not arranged appropriately. Finally, we talk about the historical evaluation of the Chinese Communist Party. He said, it should be affirmed that our Central Committee is a Marxist Central Committee and our party is a Marxist party. Our party can lead the democratic revolution, which has been proved in history, and it can lead the socialist revolution. It has also been proved now that our socialist revolution has basically won. Our party can lead economic construction. This has not been fully proved. It needs to go through 3 5-year plans. Now we have almost completed it. The first 5-year plan has taken 3 years to restore the national economy and 7 years to engage in economic construction. According to our own consciousness during the revolutionary period, that is, we have realized what mistakes we made in the past and how to correct them later. Although we still have the remnants of subjectivism, sectarianism, and bureaucracy, it is difficult to say that they will be completely eliminated. Once they are eliminated, they will still exist, but they can be reduced, and they can be greatly reduced. The 7th plenary session of the 7th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the preparatory meeting for the 8th National Congress ended in a united, harmonious and lively atmosphere. All preparations for the 8th National Congress are basically in place, and the conference is about to be officially convened. On the eve of the Congress, Mao Zedong also made an important preparation, which was the drafting of the opening speech of the 8th Congress. Mao Zedong wrote 2 manuscripts for the opening speech of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, but he never finished it. Perhaps because he was dissatisfied with the manuscript he had written, or perhaps because he was too busy at work, Mao Zedong asked Chen Boda to draft it for him. On September 8, he wrote to Chen Boda to inquire about the drafting situation. Please revise the passage I am going to speak, and ask your secretary to make a correct copy for me and hope to hand it over to me in the afternoon. The 2 manuscripts drafted by Mao Zedong himself had roughly the same content. Although they were abandoned before they were finished, some important points were put forward. For example, regarding the international and domestic conditions needed for China to realize socialist industrialization, he wrote, everyone knows that to transform an economically and culturally backward agricultural country into a new socialist industrial country requires many conditions, such as the support of the people, the reform of the social system, the consolidation of the country, the consolidation of the party, the consolidation of the United Front, etc. These are very important conditions. In addition to these conditions, what other conditions do we need? We also need time, a peaceful environment, and the help of friends. For another example, Mao Zedong made two estimates regarding the time required to realize national industrialization. One is the time to achieve preliminary industrialization, and the other is the time to approach or catch up with the most industrially developed countries in the world. He wrote, by then, that is, by the time the third five-year plan is completed in 1967, the industrial output value will account for more than 60%, and the agricultural output value will account for more than 30%. In this way, our country can be said to basically have modern industry, and it can be said to be initially industrialized. But our country is a country with a population of 600 million. By the time the third five-year plan is completed, based on the annual increase of 12 million people, there will be a population of more than 700 million. Based on the number of major industrial products per person, it will take decades for our country to further industrialize and approach or catch up with the most industrially developed countries in the world. This was Mao Zedong's two-step concept of China's socialist modernization. The first step is to use 3 five-year plans to achieve preliminary industrialization. The second step is to take another few decades to approach or catch up with the most developed capitalist countries in the world. For another example, in his basic analysis of the issue of war and peace, Mao Zedong wrote, in order to build a peaceful environment, we need to have a peaceful environment. Is this possible? We think it is possible. Of course, we Marxists have always believed that as long as monopoly capital exists in the world, the possibility of war will always exist. If you do not admit this, you are not a Marxist. This is one aspect. But there is another aspect. That is, the factors that restrict war have become stronger and will continue to increase. The first of these factors is the existence of the socialist camp with a population of 900 million. The second is the development of the vast national liberation movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The fourth is the development of revolutionary and anti-war workers' movements in several imperialist countries. Countries with strong monopoly capital have inconsistent attitudes toward war, and there are many conflicts of interest among them. The three forces of the socialist camp, the national liberation movement, and the people's movement in the Western world account for the vast majority of the world's population. They support each other and are allies. We can also use the conflicts of interests of several imperialist countries to serve for peace as indirect allies. The American militants who are most interested in war are in an isolated position. From this point of view, the majority of mankind are those who need a lasting peaceful environment and are willing to work for the cause of peace and avoid another world war. This trend will restrict the trend of war, making it increasingly isolated and unpopular, thus making it difficult to start a new war. The two unfinished opening speeches drafted by Mao Zedong both revolved around one theme, striving to build a great socialist China. This is the theme of the political report of the 8th National Congress and the theme of the entire 8th National Congress. Soon, Mao Zedong received the opening speech of the 8th National Congress drafted by Chen Boda. He was not satisfied, saying that it was too long and too far-reaching. He also asked Tian Jiaying to draft it and told him, "Don't write too long. I will feel relieved if I have the manuscript in my pocket." There are only a few days until the opening of the conference, so it is very urgent. Tian Jiaying was 34 years old at the time, full of energy, and quickly wrote a first draft. Mao Zedong was quite satisfied and made many important modifications and additions in his own handwriting, and then asked Yang Shankan to send it to relevant people for review and revision. It is already 4:30 in the morning on September 14th. And there is only one day left before the opening of the conference. Mao Zedong said in a letter to Yang Shankan, "Please make a proof of this document and send it for translation. Please send the proof to all comrades in the Secretariat and Huqiaomu, Chenboda, and Tianjiying before 12 o'clock this morning, and ask them to make further revisions. It will be handed over to Tianjiying at 3 p.m. on September 14. He also said, whether this matter will be discussed or not will be decided temporarily depending on my sleep situation on the 15th, so please do not issue it to all representatives and foreigners for the time being. After absorbing everyone's opinions, the manuscript became better and better, and Mao Zedong was satisfied. Mao Zedong never let others write his reports and speeches at party meetings, but did them himself. The eighth opening speech may be the only exception. It was drafted by others, solicited opinions from many parties, and Mao Zedong himself added many important contents, forming a collective creation. On September 15, after Mao Zedong's opening speech, Liu Shaokai made a political report on behalf of the Central Committee. Liu Shaokai's report summarized the basic experience since the 7th National Congress, especially the 7 years since the founding of the People's Republic of China, and proposed the party's basic tasks and a series of new principles and policies based on the new situation. The entire report runs through the basic spirit and main content of on 10 major relationships. The report said, the current task of our party is to rely on the hundreds of millions of working people who have been liberated and organized, unite all forces that can be united at home and abroad, make full use of all conditions that are favorable to us, and build our country into a great socialist country as quickly as possible. The report declares, the extremely complex and difficult historical task of changing the private ownership of the means of production to socialist public ownership has now been basically completed in our country. The question of who will defeat between socialism and capitalism in our country has now been resolved. The stormy period of the revolution has passed, new relations of production have been established, and the task of struggle has become to protect the smooth development of social productive forces. What is said here, the question of who will defeat between socialism and capitalism in our country has now been resolved, was an important judgment of the Chinese Communist Party on the domestic situation at that time. Regarding the guidelines for economic construction, the report proposed that we should oppose both conservatism and adventurism. This is different from Mao Zedong's initial policy of opposing conservatism as the guiding principle of the 8th National Congress. This reflects Mao Zedong's change in thinking after listening to reports from 34 departments. He did not mention opposing conservatism on 10 major relations. The rostrum of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. The report also proposed that in order to adapt to the new situation of socialist transformation and socialist construction, we must further expand democracy, improve the legal system, and begin to systematically formulate relatively complete laws. Regarding the Taiwan issue, the report stated, we are willing to use peaceful negotiations to return Taiwan to the embrace of the motherland and avoid the use of force. If force is used as a last resort, it will be after the possibility of peaceful negotiations has been lost, or after peace negotiations have failed. This is the first time that a peaceful solution to the Taiwan issue has been proposed in an official document of the party, which is particularly eye-catching. Regarding foreign relations, the report stated, we are prepared to establish normal diplomatic relations with all countries that have not yet established diplomatic relations with our country. Our policy of peaceful coexistence based on the 5 principles does not exclude any country. We also have the same desire to peacefully coexist with the United States. The political report of the 8th National Congress concentrated many new theoretical perspectives and principles and policies on how to build socialism put forward by Mao Zedong and other leaders of the Communist Party of China during the historical transition period. It brought together the wisdom of the entire party and reached the highest level of understanding possible at that time. On September 16, Deng Xiaoping made a report on amending the party's constitution. Compared with the time of the 7th National Congress, the Communist Party of China has undergone fundamental changes and is now in a ruling position. Therefore, the report of the 8th National Congress on amending the party constitution must put the issue of building the ruling party at the center. The report analyzes the various new tests the party faces when it is in power, and prominently raises the issue of opposing bureaucracy and pride and complacency, arguing that it will inevitably develop into subjectivism and sectarianism. It pointed out, the status of the ruling party makes it easy for our comrades to be infected with bureaucratic habits. For party organizations and party members, the danger of being divorced from reality and the masses is not less than in the past but more than in the past. The result of being divorced from reality and the masses will inevitably develop subjectivism. The status of the ruling party can easily breed a sense of pride and complacency among Communist Party members. Some party members feel great about themselves if they have some achievements in work, and they look down on others, the masses, and people outside the party. It seems that being a Communist Party member puts them higher than the non-party masses. Some people also like to think of themselves as leaders, like to stand above the masses and give orders, and are unwilling to consult with the masses when things happen. This is actually a narrow sectarian tendency. The report stated, in response to this situation, the party must always pay attention to the struggle against subjectivism, bureaucracy, and sectarianism, and always be alert to the danger of being divorced from reality and alienated from the masses. Opposing subjectivism, sectarianism, and bureaucracy within the party is an issue that Mao Zedong has been obsessed with for many years. He believes that it is more important than ever to carry out this struggle after the party has achieved national governance. Whether it was Mao Zedong's opening speech, Liu Shaokai's political report, or Deng Xiaoping's report on revising the party constitution, they all focused on criticizing ideological styles that were divorced from reality and the masses. This was exactly the original intention of Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China when they proposed the whole party rectification movement 6 months later in the spring of 1957. Another important content in the report on amending the party constitution is to emphasize the party's collective leadership principle and oppose personality worship, highlight individuals, and praise individuals. Obviously, this is directly related to learning from the lessons of the Soviet Union. If we compare the discussion of this issue in the report with the relevant content added by Mao Zedong in the article on the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, it can be clearly seen that these words in the report on amending the party constitution are completely consistent with those added by Mao Zedong. The Seventh National Congress of the Communist Party of China held in 1945 established the guiding position of Mao Zedong thought in the entire party and was recorded in the history of the Communist Party of China and is famous throughout the world. By the Eighth National Congress of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong thought was no longer mentioned. The person who made this decision was none other than Mao Zedong himself. Starting from November 1948, when Mao Zedong reviewed some important documents, he deleted the reference to Mao Zedong thought and replaced it with the combination of the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism and the specific practice of the Chinese Revolution, or just Marx-Leninism. In December 1954, the Propaganda Department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued a special notice. The notice said, Comrade Mao Zedong has instructed not to use the term Mao Zedong thought in the future to avoid causing major misunderstandings. We believe that in the future, comrades in the party should follow Comrade Mao Zedong's instructions when writing articles and making reports. When Mao Zedong reviewed the draft of the notice, he also added a sentence, when writing articles or making speeches and encountering the need to mention Comrade Mao Zedong, the words Comrade Mao Zedong's works can be used. The Eighth National Congress did not mention Mao Zedong thought, which did not affect the actual guiding role of Mao Zedong thought in the entire party, nor did it affect Mao Zedong's leadership position in the entire party. It did not arouse any suspicion or doubt at that time, whether within the party or outside the party. Moreover, Mao Zedong's prestige among the entire party and the people of the country has increased unprecedentedly. After Deng Xiaoping's report, Zhou Enlai made a report on the recommendations for the second five-year plan to develop the national economy. The conference held a heated discussion on the three reports and unanimously agreed on them. 68 people, including Zhu De, Chen Yun, Dong Biwu, Peng Dihui, Chen Yi, Li Fukun, and Bo Yubo, gave speeches at the conference, and 45 people submitted written speeches. Before the end of the conference, there is an important agenda, which is to pass a resolution on the political report. This resolution was drafted by Chen Boda and Hu Qiaomu under the chairmanship of Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong attached great importance to the drafting of resolutions. He met with Chen Boda and Hu Qiaomu many times to discuss the revision of the draft. At 5 o'clock in the morning on September 24, Mao Zedong sent a letter to Yang Shankan, asking him to notify the heads of delegations and group leaders to read the draft resolution immediately. Before 2 o'clock in the afternoon that day, each group would meet to discuss it. The Secretariat would summarize the revised opinions and send them to Hu Qiaomu for further revision. On the evening of the 26th, Mao Zedong presided over the Standing Committee of the Presidium of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China to discuss the draft resolution of the political report and the list of candidates for the new Politburo. The meeting lasted from 10:30 p.m. to 1:55 a.m. the next morning. As soon as the meeting ended, Mao Zedong wrote a comment to Hu Qiaomu on the cover of the draft resolution just passed by the Standing Committee, print it as it is and send it for translation. I added the words People's Democracies on the 5th page. The time was at 2 o'clock in the morning on September 27. On the afternoon of the 27th, at the closing meeting of the 8th National Congress, the resolution on the political report was unanimously adopted. This resolution, after collective discussion and repeated revisions, is another major achievement of the collective wisdom of the entire party. The core of the resolution is the analysis of the main contradictions in Chinese society and the provisions on the main tasks of the party and the country based on this. The resolution said, the main contradiction in our country is the contradiction between the people's demands for establishing an advanced industrial country and the reality of a backward agricultural country. It is already the contradiction between the people's needs for rapid economic and cultural development and the current situation where the economy and culture cannot meet the people's needs. The essence of this contradiction, under the circumstances that our country's socialist system has been established, that is, the contradiction between the advanced socialist system and backward social productive forces. The current main task of the party and the people is to concentrate on resolving this contradiction and transform our country from a backward agricultural country to an advanced industrial country as soon as possible. He also said, since the socialist revolution has been basically completed, the country's main task has changed from liberating productive forces to protecting and developing productive forces. It correctly analyzed the main contradiction in Chinese society and pointed out that the main contradiction in the country is already the contradiction between the people's needs for rapid economic and cultural development and the current economic and cultural situation that cannot meet the people's needs. It clearly stated that the main task of the party and the country is to protect and develop social productive forces. This is the most important theoretical contribution of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. On this basic theoretical issue, there was consensus among the core leadership members of the CPC Central Committee and the entire party. However, shortly after the conclusion of the 8th National Congress, Mao Zedong expressed doubts about the formulation of a sentence in the resolution. This sentence is, the essence of this contradiction, under the circumstances that our country's socialist system has been established, is the contradiction between the advanced socialist system and backward social productive forces. Regarding this matter, Deng Liqin, who participated in the drafting of the resolution, had a memory. He said, I remember that about 2 weeks after the conclusion of the 8th National Congress, Chairman Mao raised doubts about this issue. He said that Lenin was talking about comparing Asia and Europe, and you are talking about comparing yourself with yourself. Chen Boda conveyed to us this meaning of Chairman Mao's words. This sentence is not found in the previous revised drafts of the resolution, nor is it found in the draft approved by the Standing Committee of the Presidium of the General Assembly in the early morning of September 27. It was added temporarily before the closing ceremony of the General Assembly. I hurriedly sent it to Mao Zedong to read, and then printed it and distributed it to the conference. According to Hu Qiaomu later, this question was raised by Chen Boda. Chen Boda found Kang Sheng, and the conference was about to close. They discussed a revision and asked me to go. Chen Boda moved out an excerpt from Lenin's Backward Europe and Advanced Asia. These words were used as a basis to explain the contradiction between the advanced social system and backward productivity. Then Chen Boda and I went to Chairman Mao and showed him the revised plan. After thinking about it for a long time, he said, "Okay, hurry up and print it." What Mao Zedong raised objection to was just this formulation, not the basic conclusion about the main contradictions and main tasks in the resolution. Later, he also expressed this: although this sentence is not perfect in describing the contradiction between the advanced social system and backward productive forces, it has reaped benefits and has not caused any problems. Mao Zedong changed the correct conclusion of the 8th National Congress on the principal contradiction only after the 1957 anti-rightist movement. During the 8th National Congress, Mao Zedong met with a group of fraternal party delegations attending the conference and had candid and friendly conversations with them. According to incomplete statistics, we met with delegations from communist parties and other workers' parties from 29 countries. The meetings are all scheduled in the afternoon in the Presidium Lounge of the CPPCC auditorium. There are usually 2 meetings every afternoon, sometimes 3. A meeting can take as little as 1 hour or as long as 3 hours. After the meeting, meetings of the Standing Committee of the 8th National Congress Presidium and heads of delegations are often held until late at night. Such intense and arduous work would have been unimaginable for Mao Zedong, who was in his 60s, without abundant energy. After reading the records of those meetings, I deeply feel that Mao Zedong's thoughts are so sharp and witty, his thinking is so clear, and his knowledge is so profound. When he asks about the situation in the other country, you can see how eager he is to know everything about the outside world. The content of the meeting and conversation was very wide-ranging. From summarizing the mistakes of Stalin to discussing how to build socialism is an important topic. On September 18, Mao Zedong met with a delegation of the Communist Party of Britain headed by Pollitt. Mao Zedong talked about the Stalin issue from the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Pollitt said, "Your article is the best article on the Stalin issue in the communist movement and is a great contribution to communism." Mao Zedong said, "In that article, we pointed out the historical, social, and ideological roots of Stalin's mistakes." In this report, Comrade Liu Shaokai did not mention Stalin's name, but he explained the reasons why Stalin made mistakes. The main reason was that his understanding was not in line with reality, and other reasons were secondary. Why didn't Lenin make a mistake? At that time, the Soviet Union was surrounded by imperialism and the White Army rebelled. The problems he faced were more difficult and complicated, but he did not make mistakes. During Stalin's period, the environment was better, but Stalin made mistakes. During Stalin's period, there were no classes, society had entered a classless society, and there were fewer counter-revolutions, but Stalin's thoughts were still stuck in the era of the old society. I think this can explain his mistakes, that is, errors of understanding, which do not conform to objective reality. Mao Zedong turned the topic to China. He said, "Our victory only lasts 7 years. The function of the dictatorship of our regime, that is, the dictatorship over counter-revolutionaries, is only 10% left. Since there are not so many counter-revolutionaries, the scope of the dictatorship has been reduced. Now our task is to liberate productivity. Productivity first needs people. We need people not to panic, the party must not panic, the democratic parties must not panic, and the people across the country must not panic. Secondly, protect productivity." On September 22, when Mao Zedong met with the Italian Communist Party delegation, he made a more thorough analysis of the root causes of Stalin's mistakes. He said, "After the abolition of classes, when 9/10 of the functions of state institutions were lost in the Soviet Union, when there was no or very little class struggle, they still found targets, arrested and killed people in large numbers, and continued to perform their functions. The objective situation has developed, and society has transitioned from this stage to the other stages when the class struggle has ended and the people have used peaceful methods to protect the productive forces instead of liberating the productive forces through class struggle. However, they do not realize this ideologically and continue to carry out class struggle. This is the root of the mistake. On September 23, Mao Zedong met with a delegation of the Socialist Unity Party of Germany headed by Ulbricht. Ulbricht expressed his gratitude to Mao Zedong. The Eighth Party Congress was of great educational significance to us. It not only helped us understand China, but also provided encouragement and support to us. Your formulation of economic and philosophical issues is very interesting. Mao Zedong, we need to refer to each other. We can only refer to each other, and we can't copy them by force. Just like we can't copy the Soviet Union by force. It is dangerous to move by force. We once made a big loss by forcefully moving. Ulbricht, we are on the same path, but in different ways. Mao Zedong, the direction is one and the content is the same. It is the content of socialism and the form of the nation. The Comintern made big mistakes for a long time and destroyed 90% of our revolution. When the Comintern was disbanded, a new China was created. It is not that we don't believe in Marxism-Leninism, but we believe more. The Comintern practices dogmatism, and the Intelligence Bureau practices dogmatism. Dogmatism is not Marxism-Leninism. On September 24, Mao Zedong met with a delegation from the League of Communists of Yugoslavia. In the international communist movement, the Communist Party of China and the League of Communists of Yugoslavia had a similar fate, that is, they were both damaged by Stalin's mistakes. Mao Zedong frankly expressed his views on Stalin and agreed to criticize Stalin's mistakes. He said, "This kind of criticism is good. It breaks mythology and lifts the lid. This is a kind of liberation and a liberation war. Everyone dares to speak and allows people to think about problems." Mao Zedong started from Stalin's mistakes and talked about the unequal relationship between communist parties, which is the so-called father and son party relationship. He said, "Liberty, equality, and fraternity are the slogans of the bourgeoisie, but now we are fighting for them. Is it a father-son party or a fraternal party? It used to be a father-son party, but now it has the flavor of a fraternal party, but there are still some remnants of the father-son party. This is also understandable. The remnants cannot be found out in a day. After removing the cover, people can think freely and independently. Now it smells a bit anti-feudal." The transition from a father-son party to a fraternal party opposed the patriarchal system. At that time, ideological control was very strict, and no criticism was allowed. In the past, there were some enlightened monarchs in Yugoslavia who could be criticized by others. The capitalist society has gone a step further than the feudal era. The two parties in the United States, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, can quarrel with each other. Mao Zedong went on to say, "Our socialist country must think of some ways. Of course, it is impossible without centralization and unity. We must maintain unity. The unity of the people's will is beneficial to us, allowing us to achieve industrialization in the short term and deal with imperialism. But it also has shortcomings, which is that it makes people afraid to speak, so we must give people a chance to speak. Our comrades in the political bureau are all considering these issues. This is indeed the case. For example, earlier in July 1956, Zhou Enlai touched on this issue when he talked about the relationship between democracy and dictatorship. He said, "Although the power of the dictatorship is based on democracy, this power is quite concentrated and large. If it is not handled well, it is easy to ignore democracy. The historical experience of the Soviet Union can be used for reference. Therefore, we must always be vigilant and pay attention to expanding democracy. This is of more essential significance. From the lessons of the Soviet Union and China's own situation, Mao Zedong had seen that there was too much centralization and unity and not enough democracy in political life, and he wanted to change the situation. Centralization and democracy are two contradictory aspects. How to unify them to achieve a relatively complete combination and create an ideal political situation is a question that Mao Zedong has been thinking about since the socialist transformation was basically completed and China entered a new historical period. Mao Zedong also answered questions about China's future at the request of Yugoslav guests. He said, "The future of China is socialism. It will take 50 to 100 years to make China a prosperous and powerful country. Now there are no forces hindering China's development. China is a big country, and its population accounts for 1/4 of the world's population, but its contribution to mankind is not in line with its population. This situation will change in the future, but this is no longer a matter of my generation. It's not about my son's generation. What it will become in the future depends on development. China may also make mistakes and develop from a good stage to a bad stage, and then from a bad stage to a better stage. Of course, even if it is not good, it will not be as dark as the Chiang Kai-shek era. It will develop in a tortuous way, that is, affirmation, negation, and negation." On September 26, the day before the closing of the conference, Mao Zedong met with the Bulgarian Communist Party delegation led by Yugov. He asked the guests, "What do you think this will do?" Yugov replied, "It raised many questions, which are worthy of our study." Mao Zedong said, "The time is too long, just cut it in half. The main thing is to summarize some experiences. 11 years is a long time and the struggle is rich." He also said, "The atmosphere of this conference is to reflect the people's hopes and build industry." This can be seen as Mao Zedong's general evaluation of the 8th National Congress. He highlighted construction, especially industrial construction. On the evening of October 1, Mao Zedong watched the fireworks with great interest at the Tiananmen Gate Tower. It was already past 10 o'clock when he returned to his residence. After a short rest, they met with the French Communist Party delegation led by Duclos in the Yinian Tang. They talked until 2:35 the next morning. Mao Zedong asked the guest, "Will you stay in China for a while?" Duclos, "Going to Guangzhou and Shanghai, returning to Beijing and then back to France, my mind is full of your stuff." Mao Zedong, "China is an uncultivated virgin land." Duclos, "There's a lot of interesting stuff." Mao Zedong, "China's future is good, but it has arduous tasks." Duclos, "The strength of the Chinese people exceeds the weight of these tasks." Mao Zedong, "It is not easy to build an industrialized country from a backward economic foundation. You first have industry and the proletariat, and then you revolutionize. When your revolution is victorious, everything is ready-made. We are different." Mao Zedong saw that it was very difficult for economically backward countries to industrialize. Then, he asked Duclos, "Do you think the French government can get rid of US interference, establish diplomatic relations with China, and sell complete sets of equipment to us in trade? How long do you think it will take or not? How do you estimate it?" Duclos, "This situation will happen sooner than most people think. The current government policies are going bankrupt." Mao Zedong, "What is the possibility of exporting technology and equipment?" Duclos, "French capitalists are also anxious." Mao Zedong, "It doesn't mean doing business in general. It means designing factories for China, supplying equipment, installing equipment, and teaching Chinese workers to start the machines." Duclos, "There are some possibilities now, and we can do something in a roundabout way, but the United States is still obstructing it." Mao Zedong, "Now Sweden has agreed to design, equip, and install a paper mill for us." Duclos, "We may be able to do some push in this regard." Mao Zedong, "Please help. Mainly due to the obstruction of the United States, it was not until China and France established diplomatic relations in January 1964 that Mao Zedong's wish was gradually realized. But from this dialogue, it can be clearly seen that Mao Zedong was eager to introduce advanced technology and equipment from Western developed countries. The purpose is to speed up industrialization and change China's backwardness as soon as possible. In the above-mentioned series of talks, Mao Zedong put forward some important views, which can be regarded as a theoretical elucidation of the line of the Eighth National Congress and an important supplement to the political report of the Eighth National Congress. As China entered a new historical period, he continued to explore along this line of thinking. The Eighth National Congress of the Communist Party of China, like the Seventh National Congress, was recorded in the annals of history as a meeting of unity and victory. This conference correctly analyzed the domestic and international situations and the main contradictions in Chinese society, and put forward the overall task of concentrating on developing productive forces and realizing national industrialization. If the Seventh National Congress is the first Congress in the history of the party with the theme of revolution and victory, the Eighth National Congress of the Communist Party of China is the first Congress in the history of the party with the theme of comprehensive socialist construction. Compared with the Seventh National Congress, the situation and tasks faced by the Communist Party of China at this time were completely new. It lacked the necessary experience accumulation and sufficient theoretical preparation for the comprehensive construction of socialism. On the way forward, we are bound to encounter various difficulties and many unpredictable emergencies, both domestic and international. These circumstances determine the path after the Eighth National Congress, which will be a difficult process of exploration and a tortuous development process. But the main merit and contribution of the Eighth National Congress is that it announced the basic completion of the socialist revolution and the basic establishment of the socialist system, announced the beginning of a new era of comprehensive socialist construction, and formulated a correct political line. This has epoch-making significance in the history of the Communist Party of China and the history of China. 15. Create a peaceful international environment. Striving for a peaceful international environment and creating favorable external conditions for China's domestic economic construction have been the goals that Mao Zedong and the Chinese government have worked tirelessly for since the founding of New China, especially after the armistice in Korea. As soon as the People's Republic of China was founded, some Western countries, mainly the United States, took a hostile attitude towards the New China and adopted various means such as blockade and containment, including the use of force to invade and occupy the Chinese territory of Taiwan. Some Asian neighboring countries still have doubts and fears about New China due to various complex historical and practical reasons. Is the birth of New China a factor for peace or a factor that endangers peace for the world and Asia? This is an issue of concern to the international community. Mao Zedong gave an affirmative and clear answer: China is an emerging force that cannot be ignored in safeguarding world peace. On September 21, 1949, at the first plenary session of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, Mao Zedong declared to the world that the Chinese people have now stood up. He also announced, "Our nation will from now on be included in the big family of peace-loving and freedom-loving nations of the world, working with courage and diligence to create its own civilization and happiness, and at the same time promote world peace and freedom." On October 1, Mao Zedong read out the announcement of the Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China at the founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China, announcing to governments of all countries, "This government is willing to establish diplomatic relations with any foreign government that is willing to abide by the principles of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for territorial sovereignty." From the beginning, safeguarding national independence and safeguarding world peace have been the two basic points of New China's foreign policy. Based on his analysis of the international situation after the end of World War II, Mao Zedong believed that a new world war could be stopped. Based on this judgment, the long-term vision of 3 years of preparation and 10 years of planned economic construction was put forward in 1951. Even a major unexpected event like the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea did not change Mao Zedong's basic assessment. After the outbreak of the Korean War, people's biggest concern was whether this local war would trigger a new world war due to the intervention of the United States. After more than 2 years of observation, Mao Zedong came to two conclusions. First, the United States has insurmountable contradictions at home and abroad, and it is scary to say that it is about to fight the Third World War. Second, the strategic focus of the United States is Europe. For the United States, the Korean truce is the general trend, and discord is unfavorable. Based on this judgment, Mao Zedong still believed, we must strive for 10 years to build industry and lay a solid foundation. The development of events has confirmed the correctness of the above conclusion. On July 27, 1953, the Korean Armistice Agreement was signed at Panmunjom. Tensions on the Korean peninsula eased, and all peace-loving countries and people in the world breathed a sigh of relief. Mao Zedong made a full assessment of the significance of the Korean armistice. On September 2, he pointed out in a telegram, the recent signing of the Korean Armistice Agreement is obviously a new major achievement for the entire peaceful and democratic camp in its efforts to strive for peace and stop a new war. This new major success will help the entire world's situation begin to ease. On September 12, in his speech at the 24th meeting of the Central People's Government Committee, he also said, one of the important significances of the victory in the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea is that it postponed the imperialists' new war of aggression against China and postponed the Third World War. Since then, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China made two important diplomatic efforts. First, we strive to facilitate the convening of the Geneva Conference and seek to further ease tensions in the two hotspots in Asia, the Korean Peninsula and the Indochina Peninsula, through peaceful consultations. Second, we jointly advocate the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence with India, Myanmar, and other countries, and through friendly consultations, gradually resolve border disputes and other historical issues with neighboring countries to achieve good neighborliness. Efforts in these two areas are all for one purpose, which is to create a favorable international environment and surrounding environment for domestic large-scale industrialization and socialist transformation. After the signing of the Korean Armistice Agreement, peace returned to the Korean Peninsula, but factors that renewed tensions still exist. After the ceasefire was achieved, the United States showed no signs of withdrawing its troops from North Korea. However, in any case, moving from war to peace, from armed confrontation to negotiation, is a big change in itself. Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China were determined to seize the opportunity to further eliminate tensions on the Korean Peninsula and launched a diplomatic offensive to convene a political conference. According to the provisions of Article 60 of the Armistice Agreement, the commanders of both sides should recommend to the governments of the relevant countries on both sides that within 3 months after the Armistice Agreement is signed and comes into effect, representatives of both sides shall be convened to hold a high-level political conference to negotiate the withdrawal of all foreign troops from North Korea and the peaceful settlement of the North Korean issue. On August 15, 1953, Mao Zedong sent a telegram to Kim Il-sung to put forward China's opinions on convening a political conference. The cable read, "Our policy for the political conference is to continue to adhere to the policy of peace, insist on peacefully resolving the North Korean issue through negotiation and consultation, and further strive to peacefully resolve other issues in the Far East to ease international tensions." It also proposed that the political conference should take the form of a roundtable conference instead of bilateral negotiations. Participating countries include the Soviet Union, China, the United States, Britain, and France. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the Republic of Korea, and the 4 neutral countries Poland, India, Sweden, and Myanmar. The agenda of the meeting should be in accordance with the provisions of Article 60 of the Armistice Agreement, and the withdrawal of troops and the peaceful settlement of the Korean issue will be discussed first, and then other issues will be discussed. The voting method shall be decided through consultation, that is, the method of unanimous consent of both armistice parties. The meeting location is recommended to be held in New Delhi. This opinion was agreed by the Soviet Union and North Korea. On August 18, Zhou Enlai notified the Indian and Swedish ambassadors to China of the above opinions. If the Indian and Swedish governments agree with our opinions, the representatives of India and Sweden at the United Nations are invited to contact the relevant parties to make it a joint proposal in the United Nations. On the same day, Mao Zedong informed Kim Il-sung of the situation and said, "We are doing this to promote international cooperation and create the beginning of an example of peaceful negotiation to resolve international disputes." On this day, Vyshinsky, the head of the Soviet delegation, presented a proposal for members of the political conference to the Political Committee of the United Nations General Assembly. During the discussion, the United States had differences of opinion with many countries on issues such as the composition and format of the political conference. The United States does not support the holding of a roundtable conference and advocates separate negotiations between the two sides of the truce, that is, the participating countries are limited to North Korea, China, the United States, and South Korea. It feared that the participation of neutral countries would be detrimental to the United States. In order to support the Soviet proposal, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to issue a statement on the political conference issue by Zhou Enlai on August 24, and suggested that North Korea also issue a statement with the same content on the 25th. However, on August 28, under the control of the United States, the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution on implementation of paragraph 60 of the Korean Armistice Agreement and rejected the idea of convening a roundtable meeting including neutral countries to peacefully resolve the Korean issue. On September 12, Zhou Enlai replied to United Nations Secretary-General Hammarskjöld, reaffirming the Chinese government's position on quickly convening a roundtable conference involving all warring countries and relevant neutral countries to negotiate the withdrawal of all foreign troops from North Korea and other issues. In late September, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China analyzed the diplomatic struggle over the convening of a political conference that had been going on for more than a month. They estimated that if China and North Korea continued to adhere to the original plan, it would be difficult to achieve any results, so Zhou Enlai presided over the drafting of new steps on the issue of members of the political conference. The new step still insists that the political conference should be attended by other neutral countries, but in order to promote the convening of the political conference, it agrees with the United States' suggestion that representatives designated by the North Korean and Chinese governments hold preliminary talks with U.S. representatives on the political conference. The main issue in the preliminary talks should be the membership of the political conference, followed by the location and time of the political conference. After obtaining the consent of North Korea and the Soviet Union, Zhou Enlai issued statements and notices on the political conference on October 10 and 19, reaffirming the Chinese government's position. The political conference should not be a repetition of the Panmunjom negotiations, and neutral countries should participate. The notice responded to multiple letters sent by the United States through the Swedish Embassy in China, stating that North Korea and China agreed to jointly send representatives to meet with U.S. representatives in Panmunjom on October 26 to conduct talks on political conference issues. On October 26, 1953, representatives from North Korea and China, Ki Sok-bok and Huang Hua, and American Representative Dean, began talks on the political conference issue in Panmunjom. Due to the deliberate obstacles created by the United States, the talks reached a deadlock soon after they began on issues such as the participation of neutral countries in political conferences. On November 28, Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, and others met to study the situation of the talks and decided that North Korea and China would put forward comprehensive proposals for the political conference to eliminate the excuse of the United States to deliberately delay the talks. This comprehensive proposal was published on November 30, and includes the members and location, time, procedures, administration, funding and other aspects of the political conference. However, the United States continued to provoke disputes and unreasonably interrupted the talks on December 12. On January 20 and 21, 1954, the United States forcibly took more than 20,000 North Korean and Chinese prisoners of war to Pohang and Gunsan in South Korea and Keelung, Taiwan, and forced them to be incorporated into the South Korean army or handed over to the Kuomintang authorities in Taiwan, seriously violating the provisions of the Korean Armistice Agreement on the repatriation of prisoners of war. In this atmosphere, the possibility of resuming talks on a political conference no longer exists. The high-level political conference expressly stipulated in the Armistice Agreement finally failed to be held. Through this struggle, the international community learned about the Chinese government's sincere desire to ease tensions on the Korean peninsula. On the issue of convening a political conference, China won the initiative, while the United States fell into passivity. After Panmunjom's door to peaceful negotiations to resolve tensions on the Korean peninsula was forcibly closed by the United States, through the efforts of the Soviet Union and other countries, it was decided to convene the Geneva International Conference, and the door to easing the situation on the Korean peninsula and the Indochina Peninsula was opened again. As early as September 28, 1953, the Soviet government had sent a note to the governments of France, Britain, and the United States, proposing two suggestions. First, convene a meeting of the foreign ministers of the 5 major countries with the participation of China to review measures to ease international tensions. Second, convene a meeting of the foreign ministers of France, Britain, the United States, and the Soviet Union to discuss the German issue. On October 8, Zhou Enlai declared on behalf of the Chinese government that he fully agreed with the above-mentioned suggestions of the Soviet government. From January 25 to February 18, 1954, the foreign ministers of France, Britain, the United States, and the Soviet Union held a meeting in Berlin to discuss the German issue, European security issues, and the Austrian issue. At the meeting, Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov once again proposed convening a meeting of the 5 major foreign ministers. Out of their own interests, France and Britain agreed to convene such a meeting and hoped to discuss the Indochina issue at the meeting of the 5 major foreign ministers. The United States had to change its attitude and agreed to China's participation in this meeting. The Berlin Conference finally decided to hold the Geneva International Conference in April 1954 to discuss the Korean issue and the Indochina issue. In addition to the Soviet Union, the United States, France, Britain, and China, other relevant countries were also invited to participate in discussions on related issues. The Geneva Conference was the first international conference attended by the People's Republic of China as one of the 5 major countries in the world and on an equal footing. This shows that New China's international status and international influence are rapidly improving, and China's important role in easing international tensions and maintaining world peace has been valued and recognized by the international community. This is the result of New China's unremitting efforts in pursuing an independent foreign policy of peace. Major countries have different ideas and purposes for convening the Geneva Conference. For the United States, the North Korean issue and the Indochina issue, listed as the 2 major themes of the conference, play an important role in its global strategy centered on the Cold War. The Korean Peninsula and Indochina are also the 2 strategic fulcrums of its Asia policy. As early as December 1952, Dulles, who was about to take office as Secretary of State, reminded Eisenhower not to forget Indochina while fighting the Korean War. He said, "We can still withstand the consequences after losing Korea. But if we lose Indochina, South Asia will be lost, and it will be extremely difficult for us not to be affected by the consequences." Eisenhower was deeply affected by these words. On April 7, 1954, on the eve of the Geneva Conference, he put forward the domino effect argument for the situation in Indochina. He believed that if Indochina failed, it would lose Burma, Thailand, Malaya, Indonesia, and other countries, shaken the island chain formed by Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines, and then affect Australia and New Zealand. It is precisely because of such strategic considerations that the United States not only does not want to make any concessions on the North Korean issue, but has repeatedly called on Britain and France to take joint action with it on the Indochina issue and use military confrontation to prevent the so-called expansion of communism into Southeast Asia. However, the United States itself has two contradictions that are difficult to overcome. One is that the United States' strategic focus is in Europe, which does not allow it to invest too much power in other strategic directions, resulting in a conflict between the European strategic focus and the Asia containment policy. The other is the conflict that is difficult to coordinate between the United States' global strategy and the strategic interests of its allies such as Britain and France. These two contradictions make the United States feel inadequate in dealing with the North Korean issue and the Indochina issue. It is constrained everywhere and does not dare to do everything possible. After the Second World War, Britain has been in a state of strategic contraction. Its biggest wish in Asia is to maintain its interests in Hong Kong, Malaya, and other regions. Therefore, Britain has always had a negative attitude towards the Korean War and does not want the Indochina War to expand further. It is worried that once the United States, Britain, and France jointly carry out military intervention in Indochina, it will trigger a war with China and ultimately endanger its interests in Hong Kong and other regions. On April 25, the day before the opening of the Geneva Conference, the British cabinet unanimously decided that Britain was not prepared to take military action in Indochina. Britain would give all possible support to France's efforts to reach a solution in Geneva. U.S. President Eisenhower was greatly disappointed by this and had to admit, this decision temporarily terminated our efforts to find any satisfactory method of alliance intervention. France has great hopes for the Geneva Conference to resolve the Indochina problem. Before World War II, Indochina was a French colony. After the war, the national liberation movement in Indochina surged rapidly, and the Democratic Republic of Vietnam led by Ho Chi Minh was proclaimed. By 1954, France had been engaged in the Indochina War for nearly 8 years, consuming a huge amount of manpower and financial resources. The army had changed its commanders 6 times, and domestic anti-war sentiment was rising. The French government felt that it would still be difficult to win the war even if it continued to pay a huge price. At the Berlin Conference, France proposed to the United States that the Indochina issue should be discussed at the Geneva Conference. Otherwise, the French government would collapse due to the failure of the Indochina War and may embark on the path of neutrality. In this way, the United States reluctantly agreed to participate in the Geneva Conference. The Berlin Conference's decision to discuss the Indochina issue at the Geneva Conference was consistent with Mao Zedong's vision of resolving the Vietnam War through peaceful negotiation. On November 23, 1953, Mao Zedong sent a message to Ho Chi Minh, chairman of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and the Vietnamese Workers' Party, to comprehensively analyze the situation in Vietnam and believed, the French people are currently under increasing pressure to end the Vietnam War through peace talks. Some people in the French ruling class also believe that the war of aggression in Vietnam is not worth the gains and losses, and advocate peace talks. Raniere also twice officially expressed his willingness to negotiate. However, the U.S. imperialism has attempted to expand the war of aggression in Vietnam since the Korean armistice, threatening the war. It is necessary and timely for the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam to formally express its willingness to resolve the Vietnam War through peaceful negotiation. Only in this way can we further encourage the active struggle of peace-loving people in France and the world, and expose the conspiracy of the French reactionaries to say that Vietnam does not want peace and to blame Vietnam. Only in this way can the contradiction between France and the United States be exploited and expanded. Mao Zedong also reminded Vietnam not to relax its military struggle because of preparations for peace talks. Peace talks with the imperialists, like war, are also a long-term and sharp struggle. The experience of the Korean armistice proves that only when we are strong and inflict more and more painful blows to the enemy on the battlefield, peace talks are likely to succeed. Therefore, we should talk while fighting, and we should talk and fight, and we must not neglect the two. We must not relax our efforts to attack the enemy militarily because of peace talks. The day before the Geneva Conference to discuss the Indochina issue, on May 7, 1954, the Vietnamese People's Army liberated the important town of Dien Bien Phu in northwestern Vietnam and annihilated more than 16,000 elite troops of the French Expeditionary Force and the troops of the Bao Dai government of South Vietnam. This was an important turning point in Vietnam's anti-French war and caused great shock in France. On June 12, the Ranière government in France collapsed, and the domestic anti-war movement reached a climax. The Battle of Dien Bien Phu further expanded the conflict between France and the United States. When the French garrison at Dien Bien Phu was in crisis, the United States was slow to fulfill its commitment to military intervention. After the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, France expressed its inability to fight the war alone. The United States took the opportunity to put forward 7 demands. In fact, it wanted to squeeze French power out of Indochina so that it could take the opportunity to replace it, but France rejected it. In this way, on the eve of the Geneva Conference and during the conference, the changes in the overall international situation were increasingly conducive to easing international tensions through peaceful consultations. In particular, the major changes in the situation in Indochina brought about a turning point in ending the war and achieving peace in this region for the first time after the war. Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China attached great importance to the convening of the Geneva Conference, especially the discussion of the Indochina issue, and placed high hopes on it. When the Chinese government received the invitation to attend the Geneva Conference, Mao Zedong was presiding over the drafting of the constitution in Hangzhou. He entrusted Liu Shaoqi to chair a meeting and conduct research. On March 2, 1954, Liu Shaoqi presided over a meeting of the Secretariat of the Central Committee, which discussed and approved in principle the preliminary opinions on the estimates and preparations for the Geneva Conference proposed by Zhou Enlai. The preliminary opinions made clear and detailed provisions on the policy adopted by China at the Geneva Conference and its countermeasures on the Korean and Indochina issues. The preliminary opinions stated, "We should adopt the policy of actively participating in the Geneva Conference and strengthen diplomacy and international activities to undermine the U.S. imperialist policy of blockade, embargo, arms expansion, and war preparations, so as to promote the easing of international tensions." At the Geneva Conference, even if the United States uses all its power to sabotage the conclusion of various agreements that are conducive to the cause of peace, we should still make every effort to reach certain agreements that can achieve consensus and solutions, even temporary or individual agreements, so as to open the way to resolve international disputes through negotiation between major powers. Regarding China's principled position on the Korean issue and the Indochina issue, the preliminary opinions proposed that we should firmly adhere to the 3 slogans of peaceful reunification, national independence, and free elections, withdraw all foreign troops, resolutely support the North Korean government's comprehensive proposal for a peaceful settlement of the Korean issue, and strive to achieve a ceasefire in Indochina. The preliminary opinions determined that China's minimum struggle goal when discussing the 2 major issues at the Geneva Conference is, on the North Korean issue, if the North Korean government's comprehensive proposals cannot be accepted by the other party, we should seek solutions to issues such as acknowledging the maintenance of the status quo of North and South Korea, withdrawing foreign troops in stages, and restoring transportation and trade between North and South Korea, so as to establish a preliminary peace situation. On the issue of achieving an armistice in Indochina, we must strive to delineate an armistice line between the North and the South near the 16th parallel. Based on Mao Zedong's general policy of striving to ease international tensions and break the U.S. isolation and blockade policy against China after the Korean War, the preliminary opinions also proposed that in addition to the Korean and Indochina issues, the Geneva Conference should be promoted to achieve more results. We can take the opportunity to raise other urgent international issues that are conducive to easing international tensions. In addition to the North Korea and Vietnam issues, we must also prepare materials and opinions on other issues related to peace and security in China, the Far East and Asia, especially the development of economic relations and trade and transportation between countries, which are more effective steps to ease international tensions and break the U.S. imperialist blockade and embargo. Outside of the meeting, the mutual relations between China and Britain, China and France, and China and Canada will also be touched upon, and we should also be prepared. On March 3, the day after the Central Secretariat meeting approved the preliminary opinions, the Chinese government replied to the Soviet government and expressed its acceptance of the Soviet Union's invitation to send plenipotentiary representatives to attend the Geneva Conference. On March 17, 1954, Mao Zedong returned to Beijing. At that time, while presiding over the discussion on amending the draft constitution, he continued to deal with the Gaorao incident. Even though he was very busy at work, he still chaired multiple meetings of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee to discuss and approve the 5 important documents prepared by Zhou Enlai for participating in the Geneva Conference, and repeatedly asked Zhou Enlai to discuss issues related to the Geneva Conference. On April 19, Chairman Mao Zedong of the Central People's Government appointed Zhou Enlai, Premier of the State Council and Minister of Foreign Affairs, as the chief representative of the Chinese delegation attending the Geneva Conference, with Vice Foreign Ministers Zhang Wenquan, Wang Jiaxiang, and Li Keneng as representatives. That night, Mao Zedong gathered together Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Peng Dehui, and Deng Xiaoping to study the issue of the Geneva Conference for the last time. He made full preparations, carefully considered it, tried to be foolproof, and made a decision before taking action. The Chinese delegation led by Zhou Enlai at the Geneva Conference. On April 20, Zhou Enlai led the Chinese delegation to leave Beijing by special plane and went to Switzerland to attend the world-famous Geneva Conference. This is the first time that New China has participated in an international conference attended by major countries in the world. The day before his departure, Zhou Enlai expressed the Chinese government's firm attitude to Li Jian, the Indian ambassador to China. The Geneva Conference should not let it fail. On April 26, 1954, the Geneva Conference began at the League of Nations building. The meeting first discussed the North Korean issue. At the beginning of the meeting, Nam Il, the Foreign Minister of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, proposed a plan to peacefully resolve the North Korean issue, hold an all-North Korean election for the National Assembly of North Korea to form a unified government of North Korea, withdraw all foreign armed forces from North Korea within 6 months, corresponding countries that have the greatest concern for maintaining peace in the Far East ensure the peaceful development of North Korea, and create conditions for the peaceful reunification of North Korea. This proposal for a comprehensive solution to the North Korean issue was supported by China and the Soviet Union. The United States has no intention of solving the North Korean issue, and it is even less willing to see North and South Korea achieve peaceful reunification through popular elections without foreign interference. U.S. Secretary of State Dulles told Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov at the Berlin Conference, "The meeting on the Korean issue can be held, but no agreement can be reached." Britain, France, and other countries had a negative attitude towards solving the Korean issue and were eager to turn the meeting to discuss the Indochina issue. Despite the repeated concessions made by North Korea and China, due to the obstruction of the United States, the Geneva Conference on the North Korean issue was unable to reach any agreement until the end of June 15. Although the results were unsatisfactory, international public opinion has clearly seen the Chinese government's sincere wishes and propositions on the issue of peace in North Korea, and has also seen that the Korean peninsula is an unstoppable trend towards relaxation. British Foreign Secretary Eden said in a speech to the British Parliament on June 23, "Although no agreement has been reached on the North Korean issue, the problem has been clearly seen, and the possibility of another war is very small. This represents the common view of all countries in the world." The Geneva Conference began to discuss the Indochina issue on May 8. The victory of the Vietnamese People's Army in the Battle of Dien Bien Phu the day before created extremely favorable conditions for the meeting to achieve breakthrough progress. At this time, Mao Zedong calmly observed the situation, foreseeing that the discussions on the Indochina issue at the Geneva Conference would be complicated, and he must be prepared to deal with various situations that may arise. Based on his long-term revolutionary struggle experience, he suggested that the Vietnam People's Army seize this favorable opportunity and actively expand its results, and must not passively wait for the results of conference negotiations. On May 12, he added this paragraph at the end of the instruction message sent by the Central Military Commission of the Communist Party of China to Wei Keqiang: "If the peace talks are successful, we will make other arrangements for the armistice. At present, we should make arrangements for the failure of the peace talks, and we cannot wait for the peace talks. Peace talks must always be backed by strength." This policy proposed by Mao Zedong effectively guaranteed the success of the diplomatic struggle at the Geneva Conference. In the process of discussing the Indochina issue, the United States tried every means to obstruct the realization of peace. However, since all parties present at the conference, including France and Britain, were eager to reach an agreement to peacefully resolve the Indochina issue, the United States was actually trapped in a rather isolated situation, and its attempt failed. This once again shows that easing international tensions through peaceful consultation is the general trend and the aspiration of the people. The Geneva Conference first achieved a breakthrough on the ceasefire issue in Cambodia and Laos. On June 19, the agreement on the cessation of hostilities in Cambodia and Laos was reached. Subsequently, the meeting was adjourned. During the nearly one-month recess, Zhou Enlai conducted a series of important diplomatic activities. He visited India, Myanmar, and other countries that were interested in the progress of the conference, and held talks with the heads of these countries. He held a meeting with Vietnamese leaders Ho Chi Minh, Vuong Nguyen and Hoang Nguyen Huan in Laos Hu, Guangxi to discuss the restoration of peace in Indochina, and he held talks with French Prime Minister Mendès France to exchange views on the restoration of peace in Indochina. On July 6, Zhou Enlai and his party returned to Beijing. That evening, Mao Zedong held a meeting at his residence in Zhongnanhai. Together with Liu Shaoqi, Zhu De, Chen Yun, and Deng Xiaoping, he listened to Zhou Enlai's report on the progress of the Geneva Conference. The next day, Mao Zedong chaired an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee to listen to Zhou Enlai's report on his attendance at the Geneva Conference, his visit to India, Myanmar, and Sino-Vietnamese talks. Finally, Mao Zedong made a concluding speech. Since the beginning of the Geneva Conference, Mao Zedong has been paying close attention to the proceedings of the conference, studying the words and actions of major countries, observing and analyzing Southeast Asia and the entire international situation and its development trends, and considering what policy our country should adopt. Mao Zedong was very satisfied with the policy adopted by the Chinese delegation led by Zhou Enlai and the preliminary results achieved at the Geneva Conference. He fully affirmed this in his speech, saying, "Comrade Zhou Enlai's report is very good. We should agree with the policies he stated and approve the past activities of the delegation. The activities in the past 2.5 months are very good. Our countries, the Soviet Union, China, North Korea, and Vietnam, are well united, and the policy is correct. The activities have achieved results. We must make concessions in negotiations and persist in what we must insist on. According to the general policy, if these specific activities are done properly, we can achieve the purpose of uniting the majority and isolating the minority. This is the final stage of the meeting. If we continue to implement this policy and work harder on some specific issues, we can reach an agreement and develop a situation." Then, Mao Zedong focused on how to use contradictions, unite the majority, and isolate the minority in international struggles. He said, "In Geneva, we grasp the slogan of peace, that is, we want peace. But the Americans do not grasp this thing, they just want to fight. In this way, it is very unjustifiable and unreasonable. Now there are more people to deal with, and we must cooperate with all those who are willing to peace to isolate those militants, that is, isolate the U.S. authorities, mainly the group that is eager to fight. The United States seizes Indochina like this. Many people in our country still don't understand this clearly. Why does the war in such a small place affect the whole world? It is because the United States wants to use this place to expand the war and continue to fight. This issue affects Southeast Asia, Europe, America, and Australia. Therefore, many people agree with peace. He added, the current general international situation is that the Americans are quite isolated. After the Southeast Asian problem, the Indochina problem is solved, it is estimated that its isolation will continue to develop. Now the UK, France, Southeast Asian countries, Canada, Mexico, and some South American countries all do not like the United States. Therefore, the situation is very promising. Now, it is impossible to close the door, and there is a favorable situation that requires us to get out. Easing international tensions and allowing countries with different systems to coexist peacefully is a slogan put forward by the Soviet Union, and it is also our slogan. Now it has become the words of Eden and others, and it has become the words of Nehru and others. They also talk about easing international tensions. This is a big change. It is estimated that this kind of change will continue for a period of time, as long as the issue of Southeast Asia and the next after coming, there will be a promotion. Therefore, the entire situation should be said to be much better than in the past. Therefore, we must work with many countries, such as the United Kingdom, France, Canada, and countries such as India and Myanmar. Even countries like Thailand, which are close to our country, must also work. Mao Zedong also pointed out, there are contradictions within the United States, and there is nothing to do about a country like the United States. The United States must divide and isolate it. After isolation, it will always divide. In the current fragmented situation in the world, it is impossible to be an iron plate. They are anti-Soviet, anti-communist, anti-China, anti-People's Democratic countries, and anti-China. Our front is true, however, their capitalist world is very disunited and fragmented. The main and biggest goal of the United States now is to rectify the middle zone, that is, to make these countries scream. The United States often uses the banner of anti-communism to occupy the places of its friends. The first page of the key points of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee on July 7, 1954, recorded by Zhou Enlai. At the end of the speech, Mao Zedong concluded, in short, we are implementing this policy internationally. As long as we can unite on the issue of peace, we will build relations with them to defend our country, defend socialism, and strive to build a great socialist country. This is not only the guiding principle pursued by the Chinese delegation at the Geneva Conference, but also the diplomatic guiding principle for the Chinese government to pursue good neighborly friendship and peaceful coexistence with countries with different social systems over a long period of time. The enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee approved the work and future policies of the Chinese delegation at the Geneva Conference, laying the foundation for a major breakthrough in the final stage of the Geneva Conference. On July 8, Zhou Enlai made a report at the 57th meeting of the Standing Committee of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference on his attendance at the Geneva Conference, his visits to India and Myanmar, and the China-Vietnam talks. In his speech, Mao Zedong once again affirmed the policy of the Chinese delegation at the Geneva Conference and affirmed the new achievements in diplomatic work. Mao Zedong said, I agree with the diplomatic policy stated in Premier Zhou's report, the International Peaceful United Front. At present, in terms of diplomacy, there has been a change from the past 8 years, peaceful negotiation and agreement. In this speech, Mao Zedong put forward 11 opinions on China's diplomacy and related work. 1. Strive to restore peace in Indochina. 2. Start establishing a Southeast Asian peace zone, establish cooperation and develop it, and conclude a non-aggression treaty or collective peace pact. 3. Improve relations with the United Kingdom and strive to establish formal diplomatic relations. 4. Strive to improve relations with France and establish diplomatic relations. 5. Strive to improve certain relations with the U.S. government, isolation and differentiation. 6. Unite all forces willing to pursue peace to isolate and divide the United States. 7. Domestic unity must be provided to support the delegation and strive for diplomatic victory. 8. Development and consolidation of the domestic united front. Some people suspect that the circle is getting smaller and smaller, but this is not the case. 9. International united front for peace. 10. Increase vigilance. The enemy wants to destroy and divide our domestic alliance and our peaceful alliance with the new Soviet state. The door is wide open, we must be united and vigilant. 11. Strengthen the diplomatic work camp. To defend construction and industrialization, development is not possible without the diplomatic camp. On the eve of the founding of the People's Republic of China, Mao Zedong once proposed the policy of cleaning the house before treating guests. The purpose was to eliminate the imperialist privileges in China. At the same time, he also considered that Western powers such as Britain and France would not change their policies of following the United States and containing China in the short term. Therefore, he had to put aside the issue of establishing diplomatic relations with capitalist countries such as Britain for the time being. The adoption of such a policy was determined by the circumstances at that time. After the Korean War, as international tensions eased, the conflicts between Britain, France, and other countries and the United States became increasingly obvious, and some changes in their attitudes towards China were fully demonstrated, especially during the Geneva Conference. It was under this circumstance that Mao Zedong made major adjustments in foreign policy in a timely manner and stated, "Now, it is no longer possible to close the door, and there is a favorable situation that requires us to get out. For countries such as Britain and France, it is necessary to improve relations and strive to establish formal diplomatic relations. All countries that hope for peace but still have some doubts about China must also take the initiative to do their work. This is an important change of approach. This is a new policy adopted to adapt to the new situation. China's diplomatic work will enter a new situation." Mao Zedong's two speeches at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee and the Standing Committee of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference on July 7 and 8 showed that he had greatly developed and improved China's international strategy and independent foreign policy of peace. He not only had basic principles and major policies, but also had specific and feasible measures and steps. This was largely due to the successful diplomatic practice of the Chinese delegation led by Zhou Enlai during the Geneva Conference. These practices further verified and supplemented Mao Zedong's judgment and analysis of the international situation and international contradictions after the Korean War. On July 9, Zhou Enlai and his party flew out of Beijing with the policies set by Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. On July 12, we returned to Geneva. Thanks to adequate preparations for consultations during the recess, Vietnam, China, and the Soviet Union jointly agreed on the final plan for restoring peace in Indochina on July 19, paving the way for an agreement to achieve peace in Indochina. On July 21, the warring parties in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia signed armistice agreements respectively. The French government issued a statement on the withdrawal of troops from the three Indochina countries and a statement on respecting the independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of the three countries. At this day's meeting, the final declaration of the Geneva Conference on the restoration of peace in Indochina was adopted. The Geneva Conference, which lasted nearly 3 months, has come to an end. Among the participating countries, only the United States expressed dissatisfaction with the outcome of the Geneva Conference, but it could only be in a situation of having no choice but to let the flowers fall. The United States' refusal to sign the final declaration of the conference fully reflects how stubborn and isolated it is. In a special statement, it stated that it will not threaten or use force to interfere with them, but also claimed that the United States will be extremely concerned about any renewed aggression in violation of the above-mentioned agreements and considers it a serious threat to international peace and security. This is a foreshadowing for the United States to expand its intervention in Indochina in the future. Restoring peace in Indochina is an important outcome achieved by the Geneva Conference with China's active participation. At the same time, while participating in the Geneva Conference, the Chinese delegation had more contacts with political figures from Western countries such as Britain and France, and also made progress in seeking to establish peaceful coexistence relations with Western capitalist countries. On June 17, China and Britain simultaneously issued a communiqué. The Central People's Government of the People's Republic of China and the Government of the United Kingdom have agreed that the Central People's Government will dispatch a chargé d'affaires to be stationed in London, with the same status and tasks as those of the British chargé d'affaires in Beijing. The realization of the semi-diplomatic relationship established by the exchange of chargé d'affaires between China and Britain has put the UK at the forefront of Western powers in its relations with China. The United Kingdom was one of the first Western countries to recognize the People's Republic of China. Out of consideration for practical interests such as the Hong Kong issue, the United Kingdom has been seeking to establish diplomatic relations with China, and has stationed an agent in charge of negotiating the establishment of diplomatic relations in Beijing since March 2, 1950. However, because the British government has always adopted an ambiguous attitude on the Taiwan issue and followed the United States in participating in the war of aggression against Korea and the embargo against China, the relationship between the two countries has not made much progress. During the Geneva meeting, British Foreign Secretary Eden took the initiative to express the hope that China would also send its chargé d'affaires to London. Although Britain's attitude on the Taiwan issue has not changed, Zhou Enlai immediately agreed with Eden's opinion, considering Britain's cooperative stance on the Indochina issue and based on the policy of uniting forces willing to peace to the maximum extent and isolating and dividing the American camp. In August 1954, British Labour Party leader and former Prime Minister Attlee led a British Labour Party delegation to visit China. At this time, it was only more than 2 months since China and Britain issued a communiqué. The British Labour Party, founded in 1900, was a member of the Second International. It claimed to seek a socialist path different from the Soviet Union. After the end of World War II, Labour Party leader Attlee became British Prime Minister. This is Labour's third term in power. Internally, it adopts a high welfare social policy and promotes nationalisation of some important sectors such as industry and transportation. In terms of foreign policy, it still pursues the policy of following the United States. When Attlee visited China this time, he was no longer the British Prime Minister, but he was still the leader of the Labour Party, and the Chinese government treated him with high courtesy. On the afternoon of August 24, Mao Zedong met with him at the Qinzhen Palace in Zhongnanhai and had a 3-hour conversation with him. The British side attended the meeting, Labour Party leaders Bevan, Summerskill, Phillips, and others. Participants from the Chinese side included Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, Li Jishan, Zhang Bajun, Huang Yanpi, Zhang Ziruo, etc. The topic of the talks started with Sino-British relations. Mao Zedong said, "Since the beginning of World War II, Sino-British relations have fundamentally changed. Although it does not mean that there are no disputes and differences between us, nor does it mean that there are no differences in the systems of our two countries. There are not many basic disputes between us and you. Isn't it? This is a basic issue. The same is true for our relationship with France." During the conversation, the two sides debated socialism and other issues, and they talked very frankly with each other. Labor leaders promoted their socialism. Mao Zedong was calm and gentle, presented facts and reasoned, and expressed his position unambiguously on some major issues of principle. When the guest asked, "Can you coexist and cooperate peacefully with this kind of socialism?" Mao Zedong answered clearly, "I think we can coexist peacefully." He further extended the question of peaceful coexistence, saying, "A question arises here, can we only coexist with this kind of socialism and not with other things? Can we coexist with non-socialist things, such as capitalism, imperialism, feudal kingdoms, etc.? I think the answer is also yes, the only condition is that both parties are willing to coexist. Why? Because we believe that different systems can coexist peacefully. He also said, we are taking two paths. Let us cooperate not only economically, but also politically. At the Geneva Conference, China, the Soviet Union, Britain, France, and the Democratic Republic of Vietnam can cooperate because we have common requirements. Mao Zedong also expressed to his guests that he hoped they would also adopt a policy of peaceful coexistence. The guest asked again, how do you think the international situation may develop? Mao Zedong said, I think the current international situation is good, and there have been some changes after the Geneva Conference. Some people criticize that you will be deceived when you come to China, mainly the United States. I think it is better for you not to listen to them. History is measured in units of years, and cannot be based on temporary discussions, and you cannot listen to so much. Then, Mao Zedong focused on the issue of the international environment for jointly creating peace. He said, China is a backward country that is beginning to change its appearance. It is economically and culturally behind Western countries. But now it is beginning to change its appearance, and it has already achieved the possibility of change. China is an agricultural country, and it will take decades to become an industrial country. It needs help from all aspects, and first of all, it needs a peaceful environment. Frequent wars make it difficult to get things done, and raising many soldiers will hinder economic construction. If you agree, we must continue to create a peaceful international environment. I think this is what Britain and France need. Our country is still very poor. It would be great if we could get peace for a few decades. There are two basic conditions that allow us to cooperate. First, we all want to be peaceful and unwilling to fight. Second, we must do our own construction, so we must also do business. Peace and trade can always be agreed, right? Mao Zedong criticized the United States' Asia policy and China policy, pointing out that the root cause of the instability in the Pacific lies mainly in the United States. He hoped that friends from the British Labour Party would advise the Americans, first, take away the Seventh Fleet and ignore Taiwan's affairs, because Taiwan is China's place. Second, do not engage in the Southeast Asia Treaty, which is also against history. If you want to engage in it, engage in a collective peace pact. Third, do not arm Japan. The purpose of arming Japan is to oppose China and the Soviet Union, and it will ultimately harm ourselves and the Soviet Union. Countries in the Southwest Pacific are shooting themselves in the foot. This possibility exists. Fourth, do not arm West Germany. Arming will not be a good thing, and it will also shoot yourself in the foot. I hope the United States will also adopt a policy of peaceful coexistence. If a big country like the United States does not want peace, we will not have peace, and neither will we. This is the first time since the founding of the People's Republic of China that Mao Zedong has given a long speech to the political figures of major Western countries. It is the first time that China's peaceful foreign policy has been explained in detail to the political figures of major Western countries and China's basic position on major international issues. Since then, the trade relations between China and Britain have been restored and strengthened. China has taken another step forward in going abroad and striving for peaceful coexistence with Western countries. 2 months later, Mao Zedong commented on this meeting, "It is good to talk to the British Labour Party delegation. Although the opinions are different, it is good to have a talk. We entertained them warmly and showed them everything they wanted to see." Sino-French relations did not improve significantly during this period. However, through direct contact between the foreign ministers of the two countries during the Geneva Conference, the French government had some understanding of China's foreign policy and began to explore establishing some kind of relationship with China. Later, he expressed his willingness to develop economic and trade relations first to pave the way for the gradual establishment of diplomatic relations. The Chinese government has responded positively to these friendly moves. Among Western powers, the change in the United States' attitude toward China is the most dramatic. The United States first blocked the convening of the Geneva Conference with China's participation. After the Geneva Conference began, it took a tough stance on North Korea and Indochina. However, at the meeting, the U.S. delegation, through Du Willian, a member of the British delegation, conveyed a message to Huan Xiang, a member of the Chinese delegation, expressing its willingness to contact the issue of the return of U.S. detainees in China and Chinese students studying in the United States. This was the first time they expressed their intention to contact New China. Zhou Enlai was keenly aware of the significance of this matter, and immediately responded positively after asking the central government for approval. From June 5 to July 21, during the Geneva Conference, Chinese Representative Wang Bingnan and American Representative Johnson had 5 contacts. Consular-level talks will continue to be held in Geneva from September 2. Although these talks and contacts did not achieve substantial progress, they ended the long-term isolation between China and the United States and began to establish official channels for maintaining contact. For this alone, its far-reaching significance and impact exceed the talks themselves. During the Geneva Conference, such a breakthrough in Sino-US relations proved once again that easing international tensions is the general trend. This incident also proves what Mao Zedong said: Western countries are not monolithic, and even countries like the United States are not without things to do. Before and after the Geneva Conference, while gradually improving relations with Western countries, the Chinese government focused more on improving relations with its Asian neighbors and striving to achieve good neighborly friendship with neighboring countries on the basis of a new type of equal relations. This new type of equal relationship is the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. There is a process for proposing the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Before and after the founding of New China, Mao Zedong repeatedly proposed establishing diplomatic relations with all countries on the basis of equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect for territorial sovereignty in documents such as On the People's Democratic Dictatorship and the Central People's Government announcement on October 1. These principles are also written into the Common Program and serve as an important part of New China's foreign policy. Before this, in January 1949, when reviewing the draft instructions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on diplomatic issues, Mao Zedong added a paragraph: finally, and most importantly, no foreign country or the United Nations is allowed to interfere in China's internal affairs. Because China is an independent country, matters within China should be resolved by the Chinese people and the people's government themselves. The above-mentioned diplomatic principles proposed by Mao Zedong have become the guiding principles followed in negotiations on the establishment of diplomatic relations with other countries in the world after the founding of the People's Republic of China. These laid the foundation for the formulation of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. On December 31, 1953, on the first day of negotiations between China and the Indian government delegation on the relationship between China's Tibet region and India, Zhou Enlai proposed the famous 5 principles of peaceful coexistence for the first time on behalf of the Chinese government when he met with the Indian government delegation. He said, after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the principles for handling relations between China and India were established, which are the principles of mutual respect for territorial sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality, reciprocity, and peaceful coexistence. This negotiation ended on April 29, 1954, and these 5 principles were written into the Agreement on Commerce and Transportation between China's Tibet region and India signed by both parties. In late June 1954, Zhou Enlai was invited to visit India and Myanmar during the recess of the Geneva Conference. The 5 principles of peaceful coexistence were solemnly included in the joint statements issued by the Prime Ministers of China and India and the Prime Ministers of China and Myanmar. The Sino-Indian joint statement also confirmed, these principles apply not only between countries, but also in general international relations. They will form a solid foundation for peace and security. The 5 principles of peaceful coexistence are the product of summarizing the successful experience of New China in implementing an independent foreign policy of peace under the general guidelines of easing international tensions set by Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. They are a development of the principles for the establishment of diplomatic relations proposed by Mao Zedong before and after the founding of New China. Zhou Enlai made the most important contribution to summarizing, proposing, and promoting the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. After the end of World War II, most Asian countries adjacent to China got rid of colonial rule and won national independence. Developing the national economy, safeguarding national sovereignty, and achieving world peace are the common requirements of these countries. China and these countries have experienced similar experiences in modern times and share common interests and aspirations in this regard. This is the profound foundation for China to strive to establish good neighborly and friendly relations with these countries. There are also some issues left over from history, the most important of which are issues such as border territories and dual nationality of overseas Chinese. These problems are both formed in the long history of the past and are also left behind by foreign colonial rule in modern times. At the same time, some countries, influenced by imperialist propaganda and Western public opinion, have misunderstandings about socialism and are suspicious and afraid of New China. Whether these issues left over from history can be reasonably resolved through friendly consultations based on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence will become the key to establishing good neighborly and friendly relations with these countries. Mao Zedong comprehensively analyzed the situation and determined to hold high the 2 banners of maintaining peace and good neighborliness, and first strive to establish friendly relations with India and Myanmar, 2 influential Asian countries, in order to promote the establishment of friendly relations with the entire neighboring countries. From October 19 to 31, 1954, Indian Prime Minister Nehru visited China. This is the first visit to China by a head of government from a non-socialist country, and it is also a major Asian country. Mao Zedong attached great importance to it and held 3 talks with him. The Chinese participants in the talks were Zhu De, Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Song Qingling, Chen Yun and Ambassador to India Yuan Zhongxian. October 19, the first meeting. What to talk about? After consideration, Mao Zedong decided to take the commonalities of Eastern countries as the theme of the talks. At the beginning, Mao Zedong said, "All of us Orientals have been bullied by Western imperialist countries in history. China has been bullied by Western imperialist countries for more than 100 years. Your country has been bullied for more than 300 years. Now the Japanese are also in a situation of oppression. Therefore, we Orientals have the feeling of unity and the feeling of defending ourselves. Although we have different ideological and social systems. But we have one big thing in common, that is, we all have to deal with imperialism. In addition, Prime Minister Nehru knows that our country is not an industrial country, but an agricultural country. It will take us 10 or 20 years to achieve some results. The imperialist countries now look down on us. This is also the common situation of Eastern countries." Nehru immediately responded positively to Mao Zedong's words. He said, "You are absolutely right. In the past 200 years or so, our 2 countries and other countries in Asia have suffered from oppression and rule by foreign colonialist countries. This is the common experience of our 2 countries and other Asian countries. We have many things in common, not only because of past connections, but also because we have been ruled by colonialism in modern times. We have had many things in common since ancient times, and the current problems are also common. The chairman is right. Our 2 countries are industrially backward, which is common. We both want to develop our respective countries as soon as possible." Mao Zedong also said, "Our 2 countries focus not on the differences in ideology and social systems, but on what we have in common." Nehru immediately said, "Yes, we focus on common ground." In India, the 5 principles are considered to apply not only to the relationship between our 2 countries, but also to the relationship between other countries. Mao Zedong said, the 5 principles should be extended to the relations of all countries. The problem is that some big countries are unwilling to be bound and are unwilling to enter into agreements based on the 5 principles like our 2 countries did. On the evening of October 21, Indian ambassador to China Li Jian held a banquet at the Xingqiao Hotel in Beijing for Prime Minister Nehru's visit to China. Mao Zedong was invited to attend, which was particularly eye-catching. During the dinner, Mao Zedong continued to exchange views with Nehru on the topic of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Mao Zedong said, "We have learned an experience in cooperation, whether it is between people, between political parties, or between countries, cooperation must be mutually beneficial and cannot cause harm to any party. If any party is harmed, cooperation cannot be maintained. For this reason, one of our 5 principles is equality and mutual benefit." Nehru nodded in agreement. Mao Zedong also said, countries should not be wary of each other, especially between friendly countries. It is not good for our country and the United States to be wary of each other. We trust India, and India allows us to sleep well. In the meeting 2 days ago, he once said to Nehru, the United States has placed its defense lines in South Korea, Taiwan, and Indochina, which makes it difficult for us to sleep well. On October 23, Mao Zedong and Nehru held their second meeting at the Yiniantang in Zhongnanhai. Before the end of the first meeting, Mao Zedong told Nehru that if there was an opportunity, he would like to discuss whether war is beneficial as a tool of policy. This became the subject of the second meeting. During the discussion, Mao Zedong and Nehru had differences of opinion and were at a stalemate. Nonetheless, the friendly debate did not prevent them from reaching consensus on the tasks they faced together. This is, there should be no more wars, there should be long-term peace, and we should work together to prevent wars and strive for lasting peace. Mao Zedong said, we now need decades of peace, at least decades of peace, in order to develop domestic production and improve people's lives. We do not want to go to war. If we can create such an environment, that would be great. Anyone who agrees with this goal, we can cooperate with it. He also said, Prime Minister Nehru has been in China for a few days, and he must have known about us. We are currently implementing the 5-year plan and socialist transformation is beginning. If a war breaks out, our overall plan will be disrupted. If a war breaks out, our economic and cultural plans will be stopped, and we will have to develop a war plan to deal with the war. During the talks with Mao Zedong, Nehru also held 4 talks with Zhou Enlai. Through these talks, the results of the recent negotiations between the 2 governments on the relationship between China's Tibet and India and Premier Zhou Enlai's visit to India were further consolidated. Another purpose of Nehru's visit to China was to obtain the support of the Chinese government for the proposed Asian-African Conference. India is one of the 5 sponsors of the Asian-African Conference. From April 28 to May 2, 1954, the Prime Ministers of Myanmar, Ceylon, India, Indonesia, and Pakistan met in Colombo, the capital of Ceylon. Indonesian Prime Minister Sastro Amijoyo proposed the initiative of convening an Asian-African Conference, which was endorsed by the participating countries. However, after the meeting, Indian Prime Minister Nehru and Myanmar Prime Minister U Nu still had doubts about whether the Asian-African Conference could be convened. When Nehru talked about the Asian-African Conference, Zhou Enlai made it very clear, we support the Asian-African Conference initiated by the Indonesian Prime Minister, support Prime Minister Nehru's sponsorship of the Asian-African Conference, and we are willing to participate in this conference. On October 26, the day before Nehru went to visit East and South China, Mao Zedong held his 3rd meeting with him. The talks were held at Kinzen Hall in Zhongnanhai. From the beginning of the meeting, there was an atmosphere of farewell. Nehru, I think Premier Zhou must know a French saying, parting is like killing a part of a person. Mao Zedong, about 2,000 years ago, Chu Yuan, a Chinese poet, once wrote 2 poems, When there is no sadness, there is separation, there is no joy when there is new acquaintance. Nehru, the two lines of poetry quoted by the chairman are not only applicable to individuals, but also to countries. Our two countries have met again after a long period of time, so the second line of poetry is particularly applicable. Mao Zedong, Premier Nehru's visit this time will definitely reveal that China needs friends very much. I think India also needs friends. Mao Zedong reiterated some of the views stated in the first two talks and summarized the many talks between the leaders of China and India. Talking about the debate between the two on the issue of nuclear war, Mao Zedong said, "Friends sometimes have differences, sometimes quarrel, and even quarrel until they are red in the face. But this kind of quarrel is fundamentally different from our quarrel with Dulles. We are a new China. Although we claim to be a big country, our strength is still weak. In front of us stands a powerful opponent, that is the United States. As long as the United States has a chance, it will always punish us, so we need friends." Mao Zedong expressed support for Nehru's proposal to establish and expand peace zones. He said, "Establishing and expanding peaceful areas is a good slogan, and we agree with it. To this end, it is necessary to remove some factors that can cause suspicion and hinder cooperation. China and India have signed an agreement on Tibet, which is conducive to eliminating factors that cause suspicion and hinder cooperation. Together it is also good that the 5 principles have been announced. The issue of overseas Chinese should also be properly resolved to prevent some countries from saying that we want to use overseas Chinese to cause trouble. We must resolve any issues that can cause suspicion and hinder cooperation. This will achieve equality and mutual benefit in the 5 principles." Nehru agreed. Many meetings between the leaders of China and India have been successful. The two countries have enhanced mutual understanding and eliminated some distrust, allowing the good neighborly and friendly relations between China and India to develop relatively smoothly for a period of time. At the same time, the success of this visit has also affected Myanmar, which has close relations with China and India, and promoted Myanmar Prime Minister U Nu's visit to China. Myanmar is a close neighbor of China and a country that has always maintained friendly relations with New China. Obstacles that hinder the further development of relations between the two countries include, in addition to the border issue, the issue of overseas Chinese, the issue of the Kuomintang troops in Myanmar, and the issue of the relationship between the Communist Party of China and the Communist Party of Myanmar. More than a month after Nehru's visit to China, from November 30 to December 16, 1954, Prime Minister U Nu of the Union of Myanmar was invited to visit China. Prior to this, Premier Zhou Enlai had made an official visit to Myanmar during the short break of the Geneva Conference from June 28 to 29 of this year, and issued the joint statement between the Prime Ministers of China and Myanmar, emphasizing that the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence should also be the principles guiding the relations between China and Myanmar. Prime Minister U Nu's trip to China is precisely to discuss the peaceful resolution of some problems existing in China-Myanmar relations. On the eve of Wu Nu's visit to China, Mao Zedong, Liu Shaoqai and Zhou Enlai had just finished their work in Guangzhou and returned to Beijing on November 28. 3 days later, on December 1, Mao Zedong held his first meeting with Wu Nu at the Qinzhen Hall in Zhongnanhai. Zhu De, Liu Shaoqai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Chen Yi and others attended the talks. This talk started from the history of relations between the two countries. Mao Zedong said, "Has China ever fought wars with Burma in history? I'm afraid the number of times has been very small, right?" Wu Nu said, "We fought twice. One was during the reign of Kublai Khan in the Yuan dynasty, and the other was during the Qing dynasty. But we have never fought with the Han people." Mao Zedong, "These 2 wars were all caused by the fault of the Chinese. China invaded you. In the future, our 2 countries should coexist peacefully. You knew, to be frank, we are afraid of big powers." But after Premier Zhou Enlai visited Myanmar, he greatly eliminated the Burmese people's fear. Like his meeting with Nehru, Mao Zedong emphasized the common ground between China and Myanmar in his first meeting with UNU. He said, "It is natural that the two countries do not understand each other well within a period of time. We should increase understanding through cooperation. We need a peaceful environment very much, and we still have many things that have not been done well. The economic levels of our two countries are similar, and they are mainly agricultural countries. Countries like China, Myanmar, India, and Indonesia are generally at the same economic level. We all hope to turn our countries into industrial countries. This is a long-term task that cannot be completed in a short period of time. We need a peaceful environment and friends." Then, the two sides had a friendly and candid exchange of views on important and sensitive issues related to China-Myanmar relations, such as the Kuomintang army issue in Myanmar, the China-Myanmar border issue, and the overseas Chinese issue, which enhanced mutual understanding and friendship. Speaking of the Kuomintang troops in Myanmar, Mao Zedong said, "We understand your difficulties. We know that the Kuomintang troops continue to exist in Myanmar because of your difficulties, not because you deliberately allow them to stay in Myanmar. We will never use the excuse of the Kuomintang troops in Myanmar to undermine the peaceful relations between our two countries. We once issued strict orders to people on the border, telling them to only take defensive measures and not to cross the border." UNU expressed his gratitude to Mao Zedong for the Chinese government's understanding attitude on this issue, and bluntly stated what he had been worried about: if the government of the People's Republic of China does not adopt a sympathetic attitude towards us, it is likely to develop into a second Korea or Indochina. This is what we have worried about in the past. When talking about the Sino-Myanmar border issue, Mao Zedong said in response to Myanmar's doubts, "The national border between our two countries is very long, and some boundaries have not yet been determined. Many of the ethnic minorities on the border between our two countries are the same. It is very possible for these people to interact with each other. It is also very possible for people who are dissatisfied with the government to run away from each other. But we will never use people who come to harm the interests of the Myanmar government. This is non-interference in each other's internal affairs, and it is also mutually beneficial, because mutual benefit cannot harm each other." Mao Zedong seemed to understand Wu Nu's thoughts and said to him, "We know what you are thinking. You are afraid that our Yunnan province will be detrimental to you." Wu Nu unabashedly expressed what was in his heart: "Yes, I am very scared. Because of this, I once suggested that Premier Zhou take a trip to Yunnan with me. However, it is a pity that our plane cannot fly over the mountains of Yunnan this time." Mao Zedong patiently explained to UNU, "Our ideas are somewhat different from yours. You are afraid because you do not understand the situation. We are very clear about the situation. We have asked the people there to be friendly to Myanmar and not to cause trouble. We have made preparations for Prime Minister UNU to return from Yunnan." Mao Zedong also expressed that Myanmar is welcome to establish a consulate in Kunming. Mao Zedong said, "We should come up with various ways to solve the problems between us, which can increase our mutual trust. Maybe some problems cannot be solved now, such as the border issue, but they will be solved in the future and can be left to be solved later. In short, the interests of both parties must not be harmed." Regarding the issue of overseas Chinese, Mao Zedong said, "We often educate overseas Chinese to abide by the laws of the country of residence, not to participate in illegal activities in the country of residence, and to maintain good relations with the government and people of the country of residence." He also said in particular, the issue of nationality must also be clarified. Is it a Chinese national or a foreign national? There should not be dual nationality. Mao Zedong's clear commitment made the Burmese guests overjoyed. UNU said, "When Premier Zhou visited Yangon, I once raised this issue with him. He said that this issue was beyond his authority and must be discussed with his colleagues after returning home. I am very happy to hear what the chairman said about dual citizenship today. The Chinese government very much hopes to establish friendly relations with Thailand on the basis of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Mao Zedong had expressed this wish to Nehru, and this time he proposed it to U, hoping that he would provide help. U readily agreed, saying that he and Prime Minister Nehru would convey the above opinions to the Thai government. Mao Zedong and U also talked about the Asian-African Conference. Mao Zedong took the initiative and said, "We are very interested in the Asian-African Conference." Prime Minister Nehru told us that the purpose of the Asian-African Conference is to expand the peaceful area and oppose colonialism. We think this purpose is very good and we support this conference. If all countries agree, we hope to participate in this conference. Wu Nu told Mao Zedong that some countries would suggest that Chiang Kai-shek attend the meeting. Mao Zedong said, "It seems to be difficult. But we still hope that China can be invited. But we cannot invite China to participate in the United Nations and keep Chiang Kai-shek in the United Nations as some people have suggested. This will not be easy for us. Because the Taiwan issue is China's internal affairs and Taiwan is part of China." Mao Zedong said again, "If we can participate in the Asian-African Conference, we will feel honored." As U estimated, at the Colombo Five-Nation Bogor Conference held on December 28 and 29 of this year, whether to invite the People's Republic of China to participate in the Asian-African Conference became a controversial issue. According to Indonesian Prime Minister Sastro Amizoyo later recalled, the issue of inviting China has indeed become a thorny issue at the Bogor Conference. Until Prime Minister U strongly stated that if the People's Republic of China, the largest country in Asia, is not invited to participate in the Asian-African Conference, it will be difficult for Myanmar to participate in the Asian-African Conference. UNU's opinion is indeed very reasonable, because without the People's Republic of China, Asia will not have much significance on the international political stage. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed to invite the People's Republic of China. In the following days, Wu Nu held talks with Liu Shaokai and Zhou Enlai successively and achieved satisfactory results. On the evening of December 11, on the eve of the Burmese guests' visit to other places, Mao Zedong held talks with Wu Nu again. Mao Zedong further clarified the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. He said, "The 5 principles are a major development, and we need to do some work based on the 5 principles. We should take some steps to make the 5 principles a concrete realization. We should not make the 5 principles an abstract principle, just talk about it. We believe that the 5 principles are a long-term policy, not a temporary solution. These 5 principles are suitable for our country's situation, and our country needs a long-term peaceful environment. The 5 principles are also suitable for your country's situation, and for us, stability is better, not only internationally, but also domestically." He once again reiterated that we hope for peace in Myanmar. China will not interfere in the internal affairs of neighboring countries. It will neither use the communist parties of neighboring countries to interfere in that country's internal affairs, nor will it use overseas Chinese to interfere in the internal affairs of the country where it resides. This is true for Myanmar, and it is also true for Thailand. Mao Zedong also talked about the relationship between big and small countries. He said, "We are opposed to big countries having special rights, because this puts big countries and small countries in an unequal position. Big countries are one level higher and small countries are lower. This is the theory of imperialism. Countries, regardless of their size, should be completely equal. This is a basic principle, not an empty talk. Since we talk about equality, big countries should not harm small countries, they should not exploit small countries economically, oppress small countries politically, and they should not impose their will, policies, and ideas on small countries. Since we talk about equality, we must be polite to each other, and big countries cannot like the head of a feudal family, he regards other countries as his children. No matter how big or small the country is, there should be an equal, democratic, friendly, and mutually beneficial relationship, rather than an unequal and mutually damaging relationship. This is the new type of relationship between countries in Mao Zedong's philosophy. He wants to gradually establish this new type of relationship between countries by advocating and implementing the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. At the same time, he believes that only on the basis of this new type of completely equal relations between countries can a peaceful international environment be created for China's industrialization construction. Wu Nu was moved by the sincere attitude of Chinese leaders such as Mao Zedong, Liu Shaoqai, and Zhou Enlai. Before the meeting ended, he told Mao Zedong, "There was a time when I didn't know what kind of people I would meet in China. I was afraid that I would meet people like Hitler. I would slap the table and shout when I spoke. But now I find that my fears were groundless. I am very happy for these sincere conversations." The summit talks between China and Myanmar concluded successfully. This meeting laid a solid foundation for the decades-long good neighborly and friendly relations between China and Myanmar to resolve practical issues such as the border between the two countries through negotiation. Since the armistice in Korea, especially after the Geneva Conference, through the unremitting efforts of the Chinese government, the surrounding environment has been greatly improved, and a relatively stable and peaceful domestic environment has been established. Although the Korean peninsula has not been able to achieve a complete withdrawal of troops due to the obstruction of the United States, a long-term armistice is a foregone conclusion. Although there is the danger of U.S. intervention in the Indochina Peninsula, the 8-year anti-French war ended successfully and a comprehensive ceasefire was achieved between the north and south of the 17th parallel, which greatly reduced the pressure on southern China. China's efforts to establish good neighborly and friendly relations have initially yielded results, and China has exchanged high-level visits with India and Myanmar. At the same time, China's relations with Western powers have also loosened. China is gradually returning to the international political stage. This is a victory for China's peaceful foreign policy, which aims to ease international tensions and break the imperialist blockade and containment policy. At the critical moment when China's peripheral environment has improved and it is re-entering the world, China's internal Taiwan issue has become in danger of internationalization due to the intervention of the United States. After the Korean armistice, the United States, on the one hand, implemented strategic contraction in Asia, and on the other hand, sought to establish a common defense system with the so-called goal of containing the expansion of communism. Under such circumstances, the United States began to create one China, one Taiwan, or two Chinas in an attempt to internationalize the Taiwan issue and cause the permanent separation of Taiwan and mainland China. Chiang Kai-shek took advantage of the United States' eagerness to establish a common defense system in Asia and wrote to U.S. President Eisenhower on June 7, 1953, requesting the United States to enter into bilateral or multilateral mutual security treaties with Taiwan and other countries in order to place Taiwan's security under the protection of the United States. He further hoped to use U.S. military power to wait for an opportunity to counterattack the mainland, creating a complex situation in which the United States intervened in China's Taiwan issue. In September 1953, the United States and the Taiwan authorities secretly signed a military coordination understanding agreement and established a coordination staff in Taipei. The agreement stipulates that the United States is responsible for the training, supervision, and equipment of the Kuomintang troops. If a war breaks out, the deployment and command of the Kuomintang troops must obtain the consent of the United States. The military coordination areas in the agreement include Kinmen, Penghu, Dachan, Matsu, and Taiwan. The U.S. 7th Fleet, 13th and 20th Air Forces are participating units in the agreement. The signing of this secret agreement was another serious step taken by the United States to interfere in China's internal affairs and attempt to keep Taiwan within its sphere of influence for a long time after announcing in June 1950 that it would dispatch the 7th Fleet to the Taiwan Strait. What is even more serious is that after the signing of this secret agreement, Chiang Kai-shek lobbied the U.S. authorities through various channels in an attempt to conclude an offensive and defensive agreement like the October 1953 US-ROC Mutual Defense Treaty. The serious situation of the United States interfering in Taiwan affairs and the United States and Chiang Kai-shek joining forces to prevent the Chinese people from liberating Taiwan aroused great concern from Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Since the failure of the first attack on Kinmen in October 1949, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China have been instructing relevant departments to reformulate operational plans for recovering Kinmen and other coastal islands and liberating Taiwan, and have made various preparations, including the establishment of a Navy and Air Force. Due to the outbreak of the Korean War, this plan had to be temporarily delayed. After the Korean armistice, Peng Dehuai instructed the General Staff of the Central Military Commission to formulate a preparation plan for the attack on Kinmen in October 1953, and submitted it to Mao Zedong for review. The plan proposed that all preparatory work for the liberation of Kinmen should be completed by the end of January 1955. Mao Zedong did not rush to express his position, but asked the heads of relevant departments to seriously consider the issue of attacking Kinmen and solicit opinions from many parties. On December 19, Mao Zedong read a letter from Zhang Zhen, Chief of Staff of the East China Military Region, sent to the Central Military Commission by Peng Dehuai. The letter listed various unfavorable factors for the current attack on Kinmen, and put forward two suggestions. First, before attacking Kinmen, the Upper and Lower Dachan Islands can be captured first, so that the troops can be used intensively. Second, the war cost of attacking Kinmen can be saved, and the Fujian Railway should be built first to ensure supply when attacking Kinmen and Taiwan. Even in terms of economic significance, it can also enable the exchange of materials. Mao Zedong returned the letter to Peng Dehuai with a comment, "This opinion should be noted." At this time, the relevant departments had made an estimate of the cost of attacking Kinmen. Chen Yi expressed different opinions on this. When the budget estimate was submitted to Mao Zedong, Peng Dehuai also put forward his opinion, "The budget is very large and we are not very sure about it. It is better to postpone the preparation until the situation is determined after reconnaissance." On December 22, Mao Zedong reviewed the budget estimate and sent it to Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Peng Dehuai, and Chen Yi for circulation together with his comments. The comments read, "Comrade Chen Yi believes that it is advantageous not to attack Kinmen at present, otherwise we will be passive and have no full confidence in conquering. I agree with this opinion. It will cost nearly 5 trillion yuan and cannot be spent. Such a large amount of funds should not be used at least in 1954. Mao Zedong weighed the pros and cons, assessed the situation, adopted the opinions of Chen Yi and others, and decisively ordered the suspension of preparations for the attack on Kinmen. At this time, the United States further stepped up its involvement in the Taiwan issue. In November 1953, U.S. Vice President Richard Nixon visited Taiwan and expressed his concern for Taiwan's strategic position. In December, the Taiwan authorities formally proposed a draft U.S. Taiwan Mutual Defense Treaty to the U.S. government. In January 1954, the U.S. 7th Fleet conducted military exercises in Taiwan waters, openly showing off its force to the Chinese government, and inviting Chiang Kai-shek to watch the exercise. The U.S. government and the Taiwan authorities are consistent in establishing a mutual defense treaty to prevent the Chinese people from liberating Taiwan. But the United States was worried that Chiang Kai-shek would use this treaty to once again drag the United States into a war with no hope of victory. They hope that the Taiwan authorities will accept the advice and use themselves as a symbol of Chinese culture overseas. The differences between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek on this issue delayed the negotiation of the U.S. Taiwan Mutual Defense Treaty for nearly a year. In addition, the Geneva Conference held from April to July 1954 also hampered the negotiations on the US-Taiwan Mutual Defense Treaty to a great extent. However, before the Geneva Conference concluded, on July 8, Chiang Kai-shek met with U.S. Ambassador Rankin, who was about to return home to report on his duties, and expressed his willingness to meet U.S. requirements and that U.S. consent must be obtained before taking any major military action. This statement accelerated the process of establishing a mutual defense treaty between the United States and Taiwan. Faced with the serious situation in which the United States and Chiang Kai-shek jointly prevent the Chinese people from liberating Taiwan and the Taiwan issue may be internationalized, the Chinese government cannot but respond strongly. On July 7, 1954, at an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee that listened to and discussed Zhou Enlai's report on the Geneva Conference, Mao Zedong specifically talked about the Taiwan issue. He said, "An important issue in the relationship between the United States and us now is the Taiwan issue. This issue is a long-term issue. We want to destroy the possibility of the United States signing a treaty with Taiwan. We also need to think of some methods and publicity. We need to organize some propaganda and scold the United States for engaging in Taiwan and Chiang Kai-shek for continuing to betray the country. In addition, there must be an appropriate diplomatic gesture, such as contact on the issue of overseas Chinese, with the purpose of forcing the United States not to sign a treaty with Taiwan. I think Britain is also afraid of and opposed to a treaty with Taiwan, and France may also be opposed. It will not be of any benefit to them, and it will become a long-term stalemate." In July, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China made the decision that Taiwan must be liberated. On July 23, the People's Daily published an editorial announcing this decision to the world. The editorial listed the United States' attempt to invade and occupy Taiwan for a long time, proposed the so-called Taiwan under the custody of the United Nations plan, and was negotiating with Chiang Kai-shek to sign the so-called bilateral agreement on common security. It expressed the unshakable determination of the entire Chinese people. Taiwan is China's territory, and the Chinese people must liberate Taiwan. We will not stop until we achieve our goal. On the 27th, regarding the issue of liberating Taiwan, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China called Zhou Enlai, who was visiting abroad at the time, and pointed out, after the end of the Korean War, we did not propose this task to the people of the country in a timely manner, and we did not promptly take military, diplomatic, and propaganda measures based on this task. It is inappropriate to take necessary measures and carry out effective work. If we do not propose this task now and do not carry out the work, then we will make a serious political mistake." The telegram targeted the U.S. conspiracy of one China, one Taiwan, or two Chinas to internationalize the Taiwan issue. In accordance with the decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, Zhou Enlai reiterated the Chinese government's principled position on the Taiwan issue in his diplomatic report at the 33rd meeting of the Central People's Government Committee on August 11. On August 22, the 58th session of the Standing Committee of the First National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference adopted the joint declaration of all democratic parties and people's organizations of the People's Republic of China for the liberation of Taiwan, proposing a resounding slogan of liberating Taiwan and opposing U.S. interference. At that time, in order to strive for the establishment of a mutual defense treaty between the United States and Taiwan, the Taiwan authorities of the Kuomintang frequently dispatched naval and air forces along the mainland's coast and airspace, which seriously affected the mainland's shipping and the production and life of fishermen. To this end, Mao Zedong approved the military struggle to defend territorial sea sovereignty and escort. This military struggle tempered the troops and initially dampened the arrogance of the Kuomintang army. At the same time, the Central Military Commission, based on Mao Zedong's proposal and taking the liberation of Taiwan as the long-term goal of the struggle, formulated military plans and implementation steps for the struggle against Taiwan. In the process of formulating the plan, Mao Zedong proposed the policy of building while fighting, that is, in preparing for the war to liberate Taiwan, strengthen the construction of the Air Force and Navy, and promote military work, diplomatic work, political propaganda work, and economic work. The bombardment of Kinmen was an important part of it. The bombardment of Kinmen was originally scheduled to begin around August 10. However, due to flooding, traffic congestion, and difficulty in mobilizing troops, it was postponed to early September. On September 3 and 22, the People's Liberation Army began shelling Kinmen twice for several days, marking the beginning of the Chinese people's struggle against U.S. interference in China's internal affairs. The bombardment of Kinmen was a special way of struggle. When China was unable to express its principled position through the United Nations and other channels, it fully expressed the Chinese people's unshakable determination to oppose foreign interference and must liberate Taiwan, and brought the Taiwan issue to the forefront of the international community. In order to expand the political effect of the bombardment of Kinmen, Zhou Enlai called the 9th United Nations General Assembly on October 10, asking the Security Council to stop the United States from invading and occupying the Chinese territory of Taiwan, and ordered the United States to withdraw all armed forces and military personnel from Taiwan, the Penghu Islands and other Chinese islands. On October 15, the Soviet Union also submitted a proposal to the United Nations General Assembly condemning the United States' aggression against Taiwan. Although this proposal was vetoed under the control of the United States, it reminded people of the accusation speech made by Chinese Representative Wu Zhaoquan at the United Nations Security Council in December 1950, which exposed who was the real creator of tension in the Taiwan Strait. The shelling of Kinmen hurt the Taiwan authorities and panicked the Americans. After the U.S. authorities learned of the bombardment of Kinmen, they immediately held a series of meetings to discuss whether the United States should help the Taiwan authorities secure coastal islands. The discussion descended into a heated argument. Eisenhower found that the bombardment of Kinmen had put the U.S. government in the same embarrassing position as it had been before the Korean armistice was decided. For one, the United States must risk an all-out war. If this is the case, the United States must first figure out whether its strategic focus lies in Europe or Asia. Is its main enemy the Soviet Union or China? Second, the United States must risk losing the support of its allies. Even Dulles believed, if we set a policy and participate in the defense of Quemoy and Matsu, we will find ourselves fighting Red China without the support of our allies. Dulles proposed a way out of the predicament, which was to submit the issue to the United Nations Security Council and have the United Nations mediate to maintain the status quo of coastal islands and achieve a ceasefire in the Taiwan Strait. Unexpectedly, this decision, which Dulles called a terrible dilemma, was strongly opposed by Chiang Kai-shek, triggering a conflict between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek saw the serious consequences of this move. Once the coastal island issue was submitted to the United Nations Security Council, it would be the first step towards letting the United Nations Security Council decide who should occupy Taiwan and who should have representation in the United Nations. Under this circumstance, both the United States and Chiang Kai-shek made certain compromises. On December 2, 1954, the United States and Taiwan signed the Mutual Defense Treaty in Washington. Then, on January 28, 1955, the United States instructed New Zealand to submit a proposal to the United Nations Security Council to discuss the ceasefire issue in the coastal island areas of mainland China. When Mao Zedong launched the struggle against U.S. interference in China's internal affairs, he once made preventing the United States and Chiang Kai-shek from signing a contract as one of the goals of the struggle. However, this goal was not achieved. In addition to the objective reasons such as the United States' stubborn insistence on vested strategic interests and China's relatively weak international influence and actual national strength, subjectively speaking, Mao Zedong and other central leaders did not have a thorough understanding of the contradictions and differences between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek in the signing negotiations, nor did they fully estimate that the United States and Chiang Kai-shek would quickly reach a compromise in the face of the pressure of shelling Kinmen. Despite this, the struggle against U.S. interference in China's internal affairs still exerted certain constraints on the U.S. Chiang Kai-shek Treaty. Although the Taiwan authorities have received a commitment from the United States to prevent the Chinese people from liberating Taiwan, they have also paid a considerable price for this. First, the United States security commitment to the Taiwan authorities is limited to Taiwan and the Penghu Islands, and does not include the coastal islands of mainland China occupied by the Kuomintang troops. Second, the Taiwan authorities' counterattack on the mainland actions will be strictly controlled by the United States. On December 10, the Taiwan authorities actually made a commitment to the United States in an exchange of letters not to unilaterally attack the mainland. Regardless of whether the United States considers its own strategic interests or avoids entering a state of war with the People's Republic of China, it can only make the U.S. Taiwan Mutual Defense Treaty a defensive treaty rather than an offensive treaty. This contradiction in strategic interests deepened the contradiction between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. After the bombardment of Kinmen, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to concentrate their efforts on first liberating the Zhejiang coastal islands directly related to shipping and fishery. At the same time, they should try their best to avoid direct conflicts between China and the United States and lead to international disputes. To this end, Mao Zedong carefully guided and implemented the campaign to liberate Jiangshan Island. On January 18, 1955, the People's Liberation Army's land, sea, and air force coordinated operations and liberated Jiangshan Island located on the outskirts of Dachan Island with lightning speed. On January 30, the People's Liberation Army issued an order to prepare to attack Dachan Island. Seeing that the fall of Dachan Island was a foregone conclusion, the United States put pressure on the Taiwan authorities, and the Kuomintang troops had no choice but to evacuate Dachan Island on February 11. The People's Liberation Army continued to fight, and by late February, it had recovered all the islands along the coast of Zhejiang. On February 2, Mao Zedong learned that the U.S. military would cover the Kuomintang troops' evacuation from Dachan Island, and immediately wrote a reply to Peng Dehuai, who presided over the work of the military commission: when Chiang Kai-shek's army is retreating, no U.S. ships, whether present or not, will shoot at the port or the area near the port. That is to say, let the enemy evacuate safely, and don't take advantage of this small advantage. On March 14, he again instructed Peng Dehuai, when the enemies of Matsu and any other islands withdraw, I should allow them to withdraw without any attack or obstruction. Please consider this point and give instructions to East China and Fujian. At the same time, on the diplomatic front, Zhou Enlai met with Swedish ambassador to China Hugo Westerlund on February 5, 1955, and expressed his firm opposition to New Zealand's proposal for the United Nations to interfere in China's internal affairs. Emphasizing that the tension in Taiwan is caused by the United States, China will not refuse to resolve this tense situation through diplomatic negotiations with the United States. At this point, the struggle against the United States conspiracy to create one China, one Taiwan, or two Chinas initiated by Mao Zedong's decision has come to an end for the time being. At this time, the Asian-African Conference was about to be held. On January 15, 1955, Indonesian Prime Minister Sastro Amizoyo formally sent an invitation to the Chinese government to attend the meeting. On February 10, the Chinese government called back to accept the invitation. Then a Chinese delegation was formed with Zhou Enlai as the head and chief representative. At that time, the situation across Asia was undergoing important changes. Asia is the region where the national independence and national liberation movements developed fastest and achieved the most remarkable results after the end of World War II. A large number of independent national countries such as India, Myanmar, Indonesia, Ceylon, and Pakistan emerged one after another. These countries urgently need to develop their national economies, and at the same time they also urgently require the elimination of the inequality caused by colonial rule in international relations, and the maintenance of a peaceful and stable international environment. The Korean War has ceased, the Indochina issue has been peacefully resolved, and the situation in Asia is easing. However, the further involvement of the United States in some parts of Asia has once again heightened tensions in this region. On September 8, 1954, the United States, France, Britain, Australia, New Zealand, Thailand, the Philippines, and Pakistan signed the Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty in Manila. This treaty, combined with the Mutual Defense Treaty between the United States and South Korea signed on October 1, 1953, and the Mutual Defense Treaty between the United States and Taiwan signed on December 2, 1954, has made the situation in Asia complicated and lurks new crises. The Asian-African Conference was held against such a backdrop of coexisting hope and crisis. The joint communiqué of the Bogor Conference of the 5 South Asian Prime Ministers stated that the purposes of the Asian-African Conference are, 1. To establish and promote friendly and good neighborly relations, 2. To discuss social, economic, and cultural issues and relations among the participating countries, 3. To discuss issues of special interest to Asian and African countries, such as national sovereignty, racism, colonialism, and other issues, 4. To discuss the international status of Asian and African countries and the contributions they can make to promoting world peace and cooperation. These problems are common problems encountered by Asian and African countries in their independent development. As an important Asian power, China shares common interests with the vast majority of independent nations and is determined to work with these countries to turn this Asian-African Conference into a grand event for national independence and peace maintenance. Mao Zedong attached great importance to this Asian-African Conference, which did not include the participation of imperialist and colonialist countries. Zhou Enlai was responsible for preparing the plan for the Chinese delegation to participate in the conference. On April 4, the plan for participating in the Asian-African Conference and the plan for visiting Indonesia drafted by Zhou Enlai were submitted to Mao Zedong and others for review. On April 5, Mao Zedong chaired an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee to discuss and adopt these documents. The plan for participating in the Asian-African Conference states, "Our general policy at the Asian-African Conference should be to strive to expand the united front for world peace, promote the national independence movement, and create conditions for establishing and strengthening our country's affairs and diplomatic relations with several Asian and African countries." In order to achieve this goal, the plan proposes, the highest program is to strive for the conclusion of a peace convention or peace declaration between Asian and African countries, the main content of which is the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, opposition to colonialism, demand for peace, and opposition to war. The minimum program is to strive for the issuance of a communiqué with a convention nature as one of the specific achievements of the Asian-African Conference. It is estimated that due to the instigation of some Western countries, especially the United States, the issue of the so-called communist threat to China is likely to be raised at the meeting. The plan puts forward specific principles for response. At the meeting, the common issues of Asian and African countries will be mentioned more than the special problems of our country. We will start from the requirements of most Asian and African countries and then connect them to our country's requirements. China supports them but does not require them to support China. Some countries will not be required to support socialism because of their support for socialism. We should adopt the policy of stating our position and remaining unmoved to prevent the meeting from falling into confrontations and debates about social systems and ideologies. We should try our best to unite the majority of participating countries so that the meeting can reach an agreement on common aspirations and requirements and achieve maximum success. These guidelines and principles reflect the Chinese government's sincere desire to seek common ground while reserving differences, take into account the overall interests of Asian and African countries, and strive for the success of the conference. On April 7, Zhou Enlai led a Chinese government delegation to Bandung to attend the Asian-African Conference. On April 11, the Taiwan authorities caused an explosion on the Kashmir Princess plane in an attempt to murder Zhou Enlai and disrupt the Chinese delegation's attendance at the Asian-African Conference. At that time, Zhou Enlai was in Kunming. He was not affected at all after hearing the news. After visiting Burma, he arrived in Bandung on April 17. On April 18, 1955, the Asia-Africa Conference, which attracted worldwide attention, grandly opened at the Independence Hall in Bandung. Representatives from the 29 countries participating in the meeting unanimously elected Indonesian Prime Minister Sastro Amirjoyo as chairman of the meeting. As expected, at the meeting that afternoon, representatives from some countries raised the issue of taking seriously the seriousness of the danger of communism, which suddenly made the atmosphere at the meeting tense. The attention of representatives from various countries was focused on the Chinese delegation. Representatives from various countries are waiting to see how China will respond. Faced with this situation, Zhou Enlai decided to change the prepared speech into a written speech the next day and distributed it, and made a supplementary speech at the meeting that afternoon. In his short 18-minute speech, Zhou Enlai first stated, "The Chinese delegation is here to seek unity, not to quarrel. The Chinese delegation is here to seek consensus, not innovation." He said, "We do not ask everyone to give up their own opinions, because this is a reflection of actual existence. But it should not be let it prevent us from reaching a common agreement on major issues." Then, he explained the principled position of the Chinese government one by one in response to the accusations against China on 3 issues in the past 2 days, namely, the issue of different ideologies and social systems, the issue of freedom of religious belief, and the issue of so-called subversive activities. His speech suddenly changed the atmosphere of the meeting. A big debate that seemed to be coming was resolved. The spirit of friendly understanding and seeking common ground while reserving differences dominated the venue. On April 23, Zhou Enlai proposed a proposal for a peace declaration to the meeting on behalf of the Chinese delegation at the Political Committee meeting of the Asian-African Conference. The bill is based on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence and puts forward 7 suggestions: mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, non-aggression or threats to each other, non-interference or interference in each other's internal affairs, recognition of racial equality, recognition of the equality of all countries, regardless of size, respect for the right of people of all countries to freely choose their way of life and political and economic systems, and non-harm to each other. In addition, Zhou Enlai added to China's proposal that international disputes should be resolved by peaceful means and support all measures that are being taken or may be taken to eliminate international tensions and promote world peace. These reflect the common aspirations of Asian and African countries. The tense situation in the Taiwan Strait is an issue of common concern to the relevant countries participating in the Asian-African Conference. On the afternoon of April 23, Zhou Enlai announced an important decision on behalf of the Chinese government at a small meeting attended by the heads of delegations from Myanmar, Ceylon, India, Indonesia, Pakistan, the Philippines, and Thailand. The Chinese government is willing to sit down and negotiate with the U.S. government to discuss the issue of easing tensions in the Far East, especially the issue of easing tensions in Taiwan. Myanmar Prime Minister U Nu, who was present, made this evaluation: "This statement is a big step towards easing world tensions." On the evening of April 24, the week-long Asian-African Conference came to a successful conclusion. The final communiqué of the Asian-African Conference, unanimously adopted by the meeting, absorbed the suggestions of the Chinese delegation and formed 10 principles for peaceful coexistence and friendly cooperation among countries. Since then, people have called the meeting the Bandung Spirit, for the spirit of equal consultation, peaceful coexistence, and friendly cooperation expressed by Asian and African countries in seeking to get rid of the political interference of major powers. The emergence of the Bandung Spirit is a sign of the growing movements for national independence, national liberation, and opposition to power politics and neocolonialism in Asian and African countries. It heralds the gradual establishment of a new international order based on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. The Chinese government, together with other participating countries, made historic contributions to the success of the Asian-African Conference and the birth of the Bandung Spirit. After the Bandung Conference, Zhou Enlai led a delegation to visit Indonesia. At noon on May 7, we returned to Beijing. In the afternoon of that day, Mao Zedong held a meeting in Yiniantang, attended by Zhou Enlai, Chen Yi, and members of the political bureau, and Mao Zedong invited them to have dinner together. At the meeting, the situation of the Asian-African Conference was discussed, and it was decided to make a report to the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress in the near future. The success of the Asian-African Conference and the outstanding performance of the Chinese delegation at the Asian-African Conference have strengthened the confidence of friendly countries in developing relations with China. It has also made some Asian and African countries that were originally suspicious or confrontational towards Socialist China begin to change their views and adopt a friendly attitude towards China. China's peaceful diplomacy of good neighborliness and friendship opened up a new situation and achieved important progress in 1955 and 1956. On April 27, 1955, Mao Zedong met with Sultan Uddin Ahmed, the new Pakistani ambassador to China, and had a friendly conversation with him. Pakistan was one of the initiators of the Asian-African Conference and established diplomatic relations with China in 1951. However, it later joined the Southeast Asia Treaty Group planned by the United States. Mao Zedong's talk started from the common points of Eastern countries, starting from the theme that China and Pakistan should become good friends, and then talked about the just concluded Asian-African Conference. He said, if the Asian-African Conference was not initiated by the 5 Colombo countries but was initiated by China, it would not have been possible. They believe in you but not in us because we are a country governed by the Communist Party. However, our Communist Party is not as ungrateful as described by the United States. It is green-faced, fanged, 3-headed and 6-armed. We are reasonable. He told the ambassador, now we understand that Pakistan initially joined the Manila Treaty Group because it was afraid of Chinese aggression. I hope you will gradually understand that China will not invade, and hope to eliminate misunderstandings and improve mutual relations. We have established diplomatic relations and trade relations with Pakistan. We have not yet established diplomatic relations with Thailand and the Philippines, but we also hope to improve our relations with them. Premier Zhou Enlai has had contact with their representatives at the Asian-African Conference. Mao Zedong reiterated to the ambassador Zhou Enlai's statement on behalf of the Chinese government at the Asian-African Conference a few days ago. He said, China is willing to coexist peacefully with all countries, including the United States. Premier Zhou has stated in his statement that we are willing to sit down and negotiate with the Americans. During the Asian-African Conference, we discussed the Taiwan issue with the 5 Colombo countries, Thailand, and the Philippines. All issues should be resolved through negotiation, and war is not a good method. After the Asian-African Conference, China-Pakistan relations developed rapidly and gradually established friendly relations of mutual trust. From October 18 to 29, 1956, Pakistani Prime Minister Suhrawardy paid an official visit to China. On October 19, Mao Zedong held talks with him. Zhu De, Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Li Jishan, Shen Junruo, Huang Yanpi and others attended the talks. Mao Zedong said, we are willing to further improve the relations between our two countries. If you also have the same desire, the relations between our two countries can be improved. All countries in Asia and Africa, based on the Bandung spirit, should establish peaceful coexistence and friendly relations. Mao Zedong expressed China's attitude towards Pakistan's participation in the Manila Treaty and the Baghdad Treaty. We originally hoped that you would not participate in these two treaties, but you have already participated. There is no other way. You have your own policies. We can only make suggestions as friends and cannot interfere. We have no right to tell you what foreign policy to adopt. We suggest that you do not oppose China and India, and that unity is the most important thing for countries in the entire Asian and African region. On October 23, the Prime Ministers of China and Pakistan issued a joint statement expressing their common desire to do their best to maintain peace. On December 20, Zhou Enlai visited Pakistan. The relations between the two countries have entered a new stage of friendly cooperation. Taking the opportunity of the Asian-African Conference and Zhou Enlai's visit to Indonesia, China-Indonesia relations also experienced new developments in 1955. Zhou Enlai visited Indonesia and signed an agreement based on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, which resolved the sensitive issue of dual nationality of overseas Chinese between China and some neighboring countries. The Indonesian government greatly appreciated it. From May 25 to June 7 of the same year, Indonesian Prime Minister Sastro Amijoyo visited China, and the Chinese government gave him a grand reception. On May 26, Mao Zedong met with Sastro Amijoyo. Zhu, Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Deng Xiaoping, Chen Yi and others attended the meeting. Mao Zedong expressed his welcome to the guests in passionate words: "Welcome to you, welcome to all other friends, we welcome you very much. We are friends, and we and the Chinese people are very happy to see you." Speaking of the Asian-African Conference, Mao Zedong highly praised Indonesia's contribution to this conference. He said, "There is hope for the unity of Asian and African countries, and the Bandung Conference has taken the first step. In front of Western countries, our problem is to unite and defend ourselves, rather than trying to influence each other and harming each other. To this end, steps must be taken to eliminate the misunderstandings and obstacles that exist between us and increase mutual understanding." He said that the Tibet issue that existed between China and India in the past, the overseas Chinese and border issues between China and Myanmar, and the overseas Chinese issue between China and Indonesia, all can be resolved amicably. Mao Zedong once again expressed China's desire to improve relations with Thailand and the Philippines, and hoped that when the Indonesian Prime Minister met with the leaders of Thailand and the Philippines, he would tell them that China wanted to live in friendship with their countries. An important purpose of Sastro Amijoyo's trip is to facilitate negotiations between China and the United States on the situation in the Taiwan Strait. Mao Zedong said, "We are willing to use peaceful methods to solve existing problems. War is always bad." He used the history of the two world wars as an example to illustrate that the political consequences of the war were not favorable to Western countries. He said, "It is precisely with this in mind that we said we should try to solve the problem through negotiation." Moreover, the Korean War and the Indochina War were ultimately resolved through negotiation, and the Taiwan issue can also be resolved through negotiation. We have made this clear at the Bandung Conference and can use this to convince Western countries. He further proposed, if the United States is willing to sign a peace treaty, it can be for any length of time. 50 years is not enough, 100 years is not enough. I don't know whether the United States will do it. The main problem now is the United States. This was a very friendly meeting, and both parties talked happily and harmoniously. As Mao Zedong said, "I can't find any conflict of interest between our two countries, but I can only find mutually beneficial aspects of cooperation between the two countries." Sastro Amijoyo also said, "This conversation was both pleasant and useful." This meeting left a good impression on the Indonesian Prime Minister. Later, when recalling this period of history, Sastro Amijoyo said, "The impression Mao gave me was that he did not put on the airs of a people's leader who had changed the history of China, the country, and the destiny of the nation, but was approachable and approachable, like the elders of a large Chinese family, just like the highly respected elders of large families in Chinese communities that we can often see in Indonesia." During the meeting between the two prime ministers, the issue of negotiations between China and the United States was discussed in detail and an agreement was reached. After the visit, Sastro Amijoyo informed the United States of the talks and received a reply that he rejected such negotiations. Although the Indonesian government's mediation failed, the facts allowed Indonesian leaders to see who was sincerely seeking peace. After the Asian-African Conference, the friendly exchanges between China and Japan have also made great progress. In September 1951, the United States held an international conference on one-sided peace with Japan in San Francisco, excluding representatives from the People's Republic of China. This has set up serious obstacles for China and Japan to end the state of war and gradually normalize diplomatic relations. When it was difficult to make progress in Sino-Japanese official relations, Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai proposed the policy of focusing on developing Sino-Japanese relations among the people. The development of non-governmental diplomacy between China and Japan began with the development of non-governmental trade between the two countries. From 1952 to 1955, China and Japan signed 3 non-governmental trade agreements. In 1953, the Chinese government successfully arranged for Japanese overseas Chinese to return to China, which aroused good responses from all walks of life in Japan. Insightful people in Japan's political and financial circles have called on the government to improve Japan-China relations and develop Japan-China trade. From mid-September to mid-October 1955, a delegation of Japanese Diet members led by Ikaki Hayashiyama visited China. This delegation includes members of Japan's parliament from all major political parties. On October 15, Mao Zedong met with all members of the delegation. Mao Zedong expressed to Japanese friends the Chinese government's expectations for the restoration of diplomatic relations between China and Japan. He said, "The guests who came today are our neighbors. They are very close neighbors. We should be grateful to Japanese friends who come to China and come to our home from your Japanese home to have a look." Sino-Japanese relations have a long history. Human beings have lived a peaceful life for hundreds of thousands of years. Our ancestors have quarreled and fought wars. This can be forgotten. Legally speaking, China and Japan are in a state of war. It is good that you put the restoration of Sino-Japanese relations first. In line with the interests of the people, normal diplomatic relations should be established as soon as possible. Mao Zedong also said to his Japanese friends, "China and Japan have a common problem, which is that the United States is pressing on us. The hand of the United States is very long. It has grabbed our Taiwan, Japan, the Philippines, and South Korea. It wants to grab a place as big as Asia. This matter cannot last long after all. This is our place, and the things here should be managed by our people. Now we ask it to let go and take the hand away. After letting go, we will hold hands again. Every country must manage its own affairs. This is a truth." The visit of a delegation of Japanese parliamentarians to China and the establishment of Ichiro Hatoyama's cabinet in December 1954 strengthened the Chinese government's determination to normalize diplomatic relations between China and Japan. From October 1955 to April 1956, China repeatedly proposed to the two governments to negotiate on the normalization of relations between the two countries and sent an invitation to Prime Minister Hatoyama to visit China. On April 25, 1956, Mao Zedong issued an order and announced the decision on dealing with war criminals imprisoned in Japan's war of aggression against China. 1,017 Japanese war criminals in custody were released leniently, and 45 others who were sentenced to lenient prison terms were allowed to have their families visit. This action taken by the Chinese government to promote the development of Sino-Japanese relations has won support from all walks of life in Japan. Many of the released Japanese war criminals later became promoters of the normalization of diplomatic relations between China and Japan. The various efforts made by Mao Zedong and the Chinese government to promote the normalization of diplomatic relations between China and Japan did not make the normalization of diplomatic relations a reality soon. Since successive Japanese governments at that time did not have the courage to change their policy of following the United States, the normalization of Sino-Japanese diplomatic relations would have to go through a long and tortuous process. The invitation to Prime Minister Hatoyama to visit China failed to materialize. Mao Zedong and the Chinese government continued to place the foothold of Sino-Japanese relations on the people, with an eye on the long term and an eye on the future. Thailand is a close neighbor of China. Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai conveyed their sincere desire to establish good neighborly and friendly relations to the Thai government through various channels. At the Asia-Africa Conference, Zhou Enlai also took the initiative to contact the Thai Foreign Minister Prince Wang to eliminate his misunderstandings and suspicions about the Chinese government. At that time, Thailand and Taiwan maintained close ties, and there were still remnants of the Kuomintang army on the Thai-Myanmar border. The Thai government has always suspected that China is using overseas Chinese to engage in subversive activities, and believes that the establishment of the Dai Autonomous Prefecture in Yunnan, China, is an attempt to infiltrate and subvert Thailand. The close relationship between Thailand and the United States also restricts its development of relations with China. This situation has undergone important changes after the Asian-African Conference. The Thai government and opposition parties began to build a sense of trust in China, and their doubts gradually disappeared. In addition, Thailand is encountering economic difficulties. Its rice exports are under pressure from competition from the United States. The prices of rubber and tin have plummeted, making it taste the bitter consequences of following the U.S. embargo policy against China. The Thai business community saw that Singapore and Malaya had lifted their embargoes against China, and also asked the government to lift the embargoes and improve Thailand-China relations. Through the efforts of both parties, in the second half of 1955, China and Thailand established a secret contact channel and reached a 4-point agreement. Both parties are willing to develop friendly relations on the basis of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. China is willing to consider developing economic and trade relations between the two countries and help Thailand solve its economic difficulties, increase mutual exchanges in a timely manner and carry out trade and cultural exchanges, with a view to eventually normalizing relations between the two countries. Both parties are willing to maintain regular contact. The door to good neighborliness and friendship between China and Thailand has thus opened. In December 1955, Thailand sent an economic and cultural delegation to visit China secretly. On December 21, Mao Zedong had a friendly talk with members of the delegation. Mao Zedong said, "We must slowly and gradually improve Sino-Thailand relations. We only talk about peaceful coexistence, friendship, and business. We do not talk about communism in your country or provoke others to oppose your own government." He also said that the two countries can trade, and China can buy Thai rice and rubber. During the delegation's visit to China, the minutes of China-Thailand trade talks were signed. The success of this secret visit to China prompted the Thai people to promote a public visit to China in January 1956. The delegation included Thai parliamentarians from various political parties, businessmen, and journalists. On February 10, Mao Zedong met with all members of the delegation. He told his Thai friends, "We can wait. You are currently in a difficult situation. If necessary, you can say a few good words to the United States and a few bad words to us. We understand." He also said, "Every country must develop its own economy and culture. Your country has become independent from other countries and developed its economy and culture, which is good for China." Starting from this public visit, the number of friendly Thai people visiting China has increased day by day, increasing mutual understanding and trust. In this way, by the beginning of 1956, China's surrounding environment had been greatly improved. Countries that once had doubts or even hostility toward China have changed their attitudes and been replaced by an atmosphere of friendly, trusting, and cooperative cooperation. China's influence on its Asian neighbors is increasing, and the weight of China's voice on the international stage is also increasing. This situation is something the United States, which insists on pursuing the policy of containing and isolating China, does not want to see. But when things come to an end, it can only face this fait accompli helplessly. After the Asian-African Conference, at the urging of the Chinese government's many statements and talks, and through the mediation of Britain, India, Indonesia, and other countries, the U.S. government proposed to the Chinese government through the British government on July 13, 1955, to hold ambassadorial-level talks between the two countries in Geneva. The agenda included the repatriation of civilians and other substantive issues on which the two sides had disputes. On July 15, the Chinese government accepted this proposal. Starting from August 1, 1955, Sino-US ambassadorial talks were held in Geneva. The first representative of China was Ambassador to Poland Wang Bingnan, and the first representative of the United States was Ambassador to Czechoslovakia Johnson. From then on, China and the United States began a protracted negotiation confrontation that lasted for 15 years, becoming the longest-lasting bilateral diplomatic negotiation in the history of modern international relations. The negotiators of both parties changed several times, and the location of the talks was later moved from Geneva to Warsaw, the capital of Poland. Although the talks did not achieve any substantive results, it made the USS's repeated opposition to the government of the People's Republic of China as a counterpart in reciprocal diplomatic negotiations a reality, allowing China and the United States to maintain diplomatic contact as the local hot war turned into a Cold War confrontation. From the time the Korean War ceased in July 1953, when Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China proposed the policy of easing international tensions and maintaining world peace, to the first half of 1956, in less than 3 years, China's peace diplomacy, with the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence as its core, achieved important achievements in various aspects. Good neighborly and friendly relations with neighboring countries are being established, and reconciliation and trade exchanges with Western powers are gradually developing. The United States policy of containing and isolating China is effectively restricted. Even the United States has begun to maintain diplomatic contacts with the Chinese government. Advocating peace, opposing war, and opposing imperialism and colonialism have become irresistible world trends. Mao Zedong's judgment of the international situation and assessment of war and peace issues in 1956 were based on this situation. As the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China pointed out, the world situation is tending to ease, and lasting peace in the world has begun to be possible. This has created a favorable international environment for China's socialist construction cause. 1956 was called a troubled year by Mao Zedong. This year, some socialist countries exposed some serious contradictions and problems. The most eye-catching ones were the convening of the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in the first half of the year and the events in Poland and Hungary in the second half of the year. The Polish incident originated from the Soviet Union's intervention in Poland's internal affairs after the Poznan incident. The Poznan incident in June 1956 exposed the serious bureaucracy of the Polish government in handling workers' strikes. It also showed that conflicts among the people can also intensify into confrontational conflicts if not handled properly. At the 7th plenary session of the Central Committee of the Polish Workers' Party held in July, the Polish United Workers' Party summarized the lessons of the Poznan incident and proposed reform measures to further strengthen the democratization of political life of the party and the country and the socialist legal system. Subsequently, it was decided to convene the 8th plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in October to prepare for the reorganization of the Politburo and elect Gomulka as first secretary. The development of the situation in Poland made Khrushchev, first secretary of the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party, and others very nervous. Starting from October 17, Khrushchev ordered the Soviet troops stationed in and near Poland to mobilize to Warsaw and other parts of Poland. At the same time, he led a 4-member delegation of the Soviet Communist Party to forcibly attend the 8th plenary session of the Polish United Workers' Party. Relations between the Soviet Union and Poland suddenly became tense. On October 19, the Soviet ambassador to China Yudin submitted to Liu Shaokai a notice from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on the Polish issue. Eugene said, there were serious differences within the Polish Party Central Committee on some fundamental policy issues, and these policies were related to the interests of the Soviet Union and many countries in Eastern Europe. They are also preparing to reorganize the Politburo. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union believed that Poland was in danger of leaving the socialist camp and joining the Western Bloc. In order to prevent this development in Poland, they sent a delegation to Poland. On October 21, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union notified the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China that the situation in Poland was extremely serious and requested the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to send a delegation to Moscow for discussions. That evening, Mao Zedong convened an enlarged meeting of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee at Yuniantang to study the Polish issue. Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Zhen, Lu Ding'ai, Hu Qiaomu, Li Fukun, Peng Dihui, Wang Jiaxiang, Kang Sheng, Li Vihan, Bo Yubo, Li Xiannian and others attended the meeting. When the discussion ended, it was already 0:45. Due to the emergency, Mao Zedong immediately made an appointment with Eugene. Liu, Zhou, Chen, and Deng were present. Mao replied to Eugene and agreed to send a delegation to Moscow and express the views of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on the Polish issue. After Eugene left, the enlarged meeting of the Politburo Standing Committee continued, and it was decided that the CCP delegation composed of Liu Shaokai, Deng Xiaoping, Wang Jiaxiang, and Hu Qiaomu would go to Moscow on the 23rd. On the evening of October 22, Mao Zedong chaired a Politburo meeting at the Yiniantang to discuss the Polish issue again. After the meeting, Mao met with Eugene again and told him, "It seems that Poland is not about to leave the socialist camp and join the Western Bloc. They seem determined to reorganize the Politburo. What policy did the Soviet Union adopt in this situation? There is nothing more than a soft approach and a hard approach. The so-called hard way is to send the army to suppress him, such as armed intervention. The soft way is to persuade him. I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen, so the only thing left was to give in. If he wants to reorganize the Politburo, let him reorganize it, recognize the central government headed by Gomulka, deal with him, and cooperate with him on the basis of equality. Doesn't he want independence and equality? Let him be independent and talk about equality with him. In this way, we can strive to keep Poland in the socialist camp and the Warsaw Pact." Mao Zedong's tone was tactful and his attitude was clear. He implicitly criticized the mistakes of great powerism by the leaders of the Soviet Communist Party, but he did not say it out loud. Expressing the opinions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in such a way may be more acceptable to the leaders of the Soviet Communist Party, and it was also suitable for the actual situation of the relationship between the Chinese and Soviet parties at that time. Eugene immediately called Khrushchev to report these words. On the evening of October 23, Liu Shaokai, Deng Xiaoping, and their entourage flew to Moscow. That evening, I had a conversation with Khrushchev at the residence of the CCP delegation. By this time, the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party had changed its policy on the Polish issue, withdrew the troops and recognized the Polish Party Central Committee headed by Gomulka. The situation had eased and the problem had basically been resolved. Khrushchev told the Chinese Communist Party delegation that their suspicions about Poland were unfounded, and that they had also learned about China's opinions, so they changed their policy and were ready to recognize the new leadership of the Polish Party. Subsequently, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet government delegation held talks with the Polish Party and government delegation in an equal atmosphere and issued a joint statement. At this point, the Polish issue has been relatively securely resolved under the active promotion of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. One wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. Just when the Chinese and Soviet parties were working together to solve the Polish issue, the Hungarian incident broke out. On October 21, the news of the reorganization of the Central Committee of the Polish United Workers' Party and the appointment of Gomulka as the first secretary of the Central Committee reached Hungary. Both inside and outside the Hungarian Workers' People's Party demanded to follow Poland's example and follow the socialist path of independent development. The people were seriously dissatisfied with the wrong policies implemented during the Rákóczi era. Some right-wing groups also took advantage of the situation to incite dissatisfaction with socialism and its parties. On October 23, a demonstration broke out in Budapest, the capital of Hungary, with the participation of 200,000 people, and various reactionary elements and pro-fascist elements also infiltrated the ranks. Incited by right-wing forces, the demonstrators raised anti-government slogans, occupied radio stations and some military facilities, attacked Labour People's Party and government institutions, and later brutally killed Labour People's Party members and government officials, causing the march to turn into an anti-government riot. That evening, the Central Committee of the Hungarian Workers' People's Party held an emergency meeting to reorganize the central leadership body. Nagy entered the political bureau of the Central Committee and served as chairman of the Council of Ministers. At the Politburo meeting on October 25, Kader was elected as first secretary of the Central Committee. On the evening of the 23rd, the Chinese Communist delegation that was meeting with leaders of the Soviet Communist Party received news of the riots in Hungary. Liu Shaoqi immediately called Mao Zedong to report it. From the 24th to the 31st, Mao Zedong held consecutive Politburo Standing Committee meetings, Politburo meetings, and Politburo enlarged meetings to discuss the events in Poland and Hungary, and maintained direct telephone contact with Liu Shaoqi. On the 29th, Khrushchev, Molotov, and Bulganin came to the residence of the CCP delegation to discuss the Bo-Hungary incident with the CCP delegation again. During the conversation, Mao Zedong had a phone call with Liu Shaoqi and asked him to discuss with the Soviet Union whether the Soviet Union could let go of other socialist countries politically and economically and let these countries become independent. When conveying the above opinions to the Soviet side, Liu Shaoqi also said, "I heard Comrade Mao Zedong say that the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence can also be implemented among socialist countries." The Soviet Union did not accept this opinion at first and tried its best to defend it. After a long discussion between the two parties, it finally accepted this opinion. On the basis of the talks between the two sides, the Soviet Union issued the Declaration of the Soviet Government on the Development and Further Strengthening of the Basis of Friendship and Cooperation between the Soviet Union and other socialist countries on October 30. This declaration adopted the CCP's opinion that socialist countries should also abide by the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, and made self-criticism of the Soviet Union's mistakes in its relations with other socialist countries. The Chinese government immediately issued a statement on November 1 to support the Soviet government's declaration. On October 30, the CCP delegation learned from Mikoyan's report from Hungary that the situation in Hungary continued to deteriorate. The Nagy government had announced its withdrawal from the Warsaw Pact, implemented a multi-party system, and disbanded the security forces and security agencies. The system of people's democratic dictatorship had disintegrated. The rioters burned, hanged, and buried alive security personnel and communists. The country was in a state of anarchy. Under such circumstances, what approach should be taken towards the Hungarian issue? After discussion, the CCP delegation concluded that one was an offensive policy, that is, using Soviet troops to suppress the counter-revolution, the other was a conciliatory policy, that is, the Soviet Union withdrew its troops from Hungary. Which policy should be adopted? Liu Shaoqi called Mao Zedong for instructions and said, "Should we put forward these 2 opinions for discussion with the Soviet side?" Mao Zedong agreed to do so, and at the same time proposed that he would not make a decision for the time being and wait for a few days before making a decision. If we adopt an offensive policy, it will be more appropriate to wait until the counter-revolution is more exposed and the people see it clearly. The delegation of the Communist Party of China put forward these opinions to the Soviet side and pointed out, while it is still possible to save it, should we use our last efforts to save it? The Hungarian problem is different in nature from the Polish problem, and 2 different approaches should be adopted. At this time, the leaders of the Soviet Communist Party had completely despaired of Hungary. They unanimously believed that the Hungarian coup had been completed and the counter-revolution had taken power, and they did not adopt China's opinions. One day later, the attitude of the leaders of the Soviet Communist Party took a 180-degree turn. On the evening of the 31st, when Khrushchev and others went to the airport to see off the CCP delegation, he said that the Presidium of the CPSU had decided to take an offensive policy in Hungary. On November 4, the Hungarian Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Government with Kader as Prime Minister was proclaimed. On the same day, at Kader's request, the Soviet troops returned to Budapest. Riots in Budapest and across Hungary were quickly quelled, and the Kader government restabilized the domestic situation. The events in Poland and Hungary have passed, but such major twists and turns occurred in the international communist movement, which cannot but arouse Mao Zedong's in-depth thinking. What lessons should be learned from this experience? He thinks a lot. On November 1, Liu Shaokai, Deng Xiaoping and his party returned to Beijing. That evening, Mao Zedong convened a meeting of the Politburo Standing Committee to listen to their reports. On the 2nd and 4th, Mao Zedong held an enlarged meeting of the Politburo and an enlarged meeting of the Politburo Standing Committee respectively to discuss the Polish-Hungarian incident. Mao Zedong said that in Hungary, it is not possible to completely follow the past, and the new one must be explored by the Hungarian comrades themselves, and we must support them. The problem now facing the ruling communist parties around the world is how to combine the universal truth of the October Revolution with the specific realities of their own countries. This is a big problem. The events in Poland and Hungary should make us think better about China's problems. One benefit of the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is that it lifted the lid, liberated the mind, and made people no longer think that everything the Soviet Union did was the absolute truth, unchangeable, and must be followed. We must use our own brains to solve the problems of our country's revolution and construction. Mao Zedong also said that we published an article in April, and the truth it stated still seems to be correct. But after half a year, especially after the Bo-Hungary incident, it turned out that what the article talked about was no longer enough, and another article needed to be written. We should make a good summary of how socialism is practiced based on the lessons from the Bo-Hungary incident. There are always contradictions. How to deal with these contradictions is an issue we need to seriously study. From November 10 to 15, the second plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was held in Beijing. This plenary session, in addition to the economic plan and fiscal budget for 1957 and other issues originally scheduled to be discussed, also discussed current situation issues. Liu Shaokai made a report on the current situation, describing in detail the negotiation process between the Chinese Communist Party delegation and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on the Polish and Hungarian issues and the policies adopted by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. He also analyzed the reasons for the events in Poland and Hungary and the lessons that should be learned. On the last day of the plenary session, Mao Zedong made a concluding speech. When talking about the events in Poland and Hungary, he further pointed out the serious harm caused by the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union that completely denied Stalin. He said, "I want to say something about the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. I think there are two knives, one is Lenin and the other is Stalin. Now, the Russians have lost Stalin's knife. Has Lenin's knife also been thrown away by some leaders of the Soviet Union? I think it has been thrown away too. Quite a lot. Is the October Revolution still effective? Can it still be used as a model for all countries?" Khrushchev's report at the 20th Congress of the Soviet Union said that power can be obtained through the parliamentary route. This means that countries can no longer learn from the October Revolution. Once this door is opened, Leninism is basically lost. Mao Zedong believed, the basic problem in some Eastern European countries is that the class struggle has not been done well, so many counter-revolutionaries have not been eliminated, the proletariat has not been trained in class struggle, and the proletariat has not been able to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy, right from wrong, and idealism from materialism. Now, we are reaping the consequences and burning our heads. Later, he made a relatively comprehensive summary of the causes of the Hungarian incident: bureaucracy, separation from the masses, wrong industrial policies, workers' salary cuts, capitalists were simply overthrown, intellectuals were not transformed, and counter-revolutionaries were not suppressed. During the second plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, another incident occurred internationally, which attracted the attention of Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. On November 11, Tito, chairman of the League of Communists of Yugoslavia, delivered a speech in the coastal city of Pula in western Yugoslavia. He suggested that the root cause of the events in Poland and Hungary was the imposition of Stalinist tendencies on them. As for the emergence of Stalin's mistakes, the problem is not just the cult of personality, the problem is the system that allows the cult of personality to arise. It lies in the bureaucratic organizational structure and so on. On November 24, 25, 27, 29, and 30, Mao Zedong convened enlarged meetings of the Politburo Standing Committee in Yinantang to discuss his assessment of the international situation and analyze Tito's speech and some Communist Party comments on it. Finally, I decided to write an article on the current problems happening in Eastern European countries. Mao Zedong proposed that the title of the article could be based on the slogan proposed in the Communist Manifesto, called Workers of the World Unite. Mao Zedong proposed that Hu Qiaomu be responsible for drafting it. 2 days later, Hu Qiaomu took out the first draft of the article. On the evening of December 2, Mao Zedong convened a meeting with Liu Shaokai, Chen Yun, Lu Ding'ai, Wang Jiaxiang, Yang Shankan, Hu Qiaomu, and Wu Lengzi to discuss the first draft of this article. Mao Zedong also proposed that the title of the article could be Rediscussing the Historical Experience of the Proletarian Dictatorship, which would be connected with the article written in April to show that our views are consistent and that it is a continuation of the article written in April. He said that the article can be more theoretical, but the form of the political commentary remains unchanged. Mao Zedong reconceived the main points of the article. Starting from December 10, Mao Zedong presided over a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau and a meeting of the Political Bureau to discuss and revise Rediscussing the Historical Experience of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat until it was officially published, with a total of 8 revisions of the draft. During the discussion, he also gave some guiding and theoretical opinions. He repeatedly mentioned that in the previous article, we mentioned that there are still contradictions in socialist society. In this article, we must distinguish between 2 types of contradictions. One is the contradiction between ourselves and the enemy, and the other is the contradiction within the people. In the last article, we mainly talked about the contradictions among the people. Now when we talk about the contradictions among the people, we also talk about the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy. The current hostility and contradiction between imperialist forces and socialist forces in the world is a basic contradiction. From this point on, we should stand against imperialism from a socialist standpoint. This basic position must be made clear at the beginning of the article, so that we can understand the overall situation and resolve not only the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy, but also the contradictions among the people. Mao Zedong pointed out that we must make a serious analysis of Stalin. First, we should talk about his correct side and cannot deny it, then we should talk about his mistakes and emphasize that they must be corrected, then we should emphasize seeking truth from facts and not deny everything. Regarding the contradiction between the superstructure and the economic base, production relations, and productivity, Mao Zedong said that in the previous article, we talked about the existence of this contradiction. Now I want to say that this contradiction not only exists, but if it is not handled well, it may develop from a non-confrontational contradiction into a confrontational contradiction. Soviet-Polish relations and events in Hungary illustrate this point. The day before review was broadcast, on the evening of December 27, Mao Zedong summoned Liu Shaokai, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, Kang Sheng, Zhang Wenquan, Wang Jiaxiang, Lu Ding'ai, Hu Qiaomu, Wu Lengzi, and Tian Jiaying to a meeting in Yinantang to discuss and revise the article for the last time. Wu Lengzi recalled, after the meeting, Hu Qiaomu, Tian Jiaying, and I were revising in Jurantang behind Chairman Mao's residence. After we revised a part, Tian Jiaying sent a part to Chairman Mao. Chairman Mao also looked at part of the revision. This work continued until the early morning of December 28, when we finished revising the last part. After reading it, Chairman Mao decided to broadcast it that night and publish it in the People's Daily on the 29th. Rediscussing the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat and on the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, state that this article was written by the editorial department of the People's Daily based on discussions at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. This is another historical document published by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on the Stalin issue since the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China had a more in-depth thinking and understanding of the Stalin issue and many major issues related to it. Compared with the previous article, this article covers a wider range of issues, discusses many issues more extensively, and the emphasis has also changed. Results is 20,000 words long, twice as long as first discussion. An introduction at the front and a conclusion at the end. The full text consists of 4 parts, respectively discussing 4 major principal issues arising from the Stalin issue, an assessment of the basic path of revolution and construction in the Soviet Union, an assessment of Stalin's merits and demerits, an opposition to dogmatism and revisionism, and an international solidarity with the proletariat of various countries. In accordance with Mao Zedong's opinion, at the beginning of the article, the issue of correctly distinguishing and handling 2 types of contradictions of different natures was raised as the basis for the entire argument. In one theory, the contradictions in socialist society are only generally discussed. At that time, the problem of completely negating Stalin had just emerged, and its serious consequences had not yet become more apparent. The sharp and complex contradictions existing within the socialist camp and some Eastern European countries had not been fully exposed. The focus of one theory is to guide people to understand the objective fact that contradictions still exist in socialist society, and to get rid of the idealistic superstition that there are no contradictions in socialist society. This goal was achieved and was confirmed by the subsequent events in Hungary. The development of the situation has promoted the development of theory. In the introduction to Rediscussions, there is a large section of text that has been revised many times by Mao Zedong, which expresses his theoretical thinking on contradictory issues throughout the world in the face of new situations at home and abroad. There are 2 contradictions of different nature before us. The first is the contradiction between ourselves and the enemy. This is a fundamental contradiction, and its basis is the conflict of interests between hostile classes. The second is the contradiction within the people. It occurs not because of the fundamental conflict of class interests, but because of the contradiction between correct and wrong opinions, or because of the conflict of interests of a local nature. Its resolution must first be subordinated to the general interests of the people in the struggle against the enemy. It can and should be based on the desire for unity and be resolved through criticism or struggle, so as to obtain new unity under new conditions. Of course, the situation in real life is complicated. Sometimes, in order to deal with the main common enemy, classes with fundamentally conflicting interests can also unite. On the other hand, under certain circumstances, certain contradictions among the people can gradually turn into antagonistic contradictions as one party gradually turns to the enemy. Finally, this kind of contradiction completely degenerates and no longer belongs to the scope of contradictions among the people, but becomes part of the contradictions between the enemy and ourselves. This phenomenon has appeared in the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of China. In short, as long as one stands on the standpoint of the people, one should never equate the contradictions among the people with the contradictions between the enemy and ourselves, or confuse them with each other, let alone put the contradictions among the people above the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy. Review uses the above point of view to look at the entire history of the international communist movement, especially the series of events that occurred in 1956, and strives to summarize some regular things from it, without sticking to a matter-of-fact discussion of specific issues and specific events. It is displayed in front of readers with its high-level momentum and the characteristics of both theory and political commentary. The publication of Rediscussing the Historical Experience of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat once again theoretically answered people's doubts and confusions arising from the setbacks and serious problems exposed by the international communist movement. like historical experience on the dictatorship of the proletariat, it has had a significant impact both internationally and domestically. This article is the crystallization of the collective wisdom of the leaders of the Communist Party of China, in which Mao Zedong played a guiding and decisive role. From the criticism of Stalin's mistakes at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in February 1956, to the Poland-Hungary incident and Tito's Pula speech, this series of events deeply touched Mao Zedong, prompting him to think deeply about the international communist movement and socialist issues, and triggered his in-depth thinking about China's domestic issues. The two essays he presided over and wrote are not only the theoretical results of his thinking on these issues, but also his theoretical preparation for further research on these issues. After the publication of rediscussing the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Mao Zedong shifted his main attention from the international to the domestic. In the second half of 1956, the domestic economy experienced tight supply of means of production and means of living, and some social conflicts became more prominent. In some places, workers' strikes and student strikes even occurred. Within half a year, more than 10,000 workers, large and small, went on strike across the country, and more than 10,000 students went on strike. Starting from October 1956, some farmers in Guangdong, Henan, Anhui, Zhejiang, Jiangxi, Shanxi, Hebei, Liaoning, and other provinces requested to withdraw from cooperatives. There are also more criticisms of the government and dissatisfaction with reality. In short, many new situations and new problems have emerged. Just now, people were celebrating the great victory of socialist transformation and that China had entered a socialist society. How could there be so many problems? This is something many people didn't expect. The whole party has neither ideological preparation nor experience on how to deal with such incidents. Some cadres are accustomed to acting in accordance with the experience of the revolutionary period and use similar methods to deal with conflicts between the enemy and ourselves, resulting in the intensification of conflicts. This situation attracted Mao Zedong's serious attention. What should we do in the face of new situations and new problems that arise in the new era? New policies, new methods, and new theories are needed. This is a new issue before Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Mao Zedong used the theory of contradiction to explain these new problems that emerged after the socialist transformation was basically completed. In his speech at the second plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held in November 1956, he said, "The world is full of contradictions. The democratic revolution has resolved the contradictions with imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucratic capitalism. Now, the contradictions with national capitalism and small production in terms of ownership have been basically resolved. Contradictions in other aspects have become prominent, and new contradictions have arisen." He attributed the root causes of problems such as workers' strikes and student strikes to bureaucracy. He said, "There are hundreds of thousands of cadres above the county party committee, and the fate of the country is in their hands. If they fail to separate themselves from the masses and do not work hard, then workers, farmers, and students will have reasons to disapprove of them. We must be vigilant not to foster a bureaucratic style and not to form an aristocratic class that is divorced from the people. Whoever commits bureaucracy and does not solve the problems of the masses, scolds the masses, suppresses the masses, and never changes, the masses will have reason to get rid of him." At this plenary session, Mao Zedong solemnly announced, "We are preparing to launch a rectification movement next year. To rectify three trends: subjectivism, sectarianism, and bureaucracy." These are three issues that he has been particularly concerned about for a long time. He emphasized that rectification is a method of small democracy. In the future, all matters within the people and within the party must be resolved by rectification methods and by criticism and self-criticism, rather than by force. Mao Zedong keenly captured the pulse of the changing times and came up with some new ideas for solving social contradictions. From November 5 to 16 of this year, the China Democratic National Construction Association held the second plenary session of the First Central Committee. This is the first central plenary session held by the Democratic National Construction Association after undergoing socialist transformation. A considerable number of members of the Democratic National Construction Association are former industrial and commercial people. After the socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce was basically completed, an idea arose among them that the dual nature of the national bourgeoisie should no longer be mentioned now, because after the public-private partnership in the entire industry, the negative side of the duality no longer exists, or basically does not exist. In addition, there are also some different understandings on issues such as the role and status of the national bourgeoisie and the relationship between the working class and the national bourgeoisie. At the plenary session of the Central Committee of the Democratic National Construction Association, a full discussion was held, criticism and self-criticism were carried out, and finally an ideological consensus was reached. Mao Zedong was very happy when he learned about this situation. On December 4, in his reply to Huang Yanpi, chairman of the Democratic National Construction Association, he said happily, "The method of criticism and self-criticism is actually working within your party, among industrial and commercial people across the country, and among senior intellectuals, and it is becoming increasingly sound. It is really good news." Then, he talked about his basic views on the current social contradictions. Society is always full of contradictions. This is true even in socialist and communist societies, but the nature of contradictions is different from class societies. Existing contradictions must be exposed and resolved. This means that socialist transformation does not eliminate all social contradictions. Some contradictions will still exist, and new contradictions will arise. But the nature and manifestations of contradictions have changed. 2 pages from Mao Zedong's letter to Huang Yanpi on December 4, 1956. How to resolve various contradictions in socialist society. He said, "There are 2 methods of exposure and solution, one is between the enemy and me, and the other is within the people. The former is to use the method of suppression, and the latter is to use the method of persuasion, that is, the method of criticism." In the letter, he made a preliminary analysis of the social contradictions after the basic completion of my country's socialist transformation. The class contradictions within our country have been basically resolved. All the people should unite. However, problems within the people will still emerge one after another. The solution is to start from unity and achieve unity through criticism and self-criticism. This letter shows that Mao Zedong has formed several important judgments in observing the complex social contradictions in socialist society. Upgrading these judgments into systematic theories still requires a process and more practical experience. From January 18 to 27, 1957, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held a meeting of provincial, municipal, and autonomous region party committee secretaries in Beijing. This was an important meeting, and some people used to call it the January meeting. Mao Zedong announced on the first day of the meeting that there were 3 main topics for this meeting: ideological trends, rural issues, and economic issues. Among many issues, Mao Zedong paid most attention to the issue of ideological trends. In his speech on this day, he mainly talked about this matter. He said, "We should seize the issue of ideological trends." This is raised as the first question. Now, the ideological trends within the party and the ideological trends in society have caused very noteworthy problems. He listed the following ideological situations: some cadres compete for fame and fortune, are mercenary, compare themselves with generosity and rank. Rather than status, the question of whether cooperatives or individual economy is better has also been raised again. Student riots occurred in schools in many places, and some places openly proposed a Hungary. There are also various strange comments among some professors, saying that the Communist Party cannot lead them, socialism is not good, etc. When talking about these ideological trends, Mao Zedong naturally linked them to several major trends that have occurred in the world since the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. He said, "When a typhoon blows, wavering elements will waver if they cannot stop it. This is a rule. I advise everyone to pay attention to this issue. Typhoons occur every year, as do domestic and international ideological and political typhoons. This is a natural phenomenon in society." In response to the above situation, Mao Zedong proposed, be prepared for a small number of people to cause trouble and engage in so-called great democracy. The attitude towards great democracy should be, firstly, not to be afraid, and secondly, to analyze it and see what it says and does. Continue ideological remolding of intellectuals and democrats. Nowadays, there is a tendency to emphasize arrangements rather than reform. Once 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend, they dare not reform intellectuals. Let 100 flowers bloom, but we still have to do so. Farmers need to fight against weeds in their fields every year, and our party's writers, artists, critics, and professors also need to fight against weeds in the ideological field every year. Facing the problems that have arisen at home and abroad in the past year, Mao Zedong said with emotion, "Last year was a troubled year. These are still troubled times, and various ideas will continue to be exposed. I hope comrades will pay attention." On the last day of the meeting, Mao Zedong spoke again, talking about 7 points in total: the need to adequately estimate achievements, make overall arrangements and give everyone his due, international issues, let 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend, trouble-making issues, legal issues, and agricultural issues. These are all based on the discussions at the meeting and some ideological situations that occurred inside and outside the party. They are a summary of the meeting. Except for the third international issue, the other 6 issues all became important contents of the On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People published later. It can be said that Mao Zedong's speech at this meeting made important preparations for the formation of rightness thought. Ever since the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend was proposed, there has been a feeling of incomprehension and even resistance within the party, and there are also many concerns among intellectuals. On January 7, 1957, Chen Qitong, Chen Yating, Ma Hanbing, and Lul published an article in the People's Daily entitled "Some Opinions on Our Current Literary and Art Work," expressing critical opinions on tendencies they believed to be contrary to the party's literary and artistic policies. Mao Zedong later criticized this article many times, saying that the article's assessment of the situation was wrong and its thinking method was dogmatic, metaphysical, and one-sided. The Siege on New Young People from the Organization Department, written by Wang Meng, and the publication of the above-mentioned articles by Chen Qitong and others made some intellectuals feel that the implementation of the party's double hundred policy was still in a situation like the early spring weather that was suddenly warm and then cold. Later, People's Daily published an article by Fei Xiaotong on March 24, entitled "The Early Spring Weather of Intellectuals," which was a reflection of this mentality of intellectuals at that time. Based on his own personal experience, Fei Xiaotong reviewed how the majority of intellectuals, inspired by the double hundred policy, changed from the original laughter gradually disappeared, passionate but ruthlessly annoyed, to spring comes to the world, and old trees sprout new branches. However, he believes that the current situation of implementing the double hundred policy can be described as "the grass looks distant but there is nothing close," reflecting a feeling of worry. What Mao Zedong wanted to do at that time was mainly to criticize the dogmatism and sectarian tendencies on the double hundred policy issue in order to adapt to the needs of the vigorous development of the socialist cause. On February 16, Mao Zedong convened a meeting of the leaders of the Central Newspaper, Writers Association, Academy of Sciences and Youth League at Yiniantang to discuss literary, artistic, and ideological issues. A total of 28 people attended, including several non-party people. Zhou Enlai, Deng Xiaoping, and others also participated. Mao Zedong wanted to talk about some of the issues he had been thinking about recently in a small group first, get some feedback, and then talk about them at the conference. This is his usual approach. Mao Zedong said at the beginning of his speech, Wang Meng recently wrote an article New Young People from the Organization Department. This novel has shortcomings and needs help. We must also help the generals who revolted. Why not adopt a helpful attitude towards the young people? Wang Meng is unable to write positive characters, while writing negative characters is more vivid. The reason is that life is not rich, and there are also reasons for viewpoints. Some comrades criticized Wang Meng, saying that his writing was untrue and that there should be no bureaucracy near the central government. I think this view is wrong. I would like to ask in turn, why is there no bureaucracy near the central government? There are also bad people within the Central Committee. He also said, there is no power in using dogmatism to criticize other people's articles. The reason why Mao Zedong seized on the articles published by Chen Qitong and 4 others and the criticism of Wang Meng's novel by some people at that time and focused on analyzing them was because these 2 incidents were of typical significance. In Mao Zedong's own words, they reflected a large number of people are not clear about our policy on how to deal with errors among the people. This problem is precisely a topic that Mao Zedong wanted to study and solve in the new historical period, when many new situations and problems emerged. Mao Zedong repeatedly emphasized the double hundred policy because he believed that problems belonging to the spiritual world and struggles in the ideological field can only be solved by reasoning and arguing, and must not be solved by suppression. He said, how did Lenin write materialism and empirio-criticism? It is based on a large amount of material to fully reason. He raised the issue of criticizing Huxi. He said that the criticism of Huxi was very good at the beginning, but later it became a bit one-sided and wiped out everything about Huxi. He would write 1 or 2 articles to make up for it in the future. Kang Youwei and Liang Kikao cannot be ignored. He also said, for those who have serious ideological errors and those who have hostile thoughts, we must unite them and reform them. Only in this way can we implement overall considerations and everyone gets what he deserves. It should start from the desire for unity and go through criticism in order to achieve new unity on a new basis. The policy of taking advantage of past mistakes to avoid future ones, treating illnesses and saving lives should be implemented, and the same is true in writing. He said, one-sided attack cannot cultivate truly good literature and art. This concept of only allowing fragrant flowers and not poisonous weeds is wrong. Fragrant flowers emerge from the struggle against poisonous weeds. Fragrant flowers and poisonous weeds bloom together, the sunset and the solitary swan fly together. Stalin's dogmatism is not a 2-point theory, but a 1-point theory. Our comrades should look at things from a 2-point theory. At the same time, there are 2 points within 1 point. He also said, we must fully collect materials and never fight an unprepared or uncertain battle. Be prepared to be persuasive. There are so many people from petty bourgeois backgrounds, and we have to rely on a few to educate the majority. Firing is easy, but it's never a good idea. You should understand that bad elements also have dual natures. One is not good, the other is that you can be a teacher. Some things have their origin, development, and demise, and have a beginning and an end. If Marxism-Leninism is called eternal truth, it is not called Marxism-Leninism. Marx did not see socialism, and Lenin did not see it for long. The Soviet Union had achievements and problems. Socialism has not been around for a long time and we have not yet gained sufficient experience. Many problems still need to be created and developed. Don't be afraid of confrontation, the truth will become clearer the more you fight. Our comrades should remember that we must be wary of simplifications. The theme of Mao Zedong's speech is how to correctly handle contradictions among the people in the ideological field, use the method of presenting facts and reasoning, carry out active and healthy academic debate and ideological confrontation, adhere to Marxism-Leninism and develop Marxism-Leninism in the debate and confrontation, and promote the development of socialist cultural undertakings in the dispute and confrontation. After a long period of observation and thinking, and on the basis of summarizing the experience and lessons of important international and domestic events over the past year, Mao Zedong's thoughts on the correct handling of contradictions among the people gradually matured. In his view, this is the general policy to guide overall work and solve all domestic problems in the political, economic, ideological, and cultural fields under the new historical conditions. He must carry out extensive publicity in the whole party and the whole society to create public opinion so that the majority of cadres and the masses can understand, accept, and master it. Mao Zedong chose to convene an enlarged meeting of the Supreme State Council to formally express his opinions and publicize his ideas. This is the 11th enlarged meeting of the Supreme State Council, held from February 27 to March 1, 1957, at Huiran Hall, Zhongnanhai. The scale of the meeting was unprecedented, with more than 1,800 people from all walks of life attending the meeting. At the meeting on the afternoon of the 27th, Mao Zedong gave a speech titled How to Handle Contradictions Among the People, which lasted from 3 p.m. to nearly 7 p.m. The main leaders of the party and the country, except Liu Shaokai who went on an inspection trip, all attended the meeting. Mao Zedong was always very cautious when delivering such important speeches. He would first ventilate a small area beforehand, and then gradually expand the area to make people mentally prepared. Before that, on the afternoon of the 26th, Mao Zedong gave a speech at the 10th meeting of the Supreme State Council on the handling and settlement of contradictions among the people, contradictions between ourselves and the enemy, and issues of right and wrong. 37 people attended the meeting. From the January meeting to the 10th session of the Supreme State Council, after 3 meetings of varying sizes and membership, Mao Zedong officially delivered a speech at the Supreme State Council with more than 1,000 people. Before the meeting, Mao Zedong wrote an outline for a speech titled How to Handle Contradictions Among the People, with a total of 12 issues, 2 types of contradictions, between enemy and enemy classes, and among the people, elimination of counter-revolutionaries, socialist transformation cooperatization, capitalist transformation, knowledge intellectuals and young students, increase production and economize, oppose extravagance and waste, make overall plans and make appropriate arrangements, let 100 flowers bloom, 100 schools of thought contend, coexist for a long time, and supervise each other, how to deal with strikes, class strikes, demonstrations, and petitions, making troubles and causing chaos, are they bad? National issues between ethnic minorities and the Han nationality, and the Tibetan issue, China may initially change its face within the 3rd or 4th 5-year plan. Later, when On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People was published, these 12 questions were just reversed in the order of the 6th and 11th questions. On February 27, 1957, Mao Zedong delivered a report on the correct handling of contradictions among the people at the 11th session of the Supreme State Council. Mao Zedong's speech at the Supreme State Council basically followed this outline. The first question is about 2 types of contradictions. He pointed out, the contradiction between ourselves and the enemy and the contradiction among the people are 2 different problems. But today the focus is on the contradictions among the people. Because the problems we are encountering now, the problems among the people, are an important issue. There are many problems and they take up a lot of our time. The nature of these 2 types of problems is different, and the methods of solving them are also different. The contradictions between ourselves and the enemy are antagonistic contradictions, while the contradictions among the people are non-antagonistic contradictions. Dictatorship deals with the conflict between the enemy and ourselves, and the solution to the contradiction between the enemy and ourselves is to subdue the enemy. As long as it is not the enemy, then it is the people. Within this scope, it is not a question of dictatorship, nor of who controls whom. The people themselves cannot impose dictatorship on themselves, because these people have freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, and freedom of procession and demonstration. All of this is written in the Constitution, and this is a matter of democracy. Democracy is democracy with leadership, democracy under centralized guidance, not anarchism, and anarchism is not a demand of the people. He said, after the events in Poland and Hungary came out, some people were very happy. Let's have some great democracy. In their so-called great democracy, hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets. They seemed happy about this. There are some comrades and friends outside the party who do not understand that great democracy is meant to deal with hostile classes. In addition, there are a few people who are hostile. They hope to use great democracy to rectify the people's government and rectify the Communist Party like Hungary did, and then they will be happy. Some people do not understand the specific situation in the world. They think that European democracy and freedom are very good. They like parliamentary democracy. They say that the People's Congress is inferior to Western parliamentary democracy. They advocate a two-party system, with one party at the top and that party at the bottom, and vice versa. There are also two news agencies, playing opposite roles. Some people have proposed abolishing the dictatorship earlier. Some people say that democracy is the goal. We told them that democracy is a means, or it can be said that it is both an end and a means. Which category does democracy belong to? It belongs to the superstructure and belongs to the category of politics. Marxist political economy tells us that the superstructure of human society ultimately serves the economic base, and improving people's lives is its purpose. Some people say that freedom in foreign countries is very good, but there is very little freedom here. I said that there is no abstract freedom, only class freedom, concrete freedom, abstract and general freedom, and there is no such thing in the world. Among the two types of contradictions, in which category should the problems of the national bourgeoisie be placed? He said, this issue was not mentioned in review. But everyone knows that the national bourgeoisie is not placed in the first category, not in the category of contradictions between ourselves and the enemy, but in the category of contradictions among the people. Because the national bourgeoisie has two sides, the national bourgeoisie is willing to accept the constitution, is willing to accept socialist transformation, and is willing to move towards socialism. For this reason, the national bourgeoisie is different from imperialism and feudalism. The working class and the national bourgeoisie are two antagonistic classes, but if antagonistic contradictions are handled properly, they can be transformed into non-antagonistic contradictions. If we do not handle it properly and do not adopt the policy of fighting for, uniting, helping, and educating, we will inevitably lead to confrontation. He said, how to deal with contradictions among the people is a new problem. Review mainly talks about international issues and rarely talks about domestic matters. There is no detailed analysis on how to solve the contradictions among the people, only an explanation of a principle. Historically, Marx and Engels talked very little about this issue. Lenin simply talked about the elimination of antagonism in socialist society, but the existence of contradictions. The so-called elimination of confrontation means that the bourgeoisie has been overthrown and there is no longer a hostile class, but there are still contradictions among the people. Lenin had already said that there were still contradictions among the people, but it was too late to analyze this problem comprehensively. As for the contradictions among the people, is it possible to transform them from non-confrontational contradictions into confrontational contradictions? It should be said that it is possible. But Lenin was not able to observe this issue in detail at that time, and he only had such a short period of time. During Stalin's period, he confused these two types of contradictions for a long time. These two types of contradictions are easily confused, and we have also confused them. In our work to eliminate counter-revolutionaries, we have been and often are prone to treating good people as bad people and suspecting those who are not counter-revolutionaries to be counter-revolutionaries. This problem existed before and still exists now. But we have one rule, not to kill any counter-revolutionary. With such a rule, you can ensure that there is room for recovery if something goes wrong. Mao Zedong reviewed the origin of the formula unity criticism unity. He said that later we gradually extended this formula to outside the party. We have persuaded the democratic parties to also adopt this formula, and the democratic parties also understand it, and the business community also understands it. It is absolutely proved that this method is possible against the national bourgeoisie. People who make mistakes, people who have various petty bourgeois ideas, people who have idealism, people who have metaphysical ideas, this method can be used to develop them into the entire people. A disarmed enemy can develop out of a population of 600 million. Before disarmament, it was soldier against soldier, general against general, life and death. Once they are disarmed, we treat them with a different attitude and reform them. Transforming him must start from the desire for unity. When Mao Zedong talked about the second, third, and fourth questions, he answered respectively whether the anti-revolutionary work was good or bad, whether cooperatives had any advantages, whether capitalists still wanted to reform, and whether there were two sides. These are all based on some discussions at the time. The fifth question is about intellectuals and young students. Mao Zedong first affirmed that intellectuals and young students have made great progress, and at the same time pointed out that there are also incorrect ideas, unhealthy tendencies, and some fluctuations among them. After the Hungarian incident came out, there were some strange comments that people hated Marxism and only wanted to do business. As for politics, future, ideals, and other things, they didn't care. It seems that Marxism was fashionable for a period, but by the second half of last year it was no longer so fashionable. Therefore, we must strengthen ideological work and strengthen political work. Among our youth and intellectuals, we should further transform ourselves. We still need to mention transformation and don't shy away from it. The ideological remolding in the past was a bit rough and hurt people in some places. Don't carry out such remolding now. Study hard. In addition to business and majors, you should make progress ideologically and politically. It is necessary to learn some Marxism, current affairs, and politics. Without this thing, there is no soul. He criticized, in recent times, ideological work and political work have weakened. The Education Department does not care about political work. Who is in charge of the Education Department? The Ministry of Higher Education should be in charge of political work. I think the Communist Party should be in charge, the Youth League should be in charge, and the government administrative departments should be in charge. It used to be called moral education, physical education, and intellectual education. Now we have become two educations, and moral education is no longer needed. The so-called moral education means learning some Marxism and politics. The seventh question is about overall planning and appropriate arrangements. When elaborating on this policy, Mao Zedong specifically talked about family planning. He said, "We have so many people in this country, which is something that no other country in the world has. It has so many people, 600 million people. We should promote birth control here, and just have fewer children. Production must be planned. I think humans are the worst at managing themselves." He has a plan for the production of the factory, the production of cloth, the production of tables, chairs, and benches, and the production of steel. There is no plan for the production of human beings. It is anarchy, no government, no organization, and no discipline. This government may want to set up a department, a Ministry of Family Planning, okay. Or set up a commission, the Birth Control Commission, as an agency of the government. A people's group can also organize a people's group to advocate. Because we need to solve some technical problems, allocate funds, think of ways, and do publicity. He also talked about solving the problem of unemployment, the enrollment of school-age children, and the employment of graduates. These all need to be taken into consideration and properly arranged. At this point, Mao Zedong suggested taking a rest. 15 minutes later, the meeting continued. Let's start with the eighth question. Let 100 flowers bloom, 100 schools of thought contend, coexist for a long time, and supervise each other. This question and the first question are the two most important parts of the Zheng speech. He said, Stalin did not admit that there were contradictions in socialist society for a long period of time. But in his later years, in 1952, he wrote a book called Economic Problems of Socialism in the Soviet Union, in which he admitted that there was a contradiction between production relations and productivity. If the two are handled well, the conflict will not develop into confrontation; if they are not handled well, it will develop into confrontation. It will develop into conflict. He has seen this. It should be affirmed that contradictions exist in socialist society. The basic contradiction is the contradiction between production relations and productive forces, and between the superstructure and the economic base. These contradictions are manifested as contradictions within the people. Because there are no exploiters in a socialist society, the ownership system is ownership by the whole people and collective ownership, and there are no private capitalists, private land owners, private factory owners, or private enterprise owners. Therefore, when we say that Stalin lacked dialectics, it does not mean that he did not have dialectics. I said that his dialectics is a shy dialectics, or hesitation dialectics. He went on to say, how did these slogans come up? Let 100 flowers bloom, 100 schools of thought contend, long-term coexistence, and mutual supervision? It means acknowledging the different contradictions in society. In art and literature, it should be expressed as 100 flowers blooming. This let 100 flowers bloom includes such things as various flowers, but it also includes a flower with a different nature. For example, there is idealism in 100 flowers blooming. He asked himself, what kind of flower is dogmatism? Is dogmatism Marxism? Dogmatism is not Marxism. Its method is a metaphysical method, one-sided, isolated, one-sided and without analysis. He put forward this point of view. In the old society, almost all new things were hit when they first appeared. He cited some examples from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad, such as Confucius, Sima Qian, Sun Yat-sen, Sakyamuni, Jesus, Copernicus, Galileo, Darwin, etc. He said, new forces must go through hard work to be recognized by society. Socialist society is a little different, but there are still many new things that are suppressed and encountered by bureaucrats and diehards. Mao Zedong particularly emphasized that Marxism developed in struggle. He said, the opposite aspects of dialectical materialism, such as idealism, should be criticized. It is wrong not to criticize. We should also criticize those things in literary and artistic works that reflect bourgeois and petty bourgeois tendencies. There must be criticism, appropriate criticism, and persuasive criticism. Dogmatic criticism cannot solve the problem, but only encourages these bad things. Criticism and self-criticism are a guideline for the people to educate themselves and develop their own careers. Right things develop by fighting against wrong things, and this is what Marxism is like. Whatever is new in the world, whatever is viable, is developed by fighting against old things and old things. Marxism was developed by fighting against bourgeois ideas. The ninth question is how to deal with strikes, school strikes, demonstrations, and petitions. Mao Zedong said, these troubles cannot be said to be mainly due to counter-revolution, but mainly due to shortcomings in our work. We cannot educate or lead. I said that conflicts often occur among the people, such as strikes, school strikes, and farmers carrying poles. They happened last year, they will happen again this year, and they happened in the past few years. We cannot blame them all on the Hungarian incident. I said that once the Hungarian incident comes, things in China will be difficult to handle. Regarding this issue, I have come up with 4 methods, please see if they are correct. First, overcome bureaucracy and handle conflicts appropriately so that they do not cause trouble. Second, if they want to make trouble, let them make trouble. Third, if they want to make trouble, let them make enough trouble. Fourth, except for a few individuals, generally do not fire them. I think there will be more problems in the future. People's hearts are divided. There are hundreds of millions of people, and many people among them will have different ideas from us. This is one aspect. The second aspect is that many of our staff have low educational levels. Even highly educated people may not always make mistakes. Sometimes intellectuals make even more serious mistakes. The 10th question talks about the dual nature of making trouble and causing chaos. He pointed out that many things in the world, including the riots, the Hungarian incident, etc., have a dual nature, good and bad. Mao Zedong gave some examples to illustrate his view. This is a further theoretical analysis of the previous issue, guiding people to look at this issue from a dialectical point of view. When talking about the two possibilities of World War III, he expressed a basic estimate of the international situation at that time. One don't think it will happen for a long time, maybe giving us more than 10 years, or a little more time. Now, the imperialists mainly infiltrate the socialist camp. They hope that events in Poland and Hungary will happen. What is the main contradiction in the current world? The United States competed with European imperialist countries such as Britain and France for colonies. This is their main contradiction. There are three forces fighting in the world, one is called socialism, one is called the national independence movement, and the other is imperialism. The second force can cooperate with us on certain issues, such as peace and anti-imperialism. At present, imperialism has little interest in fighting a war. The 11th question is about the issue of ethnic minorities and Han chauvinism, the Tibetan issue. The focus of Mao Zedong's emphasis was on opposing Han chauvinism. The last question, regarding the possibility that China may change its appearance within the third or fourth five-year plans, is actually about China's industrialization path. He said, the Soviet Union has a road to industrialization. Are we on the same path as the Soviet Union? I guess something is different. On the 10 major relationships, several relationships touch upon this issue. The investment ratios in heavy industry, light industry, and agriculture should change slightly compared to the past. The ratio of the Soviet Union was 9:1, that is, 90% of heavy industry and 10% of light industry and agriculture, which was too much for agriculture. There is a problem here, that is, if farmers are not very motivated, the market will not be prosperous. Where is the market for heavy industry? In light industry and agriculture. The ratio of our first 5-year plan was 8:1, and the results of its implementation were 7:1, which was better than that of the Soviet Union. Looking at this ratio, I need to consider it in the second 5-year plan. Priority should still be given to the development of heavy industry, but a new path must be taken. Could this be faster than the speed of industrialization in the Soviet Union? It looks slower, but actually it's faster. This involves learning from the Soviet Union. He said, all countries must learn from this, including the United States. This is for sure. But we mainly learn from the Soviet Union. There are two attitudes towards learning. One is to learn everything and be dogmatic, bringing in all bad experiences and inapplicable things, good and bad. This attitude is not good. What we are talking about is learning from the advanced experience of the Soviet Union. It was already evening when Mao Zedong talked about this. Everyone was very interested, but the speech stopped abruptly. Throughout the speech, he talked about the major problems encountered in the theory and practice of socialism. Mao Zedong spoke in a simple and easy-to-understand way, talked and laughed happily, and expressed many new viewpoints and new thoughts. The firm confidence in the future of socialism, the power of the truth of Marxism, the people's power, the full trust in the people, and the broad mind that tolerates all rivers, which he showed in his speech, deeply moved everyone present. Subsequently, throughout the whole day of February 28 and the morning of March 1, all personnel attending the enlarged meeting of the Supreme State Council discussed Mao Zedong's speech in groups. On the afternoon of March 1, a speech was given at the conference. 16 people including Li Jishan, Zhang Bajun, Huang Yanpi, Ma Solun, Tan Kaki, Tan Shutong, Guo Moruo, Cheng Qian, Ma Yinchu, Su Diheng, De Pushan, Lu Wenhui, Che Xiang Chen, Sheng Piwa, Sun Weiru, Huang Qixiang, and others spoke. At the end of the meeting, Mao Zedong gave a 45-minute summary speech. Some are supplements to the speech delivered on the 27th, and some are responses to questions raised during the discussion. Someone asked during the discussion, "Can Marxism be criticized?" Mao Zedong replied, "Marxism is not afraid of criticism. If Marxism can be criticized and it can be proved that Marxism is not the truth, then this thing will not work. Therefore, there is no question of whether Marxism can be criticized." Someone asked, "Can veteran cadres be criticized?" Mao Zedong said, "If veteran cadres fail to criticize, they should be criticized. If you are afraid of criticism, you will always have weaknesses. In my opinion, both veteran cadres and new cadres have weaknesses, and they should be criticized in all areas of weakness, and this should become a habit. The people have the right to criticize things that are within the scope of the people. We just don't give this right to counter-revolutionaries. Of course it's good if the criticism is right, but it's okay if the criticism is wrong. This means that the speaker is not guilty." Some people pointed out that the speech on February 27 did not talk enough about long-term coexistence and mutual supervision. Mao Zedong said, "This is correct, and it is also a kind of criticism. I didn't talk much about this issue the day before yesterday. What is long-term? That is, as long as the lifespan of the Communist Party is, so will the lifespan of the Democratic parties. How to supervise? It is criticism and suggestions. The main method is criticism. Starting from the desire for unity, through criticism, we can achieve unity and improve our work." Mao Zedong also talked about small democracy and big democracy. He said, "Now the working methods have been changed, and it is small democracy. But some places do not practice small-scale democracy, there is no democracy at all, it is just bureaucracy. This forced the emergence of a great democracy, which led to strikes and school strikes. We do not advocate strikes or school strikes, but we advocate the use of critical methods to solve problems within the scope of the people. If the bureaucracy in some places is very serious, strikes and school strikes are allowed within such a scope. We regard strikes, school strikes, marches, demonstrations, petitions, etc. as a supplementary method to overcome contradictions among the people and adjust social order." He also talked about expanding the distribution scope of reference news from the past 2,000 copies to 300,000 copies, and also agreed to publish the complete works of Chiang Kai-shek. He said, "To see the world, you have to withstand wind and rain, and don't hide in a greenhouse. Things that grow in a greenhouse are not strong." During the discussion, someone also raised the issue of the rise of purely technical viewpoints. Mao Zedong said, "The technical point of view is good, that is, we must develop science and technology, we must have a scientific and technical point of view, and we must develop it to the point where everyone is enthusiastic. However, don't take a purely technical view. I hope our comrades will care about the new politics and the new overall situation. Some of our so-called ideological work, political work, and educational work are unacceptable to people. They are nothing more than dogmatic, unconvincing, and cannot arouse their interest. Therefore, we should improve our political work." The Right Place speech was Mao Zedong's relatively systematic elaboration of a series of important thoughts that he had formed over the past few months. But he doesn't think the problem has been solved. He never believed that problems would be solved by issuing a document, especially when it involved major theoretical and practical issues. At his suggestion, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held a national propaganda work conference in Beijing from March 6 to 13, and made an exception to invite people from outside the party to participate. The conference invited more than 160 non-party figures from science, education, literature and art, journalism, publishing and other fields, accounting for 1/5 of all participants. The main topics of the meeting were to convey and implement Mao Zedong's righteousness speech, study ideological trends and ideological issues, and conscientiously implement the Double Hundred policy. The meeting first listened to the recording of the speech right place and then discussed in groups. Mao Zedong did not speak immediately. Instead, he held 5 symposiums during the meeting to understand the situation and discuss the situation. This is actually another large-scale investigation. The survey objects are concentrated in the intellectual community, and the scope of the survey is quite broad and distinctive. Mao Zedong gained a large amount of perceptual knowledge from them and learned about many problems existing in propaganda work and scientific and cultural work, which enriched his understanding of new problems and new characteristics that emerged in the ideological field under socialist conditions. On March 7, from 8:40 p.m. to 12:05 p.m., a general education work symposium was held in Yiniantang. Participants in the discussion included Qianzhi Rui, Zhang Jishun, Dong Chunke, Luo Qingli, Chu Nizheng, He Kaijun, Lu Jianfei, Gu Mei, Zhou Shizao, Wu Zhongsheng, etc. Most of these people are heads of provincial education departments. Peng Zhen, Kong Sheng, and Hu Qiaomu attended the symposium. Mao Zedong talked about something like this: our teaching plans and textbooks are consistent across the country. Is there something wrong with this approach? Can each province add some teaching materials? Are there any private secondary schools in each province? Private middle schools can still be opened, but once they are established, the government should not accept them. Schools must vigorously carry out ideological education and education on observing discipline and working hard. Students must be able to endure hardship and be able to start from scratch. Attention should be paid to cultivating students' creative spirit and not making them like flowers in a greenhouse. Political classes should be relevant to reality, lively and interesting, and should not be dogmatic. They should let middle school students know some principles of life. The party committee should guide the thoughts of young people and guide the thoughts of teachers. On March 8, from 8 p.m. to 11:55 p.m., Shen Yanbing, Lao Shi, Ba Jian, Zhou Xinfang, Su Pingyu, Fang Ji, Yu Haidiang, Zhou Gangming, Chang Sumin, Cai Chusheng, Lu Kan, Hu Cai, Zhao Dan and others were invited to the Yiniantang for a discussion. Peng Zhen, Kong Sheng, Lu Ding Ai, Hu Qiaomu, Zhou Yang and Qianzhi Rui attended the symposium. After experiencing the criticism of the movie The Legend of Wu Sun and the criticism of Yu Pingbo's Dream of Red Mansion's research, the literary and art circles are a little dull. These criticisms and debates are necessary, but excessive firepower has caused some side effects. In particular, the criticism of Hu Feng has evolved from the original debate on literary theory to the exposure and cleanup of the so-called counter-revolutionary group, which has created a kind of political repression and fear. Although these are still local conditions and problems among some people, they still leave some problems buried in people's hearts in the entire literary and art world. Encouraged by Mao Zedong's repeated advocacy of the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contending, especially in his righteousness speech, some issues were raised at this national propaganda work conference, and some were even brought to the symposium. Mao Zedong tried his best to answer various questions raised by the participants. Someone asked, "Can the ending of the bureaucrats be written as failure and death?" Mao Zedong gave an example of a movie called Whose Honor Belongs. The movie depicts a railway chief who is a bureaucrat but was not removed from his post. Mao Zedong said that writing in this way is called incomplete. Anti-bureaucracy should be radical. Everyone was very concerned about the upcoming rectification campaign by the Chinese Communist Party and raised some questions. Mao Zedong said, the Central Committee will hold a meeting and issue an instruction to prepare this year and start next year. The content of the rectification movement is to rectify subjectivism, bureaucracy, and sectarianism. We advocate letting 100 flowers bloom. Some people are afraid of 100 flowers. The environment for 100 flowers to bloom has not yet been created. It should be estimated that the situation in China is small at both ends and big in the middle. There are so many petty bourgeoisie. They are nothing more than confused minds and demanding answers to questions. Are all writers required to accept a Marxist worldview? Mao Zedong replied, it will probably take decades for most writers to accept the Marxist worldview. Before you accept the Marxist worldview, as long as you don't form a secret group, you can write your own story, and each will have its own truth. Regarding the current situation of literary criticism, it was an issue on which there were many and concentrated opinions at that time. Mao Zedong said, I have not read many articles in this area. After reading a few, I feel that there are not many appropriate criticisms. Some of the criticism was brutal. Nowadays, literary criticism can be said to fall into three categories: one is scratching the itch, not dogmatic, and helpful; the other is scratching the surface, being empty and general, and getting no help from it, and if you write it, you will not write it; the third type is dogmatic, brutal, beating people to death with a stick, and hindering the development of literary criticism. Regarding the issues of socialist realism, inheriting cultural heritage, the purpose of literature and art, etc., Mao Zedong expressed his views. At the same time, he said that if these issues cannot be clarified or drawn at the moment, there is no need to be nervous and they can be studied and discussed. The entire symposium was filled with a relaxed and lively atmosphere. On March 10, from 3 to 6:40 p.m., Deng Tuo, Jin Zonghua, Su Zukan, Zhao Keogu, Yang Yangji, Fan Jin, Wu Xiang, Li Chao, Chang's Hiking, Zhu Miji, Xu Xingken, Zhen Yangziu, Huang Lufeng, Wang Yunzheng, etc. were invited to discuss news and publishing issues. Kang Sheng, Lu Ding'ai, Hu Qiaomu, Zhou Yang, Qian Junrui and others participated. The press and publishing industry is responsive to changes in the political climate and is relatively active in thinking. They raised many questions at the meeting. Mao Zedong listened and answered with ease. Regarding the countless problems in the mind when running a newspaper in a socialist society, he said, there are always countless problems in the mind at the beginning of everything. Now we have to deal with the problems of contradictions among the people. It is not like engaging in class struggle in the past. It is natural for us to have numerous problems in our hearts. It doesn't matter if there are countless, we can study the problem carefully. Some people report that people don't like to read newspapers now. Mao Zedong said, newspapers must have leaders, but the leadership must be suitable for the objective conditions. If the masses like to watch, it proves that the leadership is good. If the masses don't like to watch, the leadership is not so good. He also said, it is right for newspaper articles to be shorter, shorter and shorter, but softer, softer and softer should be considered. Don't be too hard, people won't like it if it's too hard. You can unify soft and hard things. The article is written in a simple and friendly way, and it covers the near and distant topics in a fascinating and engaging way, which is good. It's not good to run a newspaper with a straight face. Someone asked, what would happen if Lu Xun were alive? Mao replied, I think Lu Xun was alive, but he dared not write. In an abnormal atmosphere, he may not write, but it is more likely that he will write. Nowadays, some writers dare not write. There are two situations: one is that we have not created an environment for them to dare to write, and they are afraid of being punished; the other is that they have not learned materialism themselves, and they dare to write even if they are thorough materialists. How is criticism carried out in newspapers? He said, criticism of people's internal problems can also be sharp-edged. I also want to write some articles for the newspaper, but I have to resign as chairman. I can create a column in the newspaper and be a columnist. The article must be sharp, and the knife can cut the paper, but it must be sharp enough to help people rather than hurt them. When criticizing in newspapers, you must prepare stairs for others, otherwise they will be surrounded by people and they will not be able to go downstairs. The same goes for fighting bureaucracy. During the Three Antis campaign, many ministers were brought downstairs by ladders carried by the central government. In the past, it was necessary to engage in sports, and it wouldn't work if we didn't do it, but once we did it, it hurt too many people. We should learn a lesson. He once again emphasized that it is not in the interests of the majority of the people to engage in large-scale democracy now. Some people always want to use big democracy to punish others, but when it comes to punishing themselves, the smaller the democracy, the better. I think in literature, journalism, etc., small democracy is needed to solve problems. Adding the word small to small democracy means drizzle, which keeps falling. When talking about the need for communists to learn from people outside the party, he said, when it comes to running newspapers, the Communist Party is not as good as people outside the party. This is true for running schools, engaging in publishing, and doing scientific research. It is half true to say that the Communist Party cannot lead science. Now we are laymen leading experts, engaged in administrative leadership and political leadership. As for specific science and technology, we do not understand it. This situation of administrative leadership will change in the future. On March 11, from 8:30 p.m. to 11:25 p.m., Mao Zedong invited some university leaders to have a discussion in Yiniantang. Participants include Yang Ziyufeng, Chen Wangdao, Peng Kong, Kuang Yaming, Peng Dixian, Feng Naokeo, Yang Xianzhen, Feng Yalan, Hu Zikui, etc. Peng Zhen, Kong Sheng, Lu Ding'ai, Chen Boda, Zhang Jishun, Hu Qiaomu, Zhou Yang and Qian Junrui participated. On March 13, which was the closing day of the National Propaganda Work Conference, Mao Zedong convened the last symposium from 8 p.m. to 1 p.m. the next day. Invited to participate in the symposium were some well-known figures in the natural sciences and social sciences, Guo Moruo, Tong Dizhu, Qian Sanqiang, Tan Jiaozhan, Pan Zinian, Xiangda, Fei Xiaotong, Shen Ziwen, Jian Bozan, Zhang Jinfu, Yu Guangyuan, etc. Peng Zhen, Kong Sheng, Lu Ding'ai, Chen Boda, Zhang Jishun, Hu Qiaomu, Zhou Yang, Qian Junrui, Yang Ziyufeng and Huang Songling attended the symposium. These symposiums showed that Mao Zedong was familiar with the situation in the ideological and cultural fields, had an open mind, and sincerely hoped to implement the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend. On the afternoon of March 12, Mao Zedong delivered a speech at the National Propaganda Work Conference. The first question in the speech is what period we are in now. He believes, we are now in a period of great social change. Chinese society has been in the midst of great changes for a long time. This change now is much deeper and broader than the changes in the past. Such big changes are reflected in our thoughts and consciousness. The interrelationships of the various classes across the country changed. The petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie are changing, the individual becomes collective, and private property becomes public property. Therefore, it is completely understandable that various different opinions are reflected ideologically. This big change should be said to be basically healthy. Overthrowing the old social system and establishing a new social system is the socialist system. This struggle is basically healthy. However, it will take several years to consolidate. The current period is still one of unconsolidation. I think it will take about 5 years for China's social system to be consolidated. We will build a great industrialized country based on the new system, the socialist system. Such a future should be seen. The second problem is intellectual problem. Mao Zedong made an estimate of the situation of intellectuals after entering the socialist society. He said, "There are about 5 million intellectuals in our country. A few of them are not so welcoming or happy about the socialist system, and even have a hostile mood, believing that socialism has no superiority, that socialism will not last long and will fail. Or there are some people who hope that socialism will one day return to capitalism. There are very few people like this, 1 or 2%, or a little less. In addition, more than 90% are patriots and support socialism. However, there are also many people who are not clear about how to work under the socialist system, how to solve many new problems, and how to answer them. Taking Marxism as an example, there are about 10% of intellectuals who are relatively familiar with Marxism and agree with and support Marxism. They are a minority. Most people want to learn Marxism and have learned a little bit about it, but they are not that familiar with it. Some people still have some doubts. It's different when it comes to the standard of patriotism. Many people do not agree with Marxism or socialism, but he behaves as a patriot in front of foreigners. There are many people who welcome Marxism but are unfamiliar with it, and others who are skeptical. This is an intermediate state. These people make up the majority. It should be admitted that the state will exist for a long time. Comrades are all engaged in propaganda work, and we have a task to promote Marxism. This propaganda is gradual and must be done well so that people are willing to accept it. Within the next few 5-year plans, it would be good if more of our intellectuals accept the Marxist worldview and enable them to understand more Marxism through practice. You cannot force people to accept Marxism, you can only persuade them to accept it. The third question is about the need for educators to be educated first. He said, "Our country is a culturally underdeveloped country. We are all people who educate people. Whether they are running schools, scientists, journalists, writers, or artists, they are all gentlemen of the people. These 5 million intellectuals are the property of our country. If we don't have these 5 million intellectuals, we can't do anything well. There are only 3 groups of people in the country: workers, farmers, and intellectuals. The nature of intellectuals is to serve workers and farmers. They are mental workers, workers who use their brains. Precisely because they educate the people and are teachers of the people, they have a task, that is, they should be educated first, especially in periods of great social change. Intellectuals are the legacy left to us by the old society. These millions of intellectuals must first receive education. It's not that it's already been remodeled, so it doesn't need to be remodeled. I think it needs to be remodeled. Most people are willing to learn. He should have the kindness of others to help him on the basis of his own willingness, rather than being forced to learn." Mao Zedong said here that intellectuals are workers who work with their brains and are workers who use their brains. This is a realistic statement, consistent with the statement made at the Intellectuals Conference in 1956 that intellectuals are part of the working class. But in the revised speech delivered in 1964, this formulation disappeared. Before that, intellectuals had been classified as bourgeois. This change is inseparable from the gradual left errors in guiding ideology. The fourth question raised by Mao Zedong is about rectification. He said, "The Communist Party is preparing for rectification. The central government has made a decision to start testing this year and then conduct it more generally next year. Non-party members are invited to participate voluntarily. The purpose of the rectification movement is to criticize several things. One is subjectivism, mainly dogmatism, the second is sectarianism, and the third is bureaucracy. The current situation is very bureaucracy. Rectification does not require big democracy, but small democracy. In group meetings, it is small democracy. We should be gentle, treat illnesses and save people, and oppose the method of beating people to death with a stick. During the rectification movement, we must push forward the study of Marxism. We should not be limited to what Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin have already said. We should develop in accordance with their basic principles and directions. Marxism must develop and cannot be stopped. If it stops, it will have no vitality. Basic principles cannot be violated. Violation of basic principles is revisionism. To stop moving forward becomes dogmatism. The fifth question is about serving the people. Mao Zedong said, recently, several comrades went to the countryside to squat for several months, which was very beneficial. Taking a quick look at things is one way to do it. Another way is to get off your horse and look at the flowers. Should our writers and artists go? I think we should go. If all the scientific and technical personnel run away, of course not. Within the 3 5-year plans, we must gradually win over these intellectuals to have direct contact with producers. Nowadays, many people go for a run and say they want to experience life. As a result, some people have achievements and some people have no achievements. It depends on the attitude adopted, which has something to do with the Marxist worldview. If 70% of intellectuals reach out to workers and farmers within 11 years, then the Marxism in books can be transformed into Marxism that is truly owned by oneself. If you read some Marxist books, gain some understanding through contact with workers and farmers, and gain some understanding in your own work, then many of us will have a common language, not only a common language of patriotism and the socialist system, but also a common language of the Marxist worldview. Mao Zedong said, when 100 schools of thought contend, they say 100 schools of thought, but in fact there are only two, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. To talk about 100 schools of thought is to say there are so many. There are several Marxisms, revisionism is one, and dogmatism is one. The sixth question is about one-sidedness. Mao Zedong said that there are two kinds of one-sidedness, dogmatism and opportunism, affirming everything or denying everything. Dogmatism is a one-sided approach to Marxism, using metaphysics to explain Marxism, and affirming everything about one's own work. It can only speak good, not bad, and can only praise, not criticize. That period in the past was called revolution, and this is what our party engaged in. It was called class struggle. There is indeed some knowledge and methods in this area. Because during the revolution, we are leading the masses to fight against the enemy. We cannot hesitate. There are many things that cannot be discussed calmly and require quick decisions. As a result, a style of work has been developed. Many comrades have only one experience and a few methods in the new situation. There are also some simplifications and administrative orders. He said, the other kind of person denies everything, saying that there is no good thing at all, and it is all darkness. All the bad things they exposed should be corrected. As for the critics, they are one-sided and have mistakes, and they must be criticized. He said, affirm everything and deny everything, dogmatism and opportunism are all metaphysics and must be criticized. However, criticism should be treated with the attitude of treating illnesses and saving lives. We must gradually use the method of dialectics, which means analyzing things, writing articles persuasively, speaking some truth, and not convincing others by putting on bureaucratic airs. When you are writing an article, you should think about how many years you have been an official. Now you are a director, or a minister. Throw these things out of the sky and be equal to anyone else. Next, Mao Zedong answered some questions in a targeted manner. Can the Communist Party lead science? Some people say that the Communist Party can lead class struggle and can engage in politics, but not science. I say that this statement is half correct. In this current period, I think I can lead but cannot lead. If you don't understand the specific content of this or that subject in natural science, you won't be able to lead. In this they are right. But half of it is wrong. If the Communist Party can lead class struggle, it can also lead the fight against nature. If there is such a party, called the Communist Party, It can only engage in social struggle and cannot lead the entire society to fight against nature. Then such a party should perish. The Communist Party used to be busy with class struggle. Until now, class struggle has basically ended, but it has not yet completely ended. It has to deal with many political issues. Like anything else, class struggle has to be learned. It took us decades of effort, from 1921 to the 7th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, and 24 years, to enable us to have a scientific approach to class struggle and a set of strategies and tactics based on Marxist principles and suitable for China's conditions. It may take such a long time to learn natural science. The Communist Party of China is the party that has led the class struggle to victory. Its current task is to fight against nature, that is, to carry out construction. To carry out construction, we need science and we must learn this thing. Is the struggle mainly within the people or the class struggle? Many comrades have raised this issue, and we must give priority to it. It seems that the meaning is that it would be better and more comfortable to focus on class struggle. And I happen to change positions. The topic I spoke about at the Supreme State Council was how to deal with internal struggles among the people. This includes part of the class struggle. For example, we put the national bourgeoisie within the people to deal with it. Internal struggles among the people are now prominent. The 8th National Congress concluded that the large-scale class struggle has ended, and what is highlighted now is the struggle within the people. Petty bourgeois ideology is a problem within the people. We deal with the problems of the Chinese bourgeoisie as problems within the people. We should make a detailed analysis and avoid inappropriately assigning big hats. It seems that we can get things done just by attaching one hat to the problem. The seventh question raised by Mao Zedong, release or recover. He said, this is a matter of policy. The central government's opinion is not in favor of collection but release. Will it be messy? Will it turn into a Hungarian incident? It cannot be changed. There are two ways to lead China, which are letting go or tightening. If there is no democracy at all and is full of bureaucracy, which does not allow for big democracy, or even small democracy, and the problem cannot be solved horizontally, then we will be forced to go to hell. I think in that case, strikes and school strikes are a means of solving problems and a way of regulating social life. Let 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend. Such a policy is conducive to the consolidation of our country. Now it is not enough, not enough. Don't be afraid of letting go, don't be afraid of criticism, don't be afraid of chaos, don't be afraid of ghosts, and don't be afraid of poisonous weeds. The policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend will only develop truth and art, and enable us to make fewer mistakes. This is the dialectic of development. He said, we hope to use this policy to unite millions of intellectuals and hundreds of millions of people to change the current situation. Well, first of all, the Communist Party must change its attitude, change its bureaucratic attitude, change its dogmatic attitude, and change its sectarian attitude. The eighth question is about the requirements for party committees in various places. Mao Zedong proposed, I hope that all localities will also learn from this propaganda meeting and hold such a meeting, inviting people from outside the party to participate, and grasp ideological issues. He asked the first secretaries of the provincial, municipal, and autonomous region party committees to focus on ideological issues and put this issue on the agenda for study. Mao Zedong's speech ended. The venue gave warm applause, and this applause came from the heart. This speech further enriched and deepened the theme of how to deal with contradictions among the people that he proposed not long ago from aspects such as ideological issues, intellectual issues, and the double hundred policy issues. The famous writer and translator Fu Lei, who attended this meeting and listened to Mao Zedong's speech, once expressed his feelings very emotionally in a letter home. Chairman Mao's speech, the tone, are particularly friendly and easygoing, full of humor, and there is no lecturing tone, the speed is appropriate, and there are appropriate pauses in between, which cannot be conveyed by notes. His Marxism has reached a state of transformation. He picked it up casually and turned it into wonderful truths. He expressed it with a very natural attitude and invisibly penetrated the hearts of the audience. The logic of his speech is all. He is a master of art. The literary and art circles in Shanghai have been in a state of depression for the past 6 months. Local leaders have tightened their grip, as if they would incite the masses whenever they criticize the shortcomings of institutions. The newspapers have increasingly emphasized affirmation, and the old talk of achievements are primary, shortcomings are secondary, and so on. Because of this, the issue of contention among 100 schools of thought was mentioned at the National Conference of Provincial and Municipal Party Committee Secretaries from January 18 to 27. It was more clearly mentioned at the Supreme State Council at the end of February. This speech to us on March 12 was more specific. It can be seen that his thinking is gradually developing in depth. He repeatedly said that how to deal with internal conflicts among the people is also a new issue for the party and needs to be solved. It is beneficial to have discussions with people outside the party. In the next 3 to 5 years, it will be held every year. He also asked the provincial and municipal committees to convene people outside the party to discuss matters within the party. Of course, Chairman Mao has a broad mind and a good grasp of national affairs. March 17 is a Sunday. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Mao Zedong left Beijing by special train. His destination is Hangzhou. However, he plans to use the opportunity of this trip to give a speech along the way, and the topic is still how to deal with internal conflicts among the people. In his view, this issue was too big and important, and he wanted to arouse the entire party's attention. This speech along the way actually became the ideological launch for party-wide rectification. At noon that day, the special train arrived in Tianjin. He first talked with the heads of the Tianjin Municipal Party Committee Huang Huaqing, Wu Yanning, Wan Xiaotang, Li Zhengtao, Li Huazheng, and others. In the evening, I came to the People's Theater and delivered a speech at the Tianjin Party members and cadres meeting. Let's talk about the double hundred policy. This is a matter of concern to the whole party. Some in the party are in favor, some are uncomfortable, and some are skeptical. This is how Mao Zedong's speech began. Then he said, in the past few decades, from the beginning of our party to the basic completion of socialist transformation in the first half of last year, our party's energy has been mainly focused on class struggle. Now some people say that the Communist Party cannot do science, cannot teach in universities, cannot be doctors in hospitals, cannot be engineers or technicians in factories. What I said is correct and consistent with the facts, that is, we have no scientists, engineers, and technicians, doctors, or university professors. This is what we are not good at. But what they said is also incomplete. Half of it is right, and the other half is wrong. As far as specific businesses and specific technologies are concerned, we cannot lead. As far as the advancement of science as a whole is concerned, we can lead, that is, we must lead with politics and lead with national plans. We have only one way out, which is to learn from them. You can learn it in 10 to 15 years. Lead them not just politically, but lead them business-wise, technically. He said, now, the work of class struggle is basically over. The so-called basically over does not mean completely over. Large-scale, mass class struggle is basically over, the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China said. Our entire party must engage in construction, learn science, and learn to be professors in universities and conduct experiments and study science in scientific research institutions. We must learn to be engineers, technicians, and doctors. We must lead the entire society to fight against nature and change the face of China. It took us decades to change China's political landscape. It will take decades to fundamentally change the economic outlook. We did not know how to carry out class struggle in the past. After many failures and many changes, we have learned and become good at carrying out class struggle. Now it will take decades for us to carry out construction. Can we pay less than what we paid when we learned class struggle? If we do not repeat the mistakes of the past, we can pay a lower price during construction and avoid things like the Hungarian incident. He said, due to the various things, various dissatisfactions, and many erroneous arguments that have emerged due to the basic end of class struggle, what policy should we take? We should adopt the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend and resolve them through discussion and debate. This is the only method, and no other method is appropriate. But now there is a mood within the party that is to continue the simple method of the past, where if you don't obey, you will be engaged in military law. That's for dealing with enemies, that method won't work anymore. Rough methods cannot be used for any scientific, ideological, or spiritual issues. There are two methods, one is called persuasion and the other is persuasion. Should we use persuasion or persuasion? Now some of our comrades can't wait any longer and have many thoughts about suppressing the situation. Pressure is unsatisfactory and will only put us at a disadvantage. If we use the method of persuasion, we will be unreasonable and untenable, and we will lose. We must learn to reason, learn to write reasoning articles, and learn to make reasoning reports. A comrade once told me, I can't handle so many arguments. I just rush. I said that you can't solve the problem if you rush. You have to analyze it, study it, and write a persuasive article. As for whether the publication of various erroneous opinions in newspapers, periodicals, and symposiums will mess up our world and bring down the people's government, I say not at all. Because they are not counter-revolutionaries or spies, most of them are willing to cooperate with us, and only a handful of them are hostile to us. Mao Zedong also started from the issue of expanding the circulation scope of reference news and said that everyone inside and outside the party should be trained, see the world, and meet those anti-Marxist-Leninist things in order to fight against them and develop themselves. He said, don't lock yourself in a house, seal your eyes and ears, that's very dangerous. Marxism was created and developed in the struggle against its hostile forces, and it will continue to develop now. For example, when we do things in China, if we do not develop Marxism, then things will not be done well. When the principles of Marxism are implemented in China, they must have a Chinese flavor and problems must be solved according to specific conditions. If we adopt the method of persuasion and prevent 100 flowers from blooming and 100 schools of thought to contend, our nation will be inactive, simplistic, and unreasonable, and our party will not study and learn to reason. Marxism can develop only by fighting against non-Marxism. This is why it is necessary for 100 flowers to bloom and 100 schools of thought to contend. Mao Zedong's speech in Tianjin further elaborated on the double hundred policy, not only regarding it as a basic policy for the development of science and literature and art, but also for promoting the development of Marxism, and as a basic policy for handling contradictions among the people under new historical conditions. On the night of the 17th, Mao Zedong left Tianjin and continued southward. Arrive in Jinan early the next morning. At 7:50 p.m., in the auditorium of Shandong Provincial Government, he gave a speech to party members and cadres above the provincial level. The speech started out clearly and focused on ideological issues. He said, since the second half of last year, there has been some confusion in people's minds within our party and in society. For example, there have been more people criticizing the Communist Party, and people outside the party have dared to speak and talk about the shortcomings of our party. Some people say whether the Communist Party can lead science. There are also doubts about the superiority of socialism. Some people say that there are no advantages and cooperatives cannot be run well. Some intellectuals say that the United States is better than China and the Soviet Union. Last year, especially in the second half of the year, a lot of troubles occurred among the people. In newspapers, there are more and more sketches and satirical articles, as well as criticism and cynicism about shortcomings. Under such circumstances, Some Communist Party members and Communist Youth League members followed the lead of the bourgeoisie, negated everything, did not analyze, and saw the situation in a worse light. Some other Communist Party members were unconvinced and said, it was all caused by the two things of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contending. Therefore, there are two types of people in our party. One kind of people will follow whatever is said outside, the other kind of people want to accept it and suppress anyone who is disobedient. This is the current situation. Mao Zedong analyzed the international and domestic reasons for this situation. He said, foreign affairs have an impact on us. For example, the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union criticized Stalin, and later events in Poland and Hungary occurred. There was an anti-Soviet and anti-communist trend in the world. There are also errors in our work. Whether it is the work of eliminating counter-revolutionaries, land reform, cooperativization, or socialist transformation, there are errors of subjectivism, errors of bureaucracy, and errors of sectarianism. This confuses some people's minds. There are foreign influences, but it is mainly due to our domestic reasons. We are now in an era where large-scale class struggle has basically ended and socialist transformation has basically been completed. This is the conclusion reached by the 8th Congress, and this conclusion is in line with the situation. When we opposed Chiang Kai-shek in the past, the War of Liberation was a large-scale class struggle, the land reform, the suppression of counter-revolutionaries, and the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea were large-scale class struggles, and the socialist transformation was also a class struggle. Such a big struggle was basically over in the first half of last year, and problems among the people became apparent. The basic reason is this. When there are more problems among the people, many ideological problems are exposed and there is some chaos. Did you have ideological problems in the past? There were some in the past. In fact, it was even more chaotic in the years when we first entered the city. But those differences of opinion, were obscured by the massive class struggle. Mao Zedong specifically explained what the large-scale class struggle has basically ended. The so-called basic end means that there is still class struggle, especially in terms of ideology. I only say that it is basically over, not that it is all over. This point needs to be made clear and there should be no misunderstanding. This tale will hang for a long time. Especially the ideological aspect of class struggle is the struggle between proletarian thought and bourgeois thought. We deal with it as an internal contradiction. Class struggle is basically over. Where does our task turn? Turn to construction, lead the entire society, lead a population of 600 million, fight against nature, prosper China, and turn it into an industrial country. Regarding the question of who wins and who loses in the struggle between the two systems of socialism and capitalism, he said, according to what was said at the 8th Congress, the winner is basically divided, that is, capitalism has failed and socialism has basically won. Did he win in the end? That's not there yet. The final victory will take a while, probably 3 5-year plans. As for the struggle between two kinds of thought, the struggle between bourgeois thought and proletarian thought, Marxism and non-Marxism, who wins and who loses in terms of ideology will take a little longer. The general topic I am talking about today is called ideological issues, and there is a reason for this. Although the social system has changed, that idea has still persisted quite stubbornly. Especially in terms of worldview, whether it is a bourgeois worldview or a proletarian worldview, whether it is idealism or materialism, whether it is metaphysical materialism or metaphysical idealism, or dialectical materialism. This struggle between the two ideological aspects will take longer. When Mao Zedong analyzed the issue of intellectuals, he said that in our country, intellectuals are quite valuable, and we cannot do without them for a day. Therefore, we must win over them and turn them into proletarian intellectuals on the issue of world outlook. It will take about 3 5-year plans, by which time Marxism will have achieved a decisive victory. Finally, Let's talk about rectification. He said, our party is now preparing for rectification. If we want to win over intellectuals and people outside the party, we must first do one thing, which is to straighten out our own style of work. Prepare this year, next year, and the year after that, to let some drizzle and blow a little breeze to blow away our bureaucracy, subjectivism, and sectarianism. We start from the protection of comrades, from the desire for unity, and through appropriate criticism, we achieve new unity. One of the more prominent contents of Mao Zedong's speech was that the large-scale class struggle has basically ended, but the class struggle has not ended. In the ideological field, class struggle will exist for a long time. The issue of who wins and who loses in the ideological field has not yet been resolved, and it will take a long time to resolve. These meanings were not mentioned or clearly pointed out at the Supreme State Council on February 27 and the Propaganda Work Meeting on March 12. This is the reflection in his mind of what he said. Since the second half of last year, there has been some ideological confusion within our party and in society. This issue attracted more and more attention from him, which made him try to summarize it theoretically and make new explanations. An hour after Mao Zedong finished his speech, he left Jinan by special train. Arriving in Suzhou in the early morning of the next day, I took a flight in Suzhou and arrived in Nanjing at 12 o'clock. I stayed at the former U.S. Embassy in China. On the morning of March 20, Mao Zedong went to the Great Hall of the People in Nanjing and spoke at a meeting of party members and cadres in Jiangsu and Anhui provinces and the Nanjing military region. Before the speech, Mao Zedong made careful preparations and wrote an outline. The Nanjing speech and the subsequent Shanghai speech were all based on this outline. Mao Zedong's first sentence made the entire meeting seem relaxed and lively. He said, "I became a lobbyist, speaking a little bit here and there along the way." The first question he asked was about the basic characteristics of the current stage. He said, "Now we are in a period of transformation, that is, the class struggle of the past is basically over. This is the result of decades of struggle. Taking the history of the Communist Party as an example, it spans more than 30 years, starting from the Opium War and anti-imperialism, it spans more than 100 years. We have only done one thing, which is to engage in class struggle. Class struggle changes the superstructure and the social and economic system, which only opens the way for construction, the development of production, the transformation from an agricultural country to an industrial country, and the improvement of people's lives. Therefore, we are now in a period of change, from class struggle to the struggle against nature, from revolution to construction, from the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolution in the past and the subsequent socialist revolution to the technological revolution and the cultural revolution. In order to build our country, we must have technology and understand science. This is a big revolution. Without such a revolution, even if politics and social systems have changed, our country will still be a poor country, an agricultural country, and a country with handicrafts and handicrafts. For this, we must carry out a cultural revolution. Now, it seems that there are still some people who don't recognize such a change. He said, some people say that when we reach socialism, we will probably have to live a good life. This means they don't understand what socialism is. Now, we have established socialist production relations. This new production relations has just been established and has not yet been fully established. As for using the main force to engage in production, we have just begun. There is no life without production, and there is no good life without more production. How many years will it take to build our country? I think it will take about 100 years. It needs to be divided into several steps. In about 10 years it will be slightly better, in 20 or 30 years it will be better, in 50 years it can be just about the same, in 100 years it will be great and it will be very different from now. In 100 years, I will no longer be in this world, and I will no longer be able to enjoy happiness. It is necessary to carry out an education of hard work and starting from scratch. We are starting from scratch, and our ancestors gave us very little. Let us work with the people of the whole country, and the young people for decades to come. In this century, we will engage in revolution in the first half of the century and construction in the second half. The central task now is construction. This is Mao Zedong's overall description and grand vision of China's 150-year historical process in the 20th century and the first half of the 21st century. In the 20th century, revolution was carried out in the first half of the century, and construction was carried out in the second half of the century. Now is the period of transition from revolution to construction, and the central task in the future is construction. From now to the middle of the 21st century, it will take 100 years to build China well. Mao Zedong's views on these basic issues have been very clear since the publication of On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People and have not changed due to some confusion in the ideological circles. The second question he raised was about how to deal with people's troubles. He said, a completely new method must be adopted to deal with people's troubles. Those who break the law should be dealt with according to legal procedures. Others should be persuaded and educated rather than expelled. If you fire me here, you are beggar your neighbor. Many comrades are not mentally prepared for the people to make trouble with us. Because in the past we fought with the people against the enemy, but now the enemy is no longer there and we can no longer see the enemy. We are left with the people. If they have something to do, if they don't make trouble with you, who will they make trouble with? Some people advocate using old methods to deal with people's troubles, and some places call the police to arrest people. I said that when students went on strike and asked the police to arrest them, this was the Kuomintang's method. There are also those who are helpless and have absolutely no solution. We are not afraid of imperialism or Chiang Kai-shek, we are just afraid of the common people. He was good at what he did in the past. When it comes to dealing with people's troubles, he has not learned well and has never learned this lesson. We need to raise this issue openly and discuss it with both inside and outside the party, and a solution will come out. Regarding the issue of handling the contradiction between ourselves and the enemy, Mao Zedong said, the two current views are inappropriate. One is the right-wing view, which believes that the world is peaceful and that some reactionary elements and bad guys who should be dealt with according to law are not dealt with according to law. This aspect is now happening in all provinces and we should pay attention to it. The other is an exaggerated view, the left view, saying that there are still many counter-revolutionaries. There are still hidden counter-revolutionaries, this must be affirmed. But the elimination of counter-revolutionaries was fundamentally correct in the past. Things like Hungary will not happen in China. One of the reasons is that we eliminated counter-revolutionaries. The third question is about the policy of making overall arrangements, making appropriate arrangements, and strengthening ideological education. Mao Zedong called this a strategic policy. The overall considerations and appropriate arrangements he talks about here mainly refer to the issue of how to treat various types of people in different situations among the country's 600 million population and 5 million intellectuals, and he focuses on the policy issues for treating intellectuals. He said, for these millions of intellectuals, if we look down upon them and think we can do without them, this view is inappropriate. We cannot do without them. Without these millions of intellectuals, it can be said that we cannot take a single step forward. These millions of intellectuals are useful people, our property, and teachers of the people. We cannot treat these people with componentism, and their progress should be affirmed. The fourth issue mentioned by Mao Zedong is that 100 flowers bloom, 100 schools of thought contend, long-term coexistence, and mutual supervision. He said, nowadays, people outside the party are deeply afraid that we will retract and say that we are not releasing enough. Our comrades, on the other hand, want to take it in a little bit. The central government's opinion is that the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend should be adhered to, and should be released rather than retracted. He emphasized, high-pressure policies cannot solve problems, and high-pressure policies cannot be used to solve problems among the people. Will this cause chaos in the world? Will it bring down the people's government like what happened in Hungary? Mao Zedong's answer was, no. The situation in China is different from that in Hungary. The Communist Party has high prestige and the people's government has high prestige. Marxism is the truth and cannot be criticized. Finally, when talking about the issue of rectification, he proposed, we must maintain the same energy, revolutionary enthusiasm, and desperate spirit that we had during the past Revolutionary War, and carry out the revolutionary work to the end. Some comrades lack this enthusiasm and spirit and have stagnated. This phenomenon is not good, and these comrades should be educated. After Mao Zedong's speech, he took a short rest and then took a flight to Shanghai at 1 p.m. I swam for a while first. At 5 p.m., he went to the Sino-Soviet Friendship Building in Shanghai and delivered a speech at the Shanghai Party members and cadres meeting. This was Mao Zedong's last speech. The content is roughly the same as the speech in Nanjing, but more systematic. The speech starts from the characteristics of the transition period. He said that the new task before us is construction, and construction is also a kind of revolution. This is a technological revolution and a cultural revolution. It is necessary to unite members of the entire society to fight against nature. Of course, the construction process is still inseparable from the struggle between people. In the current transitional period, the struggle between people also includes class struggle. When we say that the class struggle is basically completed, we mean that there are still some aspects that are not yet completed, especially in terms of ideology. The struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie will continue to last for a long time. Our party has seen such a situation. At the 8th National Congress of the party, Comrade Liu Shaokai's report and the resolution of the conference both stated that large-scale mass class struggle has basically ended. However, there are still many comrades who are not very clear about this situation, and there is still a need to clarify it. He reviewed the process of the whole party's understanding of this issue and said, in the past period, the central government did not provide a detailed explanation on this issue. This is because this change only matured not long ago. For example, at the enlarged meeting of the Politburo in April last year, I talked about 10 relationships, 2 of which were issues between ourselves and the enemy, and 1 about right and wrong. At that time, it was not said that the class struggle was basically over. It was only when the party convened its Congress in the second half of last year that this could be said with certainty. Now that the situation is clearer, we need to tell the whole party in more detail, do not use the old methods to deal with new problems, but distinguish between the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy and the contradictions within the people. We must admit that there are contradictions in socialist society. We should talk about this issue publicly today, not only internally and within the party, but also in newspapers to make this issue clear and draw appropriate conclusions. Shanghai is a place where intellectuals, especially high-level intellectuals, gather. In his speech, Mao Zedong focused on the issue of intellectuals. He said, our task is to win them over, and make the entire intellectual community take a step forward in studying Marxism and integrating with workers and peasants within, for example, the 3 5-year plans. About 1/3 of the intellectuals have either joined the party or are non-party activists. Then go a step further and win over the rest of the intellectuals. We need to change the situation of the intellectual community step by step in this way and change their worldview. Mao Zedong believed that the issue of the orientation of literature and art toward workers, peasants, and soldiers was still a problem among some intellectuals. This was a manifestation of the fact that a new worldview of the intellectuals had not yet been established. It is necessary to explain to them that intellectuals serve workers and farmers, and that their own nature is still changing, and they must gradually become working-class intellectuals. He said categorically, literature and art are of course the direction of the workers, peasants, and soldiers, and there is no other direction. Those intellectuals who doubt the direction of the workers, peasants, and soldiers reflect the thoughts of the wealthy classes of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie. We must unite and win over the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeois intellectuals, and the conditions are completely sufficient. But it still takes time, not too fast, not too busy. Marxism can only be persuaded gradually and cannot be forced into people. Indoctrination cannot solve the problem. He once again emphasized the central government's policy on liberalization and said, not only on purely scientific and artistic issues, but also on political issues of right and wrong, as long as they do not fall into the category of counter-revolutionary, they will be allowed to speak freely. When ordinary people say something wrong or cause trouble, we cannot use dictatorial methods against them, but can only use democratic methods. When talking about rectification, he said, our relationship with people outside the party should be better than in the past. It's one level away now. It is necessary to have a certain boundary between the party and the non-party. There should be a distinction. This is the first. The second is that there should not be a deep ditch. The current situation is that in many places the gap within and outside the party is too deep, and this gap should be filled. Tell them the truth, and they will make progress faster. Don't tell half of it, leave the other half to tell at home. Finally, Mao Zedong said with confidence, if we adopt the policies mentioned above, I believe that our culture, science, economy, politics, and our entire country will surely prosper and develop. Our country will become a modern agricultural and industrialized country, and the people's lives will get better. The people's political sentiment, the relationship between the people and the government, the relationship between the leader and the led, and the relationship between the people will be a reasonable and lively relationship. We hope to create such a China, and we hope to turn our country into such a lively country, so that people dare to criticize, dare to speak out if they have opinions, and do not make others afraid to speak out. Following this policy, our hopes will surely come true. In the outline of his speech, the last paragraph reads, adopting the current policy, literature, art, science, and technology will prosper and develop, the party will always maintain vitality, the people's cause will prosper, and China will become a great power and an amiable country. This last paragraph can be said to be the fundamental starting point for Mao Zedong's idea of righteousness and the highlight of all his speeches on his trip south. Here lies Mao Zedong's ideals and hopes for socialist modern China. From March 17 to 20, in a short 4-day journey, Mao Zedong gave 4 reports one after another. This year, he was 64 years old, energetic, quick-thinking, and still extremely keen on new things. Since the National Propaganda Work Conference and through 4 speeches in Tianjin and other places, Mao Zedong continued to explore, think, and study on how to deal with internal contradictions among the people in light of many new situations that emerged inside and outside the party, and made further developments and supplements. As he talked, he organized his thoughts to make them more organized, thorough, and rich. He focused on analyzing the main characteristics of the current stage of Chinese society after the completion of socialist transformation. It is in a period of transformation. Due to this great change, various contradictions in society have changed. There are 2 types of contradictions in a socialist society, those between ourselves and the enemy and those among the people. The contradiction among the people has become the main contradiction. Large-scale mass class struggle has basically ended, but it is not completely over yet. Class struggle will continue to exist for a long time, especially in the ideological field. Due to the great changes in society, contradictions among the people have become prominent, and a variety of ideas, including erroneous ideas, have been increasingly exposed. Under such circumstances, what policy the party should adopt is a major issue. Mao Zedong emphasized that to resolve conflicts among the people and solve problems in the spiritual world, we can only adopt the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend and adopt the method of unity criticism unity, that is, using the method of reasoning, discussion, and democracy. You cannot use old methods to deal with new problems. When it comes to democracy, Mao Zedong believed that democracy is both an end and a means. As a superstructure, it serves the economic base and improves people's lives. Marxism developed in the struggle against erroneous ideas. Only by being exposed to various ideas, including erroneous ideas, and experiencing hardships and seeing the world can people have the ability to resist and identify erroneous ideas. Therefore, Mao Zedong repeatedly emphasized that the central government's opinion is that it can only release but not collect. The reason why the party adopts this policy is to turn China into a lively country, a prosperous country, and an amiable country. Although many problems were exposed in society and although his thoughts were somewhat chaotic, Mao Zedong was still very optimistic about the situation. He believes that China is not Hungary. The Communist Party has a high prestige, the People's Government has a high prestige, and chaos will not go anywhere. Therefore, he advocated a more tolerant attitude. Many of the contents of Mao Zedong's 4 speeches were later added to the officially published article on the correct handling of contradictions among the people. On March 21, Mao Zedong had a heart-to-heart talk with Zhou Guoqin, a professor at Fudan University and his old friend. We left Shanghai by special train at 9:10 that night and arrived at the southbound destination of Hangzhou at midnight. Mao Zedong came to Hangzhou often since he drafted the constitution in Hangzhou in 1954. At this time, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Bo Yubo, Li Xiannian, Huang Keqian, etc. were all in Hangzhou. Mao Zedong was resting and working here, and successively listened to Bo Yubo's report on the 1957 National Economic Plan, and Li Xiannian's report on the 1956 Fiscal Revenue and Expenditure and the 1957 Fiscal Budget. But Mao Zedong's mind was still focused on ideological and political aspects, and he wanted to get a deeper feel for the situation. Before leaving Hangzhou, a meeting was held at the Nanping swimming pool for 3 consecutive days from April 4 to 6 to listen to reports on ideological developments in the 4 provinces and 1 city of Shanghai, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Fujian, and Anhui. Participants in the meeting were Lu Dingyi, Tan Zhenlin, K. Qingxi, Wei Wenbo, Cao Daikaiu, Lu Jiping, Shi Ximen, Zhang Weiqing, Lu Shunyuan, Lu Zijian, Chen Shutong, UK, Fang Yi, Zhang Hua, Lin Hujia, Lu Zixian, Yefei, Su Yuqing, Yang Wenwei, Zheng Zishan, Huang Yan, Wu Wenrui, Li Bin, Li Jixiang, etc. Shanghai, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and some nearby provinces are areas with relatively developed economies and cultures, and areas where intellectuals are concentrated. At that time, Mao Zedong's righteousness speech had been disseminated step by step inside and outside the party, arousing strong repercussions among Democrats and intellectuals. Various discussions were published one after another, and there was a rare scene of active thinking. Mao Zedong learned from the report that the current general situation inside and outside the party was very exciting, and the tense atmosphere had eased. However, there is still a certain distance between the response within and outside the party. There is a lot of discussion among intellectuals outside the party, and some intellectuals still have doubts and fears. The reaction within the party showed more concern and confusion. Left sentiments among cadres are still dominant. While listening to the report, Mao Zedong interjected and expressed his views on some discussions. Shi Ximen, a few people say that the Communist Party has a long-term plan to catch big fish, and it depends on the attitude of the Municipal Party Committee. Mao Zedong, let others criticize you without getting angry at all, and then analyze it. Today's intellectuals are like frightened birds. They are very afraid. They want to take a look. They must take a look. They may take a look at it for 10 or 20 years, but they will still have to look at it 20 years later. Our party comrades also need to take a look. For example, some comrades who made mistakes in the past did not believe in the article "Treat diseases and save lives." It took a lot of concrete work from the 7th to 8th National Congress to believe it. The 3 antis brought out so many tigers, and later 80% of them were reduced. Corruption of less than 100 yuan is not considered corruption. It is too much. If a person makes $100, his life will be over. The 5 antis were full of bad guys at first, but later they were divided into 5 categories, and the area of attack became smaller. In short, the policies of the Communist Party must be tested by everyone, and leaders must also be tested by those led. Xianzhi, some cadres within the party say that now is not the time to engage in the contention of 100 schools of thought. Some people believe that the contention of 100 schools of thought is contradictory to strengthening political and ideological work 1,000-fold. The communication of major policies requires that the communication of major policies be carried out first within the party and then outside the party. It is difficult to push it aside at once. Mao Zedong, the 8th National Congress has reached its conclusion. Large-scale class struggle has basically ended. It is time to propose letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend. There is a wall between the party and non-party. If the wall is not broken down, how can we win over the masses? What is political and ideological work? Political and ideological work is to win over the masses. Without considering winning over the masses, there is no political and ideological work. There is a deep gulf between the party and non-party now. I am not saying that there should be no boundaries between the party and non-party. There should be a line. It is not good for them to mix. But it should not become a gap and separate them from the masses. It would be better if people inside and outside the party work together. Many people will be pushed onto the stage of political struggle so quickly. Otherwise, it will not be resolved in 2 or 3 years. Nowadays, news is spread very quickly outside the party, but late inside the party, and it is rarely reported in newspapers. When you go back, you have to criticize the People's Daily. Whose newspaper is it? Xianzhi, some people have proposed that there are 5 conditions for launching 100 schools of thought in newspapers. There must be leadership, choice, preparation, persuasion, and benefit. Some people disagree with this statement. Mao Zedong, so many conditions are difficult for me to handle. There needs to be leadership, and leadership is responsible for setting the direction, but don't interfere too much. It is certain that there is a leader, but it is difficult if there is no problem at all. If you have a choice, you will also choose the wrong one, and it is wrong to prepare for it. It's right to be prepared, but you can't prepare so thoughtfully. It's right to be persuasive, but this one is more specific. Advantageous, depends on how to say it. What is advantageous? Is it better for 100 flowers to bloom, or for one family to bloom alone? These conditions are difficult to handle, but don't be dogmatic. Xianzhi, some people say that movies should strive for fragrant flowers and avoid poisonous weeds. Some people think the slogan is inappropriate. Mao Zedong, how can poisonous weeds be avoided? We are not afraid of poisonous weeds, and it is difficult to distinguish between fragrant flowers and poisonous weeds. People don't appear as poisonous weeds, so who would say that they are poisonous weeds? In fact, there are not that many poisonous weeds, and there are more that look like poisonous but not poisonous. This is because the middle people account for the majority. Regarding one-sided issues, we can only ask that more and more people gradually use dialectics and be able to look at problems more comprehensively and be less one-sided, rather than immediately asking people inside and outside the party to avoid one-sidedness. All policy issues within the party are discussed with them, and shortcomings are also discussed with them. We talk about ourselves so that we can talk about their shortcomings. People always have contradictions between what they understand and what they don't understand, and the same is true for Marx. The contradiction between the known and the unknown, the contradiction between doing a good job and not doing a good job, will always exist. This is the 4th time I have spoken in Shanghai, and it is already relatively complete. Why do you people in Shanghai still make so many criticisms? It's hard to talk. If you are in the province, Don't think that if you talk about it, people will raise their hands. It's not that simple. Li Bin, after listening to the message, some cadres said that things are now difficult to handle and they will not be able to continue without studying hard. Mao Zedong, we cannot rely on history or power. You must convince people with reason, not with force. If you don't have enough reason, you can't convince people, and if you have too much power, you can't solve the problem. You can only conquer the enemy with force. The enemy will not reason with you. If you try to reason with him, he will not listen. He only talks about strength. You can only reason with the people, but as long as you don't, no matter how powerful you are or how senior you are, you will still lose. Therefore, we are given a task, to study, and to educate our cadres and party members to rely on truth, knowledge, and nothing else. This point requires extensive education. It is very dangerous for cadres to rely on qualifications and power. Li Bin, now the democratic parties are very active in developing members in schools. Some deputy non-party directors in the agency want to join the Communist Party, but the democratic parties are holding back, and they do not want to join, so they ask their wives to join in to cope with the situation. Mao Zedong, intellectuals should recruit a group of people into the party for training. Encourage 1/3 of the intellectuals to join the party, and those who have already joined the democratic parties can also cross-party. Only the main backbone of the democratic parties should persuade him not to join the party. The conditions for intellectuals to join the party cannot be too high. Tan Zhenlin, Lu Ding'ai, and An Ziwen are now designated to be in charge. A meeting was held recently to summarize the experience of intellectuals joining the party and set development requirements. There is a policy issue here. If we do not win a group of people to join the party, no one will do the work of winning over intellectuals in the future, which is detrimental to our party's general policy of uniting the majority of intellectuals to work for socialism. Let 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend is a policy to win over intellectuals. It is an open policy, but the organization is closed. This is not good and uncoordinated. Of course, we must also steadily recruit them to participate. Li Bin, after the chairman's report was delivered to colleges and universities, some non-party professors reported that they wanted to put forward their opinions to the party members and leading cadres in the college, so as to change the situation where there was some distance in the past. Mao Zedong, we must improve the relationship between the Communist Party and intellectuals. What kind of style is it to not work with intellectuals? Not being close to intellectuals is sectarian. The main reason is not them, but us, the first secretary. The first secretary must not only grasp ideas, but also read various articles, including articles on philosophy, history, economics, literature, logic, and art. His own knowledge in this area must gradually increase and his interest must be developed. If you are busy, you should let others do more of other things, and take more time to focus on ideological work. Ideological work is the soul, so we start to grasp the program. Lu Zijian, the political and legal affairs minister of the Yangzhou Prefectural Committee said that not long ago, someone caused trouble in Taixing and arrested 6 people. They were initially preparing to sentence them to 6 months to 2 years in prison, but now the sentences are inappropriate. Mao Zedong, my speech has such a great impact. The material you talked about is very good, and it seems that I still need to talk about it. As soon as he hears of trouble, he thinks of his enemies and implements dictatorship. Class struggle has become a habit, and the methods used to deal with counter-revolutionaries are used on the troubled people. In the past, during the revolution, we, together with the people, demanded democracy from the feudal forces. Now that we have won and are in control of the political power, it is easy to emphasize dictatorship and ignore the democratic aspect. Lu Zijian, some people were shocked when they heard that there were conflicts among the people. Mao Zedong, haven't we talked about the problem of contradictions among the people? Why be so surprised? Aren't there conflicts between poor peasants, lower middle peasants, and rich peasants? Luzigian, generally speaking, the left sentiment among cadres is currently dominant. Mao Zedong, the left tendency is an influence left over from history. Because the past few decades have been about class struggle. Luzigian, the Democratic Party is very satisfied with the policy of long-term coexistence and mutual supervision and believes that this has increased its responsibilities. I just feel that the Communist Party has given them few opinions and has become a unilateral supervision. Mao Zedong, we must tell the truth to democratic parties and be more active toward Democrats. If you have anything to say, say it, and if you have shortcomings, point them out to them. This is better than staying away. Being a Democrat also involves a lot of pain, and you don't want to be one. You can't see what you want to see, you can't hear what you want to hear, and you can't get to the bottom of the Communist Party. That's why I say that there should be a line between the party and the non-party, not a ditch, but an open one. 600 million people are in the same boat. When they were asked to listen together during the meeting, they felt relieved and moved closer together. When we meet, we can also talk about the shortcomings within the party. I think it is very necessary to break the sectarian state within the party, overcome the phenomenon of not learning, and overcome the phenomenon of not being modest. Luzigian, while studying the chairman's speech, some people reflected that the main contradiction pointed out in the 8th National Congress resolution is the contradiction between the advanced social system and backward productive forces. Now we are talking about the contradictions among the people. How can we fully understand the relationship between these contradictions? Mao Zedong, the 8th National Congress resolution made a mistake in saying that the contradiction between advanced production relations and backward productivity was theoretically incorrect. Some comrades say that the so-called backward productive forces are compared with those of other countries and with the future. Why compare with foreign countries? What's the point of comparing with foreign countries? Contradiction refers to the transformation of productivity itself from backwardness to advancedness. How can productivity be compared with foreign countries? Our productivity lags behind that of the Soviet Union and the United States. Compared with China, how can we say it is backward? Isn't it more advanced than Chiang Kai-shek in 1950? Some comrades say that this is compared with the future, where there will be 10 million tons of steel. That's something in the future. For example, when Lao Ke was a teenager, his clothes were too small, but now he has problems wearing them. At that time, they didn't fit well. So it cannot be compared like this. This comparison makes no sense in theory. Please think of ways to correct this error. Luzigian, how do you explain the chairman's statement that there will be revolutions in 1,000 or 10,000 years? Mao Zedong, I have spoken about this issue, but I have not confirmed it yet. Lu Ding II, there are two kinds of revolutions, one is a revolution that changes the relations of production, and the other is a revolution within a social system. For example, there were many revolutions within the Chinese feudal system, but the relations of production did not fundamentally change. The future revolution that the chairman talked about may refer to the latter kind of revolution. Mao Zedong, no. The revolution I am talking about is not the kind you are talking about, but a revolution that changes the relations of production. There is a contradiction between productivity and production relations. The current production relations are collective ownership and state ownership. 10,000 years from now, production relations will always change. In the end, it will be based on the earth as a unit, not nationalization, but global ownership. Of course, there is no return to an exploitative relationship. Exploitation is a symptom of underproduction. Elvis Hixian, people outside the party were very excited after hearing the chairman's report. Mao Zedong, there is excitement outside the party, but what about inside the party? Louise Hixian, we are planning to hold a publicity work meeting in May. Mao Zedong, are there any non-party members participating? Will anyone come from the county? Why wasn't our publicity work meeting reported? Why are meetings attended by people both inside and outside the party not reported? The Supreme State Council was silent, and the propaganda work meeting was still silent. The People's Daily is silent on the issue of handling conflicts among the people. Elvis Hixian, after reviewing the past, we feel the same way about the articles written by Comrade Chen Qitong and others. Mao Zedong, Chen Qitong's thoughts probably represent the majority, 90%, of the party. Therefore, my report has no material basis and conflicts with the ideas of most comrades. Lui Xian, we always try our best to avoid poisonous weeds. Mao Zedong, this is impossible. K. Kingshi, do you criticize poisonous weeds and wrong things? Mao Zedong, haven't you already criticized it? The poisonous weeds must be let out, and the criticism must be persuasive. Refute it when you see it clearly. If you can't see it clearly, wait a moment. Don't panic. But don't wait too long. Louise Hixian, people outside the party have opinions on our purge of counter-revolutionaries. Mao Zedong, leadership must stand the test. Now that sentiment is high outside the party, it will probably first be low and then rise inside the party. Any guideline or policy cannot be made by just one person. Whether it works or not must be tested. Only when you solve some problems, gain experience, and see that this policy is working, can you feel better. In the past, dogmatists claimed that they were 100% Marxist. They captured some people and then they figured it out after testing. Cadres should be allowed to experiment at work. Every policy of the party must be tested by the masses. Zhang Hua, people outside the party asked whether it is possible to criticize everyone from the lowest cadres to the highest leaders and the highest national policies. Mao Zedong, there are provisions in the constitution, so let him criticize. All people with shortcomings among the 600 million people, no matter how old the official is, can be criticized. If it's right, accept it. It's wrong to say it. If it doesn't do any harm, forget it. Su Yuking, the newspaper team leader, asked for release, and the editorial board was concerned. Mao Zedong, my speech still appeals to the masses, and the group leader and below still advocate letting go. Su Yuking, in newspaper work, there is a conflict between the demands of the masses and the demands of the party committee. Mao Zedong, how can we run a good newspaper if we are afraid of criticism? What's wrong with people giving opinions? Culture, education, newspapers, magazines, and dramas are all tools for educating the people, and they must be taught regularly. Don't treat the head when you have a headache, and treat the feet when the foot hurts. Newspapers, schools, plays, everywhere are left unattended. This phenomenon cannot continue. You have too little control. Su Yuking, Wang Yinan, the president of Xiamen University, criticized our university for having three shortcomings: the administrative organization is too large and the work efficiency is too low, the school is led by the work of the leadership agency, the level of party members and cadres is not high, and the superiority of party members cannot be seen in the university. Mao Zedong, well, we just don't have any superiority in universities. The people who take over the university need to be transferred out. To truly equip a team, including high schools. Some of our comrades rely on putting on airs, but there is nothing they can do if they don't. If you are uneducated, if you want to be an official, you have to put on airs and scare people. Only a part of the cadres who left the university can be retained. The useful part is left mainly by re-employing the team. The method is to recruit professors into the party and re-employ the team. We need to make early preparations now and recruit more professors to join the party, otherwise laymen will not be able to lead experts. Yefe, everyone reacted very well to the chairman's report and found it very inspiring. However, many issues became unclear once they came into contact with reality. For example, if he caused enough trouble for the people, many people would not be able to figure it out. Mao Zedong, we should not reject the opinions of people outside the party and within the party all at once. We must adopt an analytical attitude, otherwise we will make mistakes. Some people say that Zhao Keogu's Xinmen Evening News is a pornographic newspaper. I read it in Beijing. I can't say it is a pornographic newspaper. I think it is pretty good. Some people say that we cannot lead science, nor can we push back all at once, we must analyze. If you don't understand, you don't understand. Don't pretend to understand. Once you pretend, people will say that your level is not high and your progress is slow. If you don't tell others, you still have to tell them. Wouldn't it be better to take the initiative to speak out yourself? Quite a lot of what people outside the party say is correct, and their speeches are considered. Some of them are wrong because they don't understand the situation. Some of it needs to be analyzed, and some of it needs to be accepted. You must never push it back all at once. If you push back all at once, you will be passive. The symposium was very lively and the issues were discussed in depth. This was a small symposium within the party. Those who asked questions did not have much concern, and Mao Zedong answered freely and candidly. Everyone is straightforward, creating an atmosphere of equal discussion and a relaxed ideological environment. Through these records of that year, people can have a more detailed understanding of some of Mao Zedong's ideological context at this time. 17 On the correct handling of contradictions among the people and rectification and anti-rightist movement. It was already April, and the righteousness speech was being discussed across the country, and many criticisms were made about the problems existing in the party's work style. The prelude to party-wide rectification has actually begun. Through going south, especially at the Hangzhou Symposium, Mao Zedong learned a lot, which strengthened his determination to take righteousness as the theme, open the door to people outside the party, and carry out rectification seriously. This trip south gave him a deep impression, that is, there was a big contrast in the response to the Zheng Chu speech within and outside the party's newspapers and the newspapers of the democratic parties. The speech was conveyed quickly to those outside the party, but late to the inside. In particular, the People's Daily, the organ of the party's Central Committee, was silent on the speeches of the Supreme State Council and the Propaganda Work Conference. Mao Zedong was very dissatisfied with this. These circumstances played an important role in Mao Zedong's decision to launch a party-wide rectification campaign in advance to reverse the situation in which the party's understanding could not keep up with the situation. Mao Zedong returned to Beijing from Hangzhou. On April 10, he convened a meeting with Chen Boda, Hu Qiaomu, Zhou Yang, Deng Tuo, Hu Jiwei, Wang Yi, Lin Denkaiu, Huang Kaoliang, Yuan Shuipei, Wang Ruoshui, and others to severely criticize the work of the People's Daily during this period. The conversation lasted from 12:35 noon to 5:10 p.m. Here are the highlights from that conversation. I can't sleep, so I came to talk to you. After reading today's editorial, although it was posted a little late, I finally expressed my stance on the article by Chen Qitong and the others. The Supreme State Council and Propaganda Work Conference have been held for more than a month, and the Communist Party's newspapers are silent. After the articles by Chen Qitong and the others were published, the People's Daily did not criticize them for a long time. You stood still and allowed non-party newspapers to take away our flag and punish us. In the past, I said that you are scholars running a newspaper, not politicians. No, it should be said that a dead person runs a newspaper. Are you indifferent or indifferent? I think it's indifferent. Most of you are rebelling against the central government's policies, contradicting and opposing the central government's policies, and do not agree with the central government's policies. When did the central government issue this regulation? The Supreme Council of State issued a message, why not an editorial? The message is also only 2 lines long. Why keep the party's policies secret? Promoting a meeting without sending a message is a mistake. There were people from outside the party attending this meeting, so why didn't they send any news? The party's newspapers should publicize the party's policies in a timely manner. After the Supreme State Council, the People's Daily had no voice. Non-party newspapers were playing a leading role. Party newspapers were passive, and so were the party's leaders. Party newspapers are embarrassed in front of non-party newspapers. My speech at the Supreme State Council cannot be published yet, but I can write articles based on the meaning of my speech. It's not that the People's Daily didn't pay close attention to the propaganda of the party's policies. In fact, there was a reason why the People's Daily was not enthusiastic about promoting the Genshu speech at that time. According to Hu Qiaomu's recollection, on the issue of correctly handling contradictions among the people, Chairman Mao gave a speech at the Supreme State Council, and there was a complicated process. Chairman Mao initially thought that there should be no propaganda for the time being, for fear that other countries would not accept it. But later non-party newspapers such as Shanghai Wenhui and Xinmin Daily made special remarks. Chairman Mao felt that it should be said, and he severely criticized the People's Daily and Liberation Daily for not propagating. After asking about the writing process of the April 10 editorial, Mao Zedong went on to say, "When writing an article, it is necessary to connect it with current politics. Neither this editorial nor the editorial educators must be educated." Mentioned the Supreme State Council and the Propaganda Work Conference, as if such things did not happen in the world. You have participated in many meetings held by the central government. If you go back to the meetings and do not write articles, you will be sitting on the bench in vain. Whoever writes articles in the future will be invited to meetings. Is it because Deng Tuo can unite people and you all have such unanimous opinions? The several deputy editors-in-chief were like a monolith, not daring to criticize him or stand up to punish Deng Tuo. If you have opinions, you can argue. Why not argue with Deng Tuo? It needs to be democratic and centralized, but internal quarrels and table beatings are allowed. As long as you don't make trouble on the street, you can have any opinions. What is the current policy towards intellectuals? There are only 2 families out of 100, one family for the bourgeoisie and one family for the proletariat. 70 to 80% of intellectuals are in the middle. Contending is 2 intellectuals striving for this intermediate state. Intellectuals cannot control their own destiny. Some people say that capitalist private ownership is changing into socialist public ownership. If the skin is gone, how can General Mao be attached? Where can there be bourgeois intellectuals? No, the intellectual hair can be attached to the skin of the bourgeoisie or the skin of the proletariat. It should now be attached to the skin of the proletariat. We should get close to intellectuals outside the party and understand them. Make friends with non-party intellectuals. I am willing to talk with Democrats and centrists, such as Li Dingming. Party members talk too much about the party. Recently I am talking to professors and engineers outside the party. Today's intellectuals are in CAO's camp and their hearts are in Han. Their souls are still on the bourgeois side. Historically, CAO was said to be a traitor. Don't believe those stories. In fact, CAO's camp was not bad. At that time, CAO represented the progressive side, and the Han dynasty was in decline. Intellectuals must solve this problem of being in CAO's camp and must stick to the skin of the proletariat well and become proletarian intellectuals. How to win over intellectuals? One way is to suppress, but this will not convince people. Even if they say it orally, they will not be convinced. When the unified purchasing and marketing system was implemented in 1953, the relationship between the party and farmers was very tense. Nowadays, the relationship between the party and the intellectuals is quite tense, and the intellectuals are uneasy. There is also tension within the party. Do you want to continue to tighten it? I advocate relaxation, so that they can get closer to us and facilitate transformation. It cannot be tight. The tighter it is, the farther away they will be from us. It was too tight in the past, now it needs to be loosened a little to bring them closer to us. Most intellectuals are patriotic. There are counter-revolutionaries, but not many. Allow them to express their opinions freely. Is our policy releasing or receiving? Cannot be collected. Many comrades do not understand this. Guangming Daily published several articles one after another, all of which discuss the current important political situation. The editorial board of People's Daily should also discuss these situations. Xinmin Evening News Zhao Chao asked me if I had mentioned shorter, shorter, and shorter in the past and could add softer, softer, and softer. I said, 2 softer ones are enough. At that time, I was afraid that they would engage in pornographic things. This time I went out and read the Xinmin Evening News, and I felt that the newspaper was still serious and there was nothing pornographic about it. Some things are a bit too hard and I dare not talk about them openly. Guangming Daily has several supplements which are okay. Wenwei Po, China Youth Daily, Xinmin Evening News or Ta Kung Pao, Guangming Daily, and finally People's Daily and local party newspapers, such a ranking. The titles of People's Daily are not attractive, and the opening paragraphs of some articles are not attractive. The People's Daily editorial Educators Must Be Educated talks about the problem of intellectuals. The article begins with a quote from Engels. Starting from quotations, we always talk about dead people and foreigners first. This is not good. We should start from the current situation. Marx's articles are rather deep and difficult to understand. Stalin's articles are popular, but they are lecturing and unequal. They often use this shows and this means. They are not sufficiently argumentative and persuasive. From Marx to Lenin, it becomes more and more popular. From now on, articles should be written in a popular way so that workers and peasants can accept them. There are some difficulties in editing work, but under the existing conditions, it can be improved. People's Daily is a big success. There needs to be a Politburo member to preside over the work and be able to withstand the situation both internally and externally, but there is no suitable candidate yet. There must be essays, and the entire newspaper's writing style must be improved. Essays can also be written more comprehensively. Lu Xun's essays are very comprehensive. After I resign as president of the country, I can write some articles for you. Having said this, Mao Zedong felt much calmer. He summarized today's conversation. 1. Newspaper propaganda should be linked to current politics, including notes and editorials, such as the Supreme State Council and the Propaganda Work Conference. 2. For every important measure taken by the central government, there must be specific arrangements for newspaper publicity, depending on what comments, news, and discussion articles should be written. 3. We must work hard to improve work, including leadership work, under existing conditions. The editorial board can be expanded a bit. Improve the arrangement and writing style. The article should be short and fluent, and the title should be eye-catching so that readers will love to read it. 4. It is necessary to attract people from outside the newspaper to participate in editorial work and unite experts, scholars, and authors outside the newspaper. The 7th and 8th editions hired some consultants, which was a good idea. These 2 editions should have special editorial boards, and invite people from outside the newspaper to participate, and they should be semi-independent. 5. In the future, we can consider that the Central Committee will transfer a member of the Political Bureau to work in the People's Daily to fundamentally solve the leadership problem. 6. Gazettes, etc. must be published. 8 editions have been published, so don't cut it down easily. This involves a lot, and everyone needs to write more. 3 days after this conversation, Ta Kung Pao published an editorial titled In a Period of Great Social Change, analyzing the basic characteristics of a period of great social change. Mao Zedong read it and approved it for Hu Qiaomu to read. It is a pity that the People's Daily lacks such an article, he wrote in the comments. Mao Zedong regarded whether the people's internal contradictions can be correctly handled as the main issue of whether the party's cause can move forward under the new situation after the great social changes. In order to fundamentally reverse the situation in which the ideological understanding of many people in the party could not keep up with the development of the situation, on April 19, he drafted an instruction for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, requiring all provincial, municipal, and autonomous region party committees, all central ministries, and all party groups of state agencies to report to the Central Committee within a time limit the discussion and implementation of the correct handling of internal conflicts among the people. The instructions say, on the correct handling of contradictions among the people, discussions are ongoing in various places. Please share the opinions for and against both within and outside the party, your own opinions, your assessment of the entire situation, what is the attitude of the prefecture and county levels, and whether your committee and secretariat or party group have discussed this issue in depth many times. The first secretary and the party member minister or deputy minister at the central level have those departments seriously taken up this extremely important issue of ideological and political work? Or have they still entrusted it to the second and third leaders, and have not used their brains as much as in the past? Have the first secretary and other secretaries and party members, ministers or deputy ministers taken charge of newspapers, publications and schools? Have you read articles about such issues in newspapers and periodicals? Have you read important editorials before they are published? Have you revised it in writing? Have the abnormal tensions between the party and people outside the party been eased to some extent, and what attitude have you adopted towards the people's troubles? The Kuomintang style among some people in the party have begun to change. Have you given lectures to school students and factory workers? How many times have you done so? What is the effect? Please write a report immediately on the above issues and send it by telegram within 15 days after receiving this telegram. Reports from various departments in Beijing should be sent in writing. This instruction reflected Mao Zedong's most concerned issues at the time, whether the party's leading cadres at all levels had thought through and understood clearly the issue of correctly handling contradictions among the people, whether the Kuomintang style among some people in the party had begun to change, whether the top leaders had seriously grasped ideological and political work, whether the abnormal tension between the party and non-party people had been somewhat eased, and whether they could adopt a correct attitude towards people's troubles. These are all issues he has talked about repeatedly in the past 2 months. What he is most worried about is that the party's leadership cannot keep up with the rapidly developing situation and even lags behind the growing calls from non-party people for the Communist Party to change its thinking and style, thus falling into a passive situation. He feels that an atmosphere of criticism of shortcomings and mistakes in party and government work has now formed. Therefore, Mao Zedong decided to launch a party-wide rectification campaign in advance. How quickly things change. As late as the end of March, Mao Zedong said that the rectification movement would be prepared this year and would be launched next year and the year after that. This arrangement was changed within half a month of April. At this time, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China had begun drafting instructions on rectification. In the early morning of April 25, Mao Zedong discussed with Peng Zhen his opinions on revising the draft rectification instructions in the swimming pool. On April 27, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the instructions on the rectification movement. On May 1, this directive was published in the People's Daily. A whole party rectification movement began. The instruction stipulates, this rectification movement should be ideologically guided by the 2 reports Comrade Mao Zedong made on behalf of the Central Committee at the expanded Supreme State Council in February this year and at the Propaganda Work Conference convened by the Central Committee in March, and the correct handling of contradictions among the people should be the theme of the current rectification movement, the instruction said. The transmission of these 2 reports aroused heated discussions within and outside the party. As far as our party is concerned, this is actually the beginning of the rectification movement. The instructions clearly defined the objects of this rectification movement, which were bureaucracy, sectarianism, and subjectivism, and stipulated the methods and steps of this rectification movement. On the same day that the instruction was issued, Mao Zedong drafted the instructions on rectification and the participation of major party and government cadres in labor for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, requiring provincial and ministerial party committees to convene separate meetings to analyze and study the specific contradictions that exist between the party and workers, farmers, students, People's Liberation Army soldiers, intellectuals, democratic parties, and ethnic minorities, so that they can be aware of it, and move from blindness to consciousness, so as to persuade cadres and the masses on a basis. Immediately afterwards, on April 30, Mao Zedong held the 12th meeting of the Supreme State Council in Yinantang, and the topic was about the party-wide rectification movement. A total of 44 people attended the meeting, including party and state leaders, leaders of various democratic parties, and non-partisan Democrats. Mao Zedong said in his speech, "I have wanted to carry out rectification for several years, but I couldn't find the opportunity. Now I have found it. Anything that involves many people cannot be carried out without a movement. It is necessary to create an atmosphere, and no air is enough. Now that an atmosphere of criticism has been created, this atmosphere should continue. It is more natural to mention rectification at this time. The general theme of rectification is to deal with the contradictions among the people and oppose the three doctrines. There is a special provision in the instructions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, which is to participate in productive labor. This is not to advocate that everyone here should plow the fields. It mainly expresses an attitude that we must cut off bureaucracy and subjectivism and add a method to participate in labor. Generally speaking, we should mix with the workers and peasants and participate in some labor. What the masses tell deputies to the National People's Congress and members of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference will not be entirely true. Especially since we are all intellectuals and are incompatible with the working people. There is a way to join them, that is, to participate in some labor. Rectification will affect people outside the party. It is stipulated that non-party members can participate voluntarily and withdraw freely. This has been the method for the past 2 months, which is the method of rectification. I attack you and you attack me. If you have any opinions, just say it. Internal and external parties within the party become one. This is called rectification. It's been 2 months. Contradictions in the United Front work cannot be resolved for several years. The reason why it was difficult to solve the problem in the past was mainly due to poor thinking. In the past, Communist Party members had positions, rights, and responsibilities, while Democrats had positions but no rights and no responsibilities. Now everyone should have the authority and responsibility. Now the relationship inside and outside the party should be changed to an equal relationship, not a formal one but a real one with positions and rights. From now on, no matter where you are, whoever is in charge will be in charge. At this point, Mao Zedong asked Ma Yinchu, the president of Peking University, "How is your place?" Ma Yinchu said, "It is not enough." Mao Zedong asked again, "Do you want to take care of them?" Ma Yinchu said, "There are contradictions." Seeing that Ma Yinchu spoke tactfully, Mao Zedong pointed out the problem straightforwardly: "You are not thorough in your speech, and contradictions exist. You can't solve them by perfunctory." Mao Zedong asked some more questions and continued, "I'm afraid it makes sense for professors to govern the school. Should it be divided into 2 organizations, one school committee to manage administration, and one professors' conference to manage teaching? These issues need to be studied. Comrade Deng Xiaoping is responsible for holding symposiums with non-party people and the Democratic League, Joseon Society, etc., to solicit opinions on issues of official power and the school's party committee system. The rectification instructions mentioned materialist dialectics. We must build political relations now and oppose the 3 doctrines. Don't get involved in worldviews and ways of thinking. We should put those issues into the future to avoid diluting political relations." Materialist dialectics will be pursued later, and this issue will affect democratic parties and Democrats. We cannot expect many people to accept materialist dialectics and the Marxist-Leninist worldview all at once. Solving the problem of worldview is a long-term problem. The period of great social changes caused intellectuals to suffer, mainly in the social sciences. There was a problem with the economic foundation. The economic foundation on which 5 million intellectuals relied in the past has now collapsed. Some people say that if private ownership is gone, what are the two sides left? This is not right. Without the skin, how will the hair be attached? Today, 5 million intellectuals live off workers and peasants, on state ownership and collective ownership. Nowadays, intellectuals are somewhat unconscious. Their corner has been hollowed out long ago. The old economic foundation is gone, but their minds have not changed yet. Mao has been attached to the new skin, but the mind still thinks that Marxism-Leninism is not good. Don't force others to believe in the Marxist-Leninist worldview. To make others believe, there must be a process. Beijing is a good place, but it is also a bad place. The leaders of the Communist Party spend 4 months out of the country and 8 months in Beijing every year. You can do the same. The characteristics of central agencies are, first, they are empty, and second, they are comprehensive. The disadvantage is that it is empty, and I feel comfortable as soon as I leave Beijing. Mao Zedong finally said. At the Second National People's Congress next year, I must resign as president and reduce some of my work so that I can concentrate on studying some issues. Switzerland has a 7-member committee, and the president takes turns. We can always rotate it every few years and adopt a gradual exit policy. There is nothing you can do if you don't agree, and you can't impose it on others. If you agree, you must let some information out, otherwise the people will not understand. This is the first time that the issue of Mao Zedong's inability to serve as chairman of the country has been disclosed to people outside the party. The next day, Chen Shutong and Huang Yanpi jointly wrote a letter to Liu Shaokai and Zhou Enlai, disagreeing with Mao Zedong's resignation as chairman of the country. On May 5, Mao Zedong saw this letter and made 4 comments on the reasons stated in the letter. The letter stated, "At present, development exceeds consolidation, which means that the country cannot be said to have been consolidated. Moreover, Taiwan has not yet been liberated and the 2 major international camps are still fighting fiercely." Mao Zedong commented, "The above 2 reasons are too long, and the problem still exists after 4 years of re-election, so it is inappropriate to discuss them. The fundamental consolidation of the country has now been achieved, and this country cannot be pushed forward. When it comes to the complete consolidation of the country, based on the experience of the Soviet Union, it may take 15 to 20 years, and the liberation of Taiwan and the confrontation between the 2 camps may take even longer." The letter also said, "The outstanding personal prestige in collective leadership is still an important link in maintaining the people of the country." Mao commented, "I still exist, and the personal prestige that maintains people's hearts will not be diminished due to non-re-election." The letter suggested that Mao Zedong be re-elected for another term, which can relieve all kinds of confusion among the people across the country. Mao commented, "Discussing among the people beforehand and explaining the reasons can reduce confusion. At that time, I will publicly state the reasons." In response to the issues mentioned in the letter that would shock people at home and spread rumors internationally, Mao commented, "Create rumors for a while, and the truth will become apparent and the rumors will cease." Chen Shutong and Huang Yanpi also raised the issue of amending the constitution, suggesting that when the president's term of office is 4 years or less, the sentence should not be re-elected for more than 2 terms should be added. Mao Zedong wrote a paragraph of criticism after the letter, expressing his agreement with the opinions of the 2 Democrats and further stating the reasons why he would not continue to serve as president of the country. The comment said, "We can consider amending the constitution. When the chairman and vice chairman are re-elected, they can serve for another term. That is, we will amend the constitution at this year's National People's Congress and ask Comrade Deng Xiaoping to prepare it. The first chairman has 2 reasons for not being re-elected. The chairman of the Central People's Government plus people. The term of the President of the People's Republic of China has expired for 8 years and may not be re-elected, counting from the time when the constitution was enacted. He may be re-elected once, but not re-elected, leaving 4 years until major events such as the Great Patriotic War require me to take office. I will be elected again, and starting from 1958 let me temporarily get rid of this task so that I can concentrate on studying some important issues. In this way, it is more beneficial to the country than being the chairman. Now there are too many miscellaneous things, which extremely hinders the study of the problem. Nowadays, senior leaders in the party have figured out more about this matter, and people outside the party have too few exchanges of opinions, so there is a need to calmly exchange opinions. Mao Zedong sent the letters from Chen Shutong and Huang Yanpi, together with his comments, to Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, and Peng Zhen. He wrote, "This matter must be approved by the political bureau before being sent out. Please ask Comrade Shaokai to convene a political meeting with about 100 people participating." He held a discussion at the governance meeting and obtained approval. This matter was discussed at a meeting with dozens of people in Baidahe last year. Everyone thought it was feasible, and the party chairman also believed that it would be feasible at an appropriate time in the future, but it is not feasible yet. He also requested that Chen and Wang's letter and their comments be printed and distributed to all Central Committee members and alternate Central Committee members, all representatives of the 8th National Congress, provincial and municipal party committees, all representatives of the National People's Congress, and members of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, so that this issue can be discussed on a larger scale. He entrusted it to Deng Xiaoping and told him, this matter should be discussed in order to open up minds and obtain consent. Amending the constitution is worthy of consideration. Mao Zedong had made up his mind not to be re-elected as president of the country. On May 8, Liu Shaokai presided over an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee to discuss whether Mao Zedong should be re-elected as the next president of the country. At the meeting, except for a few individuals who had different opinions, the vast majority of people agreed with Mao Zedong's proposal. In Mao Zedong's view, extensive solicitation of opinions from people outside the party had a great bearing on whether the rectification campaign could be effective. This Supreme State Council meeting was actually a briefing on rectification and a mobilization meeting calling on Democrats to speak out freely. Shortly after the meeting, on May 4, he drafted the instructions on inviting non-party personnel to help rectification movement for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The instructions fully affirmed the various criticisms put forward by people outside the party over a period of time, showing the sincere attitude of Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in accepting the criticisms made by people outside the party. At the same time, we do not accept all criticisms wholesale, but adopt an analytical attitude. The instructions say, in the past 2 months, the analysis of the contradictions among the people and the criticism of the mistakes and shortcomings of the party and government that have been carried out at various meetings with the participation of non-party people and in newspapers and periodicals in the past 2 months are extremely beneficial to the party and the people's government in correcting their mistakes and improving their prestige. They should continue to be carried out and criticized in depth without pause or interruption. Some of the criticisms are incorrect, or some of the views in one criticism are incorrect. Of course, it is correct to counter-criticize, and we should not allow wrong ideas to spread without giving an answer, but most criticisms are pertinent and are extremely useful for strengthening unity and improving work. Even wrong criticisms expose the features of some people, which is helpful for us to help them carry out ideological transformation in the future. The instruction stipulates the overall deployment of the current rectification campaign. First, invite non-party people to help the Communist Party in rectification and criticize the Communist Party's shortcomings and mistakes. After the Communist Party's rectification is successful, it will then promote rectification in all walks of life. Now that the rectification movement has begun, the Central Committee has negotiated with the leaders of the democratic parties and nonpartisan parties. They should not express their attitude for the time being and should not call for rectification within the democratic parties and society. Instead, they should continue to criticize our party's shortcomings and errors in order to facilitate our party's rectification. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to our party's rectification. They agree with this approach. As long as our party's rectification is successful, our party will take full initiative, and then we can promote social progress. All walks of life in the party have been rectified. Please note that when people outside the party participate in our party's rectification symposiums and rectification groups, they are invited to give us opinions and criticisms, not to criticize themselves. We also invite you to this point. Note: if there is any inconvenience, it is better not to invite people outside the party to participate in the rectification. Instead, the party invites people outside the party to hold a symposium and invite them to express their opinions on the shortcomings and mistakes in the work. Please consider the matter according to the local situation. Mao Zedong asked people outside the party to help the Communist Party rectify its reform and listen to their criticism of the Communist Party's shortcomings and mistakes. His desire was sincere, his policy clear, and his confidence sufficient. After that, the party-wide rectification movement entered a stage of intensively soliciting opinions from people outside the party. Arrangements for the party-wide rectification movement were generally in place. Mao Zedong began revising his speech on how to deal with contradictions among the people on April 24, 1957. From that day on, as long as there were no major events, he concentrated on this work. The manuscript used by Mao Zedong to revise his speech was Hu Qiaomu's edited version. On March 30, Hu Qiaomu sent a draft. Mao Zedong was in Hangzhou at the time. When he returned to Beijing in early April, he was busy meeting foreign guests, preparing for rectification and other matters, and the work of revising the speech was delayed. Hu Qiaomu's arrangement is preliminary. He maintains the original appearance of the transcript of his speech. He just sorts out the text and logical order and deletes as much as possible some places that are too colloquial and have repetitive content. Later, he sent another edited manuscript, added 12 subtitles, and the style was closer to written language. Mao Zedong's revision work was carried out on the basis of Hu Qiaomu's second draft. The entire revision work lasted nearly 2 months. During this period, China's political situation changed dramatically. This situation was also reflected in Mao Zedong's revision of Zhengchu. His modifications and additions to the speech draft of The Right Place mainly came from a series of speeches and conversations he delivered after February 27, as well as some new judgments he reached after the political situation changed. Starting from April 24, the revision work continued intermittently. By May 7, the first revised draft was formed, which he called the first draft of the self-revised draft. In this draft, Mao Zedong changed the title to On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People and identified 12 topics: on the contradictions between the enemy and the contradictions among the people, on the elimination of counter-revolutionaries, on the cooperation of agriculture, on capital, about intellectuals and young students, about economy, starting from the population of 600 million, about letting 100 flowers bloom, 100 schools of thought. Contending, long-term coexistence and mutual supervision, about how to deal with strikes, school strikes, and other incidents. Is chaos a bad thing or a good thing? Issues of ethnic minorities, regarding the path of China's industrialization. This draft provided a basis for subsequent revisions. This modification mainly adds the following content. The first section, about the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy and the contradictions within the people, adds a discussion on the relationship between democracy and centralism, freedom and discipline, democracy and freedom are relative, not absolute, and they all occur and develop in history. In our society, democracy is for centralization, and freedom is for discipline. These are two contradictory sides of a unity. They are contradictory and unified. We should not be confused. We cannot have freedom, discipline, democracy, or centralism in our society. The majority of the people fully understand these principles. A large exposition on using the Marxist law of the unity of opposites to observe and deal with problems was also added. This is an important addition to Mao Zedong's revision, which enhances the theoretical value of this article. Section 2 about eliminating counter-revolutionaries. This part is the smallest change until the official release of xianzhi. The third section, about agricultural cooperation, has the biggest changes, with some entire paragraphs being rewritten. But the questions to be answered are still the same as before. Do cooperatives have any advantages? Can it be consolidated? Have farmers' lives improved? Are their lives hard? But the discussion is more in-depth, more organized, and more comprehensive. Our country has an agricultural population of more than 500 million. The situation of farmers has a great bearing on the development of our country's economy and the consolidation of political power. In the socialist cause, it is always smooth sailing and easy to succeed without going through twists and turns and difficulties and without making great efforts. This kind of idea is just a fantasy. These discussions are all newly added this time. The fourth section, about the transformation of capitalists, does not add much. It mainly adds the following point: the reason why my country's private industry and commerce transformation has been done so quickly and smoothly is closely related to our handling of the contradiction between the working class and the national bourgeoisie as a contradiction among the people. Section 5, about intellectuals and young students, adds 3 contents. First, it is certain that the vast majority of intellectuals have made great progress in recent years. The second is to emphasize uniting intellectuals, improve relations with them, and help them make progress. Our country's socialist construction cannot advance even a step without these intellectuals. The third is to advocate diligence and thrift in building the country. Section 6 about savings mainly adds content on the issue of enterprise scale. We must build a small number of large-scale modern mechanized enterprises as the backbone. Without this backbone, our country cannot become a modern industrial power within a few decades. But most enterprises should not do this. They should start from a small scale and develop gradually, and should make full use of the industrial base left over from the old society. They should strive to save and do more with less money. Section 7 start from a population of 600 million. The original title was about overall planning and appropriate arrangements for a population of 600 million. It mainly gave an example to illustrate that overall planning and appropriate arrangements for a population of 600 million is a major issue that affects the overall situation. This revision greatly condenses these contents and focuses on the policy of overall consideration and appropriate arrangements. Our country has a population of 600 million. This is an objective existence and this is our capital. When we make plans, do things, and think about problems, we must start from this point. Never forget this point. Our country has a population of 600 million. Here are the advantages and difficulties. Here, difficulties are contradictions, and they must be resolved. Our policy is to make overall arrangements and make appropriate arrangements. We can imagine another policy, which is to ignore a large number of people in difficulty. This is a way to create conflicts, not to solve them. Section 8 about letting 100 flowers bloom, 100 schools of thought contending, long-term coexistence, and mutual supervision. This is one of the key points of the speech on February 27, and the discussion is relatively sufficient. This revision is mainly textual, and only some additions have been made to individual contents. After it must be acknowledged that various contradictions exist in socialist society, a sentence was added: it is these contradictions that promote the continued development of society. The contradictions in socialist society have different circumstances and properties from the contradictions in the old society. When talking about the fact that new things can only develop through struggle, I added a paragraph. Compared with the old society, the conditions for treating new things in socialist society are much better, but there are still contradictions, suppression of new forces and suppression of rational suggestions. It is not because of suppression, but because of unclear identification. Contradictions will also occur, and there needs to be a time for identification. When talking about the policy of long-term coexistence and mutual supervision, he added this: we propose that the democratic parties and the Communist Party should coexist together for a long time and supervise each other. They are only allowed to do good things and not do bad things. What's wrong with this? Whether it is the Communist Party or the Democratic parties, the first thing to supervise them is the people. Furthermore, political parties' party members also supervise the leaders of the political parties. Wouldn't it be more beneficial if we now add that all political parties supervise each other? The method of supervision is unity criticism unity. This method is a method of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contending. It is a method of long-term coexistence and mutual supervision, and a method of resolving all conflicts among the people. This section was later greatly supplemented and modified. However, some basic meanings are already present in this revised draft, such as, in socialist countries, there are still non-Marxist ideas and anti-Marxist ideas. After the socialist transformation is basically completed, bourgeois ideas and petty bourgeois ideas are still a vast ocean, and their ideologies must be tenaciously expressed in various ways, etc. Section 9, on how to deal with strikes, school strikes, and other incidents, has not been revised much. The main reason is to add a sentence based on the content of the speech when he went south. Mass disturbances should be regarded as a means of educating cadres and the masses under special circumstances. At that time, Mao Zedong viewed the problem of disturbances relatively simply, and was relatively optimistic about the situation in China, believing that serious events like Hungary would not happen in China. However, some serious situations that he did not expect occurred later, which prompted him to make major changes to the section, removing the 4 points he originally mentioned for dealing with trouble. Section 10, is chaos a bad thing or a good thing, has not changed much. Section 11, ethnic minority issues, makes some modifications to the Tibetan issue. Section 12, on the road to China's industrialization, has been changed to be more structured and theoretical, and it is clearly stated that the development of industry must be developed simultaneously with the development of agriculture as the road to China's industrialization. After criticizing the dogmatic attitude of studying the Soviet experience, he added a paragraph to clarify what the correct attitude is: when learning, use your brain to think about things that are suitable for our country's situation, that is, to critically absorb useful experience. What we need is this kind of attitude. The actual time spent on this modification was approximately 8.5 days. On the morning of May 8, Mao Zedong revised the second draft of self-revised manuscript. The main changes this time include: there are 2 changes to the title. The first section is changed to about 2 types of contradictions of different natures. The fourth section is changed to about the transformation of industrial and commercial people. The changes in content are concentrated in the first and 8th sections. In the first section, when it comes to the point where coercive methods cannot be used to resolve conflicts among the people, an important sentence is added: in order to produce effectively and live in an orderly manner, the people require their governments and leaders of production to issue various appropriate mandatory administrative orders. Without such administrative orders, social order cannot be maintained, which is understood by people's common sense. This and the use of persuasion and education to resolve conflicts among the people are 2 different things and cannot be confused. For the purpose of maintaining social order, administrative orders issued must also be accompanied by persuasion and education. Administrative orders alone will not work in many cases. What's more, If conflicts have arisen between the government and the people or between various sections of the people, what effect will it have if administrative orders alone are not investigated and discussed to solve the problems? As for problems in people's spiritual world, such as art, science, philosophy, religion, etc., it is even more impossible to use coercive methods. This is obviously added in response to some phenomena that had already occurred in society at that time. Section 8, after talking about the basic contradictions of socialist society, adds a long paragraph: our country's current social system is much superior to the social system of the old era. If it is not superior, the old system will not be overthrown and the new system will not be established. But this does not mean that there will be no contradictions in the new society. There will be no contradictions. The idea of shield is very naive. The so-called socialist production relations are more adaptable to the development of production than those in the old era. This refers to a situation that allows the continuous expansion of productive forces and thus enables the people's growing needs to be adequately satisfied. It has only been 7 years since the liberation of our country. The system has just been established, and while the broad masses welcome the new system, they are not used to it yet, and government workers do not have much experience. There needs to be a process of consolidation, getting used to, relearning, and gaining experience. At this time, we propose to strictly distinguish between the two types of contradictions between ourselves and the enemy and among the people, and adopt peaceful methods. It is very necessary to resolve the contradictions among the people in order to unite all the people to fight a new war, a war against nature, develop our economy, develop our culture, so that all people can go through the current transition period relatively smoothly, consolidate our new system, and build our new country. Later, Mao Zedong supplemented this paragraph, and together with the analysis of the basic contradictions of socialist society, it was moved to the first section covering the entire article, becoming a comprehensive discussion of the basic contradictions of socialist society. Among them, wage a new war, wage war against nature, develop our economy, develop our culture is a continuation of the spirit of the 8th National Congress, and is also an idea gradually strengthened in Mao Zedong's speeches, that is, after the socialist transformation is basically completed, the central task should be transferred to economic construction. The modifications in other sections are roughly as follows. The fifth section emphasizes the affirmation of the achievements of intellectuals' ideological transformation in previous years and emphasizes the necessity of continuing to ideologically transform intellectuals. In the seventh section, when talking about the policy of overall planning and appropriate arrangements, an additional paragraph was added: we should not complain about the large number of people, the backwardness of people, or the troublesomeness of things, and push them out of the door. When I say this, do I mean that everyone and everything should be taken over by the government? Of course not. Many people and many things can be solved by society, and society can come up with many good solutions. And this is included in the policy of overall planning and appropriate arrangements. We should guide society to do this. The issue of family planning continues to be retained in this revision and is changed to this: our country's population is increasing rapidly, with an increase of about 12 million to 15 million every year. This is also an important issue. Recently, more and more people are talking about this issue in society. For this issue, it seems possible to study the method of planned family planning. If this method is feasible, it can only be studied and implemented in densely populated areas, and can only be implemented gradually, and must obtain the full cooperation of the people. Section 9 provides a more comprehensive analysis of the problem of riots. We must believe that our people are very disciplined and reasonable, and they will never make troubles without reason. The troubles are only a very small number of intolerable or uneducated people. In a big country like ours, a small number of people making troubles are not something to be alarmed about. It is enough to adjust the social order and punish the bureaucracy. There are also a few unreasonable and violent people in our society. I do not support the indulgence of such people. On the contrary, strict punishment is required for such people. Failure to punish them is against the will of the people. At 10 o'clock in the evening on May 8, Mao Zedong revised the third draft of the self-revised manuscript. This modification is mainly in the 1st, 7th, 8th, and 10th sections. In addition, 2 titles were changed. The 5th section was changed to about intellectuals and the 9th section was changed to about mass unrest. 2 paragraphs were added to the first section. After talking about the relationship between democracy and dictatorship, a paragraph was added. Our dictatorship is called the People's Democratic Dictatorship. This means that a democratic system is implemented among the people, and the working class unites all the people with citizenship, first of all the farmers, to implement dictatorship against the past exploiters and oppressors. The so-called citizenship, in terms of politics, means the right to freedom and democracy. After discussing that there is only concrete democracy and freedom, a paragraph was added, with bourgeois democracy, there is no proletarian democracy. Some countries also allow the existence of the Communist Party, but only to the extent that it does not harm the fundamental interests of the bourgeoisie. Beyond this limit, no more is allowed. Another paragraph was added and rewritten in section 7, why raise such a question? Is there anyone who doesn't know that our country has a population of 600 million? Yes, you know it, but some people forget it when it comes to doing things. It seems that the fewer people, the better, and the smaller the circle, the better. People who hold this kind of small circle doctrine, for such a small circle, this kind of thinking is contradictory, mobilize all positive factors, unite all people who can be united, and turn all negative factors into positive factors to serve the great goal of building socialism. I hope these people will expand their horizons and truly recognize that our country has a population of 600 million, and that this is an objective existence and our capital. Section 8 adds 2 paragraphs when discussing the policy of long-term coexistence and mutual supervision. One paragraph is about the process of proposing this policy. The slogan long-term coexistence, mutual supervision was not put forward suddenly. It has been brewing for several years. Mutual supervision has been a fact for 7 years, but we should do better from now on. The idea of long-term coexistence has also existed for a long time. I remember that when the first political consultative conference was held in 1949, I said something with the meaning of long-term coexistence, and I have said it since. By last year, the class struggle was basically over, and this slogan could be clearly put forward. The other section talks about why the democratic parties and the Communist Party should coexist for a long time. It was very long, and after subsequent revisions, only a few sentences were retained. It is very dangerous for a person or a party if there are no different voices in his ears. As we all know, the main people who supervise us are the working people and ourselves, not the democratic parties. But having the democratic parties is more beneficial to us. It is worth noting that the original sentence was, the Communist Party is very powerful. It is afraid that no one will gossip, and the world will not be in chaos. This reflects Mao Zedong's judgment of the political situation at that time. Later, the situation changed, and when it was revised again, this sentence was deleted. In the 10th section, a paragraph is added about the mutual transformation of contradictory opposites. In short, the two opposing sides can transform their status into each other under certain conditions. Here, the conditions are important. Without certain conditions, both parties fighting will not transform. The most willing to change their status in the world is the proletariat, followed by the semi-proletariat, because one has nothing and the other has not much. The current situation in which the United States controls the majority vote in the United Nations and controls many parts of the world is only temporary. This situation will eventually change. China's status as a poor country and its status as a powerless country will also change. The poor country will become a rich country, and the powerless country will become a powerful country. The decisive condition for the transformation in the opposite direction is the joint efforts of the socialist system and the people. On May 9 and 10, Mao Zedong continued to revise Zheng and revised the fourth self-revised draft. Not many changes were made in this draft. There are two major changes. First, the title of Section 4 has been changed to About Private Industrial and Commercial Personnel. Second, the family planning issue in Section 7 has been removed. Family planning is a big deal for China. Mao Zedong talked about this issue many times, and until the third plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in October 1957, he still talked about implementing family planning. But in this revision, it was deleted and another sentence was added: "It is a good thing that there are many people in our country, but of course there are also difficulties." Mao Zedong marked this revised draft as the first draft and decided to solicit opinions from a small group and wrote to Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Zhen, Chen Boda, Hu Qiaomu, Lu Ding'ai, Tian Jiaying, Hu Sheng, Deng Liken, Kong Sheng, Li Vihan, etc. On the draft for comments, a paragraph was approved. Comrades who have received this document are requested to put forward their suggestions for revision and submit them to Comrade Chen Boda for summary and revision. Mao Zedong concentrated on revising Zheng and this came to an end. His attention turned to the party-wide rectification movement. People outside the party are helping the Communist Party to rectify its policies, which has reached a climax. Various opinions were put forward on different occasions, and some sharp criticisms were even published in newspapers with eye-catching headlines, which further enhanced the atmosphere and intensity of criticism. These criticisms are naturally aimed at various problems in the party's work. This is the first time since the Chinese Communist Party came to power. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China has also stepped up its guidance on the rectification movement. Since the publication of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China's instructions on the rectification movement on May 1, the People's Daily has published editorials one after another. Why rectification? Share the joys and sorrows with the masses. Why should we use gentle breeze and drizzle methods to rectify the movement, etc., etc., have given great impetus to the opinions of the whole party rectification and non-party people. From May 8 to June 3, the United Front Work Department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, entrusted by the Central Committee, held a symposium with leaders of various democratic parties in the auditorium of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference to solicit opinions on the United Front work. Well-known Democrats from all walks of life across the country gathered together. Their speeches are a concentrated reflection of various opinions outside the party. By May 15, symposiums with leaders of various democratic parties had been held 6 times, each lasting half a day. In order to take care of the living and working habits of these people, the symposiums are arranged in the afternoon. The opinions raised at the meeting focused on the relationship between the CCP and various democratic parties. May 8, the first day of the symposium. Vice Chairman of the China Democratic League Zhang Bajun, Chairman of the Joseon Society Su Diheng, Member of the Central Standing Committee of the Chinese Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee Chen Mingzhu, Deputy Chairman of the Democratic National Construction Association Zhang Naqi and others spoke successively. Luo Longji, Vice Chairman of the Democratic League, made a brief supplement after Zhang Bajun's speech. In his speech, Zhang Bajun criticized the party leadership system of state agencies. He said, where non-party people hold leadership positions, it is actually the party group that decides everything and the party group is responsible. Since the party group is responsible, it must have power. This is the fundamental reason why non-party people have positions but no power. Zhang Naqi raised the issue of parties protecting each other. He said, there are some party members now who regard right and wrong within the party and right and wrong outside the party, and regard party protection of each other as the party spirit. The next day, Shanghai's Wen Weipo published their speeches with the titles "The responsibilities of administrative leadership and party committees should be clearly divided and sectarianism must be overcome to solve the issue of power and authority," which aroused great repercussions in society. On May 9, the symposium entered its second day. Hu Huang, deputy chairman of the Democratic National Construction Association, Chen Qiu, chairman of the Zhejiang Party, Wang Kunlun, member of the Central Standing Committee of the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee, Huang Qixiang, vice chairman of the Peasants and Workers Democratic Party, Tan Zhiqing, deputy secretary general of the Democratic National Construction Association, Min Ganghao, member of the Central Standing Committee of the China Democratic League, and others spoke. Hu Huang raised the issue of respect but not closeness, closeness but not closeness in the relationship between the party and the masses. Tan Zhiqing and Min Ganghao both criticized the United Front Department for unifying the superiors but not the subordinates. Wang Kunlun believed that it was true that the United Front Department unified the superiors but not the subordinates, but whether the tops were enough is also a question. Although their opinions are sharp, they are more pertinent and kind to others. May 10, the third day of the symposium. Xiao Lizi, member of the Standing Committee of the Central Committee of the Democratic League, Luo Longji, and Shi Liang, vice chairman of the Democratic League, Chu Tunan, member of the Central Standing Committee of the Democratic League, Wang Xiaoqiao, vice chairman of the Association for the Promotion of Democracy, Zheng Xiaoluan, member of the Central Standing Committee of the Democratic League, Chen Mingzhu, member of the Central Standing Committee of the Chinese Democratic League, etc. spoke at the meeting. Vice chairman of the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee Zhang Zheizhong was absent due to illness and also made a written speech. Most of these statements were constructive. Xiao Lizi criticized the issue of replacing government with the party, but affirmed the party leadership system. It is proposed, the party's leadership in government departments is best through the party group. All major issues are decided by the party group and handed over to party members for implementation. If the party directly issues orders, it will be inferior. To improve the relationship between the party and the government, the important thing is to make the government departments truly take responsibility. This is only good for the party's leadership, not harmful. Wang Xiaoqiao believes, the wall between the party and the democratic parties is not erected by one side. The Communist Party's rectification campaign alone cannot tear down the wall. He also said that the reason why this wall is erected is because the languages of people from the new society and those from the old society are different. Don't regard language habits as ideological problems, which will accumulate over time and be used to punish people when opportunities arise. In his written speech, Zhang Zheizhong put forward 4 suggestions on the relationship between the party and people outside the party: solve problems from the perspective of ideological understanding, obtain guarantees from the system, cultivate feelings from life and interactions, implement policies by strengthening learning, strengthening publicity and education, and strengthening inspection work. May 11, the fourth day of the symposium. Wang Yufan, member of the Central Executive Bureau of the Peasants and Workers Democratic Party, Xiangqiu, vice chairman of the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee, Qian Jiaju, deputy secretary general of the Central Committee of the Democratic League and member of the Central Committee of the Democratic National Construction Association, Huang Dingchen, member of the Central Standing Committee of the Zhejiang Party, Yang Yitang, deputy director of the Central Organization Department of the Peasants and Workers Democratic Party, Cai Tingkai, vice chairman of the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee, Feng Binfu, member of the Central Standing Committee of the Association for the Promotion of Democracy, and Huang Yamian, member of the Central Standing Committee of the Democratic League, spoke at the meeting. Li Chunqing, vice chairman of the Taiwan Democratic Self-Government Alliance, made a written speech. Their criticisms mainly focused on the aspects of cannot seek political power in their positions and the promotion and appointment of party members and cadres, and demanded some improvements in the party leadership and cadre selection systems. The Zhigong Party and the Taiwan League also criticized the United Front Department, believing that the United Front Department did not pay enough attention to these two parties. May 13, the Fifth Symposium. Speakers at the meeting included, Yan Xinmin, member of the Central Executive Bureau of the Peasants and Workers Democratic Party, Wang Zhixiang, member of the Central Committee of the Jusan Society, Li Boqiu, member of the Central Executive Bureau of the Peasants and Workers Democratic Party, Zhang Ziruo, a nonpartisan Democrat, and Yuan Hanqing, member of the Central Committee of the Jusan Society. Wu Yanyan, member of the Central Standing Committee of the Association for the Promotion of Democracy, made a written speech. At that time, various criticisms in society heated up rapidly, the rhetoric became more and more fierce, and some opinions became more and more extreme. Some people criticize the party committee responsibility system and talk about long-term coexistence and mutual supervision. In fact, they want the democratic parties to be on equal footing with the Chinese Communist Party. Some newspapers have made expanded reports on some extreme opinions. This atmosphere in society also affected the symposium. Some people pointed out, the current political and legal equality between the democratic parties and the Communist Party is far from true equality in fact, because in fact the conditions for equality do not yet exist and there is no material basis. The right to equality has been announced, but the democratic parties are not qualified to enjoy this right. Some people say, if he can be the protagonist, let him be the protagonist. Otherwise, let him play a minor role or simply not let him be on the stage. There is no need to put those little feet on the stage to perform extra roles. Not all those who made comments had any political malice, but they could clearly feel the social atmosphere that existed at that time. May 15 is the Sixth Symposium. Ma Yinchu, a nonpartisan Democrat and president of Peking University, Chen Mingzhu, a member of the Standing Committee of the Central Committee of the Chinese Revolutionary Committee, Shen Yanbing, a nonpartisan Democrat, Lu Qingyang, a member of the Central Standing Committee of the Democratic League and director of the Women's Committee, Mei Gongbin, Secretary General of the Central Committee of the Chinese Revolutionary Committee, and Zhang Ziruo, a nonpartisan Democrat, all spoke at the meeting. In this symposium, there were obviously two voices. Ma Yinchu and others pointed out, some current criticisms are not realistic enough and tend to deny everything. For example, the current criticism of Peking University details the bad points in detail and does not mention the good points at all. This is unconvincing. Taking Peking University as an example, Ma Yinchu said, it is wrong to simply criticize the party committee system for being bad. We should also praise the places where the party committee system is good. The wall must be torn down from both sides, the Communist Party and the Democratic parties, as well as people without party affiliation. It cannot be done by relying on one aspect alone. Some people believe that his party has no wall to tear down. Advocate the abolition of the party committee system in schools. Zhang Ziruo spoke last. In his speech, he criticized four kinds of deviations: first, rejoicing in great achievements; second, eager for quick success; third, despising the past; fourth, superstitious about the future. These four sentences left a deep impression on Mao Zedong. While convening a symposium with leaders of various democratic parties, the United Front Work Department of the Central Committee also held special symposiums on May 6 and 7, focusing on the relationship between the party organizations of Tsinghua University and the organizations of democratic parties. At the meeting, some people proposed that professors should be relied upon to run the school, that there would be no need for partisan activities in the school, and that grassroots organizations of democratic parties should have equal status with CCP organizations. On the second day after the symposium, Guangming Daily reported the speeches at the meeting with the eye-catching title discussing changes to the party committee responsibility system in colleges and universities on its front page. Since then, universities such as Peking University, Beijing Normal University, and Renmin University of China have also held symposiums one after another. Judging from the situation in half a month, during the rectification movement, on the one hand, a large number of shortcomings and errors in the party and government work were exposed, which Mao Zedong attached great importance to. On the other hand, some extreme and even wrong remarks also appeared, which aroused Mao Zedong's high vigilance. On May 14, Mao Zedong wrote a comment to Liu Shaokai and others, "Comrades Shaokai, Enlai, Chen Yun, Xiaoping, and Peng Zhen, read it. This whole page is worth reading carefully, otherwise the party will be destroyed. Please pay attention to Shanghai Liberation Day. The newspapers, Nanjing Xinhua Daily, Shanghai Wenhui Daily, Beijing Daily, and Guangming Daily focus on news about internal conflicts among the people and our party's rectification, which is the most important thing in the world." This comment was written on the second page of the Liberation Daily on May 10. In this page, with the title boldly exposing contradictions and helping rectify the party, the entire page published the excerpts of speeches that the newspaper invited a group of primary and secondary school teachers to hold a symposium 2 days ago. At that time, some speeches, reports, and comments published in newspapers gave more and more people a strong impression. It seemed that the leadership of the Communist Party of China at all levels had serious problems. These problems were not local, but global. The root cause lay in the leadership responsibility system of the party committee. It seemed that the leadership of the Communist Party of China was in crisis and was about to be unable to survive. Some people spoke fairly about the achievements made under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, but they were ridiculed by some as Goetheists. Under this erroneous guidance, some people publicly gave speeches in universities, attacked the Communist Party of China, attacked the party's leadership, and incited students to take to the streets and workers to go on strike. Mao Zedong originally estimated that due to the high prestige and performance of the Chinese Communist Party, serious situations like the Hungarian incident would not occur in China. He sincerely hopes that people outside the party will help the Communist Party to rectify its reforms, and hopes that through public criticism in society and in newspapers, a certain amount of pressure will be created within and outside the party, prompting party leaders at all levels to face up to their mistakes and correct their shortcomings. After the symposium on how democratic parties helped rectify the Communist Party was held, he listened to a report from the United Front Work Department of the Central Committee and asked the People's Daily to publish these opinions publicly. He believed that once this approach became a system, it would create a lively political situation in the whole society, which would be conducive to discovering and resolving various social contradictions. However, he did not expect such a situation to occur during the public broadcast. This shocked him and led him to make a serious assessment of the situation that was different from his original one. At 9 p.m. on May 14, Mao Zedong held an enlarged meeting of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee in the Yiniantang until 1 a.m. the next day. Those present at the meeting were Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Zhen, Li Vihan, Kong Sheng, and Liu Dingyi. On May 16, the meeting will continue from 9 p.m. to 1:20 p.m. the next day. Among the people attending the meeting, Wu Lengzi was added. No minutes were left of the 2-day meeting, but it can be inferred that it was related to the rectification movement. On May 14, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the instructions on reporting criticisms of non-party personnel on all aspects of party and government work. There are many new and important references in this directive. The instruction requires that for the time being, there should be no refutation of the erroneous criticisms made by people outside the party, especially those made by right-leaning elements, in order to allow them to speak freely. Our newspapers in various places should continue to fully report the remarks made by people outside the party, especially those made by right-leaning and anti-communist elements, as they are, and without reporting them in a whitewashed way will make their faces clear to the masses, which will be of great benefit to educating the masses and educating centrist elements. The instruction also pointed out, it is inappropriate to delete many party newspapers in recent times. This actually helps the right-wing elements and makes people feel that we are afraid of these remarks. Please correct this phenomenon immediately. This is the first time since the rectification movement was launched that the issue of exposing the faces of right-leaning elements has been raised in a document of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Although the document does not yet use the term rightist attack, the seriousness of the problem can be clearly seen by mentioning right-leaning elements and anti-communist elements together. On May 15, Mao Zedong began to write an article titled "Going to the Opposite Side," signed as commentator of this newspaper, and it seems that he was originally planning to publish it publicly. When he reviewed the first proof draft, he changed the title of the article to "Things Are Changing," his signature to Central Political Research Office, and noted, "Internal documents, be careful to preserve them." The author made several revisions to the article before it was issued to the party on June 12. This article used harsh words to analyze the situation of the rectification movement and the ideological and political situation inside and outside the party at that time, and refuted some remarks. The most important thing was that it raised the issue of rampant right-wing attacks for the first time, with the purpose of making the party mentally prepared to counterattack the right-wing attacks. This article marked an important change in Mao Zedong's thinking. When Mao Zedong analyzed the ideological situation within the party, he pointed out, within the Communist Party, there are various people, with Marxists being the majority, others with dogmatic ideas, and still others with revisionist or right-leaning opportunist ideas. The last kind of people are more dangerous. Their ideas are the reflection of bourgeois ideas within the party. They deny the party and class nature of newspapers and confuse the principal difference between proletarian journalism and bourgeois journalism. They appreciate bourgeois liberalism and oppose party leadership. They support democracy and oppose centralism. They oppose necessary but not excessively centralized leadership, planning, and control of cultural undertakings. He said, "For several months, people have been criticizing dogmatism but letting revisionism go. Now we should start to pay attention to criticizing revisionism." This is a new policy proposed by Mao Zedong for the struggle against tendencies based on changes in circumstances. Before this, the edge of his criticism was directed at dogmatism. This change had a considerable impact on his continued revision of the Zhengqiu speech. Mao Zedong also analyzed the social situation and believed, in recent times, among democratic parties and colleges and universities, the right wing has been the most determined and aggressive. However, the right wing's attack has not yet reached its peak. We have to let them be rampant for a period of time to reach the peak. The more rampant they are, the more beneficial they are to us. People say, they are afraid of fishing, or they say, luring the enemy deep and gathering together to annihilate them. Now a large number of fish have floated to the surface on their own, so don't fish. He estimates that rightists in society account for about 1%, 3%, 5% to 10% of all non-party intellectuals, depending on the situation. He also believes, our struggle with the right is focused on fighting for the center. The right wing's attempt is to fight for a part first and then the whole thing. First fight for the leadership of the press, education, literature, and art, and science and technology. They know that the Communist Party is inferior to them in these aspects, and this is exactly the case. He also felt that the right wing of the press still has signs of calling on the workers and peasants to oppose the government. In the article, he proposed the criteria for distinguishing good and evil in politics. It mainly depends on whether people really want socialism and truly accept the leadership of the Communist Party. Regarding various criticisms in society, he still believes that most are right and must be accepted. Only some are wrong and should be explained. He added, most people's criticisms are reasonable, or basically reasonable, including Professor Fu Ying of Peking University's sharp criticisms that were not published in newspapers. The purpose of these people's criticisms is to improve mutual relations, and their criticisms are well-intentioned. Criticisms from the right are often malicious, and they are hostile. Goodwill and maliciousness are not conjectures, they can be seen. He said, Some of the criticisms from the right are right, and they cannot be completely dismissed. Whatever is right should be adopted. The article concluded, our unity and struggle with the bourgeoisie and intellectuals will last a long time. But 2 or 3 5-year plans are probably enough. After the rectification of the Communist Party comes to an end, we will recommend that the democratic parties and all sectors of society implement rectification, which will accelerate their progress and make it easier to isolate a few right-wing elements. Now it is people outside the party who are helping us in rectification. In a while, we will help people outside the party in rectification. This is mutual help, so that the unhealthy trends can be rectified, turned to the opposite direction, and turned into positive trends. On May 16, Mao Zedong drafted the instructions on dealing with current criticism from non-party personnel for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. This instruction, on the one hand, affirmed the mainstream of criticism from outside the party and pointed out, since the public discussion inside and outside the party on internal contradictions among the people has been launched, contradictions in all aspects have been exposed extremely quickly. In the past, we were almost completely unaware of the details of these contradictions. Now they are revealed truthfully. Very good. No matter how sharp the criticism of us is, including Professor Fu Ying of Peking University, such criticism accounts for more than 90%, which is of great benefit to our party's rectification and correction of shortcomings and mistakes. On the other hand, it also affects how to deal with the rightists. In recent days, a small number of people with anti-communist sentiments in society have been eager to make some inflammatory remarks in an attempt to guide the correct resolution of contradictions among the people, the consolidation of the people's democratic dictatorship, and the construction of socialism into the wrong direction, Yi said. I would like to ask you to pay attention to this point, let them publish it, and refrain from refuting it for the time being, so that the right-wingers can expose their reactionary features in front of the people, and then study the refutation issue after a period of time. This is what some people later called the strategy of leaving the snake out of its hole. In this way, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China's guidance on the rectification work has undergone a change, and there are 2 policies. One is to deal with well-intentioned criticism. No matter how sharp it is, it must be fully let go, while the Communist Party must completely change it. This type of criticism accounts for more than 90%. The other is to deal with the malicious remarks of a very small number of people. We should let them go without criticizing them for the time being, so that they can expose their reactionary features in front of the people. The article and instruction mentioned earlier were not published at that time, and the scope of communication was very small, and the general public was not aware of it. The symposium of leaders of various democratic parties convened by the United Front Work Department of the Central Committee continues to be held. From May 16 to June 3, 7 more meetings were held. May 21, the 8th symposium. Zhang Bajun spoke first and proposed the idea of a political design institute. He said, now there are many design institutes in industry, but for many political facilities, there is no design institute. I think the CPPCC, the National People's Congress, democratic parties, and people's organizations should be the 4 design institutes in politics. These design institutes should play more roles. Some political infrastructure must be handed over to them in advance. Discussion: 3 cobblers merge into one Zhujiang. Nowadays, universities are very dissatisfied with the party committee system. The system can be supplemented, because everyone is taking the road of socialism. In this way, the content of democratic life will be enriched. How can the Political Design Institute and the leadership of the Communist Party be arranged? He did not say it explicitly, but when combined with his negative criticism of the leadership of the party committee in his speech on May 8, the matter is very clear. May 22, the 9th symposium. In his speech, Luo Longji proposed the establishment of a leading organization responsible for redress outside the leadership of the party to solve the problem of preventing retaliation. He said that some people asked the party to provide guarantees that they would not be retaliated against in the future after criticizing the party. He said that it would be a joke to ask Chairman Mao to come out and give a speech. He proposed that the People's Congress and the Political Consultative Committee establish a committee. This committee would not only examine the past deviations in the 3 antis, 5 antis and the elimination of counter-revolutionaries, but would also make a public statement and encourage everyone to complain about any grievances they had. This committee includes the leading party, as well as democratic parties and people from all walks of life. He also advocated that local people's congresses and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference should also establish committees of this nature to make it a system. The institution advocated by Luo Longji was later simply called the Rehabilitation Committee. June 1, the 12th Symposium. Chu Enping, editor-in-chief of Guangming Daily, the organ of the democratic parties, spoke on the topic of proposing some opinions to Chairman Mao and Premier Zhou. He started from Zhang Naqi's statement about party and party protecting each other and raised the issue of party in the world. He said, "The relationship between the party and the masses has not been good in the past few years, and it has become an issue that urgently needs adjustment in our country's political life. What is the key to this problem? In my opinion, the key lies in the ideological issue of party under heaven. I believe that this ideological issue of party under heaven is the ultimate source of all sectarian phenomena, and is the link between the party and non-party organizations. The fundamental contradiction between the parties. Today's prominent sectarianism and poor relations between the party and the masses are a nationwide phenomenon. The Communist Party is a party with a high degree of organizational discipline. Does such national shortcomings have anything to do with the leadership of the party Central Committee? On June 2, Shanghai's Wen Huipo published the full text of Chu Enping's speech on the front page. From May 15 to June 8, the United Front Work Department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the 8th Office of the State Council jointly held a symposium on the business community. At the 25 symposiums held during this period, 108 business people spoke. Some people have raised questions such as, does the national bourgeoisie still have 2 sides? Should public representatives in public-private joint ventures be withdrawn? Should the party member Secretary-General of the Federation of Industry and Commerce be retained? This reflects the dissatisfaction of some business people with socialist transformation and the party's leadership. These opinions caused heated debates at the symposium. Compared with these 2 types of symposiums, the emotions on the campuses of colleges and universities are more intense. On May 19, some students at Peking University posted the first big character poster in the dining hall. By the 22nd, the number of big character posters on the Peking University campus had increased from dozens to hundreds. Many of the contents of the big character posters call for the abolition of the party committee responsibility system, absolute freedom of speech, assembly, and association, the complete liberalization of all banned books, and opposition to compulsory political courses. These actions are called the May 19 movement by some people. Guangming Daily and Shanghai's Wen Huipo also called it Peking University's democracy wall in their reports. On the evening of May 23, a student from Renmin University came to Peking University and publicly delivered an inflammatory speech, saying that the current situation was feudal socialism. The situation at that time gave some people the illusion that the Chinese Communist Party was losing its ability to control the situation and that another Bo-Hungarian incident was about to happen in China. Mao Zedong paid close attention to the development of the rectification movement and learned about the reactions of all parties in a timely manner through various channels. During the most tense days, people were sent to Peking University, Tsinghua University, Beijing Normal University, Renmin University of China and other universities to read big character posters almost every day. He asked the staff around him, "Do you think the Communist Party can be stable?" During that time, he was very worried. When I recalled it later, I also said, I am always worried, especially when the rightists attacked at the end of May last year. I ate and worked in bed, and read the materials all day long, and they were all scolding us. He also said, when the rightists were aggressively attacking, who was not anxious? I think everyone was a little anxious. I am an anxious person, and I only think of ideas when I am anxious. In fact, Mao Zedong was not the only one who was anxious at that time. Other leaders of the central government, leading cadres at all levels of the party, and many party members are also anxious and very dissatisfied with the inflammatory and extreme remarks of a few people. Soon, Mao Zedong felt confident. A few months later, he recalled, before the 4 universities had no bottom, we sent people to read the big character posters every day. Only after May 20 did we find out how big the impact of the Hungarian incident was. Deng Xiaoping also said at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee on May 23, the question now is this movement terrible? Now we are indeed a little worried. For example, there are quite a few senior cadres in our party school, all comrades of the provincial and prefectural committees, and they are very worried there. This worry is justified. You said that the Communist Party saw that scolding mother. I was not anxious about the matter, and it was hard to imagine. In the first few days, people were a little anxious. Later, the more reactionary things they saw, they felt more at ease. Some people were worried that there would be no trouble. This estimate represents the unanimous opinion of the Politburo Standing Committee. After mid-May, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China strengthened its guidance on the rectification work. While continuing to sing, he was preparing to counterattack the right attack. On May 20, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the instructions on strengthening leadership of the current movement, stating, the current situation is that in places such as Shanghai and Beijing where the movement has already begun, right-wing elements are quite rampant in their remarks, but the reactionary side of some people has not yet been exposed or has not been exposed enough. Left-wingers should not speak too much in the previous period, while communists adopted the policy of not speaking for the time being. In the short term, it is better for party members not to speak for the time being. The instructions also required greetings to grassroots party cadres and reliable leftists outside the party. On the afternoon of May 23, Liu Shaokai presided over an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee to listen to Deng Xiaoping's report on the recent rectification movement and work arrangements. Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Chen Yun, Lu Ding'ai, Kang Sheng and others also reported some situations. Finally, Liu Shaokai spoke. He said, Comrade Xiaoping's report is very good. This was determined by the chairman and the standing committee of the Central Committee. The current movement must be led according to such principles and steps. On the afternoon of May 25, Mao Zedong and members of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and members of the Political Bureau in Beijing received all the representatives attending the Third National Congress of the New Democratic Youth League of China. In a brief speech, Mao Zedong emphasized, the Communist Party of China is the core of leadership for the entire Chinese people. Without such a core, the cause of socialism cannot win. He called on, comrades, unite and fight resolutely and bravely for the great cause of socialism. All words and actions that deviate from socialism are completely wrong. The next day, the People's Daily and other major newspapers published this speech. This is an important political signal publicly sent by the Communist Party of China at an important moment of the rectification movement. Mao Zedong began to revise the Zhengchu speech again. During this period, his revision of the speech draft of rightness reflected more of his observations and thinking in the face of the right's attack. He sent out the first draft for comments, and half a month passed. On May 24, a second draft was revised for soliciting opinions. He requested that opinions be solicited from a wider group, including Central Committee members and alternate Central Committee members in Beijing, as well as Tianjiying, Hushen, and Denliken. He approved a paragraph, "Comrades, please read this document immediately, write down and revise it where you think it should be revised, and return it to Comrade Yang Shankin of the General Office of the Central Committee on May 26. We look forward to it." In this revision, some modifications and adjustments have been made to the titles and order of each section. The order of Section 6 and Section 11 has been reversed. In terms of content, the following modifications and additions have been made. In the first section, a discussion on the role of the people's democratic dictatorship in defending against external enemies has been added. A large section of Section 8 on the basic contradictions of socialist society and the unity of opposites between balance and imbalance has been moved to this section. The third section adds a discussion on the need to always pay attention to the many contradictions of cooperatives in terms of production issues and distribution issues. Section 4 appropriately emphasizes that industrial and commercial workers must strengthen their ideological transformation. Section 5 adds a large section on the need for intellectuals to complete a fundamental change in their worldview. Later, on the basis of this paragraph of content, there was a great expansion. Section 7 has minor additions and resumes the content on population issues. There are two important changes in Section 8. One is to modify the sentence "Although class struggle has basically ended in our country, the bourgeoisie is still there, and the petty bourgeoisie has just been undergoing transformation" to read, "In our country, although the socialist transformation has basically been completed and the large-scale mass class struggle has basically ended, the bourgeoisie is still there." Yes, the petty bourgeoisie has just been transformed. The struggle between proletarian thought and bourgeois thought is still sharp, long-term, and sometimes very fierce. This is a description of the class struggle situation based on the content of the Nangxia talks and the newly exposed situation. In the following days, on May 25, 27, and 28, Mao Zedong made 3 additional revisions to this paragraph, forming the final version that was officially published. Another aspect is the addition of critical revisionism. Emphasizing the sharpness of the struggle between proletarian thought and bourgeois thought and emphasizing the importance of criticizing revisionism are the most important revisions this time. On May 25, Mao Zedong revised the third draft for soliciting opinions and requested that it be immediately issued to the members of the Central Committee in Beijing, alternate members of the Central Committee, Tianjiying, Hushen, Denliken, and responsible comrades from various provinces and municipalities who attended the meeting in Beijing that day. In his comments, he wrote, "Comrades, this is the third draft, and it needs to be revised. After receiving it, please revise it with your pen wherever you think it should be revised, and return the original to Comrade Yang Shankin before June 5th." He also specifically noted, "I have some important revisions in the Let 100 Flowers Bloom section." What are the important changes he is talking about? One is about ideological struggles. The situation of the left, center and right factions of the bourgeoisie and bourgeois intellectuals is analyzed, as well as the policies adopted by the Communist Party towards them. Later, when it was revised, all of them were deleted. The second is to add 6 political criteria for distinguishing fragrant flowers from poisonous weeds. The final written expression of these 6 political standards is, "It is conducive to uniting the people of all ethnic groups in the country, rather than dividing the people. It is conducive to socialist transformation and socialist construction, rather than detrimental to socialist transformation and socialist construction. It is conducive to consolidating the people's democratic dictatorship, rather than destroying or weakening this dictatorship. It is conducive to consolidating the dictatorship. It is conducive to consolidating the leadership of the Communist Party, rather than getting rid of or weakening this leadership. It is conducive to the international unity of socialism and the international unity of peace-loving people around the world, rather than harming these unity." The third is to add 2 paragraphs to the policy of long-term coexistence and mutual supervision. This is our wish. As for whether the democratic parties can survive in the long term, it is not determined solely by the wishes of the Communist Party. It also depends on the performance of the democratic parties themselves and whether their future work meets the needs of the people and whether they gain the trust of the people. Of course, when all democratic parties offer opinions and criticisms to the Communist Party, they must see whether those opinions and criticisms meet the above 6 political standards. If they do not, they will lose their qualifications for supervision. Therefore, any democratic party must pay attention to ideological reform and strive to coexist with the Communist Party for a long time and supervise each other to adapt to the needs of the new society. These important revisions were proposed based on the political situation at that time. On May 27, Mao Zedong revised it again and formed the 4th draft for soliciting opinions. He said in the notice, "This is the 4th draft. Please look at the section 'Let 100 Flowers Bloom,' there is an important revision." The so-called important revision is the addition of a large paragraph on the issue of fighting against the ideological influence of the bourgeoisie and bourgeois intellectuals. When later revisions were made, bourgeois intellectuals were changed to intellectuals from the old society. This modification is also important. Obviously, Mao Zedong further considered that intellectuals who came from the old society should not be regarded as bourgeois intellectuals. On the one hand, he emphasized that the influence of the bourgeoisie and intellectuals from the old society will exist in our country for a long time. On the other hand, he emphasized that ideological struggle is different from other struggles. It cannot adopt rough coercive methods, but can only use meticulous reasoning methods. In addition, after talking about the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the class struggle between various political forces is added. Change. The large-scale mass class struggle has basically ended to the large-scale and violent mass class struggle during the revolutionary period has basically ended. In this way, some restrictions have been placed on the class struggle that has basically ended. On May 28, Mao Zedong revised the 5th draft for soliciting opinions, requiring that the secretaries of the party committees of all provinces and municipalities, the members and alternate members of the political bureau, the secretaries and alternate secretaries of the Central Committee, and Tianjiying, Denliken, and Husheng should be issued within 3 hours. This modification is mainly to polish the text in some places. In the afternoon of that day, I met with Chen Boda, Hu Qiaomu, and Tianjiying to discuss revision issues. On June 1, with the participation of several scholars, Mao Zedong made a major change to Zhengqiu and formed the 6th draft for soliciting opinions. The first section adds an important theoretical perspective on the contradiction between the adaptability and incompatibility between socialist production relations and productive forces. Section 5 expands the space and adds weight to the progress of our country's intellectuals in the past 7 years and the content of better uniting them to serve socialist construction. In the 8th section, where it talks about revisionism is a bourgeois ideological trend, 2 sentences are added. When we criticize dogmatism, we must also pay attention to criticizing revisionism. It is more dangerous than dogmatism. When talking about the basic victory of the socialist revolution, a part of the bourgeoisie and a part of bourgeois intellectuals dream of restoring the capitalist system, they must first fight against Marxism from all aspects, and in this struggle, revisionists are their best assistants. After the 6 political standards, a paragraph was added to explain, these standards are put forward to help the people develop free discussion on various issues, not to hinder such discussions. People who do not agree with these standards can still put forward their own opinions for debate, but most people with clear standards can make criticism and self-criticism move on the right track. In the early morning of June 9, the 7th draft for soliciting opinions was revised. Mao Zedong called this draft the June 8 revised draft. The revision of this draft was still completed by him and several scholars. The modifications mainly focus on the first section. Originally, I talked about the difference between the 2 types of contradictions at the beginning. This time it was rewritten and expanded into 5 very long paragraphs, respectively discussing, my country's unprecedented unity and 2 types of contradictions, what are the people and what are the enemies, the difference between contradictions among the people and contradictions between ourselves and the enemy, the contradiction between the working class and the national bourgeoisie, distinguishing between ourselves and the enemy and distinguishing right from wrong. At the same time, it also adds a discussion on the different nature of the contradictions between socialist society and capitalist society, as well as an analysis of the compatibility and contradiction between the superstructure and the economic base. Section 8 adds the political basis for the long-term coexistence of various parties, that is, really committed to uniting the people to engage in the cause of socialism and gaining the trust of the people. On the basis of extensive solicitation of opinions, on the correct handling of contradictions among the people has been revised many times. It can be said that this important theoretical work is Mao Zedong's meticulous masterpiece and the culmination of the party's collective wisdom. At 2 o'clock in the morning on June 9, Mao Zedong finished correcting the last line and gave instructions. 35 copies of the proofs will be printed and handed over to Comrade Yang Shankan at 9 o'clock in the morning today. They will be distributed to the comrades of the Politburo, the Secretariat, and Tianjiying. Translation will be sent immediately. In early June, the situation changed dramatically. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to organize a fight against the rightists. At the end of May and early June, there were signs that higher education institutions were connecting across regions and preparing to take to the streets. On June 6, Zhang Bajun held an emergency meeting at the CPPCC Cultural Club in Nanhian, Beijing, to discuss the current situation. Zhang Bajun and others believe that students today have many problems that are about to explode. When they take to the streets, the citizens unite and the problem becomes bigger. The current situation is very similar to that on the eve of the 8th plenary session of the Central Committee of the Polish United Workers' Party. We did not expect that the party would make so many mistakes, and the problems that have arisen now have greatly exceeded our expectations, leaving us at a loss as to whether we can recover or release them. Now we have the responsibility to help the party. At that time, some people publicly proposed that the Communist Party should withdraw from institutions and schools, and public representatives withdraw from joint ventures, saying that the fundamental method is to change the social system. On June 6, Mao Zedong read the briefing on the rectification situation in colleges and universities sent by Lu Dingyi. The briefing stated that a student from Peking University wrote an article spreading rumors that the party's Central Committee had begun to split and that some people wanted to force Chairman Mao to step down. After the article was circulated, it caused a great shock. Mao Zedong immediately ordered, Shankan printed and distributed it to all Central Committee members in Beijing for reading. It is completely false, but it is worth noting. At that time, there was also an incident in which Liu Yuan was threatened by anonymous letters. Liu Yuan is a member of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee and an assistant to the Secretary General of the State Council. On May 25, he spoke at an enlarged meeting of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang, criticizing some people's opinions as being one-sided. He was only allowed to put forward his own opinions, and no one was allowed to give explanations. After the meeting, he received an anonymous letter. The letter said that he was acting as a villain and threatened him to turn back as soon as possible, otherwise you will not be forgiven. The anonymous letter also said, if the Communist Party only recognizes people like you, it will one day be destroyed. On the afternoon of June 6, at a symposium of non-party persons convened by Shi Zongxun, Secretary General of the State Council, Liu Yuan read the anonymous letter in public. He said, I don't understand why some people are only allowed to say negative things but not positive things, and are so hostile to people who say positive things. He proposed, we should think deeply about where our criticism of the Communist Party starts from. Where do we want to go? Li Zhonggong, councillor of the State Council, said at the meeting that he had received an anonymous letter threatening him because he had criticized people who had criticized the CCP. Mao Zedong was determined to seize this opportunity and organize a counter-attack against the rightists. Wu Lengzi recalled the scene at that time. It was the morning of June 7. Mao Zedong asked Hu Qiaomu to go with him to discuss the issue of Wu Lengzi taking over Deng Tuo's job at the People's Daily. The following is a summary of Wu Lengzi's memories. As soon as we sat down, Chairman Mao said happily that Liu Yuan's speech at the symposium was published in the newspaper today, saying that he received anonymous letters attacking, insulting, and intimidating him. This provides us with a good opportunity to launch a counter-attack against the rightists. Chairman Mao said that the good thing about this anonymous letter is that it attacks people outside the party and members of the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee. The good thing is that it is anonymous and not signed by a named person. In the past few days, I have been thinking about when to seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Now that the opportunity has come, seize it immediately and launch a fight against the right in the form of an editorial in the People's Daily. The title of the editorial is "Why is this?" Raise such a question in front of readers and let everyone think about it. During this conversation, Mao Zedong did not decide on the spot that I should go to the People's Daily. He asked me to think about it again and talk again 10 days later. He changed a few more words in the editorial "Why is this?" and asked Hu Qiaomu to publish it in the People's Daily the next day and Xinhua News Agency to broadcast it nationwide that night. Before this, Mao Zedong had made relatively sufficient preparations for counterattack from several aspects. One is to say hello. On June 3, the symposium of leaders of various democratic parties convened by the United Front Work Department of the Central Committee ended, and Li Vihan was preparing to speak at the meeting. According to Li Vihan's recollection, in my speech at the Symposium of Democratic Parties on June 3, I did not say that I would fight against the right. I asked Chairman Mao, Xiaokai, and Comrade Enlai if they wanted to counterattack. Comrade Enlai said that K. Kingshi had already expressed it in Shanghai, and you can speak up. When Comrade Mao Zedong reviewed my speech, he added a sentence, saying that a considerable part of the criticisms and opinions raised at the symposium were wrong. On the evening of June 5, Mao Zedong invited Chen Shutong and Huang Yanpi to speak at Yuniantang. The two of them participated in a symposium with leaders of democratic parties and a symposium with business people respectively. On the evening of June 9, I asked Li De to talk again at Yuniantang. The second is to issue instructions. On June 6, Mao Zedong drafted the instructions on stepping up the rectification movement for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Its basic spirit is to make preparations before counterattack, requiring all localities to line up according to the standards of left, center, and right, and at the same time solve a number of solvable problems as soon as possible in order to win over the center and isolate the right. The instructions pay special attention to, the summer vacation is coming, and college students in Beijing, Shanghai, and other places will go home. Some of them will move around. You should take the initiative and be prepared to deal with it appropriately. These days, Mao Zedong's work was very intense. He held meetings and conversations every day to understand the situation, analyze trends, and study countermeasures. On June 8, the People's Daily published a prominent article on its front page entitled "Why is this?" Editorial. The editorial seized on the Liu Yuan incident for analysis and pointed out, "We believe that this threatening letter is a major event in current political life, because this letter is indeed a warning to the broad masses of the people and a signal for some people to use the party's rectification movement to carry out sharp class struggle. This letter tells us, although the large-scale class struggle in the country has passed, class struggle has not been extinguished, especially on the ideological front. This is the first time that erroneous remarks since the launch of the rectification movement have been publicly criticized in the form of an editorial in a party newspaper. This is the signal to start a counterattack." In addition to Shanghai's Wenhui Po and Guangming Daily, all major newspapers have reprinted this editorial. The editorial caused a strong response in society. On June 8 and 10, Mao Zedong drafted instructions on organizing forces to prepare to counterattack by rightists and instructions on steps and strategies for countering the rightist attacks for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The previous instruction pointed out, This is a great political and ideological struggle. Only in this way can our party take the initiative, train talents, educate the masses, isolate the reactionaries, and make the reactionaries passive. In short, this is a war. Without winning this battle, socialism cannot be built, and there is some danger of the Hungarian incident. Now in our proactive rectification campaign, we proactively draw out possible Hungarian incidents and divide them into various agencies and schools for drills and processing, and divide them into many small Hungarians. The party and government are basically not in disarray, only a small part is disintegrated, which is of great benefit. The latter instruction informed the current progress of the counterattack and the current deployment. Once again, we must unite the majority, isolate a very small minority, and humiliate a very small minority. After June 8, People's Daily published editorials one after another to refute representative erroneous remarks. After the momentum for counterattacking the rightists was built, Mao Zedong held meetings of different scopes to study the situation and guide the movement. At the same time, he continued to revise the Zhengchu speech draft with Chen Boda, Hu Qiaomu, and Tian Jiaying. On June 14, the eighth draft was revised for comments. Mao Zedong noted the revised draft of June 14. In this revision, the title of Section 10, "Is trouble a bad thing or a good thing?" was changed to "Can a bad thing turn into a good thing?" In this way, the titles of all 12 sections are finally determined. There are some other minor modifications. The first section is added: contradictions among the people are not new, but they have different contents in various revolutionary periods and socialist construction periods. The second section is added: after the original counter-revolutionaries have been eliminated, some new counter-revolutionaries may appear. The expression of the double hundred policy in the eighth section is changed to: the policy of letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend is a policy that promotes the development of art and scientific progress, and is a policy that promotes socialism in our country. The policy of promoting the prosperity of Italian culture. In the ninth section, where it is mentioned that the most important factor in causing trouble is bureaucracy, it is added: some of the mistakes of this kind of bureaucracy are the responsibility of the higher level agencies and cannot be entirely blamed on the people below. In the 12th section, a paragraph is added that affirms the experience of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union has been building socialism for 40 years, and its experience is very valuable to us. The revision of the article "The Right Place" is nearing completion. On June 16, only a few text modifications were made, and it was the ninth draft, marked finalized on June 16th. The next day, there was another revision. This was already the 10th draft for comments, which was marked as the final draft. The revision of the speech draft of "The Right Place" began on April 24 and has been completed since then, a total of 55 days. On June 19, the full text of the article on the correct handling of contradictions among the people was published in the People's Daily and was also published in full in other major newspapers across the country. On the same day, the Soviet Union's Pravda published the full text of the article, and several other important newspapers in the Soviet Union published abstracts of the article. After the article was published, it also aroused repercussions in Western countries. The New York Times published the full text and published an editorial. Many newspapers in the United States, such as the New York Herald Tribune, the New York World Telegram and Sun, and the Washington Post, etc., have published news about this speech. From the above investigation, we can see that this work has gone through a process of continuous exploration and repeated thinking from inception to formation. If we start from on the 10 major relations, we will go through on the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the political report of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, rediscussing the historical experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, letter to Huang Yanpi, and the speech at the January 1957 meeting. After these ideological and theoretical preparations, this speech was published in February 1957. Afterwards, I learned more about the situation and continued to think and research. After a speech at the National Propaganda Work Conference and 4 speeches at Cadre meetings in Tianjin and other places, I spent dozens of days soliciting opinions extensively, pooling everyone's wisdom, and revised it repeatedly, and finally formed a formal draft. The officially published draft maintains the theme, basic content and basic framework of the original speech, with a more complete theoretical form, richer ideological content, and more rigorous logical structure and written expression. During the revision process, important changes occurred in China's political situation. A very small number of right-wing elements attacked the Communist Party and the socialist system. As a result, Mao Zedong also underwent important changes in his ideology. This cannot but be reflected in the revised manuscript. The manuscript added arguments that emphasized that the class struggle was fierce and that the issue of who would win between socialism and capitalism had not yet been truly resolved, which was incompatible with the spirit of the original speech. On the correct handling of contradictions among the people is one of Mao Zedong's most important works during the socialist period. It summarizes the new historical experience after China's socialist transformation has been basically completed, and also draws on and absorbs the historical experience of the international communist movement over the past year. It proposes and systematically discusses the theory of contradictions in socialist society, takes the correct handling of contradictions among the people as the theme of national political life, and elaborates on a series of principles for handling contradictions among the people. It is an important enrichment and development of Marxist scientific socialist theory. From the beginning of the anti-rightist movement, Mao Zedong paid great attention to guiding public opinion. He personally drafted the article The Bourgeois Direction of Wen Huipo in a Time and published it in the People's Daily on June 14. The article criticized Wen Huipo and Guangming Daily for using the slogan of 100 schools of thought and the Communist Party's rectification movement within a period of time to publish a large number of articles and inflammatory reports that express bourgeois viewpoints without being prepared to criticize, confusing the principal difference between newspapers in capitalist countries and newspapers in socialist countries. The article proposed that on news issues, we should also fight on 2 fronts, anti-left and anti-right. We should not only oppose dogmatic news viewpoints and the annoying thing of stereotyped writing style, but also oppose bourgeois news viewpoints. By this time, a nationwide anti-rightist movement had taken shape. On June 26, Zhou Enlai delivered a government work report at the 4th session of the First National People's Congress. This report, reviewed and revised by Mao Zedong, fully affirmed the achievements of socialist transformation and socialist construction, and refuted representative erroneous remarks. On the same day, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the instructions on combating and isolating the bourgeois right elements, which stated, "The bourgeois right wing that launched a wild attack on the working class in the past few days has now begun to retreat. We must seriously organize the masses and organize the left and center among the Democrats. Left elements, strike while the iron is hot, take advantage of the situation to pursue them, seize the group of class enemies that have been exposed, carry out internal and external pincer attacks, and deal them merciless and annihilating blows." On June 29, the instructions on winning and uniting the middle elements, which were reviewed and revised by Mao Zedong, were issued. Requesting that for those who only have right-wing speeches but no right-wing actions, we should distinguish them from those extreme right-wingers who have both speeches and actions. When criticizing the former, we must fully adopt reasoning and be kind to others' attitude, and do not rashly label them as rightists. Doing so is very necessary for stabilizing, fighting for, and uniting the center elements, and for combating, isolating, and dividing the extreme right. When revising this directive, Mao Zedong added a paragraph concerning the number of rightists and extreme rightists. He proposed, the number of rightists and extreme rightists, based on the 34 universities and dozens of institutions in Beijing, who need to be named and criticized in various areas, is about 400, and there are about 4,000 people nationwide. You should line up to make yourself aware of it. The scope of attack stipulated by this number has been too wide, and it has been greatly exceeded in the future, causing very serious consequences. At this time, Mao Zedong still paid attention to the work of intellectuals outside the party and worked hard to win over them. On June 28 and 29, he had conversations with Fei Xiaotong and Zhao Keogu in the swimming pool. Later, when he talked about the issue of winning over intellectuals at a Qatar meeting in Shanghai, he said, "They are intellectuals, and some are big intellectuals, such as Fei Xiaotong in Beijing. It is useful to win over them." On June 28, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the notice on adopting a group of senior intellectuals to join the party in 1 or 2 months. The notice pointed out, in order to strengthen the party's leadership in education, culture, science, health, and other departments, in order to further unite and educate intellectuals, and at the same time give a powerful reply to the anti-communist faction, we must continue to develop party members among senior intellectuals and must arouse party committees at all levels to fully understand the party's organizational work. The policy of work should be consistent with the party's political policy of uniting intellectuals, and it should open the door to intellectuals instead of closing the door to them. The notice requires that after a big talk and a rough distinction between left, center, and right among senior intellectuals, we should actively develop senior intellectuals who have performed well in the movement to join the party. Under socialism, there are still long and complex ideological struggles. This kind of struggle, under certain conditions, may evolve into a political struggle if it develops to a certain extent. This is true. However, Mao Zedong and the entire party lacked experience in how to correctly lead this kind of struggle. Mao Zedong himself made an overly serious estimate of the situation in which a very small number of right-wing elements would attack the Communist Party and the socialist system, and also made an overly serious estimate of the situation of the entire class struggle. The serious expansion of the anti-rightist struggle developed under such circumstances. On July 1, the People's Daily published an editorial titled "When Weipo's Bourgeois Direction Should Be Criticized." This editorial was drafted by Mao Zedong. The editorial started with the recent review of Guangming Daily and Wen Huipo, and then talked about the performance of some democratic parties in the movement, specifically naming the Democratic Alliance and the Peasants' and Workers' Democratic Party, and the name of the Zhangluo Alliance. Facts have proved that these criticisms do not hold up. During the rectification movement, there were indeed right-wing remarks, and a very small number of people did want to oppose the party's leadership and the socialist road. However, it cannot be concluded from this that a certain democratic party has an organization, a plan, a program, and a line. They are all from outside the people and are anti-communist and anti-socialist. Not to mention that this party has an anti-communist, anti-people, and anti-socialist policy, and its policy is to overthrow the Communist Party and cause chaos in the world in order to replace it. The editorial used the term Zhangluo Alliance based on the exposure materials at the time. The editorial said, "Throughout the spring, dark clouds suddenly rolled over China's sky, and their source was the Zhangluo Alliance. In fact, there is no alliance between Zhang and Luo. The anti-rightist movement has rapidly expanded and heated up rapidly. The content of the criticism has shifted from right-wing remarks to historical misdeeds. More and more people have been named and criticized in newspapers." On July 9, Mao Zedong drafted the notice on increasing the number of right-wing key elements to be named and criticized for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. This notice doubled the number of rightists proposed in the June 29 directive. The list of rightist backbones nationwide was increased from 4,000 to 8,000, and the list of rightists in Beijing was expanded from 400 to 800. The number of people named in newspapers is also allowed to gradually increase from 3% to about 10% of the total number of right-wing backbones. The anti-rightist struggle has rapidly expanded to include philosophy and social sciences, journalism, education, literature and art, science and technology and other social sectors. In July, August, and September, the number of people classified as rightists across the country increased rapidly. By the time the third plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was held in early October, there were more than 60,000 right-wing elements across the country. By the end of the movement in 1958, 550,000 people had been classified as rightists. The anti-rightist struggle has seriously expanded, causing very unfortunate consequences. A large number of upright people, including many talented intellectuals and outstanding Communist Party members, suffered unfair injustice, were tortured and persecuted, and many families were implicated as a result. A large number of so-called rightist speeches, which only sharply criticize the party's shortcomings and errors in specific work, or even criticize a certain grassroots organization or a certain leader of the party, are criticized as rightist speech and used as the basis for classifying rightists. Due to the serious expansion of the anti-rightist struggle, contrary to Mao Zedong's subjective desire to launch a rectification movement to create a lively political situation, it has had a serious negative impact on the country's political life. The implementation of the party's intellectual policy and the double hundred policy has been greatly hindered. This is a painful lesson. In 1959, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued instructions to remove the label of rightists in stages. By 1964, most people classified as rightists had removed their labels as rightists. In April 1978, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to remove the labels of all remaining rightists. In September of the same year, it was decided to conduct a review of those who were classified as rightists. By the end of 1981, all those who had been wrongly classified as rightists had been corrected. In June 1981, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China adopted the resolution on certain historical issues of the party since the founding of the People's Republic of China, which made a formal conclusion on the anti-rightist movement that occurred in the 1950s. The resolution said, in this year, launching a rectification movement throughout the party and mobilizing the masses to make criticisms and suggestions to the party is a normal step in carrying forward socialist democracy. During the rectification process, a very small number of bourgeois right-wing elements took the opportunity to advocate the so-called speak loudly and express their opinions to the party and the new society. The socialist system launched a wanton attack in an attempt to replace the leadership of the Communist Party. It is completely correct and necessary to resolutely fight back against this attack. However, the anti-rightist struggle was seriously expanded, and a group of intellectuals, patriots, and party cadres were misjudged as rightists, which resulted in unfortunate consequences. In the early morning of July 1, Mao Zedong flew to Hangzhou by special plane. Arrive in Shanghai on the 6th. On the evening of the 8th, he attended the Shanghai Municipal Cadres meeting and spoke on the issue of rectification and anti-rightism. He said, "I think July will be an intense month to fight back against the right. The rightists still have to dig in and cannot relax, as the storm continues. The nature of this anti-rightist struggle is mainly a political struggle. The ideological struggle is mainly still in the next stage, which will be gentle and gentle." He named several people in Shanghai's intellectual circles. He said that when the democratic parties are rectifying, they must clarify three questions: are the results of socialist revolution and socialist construction good? Take the road of socialism or the road of capitalism? Do you want the Communist Party to lead? The atmosphere of Mao Zedong's speech this time was very different from the atmosphere of his speech here in March. This reflects the changes in China's political situation over the past 100 days and also reflects the changes in Mao Zedong's own thinking. In order to summarize the experience of the previous anti-rightist struggle and plan the next step, Mao Zedong decided to convene a meeting of provincial and municipal party committee secretaries. The meeting location was chosen in Qingdao. The Qingdao meeting was held in two parts. From July 17 to 21, Mao Zedong presided over a meeting attended by some provincial and municipal party committee secretaries. Those attending the meeting were Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Zhen, Lu Ding'ai, Tan Zhenlin, Chen Boda, Hu Qiaomu, Li Vihan, Su Bing, Tian Jiaying, Li Jingquan, Zhang Zhongliang, Zhang Desheng, Tao Luya, Tao Zhu, Zhou Hui, Wang Renzhong, Zhang Pinghua, Ma Kuoyui, Pan Fuxian, Xu Tong. Based on Mao Zedong's suggestions, the meeting determined that the rectification movement was divided into 4 stages: the stage of speaking out loudly, the stage of counter-attacking the rightists, the stage of focusing on rectification, and the stage of studying documents, criticizing and reflecting, and improving oneself. During the meeting, he talked to some provincial and municipal party committee secretaries, summarized the key points of the conversation, and wrote the article "The Situation in the Summer of 1957. From July 26 to 30, Mao Zedong presided over a meeting attended by other provincial and municipal party committee secretaries to discuss the situation in the summer of 1957, the 40-article outline for agricultural development, etc. Those attending the meeting were Chen Yun, Li Xiannian, Deng Zihui, Zhang Dingcheng, Chen Boda, Chen Zhengren, Tian Jiaying, Ke Qingxi, Zhang Hua, Zhang Weiqing, Zheng Zishan, Xu Tong, Wang Qin, Huang Udong, Wu De, and Wu Lanfu. On August 3, the article "The Situation in the Summer of 1957" was published as an intra-party document. Mao Zedong attached great importance to this article and revised 11 drafts. He once said, "The article on correctly handling contradictions among the people is correct. The Qingdao Conference is a supplement, and it will not work without this supplement." The so-called supplement obviously refers to anti-rightism and related content. It is impossible without this supplement. That is to say, on the correct handling of contradictions among the people is not complete, and righteousness alone is not enough. The right place was a speech in February. When it was published, the anti-rightist movement had just begun. When The Situation in the Summer of 1957 was written, the anti-rightist struggle had seriously expanded, and Mao Zedong's thoughts had also developed rapidly to the left. Therefore, the 2 articles were very different in their basic tendencies. The Situation in the Summer of 1957 wrote, "During the period of our country's socialist revolution, the contradiction between the anti-communist, anti-people, anti-socialist bourgeois right and the people is a contradiction between ourselves and the enemy, a confrontational, irreconcilable life-or-death contradiction. The bourgeois right who launches rampant attacks on the working class and the Communist Party are reactionaries and counter-revolutionaries. As a result, a large number of so-called rightists who were misclassified became enemies of the people, reactionaries, and counter-revolutionaries. Although they still retain the right to vote, they have long suffered political and ideological blows, discrimination and harm. This is a serious confusion between 2 types of contradictions of different natures." The article added, "The significance of criticizing the bourgeois right this time should not be underestimated. This is a great socialist revolution on the political and ideological fronts. The socialist revolution on the economic front in 1956 alone was not enough and was not consolidated. The Hungarian incident is proof. There must be a thorough socialist revolution on the political front and on the ideological front. Proposing a socialist revolution on the political front and on the ideological front provides an important theoretical basis for frequent political movements and the expansion of class struggle." This article also has some insightful discussions. For example, "Our goal is to create a political situation that has both centralism and democracy, both discipline and freedom, a unified will, and personal comfort and liveliness, which will be conducive to the socialist revolution and socialist construction. It will be easier to overcome difficulties and build our country's modern industry and modern agriculture faster. The party and the country will be more consolidated and more able to withstand risks." This is an important result obtained by Mao Zedong since 1956 in exploring what kind of socialist country to build politically. Another example it will take 10 to 15 years from now to establish a modern industrial foundation and a modern agricultural foundation in our country. Only after 10 to 15 years of relatively sufficient development of social productive forces can our socialist economic system and political system have a relatively sufficient material foundation, and our country can be considered sufficient. Only when it is fully consolidated can a socialist society be fundamentally built. In order to build socialism, the working class must have its own team of technical cadres, it must have its own team of professors, teachers, scientists, writers, artists, and Marxist theorists. This is a huge team, and this task must be basically solved within the next 10 to 15 years. After the Qingdao Conference, Mao Zedong continued to urge and guide rectification and anti-rightist movements. On August 1, he drafted the instructions on further carrying out the anti-rightist struggle for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The instruction states, in the in-depth struggle to expose rightists, rightists will continue to be discovered and unearthed, and their number will gradually increase. The number of ultra-right elements, that is, the backbone elements, who publish newspapers will also increase appropriately. It is not a few percent, nor 10%, but 20, 30, 40, or 50% of the extreme right, depending on the situation. The anti-rightist struggle has further escalated. At this time, Mao Zedong also paid attention to dividing and winning over right-wing elements, saying that right-wing elements in the country are mostly intellectuals, and some of them are useful talents, and we should vigorously win over them. On August 11, Mao Zedong returned to Beijing from Qingdao. It has been more than 2 months since the June 8 editorial was published and the nationwide anti-rightist struggle began. After the Qingdao Conference summarized and further deployed the anti-rightist struggle, Mao Zedong believed that this work was on track, and he freed up his hands to focus on agriculture. From August 18 to 28, Chen Boda, Tian Jiaying, and others were convened in Baidahe to study and revise the 40 articles of the Agricultural Development Outline in preparation for the upcoming third plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. According to Mao Zedong's opinion, the main topics of this plenary session are: one is the issue of rectification and the other is the rural issue. On the 18th and 21st, Liu Shaokai presided over the Politburo Standing Committee, which discussed and basically passed the revised version of the National Agricultural Development Program from 1956 to 1967. In order to prepare materials for further revising the Agricultural Development Outline, Mao Zedong went to Hebei, Hubei, Zhejiang, Jiangsu, and Shanghai from September 3 to 18 to learn about rural social integration and agricultural production. At about 10 a.m. on September 11, he drove from Hangzhou to Qixing Temple in Haining County, Zhejiang Province. He watched the famous Jiantang River tide and wrote a poem Qijia Tide Viewing to express his feelings about watching the tide. Thousands of miles of waves rolling in. Snowflakes fly towards the Diaotai. The crowds of people praised the vast lineup. The iron horse calmly kills the enemy and returns. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we left Qixing Temple. On the way back, we took a dip in the Jiantang River. On the evening of the 17th, I met with non-party figures Xu Xingken, Zhao Keogu, and Xu Shishun in Shanghai and had dinner together. On the morning of the 18th, before leaving Shanghai, I made a special trip to Shanghai National Cotton Factory No. 1 to read the big character posters. From September 20 to October 9, the third plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was held in Huiran Hall, Zhongnanhai. This is an enlarged plenum of the Central Committee. In addition to the main leaders of central ministries and provincial and municipal party committees, the secretaries of prefectural committees of various provinces and the secretaries of district committees of municipalities also attended the meeting. The number of attendees was 416. The meeting heard 3 reports: Deng Xiaoping's report on the rectification movement, Chen Yun's report on improving the national administrative system and increasing agricultural production, and Zhou Enlai's report on labor wages and labor insurance and welfare issues. The meeting adopted a number of documents: National Agricultural Development Program from 1956 to 1967, Regulations on Improving the Industrial Management System, Regulations on Labor Wages and Labor Insurance and Welfare Issues for Workers and Employees, etc. Before the meeting, on September 19, Mao Zedong held an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee in Yiniantang. Mao Zedong said in his speech, "How will this plenary session be held? Rectification is an outline. Other issues, such as industry, agriculture, commerce, schools, and government agencies, are not only style issues but also system issues, and will take several days to discuss." In his speech, Mao Zedong raised the issue of two types of contradictions and the main contradiction. He said, throughout the transition period, the general contradiction is socialism and capitalism, that is, the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie. In the past period, we mainly mentioned the contradictions among the people, and did not mention the contradictions between ourselves and the enemy. Last year, the Gansu Provincial Party Committee raised two contradictions. Which of the two contradictions is dominant? There was no answer at the time, so we have to take a look. Now it seems that both contradictions exist at the same time. The ownership system was changed last year, but the people there has been no transformation. The contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie, and the contradiction between socialism and capitalism, are the main contradictions in the entire transition period. The contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie, and between socialism and capitalism, includes two types of contradictions. It seems correct now that the contradiction between the enemy and the enemy is basically resolved, but it cannot be said so from the political aspect. This was the first time Mao Zedong discussed the main contradictions in the transitional period after the socialist transformation was basically completed. But judging from this speech, there was no clear distinction between the two concepts of contradiction between ourselves and the enemy and class contradiction at that time. He said that the 8th National Congress said that the contradiction between us and the enemy has been basically resolved. In fact, the 8th National Congress said that class contradictions have been basically resolved. In his speech, Mao Zedong also talked about the issue of focusing on agriculture. He said that in the past few years, the propaganda had been focused on industry, which was right at the time. The advantage was that it helped to develop industry. Now we need to promote agriculture. Agriculture is the basis of industry. There are two hands. One hand holds industry and the other hand holds agriculture. It needs to be tilted to balance. On the afternoon of October 7, Mao Zedong convened a meeting of the heads of each group of the plenary session in Yiniantang to mainly discuss social contradictions and class struggle issues. He said, there are two revolutions. The first was an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal democratic revolution, and the second was a proletarian socialist revolution. Halfway through the socialist revolution, the ownership problem has been solved, but the superstructure problem has not yet been solved. The 8th National Congress document affirmed that the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie has been basically resolved. Looking at it now, this is not wrong. Basically solved does not mean completely solved. Ownership has been solved, but it has not been solved politically and ideologically. The 8th National Congress did not fully understand the dissatisfaction of some people among the bourgeoisie, bourgeois intellectuals, and wealthy middle peasants. At that time, they did not emphasize enough because they were submissive. Now they are rebelling, so they have to emphasize that the Qingdao Conference document is a supplement. We must make the comrades present understand that the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is the main contradiction in the transition period. You must be sure that this statement is correct, but do not publish it in newspapers or cause a disturbance. Moreover, now that we talk about class contradictions as the main thing, it is easy to put the three doctrines in the party on the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. We must focus on rectification, otherwise the main contradictions will only be concentrated on the bourgeoisie and wealthy middle peasants, which will easily relax the handling of contradictions among the people. In this talk, Mao Zedong clearly distinguished class contradictions from contradictions between ourselves and the enemy. He said, there is a difference between class contradictions and contradictions between ourselves and the enemy. The contradiction between the bourgeoisie and us has two sides, antagonistic and non-antagonistic. Generally speaking, the bourgeoisie and wealthy farmers are still handled as contradictions among the people, which are non-antagonistic. But if they are not handled well, they will turn into contradictions between ourselves and the enemy. Class contradictions are important in the bourgeoisie, the upper petty bourgeoisie and others. Among the three sections of the people, are intellectuals, some do not confront each other, and some do. Contradictions among the people include class contradictions. Contradictions between the enemy and ourselves are class contradictions, but class contradictions are not necessarily contradictions between us and the enemy. There are contradictions between the enemy and ourselves within class contradictions, but they are not the main ones. Most of them are contradictions among the people. Distinguishing class contradictions from contradictions between ourselves and the enemy shows that class contradictions are not necessarily contradictions between ourselves and the enemy, which has important theoretical and practical significance. However, saying that class contradictions are mostly contradictions among the people easily confuses class contradictions with contradictions among the people, leading to the expansion of class struggle. It should and must be affirmed that many and major contradictions among the people do not fall within the scope of class contradictions. Finally, Mao Zedong talked about the formulation of the main domestic contradictions in the 8th National Congress resolution. He said, the documents of the 8th National Congress only talked about the relationship between ownership, production relations, and productivity, and did not talk about the relationship between people. This reflects the situation at that time. The 8th National Congress resolution said that the current main contradiction is the contradiction between the advanced social system and backward productivity. This contradiction will still exist in the future, so this sentence is correct in the long run, but it is inappropriate now. Our production relations and productivity are basically suitable now, but they are not completely suitable, which is different from Stalin's formulation. The sentence in the 8th National Congress resolution is inappropriate, but there is no harm in it. It does not hinder production or hinder the anti-rightists. It also reflects a requirement to strengthen the material foundation. Since there is no harm, there is no need to change it now, otherwise it will cause trouble and controversy. A proper explanation will be given in the future. On the afternoon of October 9, the closing ceremony of the third plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was held. Deng Xiaoping made a concluding speech on issues such as the rectification movement, the system, agricultural issues, and the reduction of people who were separated from production. Finally, Mao Zedong spoke. When it comes to rectification, he affirmed the form of loud voices, loud airs, big debates, and big character posters, believing that these are the creations of the masses and a great development of our past democratic traditions, which must be passed on. Regarding agriculture, he particularly emphasized the importance of the agricultural development program and reiterated the need to implement the policy of developing industry and agriculture simultaneously. He said, in the past, we often talked about building our country into an industrial country, which actually also included the modernization of agriculture. Now, we must focus on promoting agriculture. When talking about the two methods of construction, he said, one is to achieve the goal slower and worse, the other is to achieve the goal faster and better. One is the issue of speed and the other is the issue of quality. Don't just consider one method, always consider two methods. He raised this issue, which was caused by the anti-advocacy movement in 1956. He also criticized the anti-rash advance, saying, last year, several things were swept away, more, faster, better, more provincially, the 40 points of the agricultural development outline, and the Promotion Committee. He said he wanted to restore these things. Mao Zedong's proposal was echoed by the participants. The plenary session reaffirmed the policy of building socialism in more, faster, better and more provincial areas proposed by the Central Committee in 1956, and basically adopted the 40-point National Agricultural Development Program. Finally, Mao Zedong once again talked about the main contradictions in current society. He said, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the contradiction between the socialist road and the capitalist road, there is no doubt that this is the main contradiction in our society today. Our task now is different from the past. In the past, it was mainly the proletariat leading the masses of the people to fight against imperialism and feudalism, and that task has been completed. So, what is the main contradiction now? Now it is the socialist revolution. The edge of the revolution is against the bourgeoisie, while changing the small production system, that is, realizing cooperativity. The main contradiction is socialism and capitalism, collectivism and individualism, in short, the contradiction between the two roads of socialism and capitalism. However, the resolution of the 8th National Congress did not negate class struggle, nor did it negate the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie. The need for reform among advanced intellectuals and farmers was discussed in other places. When I wrote that paragraph, I said that the main contradiction was the contradiction between the advanced socialist system and the backward social productive forces. It was said that the contradiction between the backward productive forces and the people's demands for advancement and the needs of the people was at that time. Finally, the main contradiction at home is the contradiction between the working class and the bourgeoisie, and the contradiction between China and imperialism abroad. Why is it not mentioned later? It is because what we are doing is the socialist revolution. Mao Zedong's judgment on the main contradiction in current Chinese society has undergone obvious changes before and after the anti-rightist struggle. He has been thinking about this issue since the 8th National Congress. In his speech at the Supreme State Council on February 7, 1957, he made the correct handling of contradictions among the people the theme of our country's political life. In his speech at the National Propaganda Work Conference on March 12, when answering the question of whether the struggle among the people should be given priority, or the class struggle, although he did not answer directly, his meaning was still that the struggle among the people should be given priority. These are the continuation and development of the spirit of the 8th National Congress, and are based on the judgment of the situation that the socialist transformation has been basically completed and the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie has been basically resolved. However, after the anti-rightist movement in July, August, and September 1999, especially after the anti-rightist struggle seriously expanded, due to his excessively serious misjudgment of the class struggle situation, he made major changes on this major theoretical issue and redefined the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie as the main contradiction. During the third plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, he talked about this issue 3 times, each time he was more affirmative and each time he expanded on it. Although his judgment on the resolution of the 8th National Congress was simply that it was inappropriate, there is no harm in it and there was no need to revise it. However, he said in a very positive tone at the plenary session of the party Central Committee that the main contradiction in our society at present is the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the socialist road and the capitalist road. This actually changed the correct conclusion of the 8th National Congress resolution. This marked a turning point in Mao Zedong's left development in his guiding ideology, which had a profound impact on the development of China's situation. The formal procedural change to the conclusion of the 8th National Congress came at the second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China in 1958. The third plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was an important meeting in the process of shifting from rectification and anti-rightist movements to launching the Great Leap Forward. While still in the process of revising the article The Situation in the Summer of 1957 in Qingdao, Mao Zedong formed the opinion that the anti-rightist struggle was actually a national debate on major issues such as the Socialist Road, the leadership of the Communist Party, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and democratic centralism. As long as we win the debate, it will greatly promote our country's socialist transformation and socialist construction. He also proposed that it would take 10 to 15 years to lay a solid material foundation and talent foundation for the country, build a socialist society, and prepare to catch up with and surpass the United States economically within the 8 to 10th five-year plan. After experiencing a political storm, China is preparing for a major launch of economic construction. 18-second visit to Soviet Union. Less than a month after the third plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong led the Chinese party and government delegation to leave Beijing in the early morning of November 2, 1957, and flew to Moscow by special plane. This trip was to participate in the celebration of the 40th anniversary of the October Revolution. At the same time, he was attending the Conference of Representatives of Communist Parties and Workers' Parties of Socialist Countries and the Conference of Representatives of Communist Parties and Workers' Parties of 64 countries held in Moscow. The deputy head of the delegation is Song Qingling. Members of the delegation include Deng Xiaoping, Peng Dehui, Guo Moruo, Li Xiannian, Wu Lanfu, Lu Ding'ai, Chen Boda, Shen Yanbing, Wang Jiaxiang, Yang Shankan, Hu Qiaomu, Lu Xiao, Sai Fuding, etc. This was Mao Zedong's second and last trip abroad. At this time, the situation in the socialist camp had changed compared with 1956. The international communist movement and socialist countries have regained calm after experiencing the ideological confusion caused by Khrushchev's secret report at the 20th Congress of the Soviet Union and the incidents in Poland and Hungary. The socialist camp did not experience the kind of chaos and division that Western countries expected. On the contrary, in the Suez Canal incident, the contradictions between the United States and Britain, France, and other countries were fully exposed. The Soviet Union successfully launched the world's first artificial Earth satellite on October 4, 1957, marking the Soviet Union's temporary leadership in this area of cutting-edge technology and national defense technology. This is of great significance for improving the prestige of the Soviet Union, strengthening the strength of the socialist camp, and demonstrating the superiority of the socialist system. It was under such circumstances that the Soviet Union proposed to use the opportunity of delegations from various countries to Moscow to participate in the October Revolution celebrations to convene a conference of representatives of the Communist parties and workers' parties of various countries. This is the first international conference held by the Communist and workers' parties of various countries since the disbandment of the European Communist Intelligence Service in April 1956. As soon as the Soviet Union's proposal was put forward, parties in various countries, including the Communist Party of China, immediately paid attention to it and responded positively. Convening such an international conference would inevitably involve the differences of opinion and some major theoretical issues that existed within the socialist camp and between parties in various countries at that time. Such as the basic assessment of the international situation, the overall evaluation of Stalin, how to handle the relationship between the Soviet Union and various socialist countries and fraternal parties, how to understand the common laws of socialist revolution and construction, how to understand the possibility of a peaceful transition from capitalist society to socialist society, etc. Many of these issues have been accumulated over a long period of time, and after the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, various differences of opinion were exposed. Regarding the issue of Stalin's evaluation and how to understand the Soviet experience, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China has publicly expressed its attitude through 2 articles, first commentary and review. However, there has never been a proper opportunity to express one's views on the basic assessment of the international situation, the issue of peaceful transition, and whether to insist on the Soviet Union being the leader. The conference proposed by the Soviet Union provided an opportunity for Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China to clarify their views and win the understanding and approval of some fraternal parties. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union attached great importance to this meeting. They prepared a draft declaration for the conference in advance. They first sought the opinion of the League of Communists of Yugoslavia, but the Yugoslav Communist Party disapproved and stated that it was not prepared to sign the declaration. At this time, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union sought advice from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China received this draft on October 28. On the 29th, Mao Zedong met with Eugene, the Soviet ambassador to China, and asked him to convey the opinions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on the draft declaration to the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party. Also attending the meeting were Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, and Deng Xiaoping. Mao Zedong told Eugene, "We have had a discussion and have some preliminary opinions. As far as the declaration itself is concerned, we agree with most of the opinions on this draft declaration. The document itself should be shortened. For some different opinions, we are ready to go to Moscow to exchange views with Comrade Khrushchev. Now we will talk to you about several of these issues and ask you to convey them to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union." The first question raised by Mao Zedong was about peaceful transition. After the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union emphasized that the proletariat and its political parties in capitalist countries could obtain a stable majority in parliament through nonviolent means and peacefully transition to a socialist society. Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China have always had different opinions on this. Mao Zedong did not deny the objective existence of this possibility, but the question was whether it would be more beneficial to the proletariat to prepare for only this one possibility, or whether to prepare for both possibilities at the same time. Mao Zedong said, "Generally speaking, there are two possibilities in capitalist countries. The first is the possibility of peaceful transition. By raising this possibility, we mean that we do not advocate war or the use of violence to overthrow the government. The second possibility is that if the bourgeoisie wants to use violence to suppress, if the proletariat wants to launch a civil war against the proletariat, then the proletariat will be forced to respond with a civil war. This will enable the proletariat to fight for a peaceful transition with one hand and prepare for violent suppression by the bourgeoisie with the other hand, so as not to delay the revolution without being prepared." The second question is the valuation of the Social Democratic Party. Mao Zedong said, "This question must be discussed appropriately. The work of the Social Democratic Party must be done to win over the Social Democratic Party and the majority of the working class under their influence, so that the revolution can have hope. It is important and necessary to establish a united front with the Social Democratic Party. Also, can we generally propose working with various bourgeois parties that are still democratic and unite all forces that can be united? Another question is whether to mention the names of Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov in the declaration." In June 1957, the plenary session of the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party adopted the resolution on the anti-party group of Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov. Mikoyan was also sent to China on a special trip to brief the CCP leaders such as Mao Zedong, Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, and others on the situation in Hangzhou on July 5. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China supported this decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and publicly issued a message of support to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Mao Zedong said to Eugene, "It is an unpleasant thing to have an anti-party group. Since it is unpleasant, why not mention their names and only mention the anti-party group? Without mentioning names, it is easier for ordinary cadres and the masses to accept it. As far as our party is concerned, many comrades do not understand, how can such an old party member who has been fighting for the revolution for decades, oppose the party?" Mao Zedong mentioned this as a way of euphemistically expressing his dissent. Mao Zedong said that it is worth considering whether to propose this document at party meetings in various countries. It now appears that Yugoslavia does not agree to publish this document, and Poland may not agree either. This celebration meeting was attended by many people, and parties from all over the world sent people to attend. Based on these circumstances, we have put forward some ideas and ask you to convey them to Comrade Khrushchev for consideration. We think there are two ways, choose one. The first is seeking common ground. We must make it acceptable to all socialist countries, including Tito. We must make this celebration and meeting show our unity. We must make a short communiqué and write a few things that everyone can accept. For example, want unity, want peace and oppose war, support national liberation movements, support the just struggles of various countries, and support progressive causes, if possible, right, take the path of the October Revolution and work in accordance with the national characteristics of each country. As for other issues on which everyone agrees, of course they can also be written in the communiqué. The second option is to modify and shorten the original document and let everyone discuss it. Most comrades agree, one or two countries disagree. Publishing this document will tell the world that most of our socialist countries are united, but one or two countries have differences with us on these issues. Mao Zedong repeatedly stated that if this document is discussed and everyone disagrees and fails to pass it, imperialism will definitely publicize it. Therefore, you need to consider whether it is better not to bring it up. These opinions of Mao Zedong were quickly conveyed to Khrushchev, the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, through Eugene. On November 2, Mao Zedong led the Chinese delegation to Moscow. The main leaders of the Soviet Party and government, Khrushchev, Bulganin, Voroshilov, etc., came to the airport to greet him. It's already freezing cold in Moscow in early winter. Beforehand, Mao Zedong learned that the Soviet Union was planning to hold a large-scale welcoming ceremony, with 2 million people taking to the streets to welcome him. Mao Zedong declined. He told the Soviet side, it is best to omit all the programs that can be saved. At most, 300 people can welcome me, plus a guard of honor. The Soviet Union respected Mao Zedong's wishes and greeted him with high standards of courtesy, but the ceremony was very simple. Mao Zedong delivered a brief speech at the airport, expressing his gratitude to the Soviet Union for its warm invitation. He said, 40 years ago, the victory achieved by the Soviet people under the leadership of the great Lenin and the great Communist Party of the Soviet Union ushered in a new era of human history. During the 40-year construction process, the Soviet Union made brilliant achievements extremely quickly and stood at the forefront of all countries in the world in many aspects, setting a good example for the people who pursue progress and happiness. An outstanding example. The launch of the first artificial Earth satellite by the Soviet Union was not a simple event, and a new era of mankind's further conquest of nature began. He also said, the socialist camp headed by the great Soviet Union is a strong fortress for world peace and a loyal friend of all people who do not want to be oppressed and enslaved by imperialism. As the leader of the Communist Party of China, second only to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in terms of status and influence in the communist movement, as soon as he set foot on the soil of the Soviet Union, he clearly affirmed the great achievements of the Soviet Revolution and construction and affirmed the phrase "the Soviet Union takes the lead." This is undoubtedly a strong support for the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. On the evening of November 3, the day after Mao Zedong arrived in Moscow, he held talks with Khrushchev and others to exchange views on the upcoming conference of fraternal parties in various countries. The meeting documents were discussed at the beginning of the meeting. Khrushchev said, Eugene has conveyed your opinions to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and we are revising the original draft based on your opinions. We agree with your suggestions, for example, do not mention the names of Malenkov, Kaganovich, and Molotov, make the document shorter, etc. Khrushchev also said that the communist parties of all countries agreed to adopt such a document at the conference, and Gomulka had expressed his agreement to sign the document. After listening to Khrushchev's words, Mao Zedong did not mention the two options regarding the conference documents. He said, "The current manuscript can be reduced by half. In terms of content, we all agree on 90% or more of the original document." He suggested that some comrades from the Chinese delegation work with Soviet comrades to study and revise the declaration, and designated Deng Xiaoping, Liu Dingyi, Chen Boda, and Hu Qiaomu to participate. He also suggested postponing the meeting to allow more time for revision of the declaration. Khrushchev agreed. During the talks, Khrushchev once again proposed the establishment of a publication to guide communist parties and workers' parties in various countries, and also mentioned the establishment of a unified organization. Mao Zedong expressed that he did not agree with the establishment of a publication or the establishment of an organization in the near future. He said, "Such a publication is not very useful, and it is not easy to run well. It is difficult to comment on the situation of other countries, and it is not easy to make appropriate evaluations. Past experience has also proven this. We are not opposed to the establishment of organizations in principle. We also consider that not establishing organizations for the time being can make some countries feel more at ease. I am not referring to imperialist countries, but to Asian and African countries." He suggested that regular meetings be held to exchange opinions, with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union as the convener of the meeting. At that time, the relationship between the Soviet Union and Poland was relatively tense, and Khrushchev hoped that Mao Zedong would come forward to talk to them. Leaders of the communist parties in Italy, France, and Britain also expressed their desire to meet Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong readily agreed. On November 6, 1957, Mao Zedong spoke at the meeting of the Supreme Soviet of the Soviet Union to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the October Revolution. On November 5, Mao Zedong led a Chinese delegation to visit the tombs of Lenin and Stalin in Moscow's Red Square. On the 6th, he attended a meeting commemorating the 40th anniversary of the Russian October Revolution. In the morning, Khrushchev gave a long report, and in the afternoon Mao Zedong was the first to speak. This is a passionate speech. At this solemn international forum, Mao Zedong warmly praised the Great Russian October Revolution and spoke highly of the achievements of the Soviet Socialist Revolution and socialist construction. He said, "The path of the Soviet Union, the path of the October Revolution, is fundamentally the common bright road for the development of all mankind. The People's Revolution led by the Communist Party of China has always been an integral part of the world proletarian socialist revolution that began with the October Revolution. The Chinese Revolution has its own national characteristics, and it is estimated that these characteristics are completely necessary. However, both in the cause of revolution and in the cause of socialist construction, we have made full use of the rich experience of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet people." Mao Zedong made a comprehensive analysis on how to deal with the Soviet experience. He said, "It is obvious that after the October Revolution, if proletarian revolutionaries in various countries ignore or do not seriously study the experience of the Russian Revolution, the experience of the Soviet proletarian dictatorship and socialist construction, and make analytical and creative use of these experiences in accordance with the specific conditions of their own countries, then they will not be able to understand the new stage of the development of Marxism. If we do not believe in Marxism, we will not be able to correctly solve the problems of our country's revolution and construction. Then, we will either fall into the error of dogmatism or the error of revisionism. We need to oppose these two erroneous tendencies at the same time, and at present, the opposition to revisionism is an urgent task. This is consistent with the view of review." Mao Zedong's speech finally came to the issue of unity. As we advance victoriously, we must never forget to continue working hard to protect and strengthen the unity of socialist countries, and to protect and strengthen the unity of working people and oppressed nations around the world. Mao Zedong's speech was warmly welcomed by the participants, who continuously responded with long rounds of applause. Yang Shankan, one of the members of the Chinese delegation, recorded this touching scene in his diary. Today the chairman appeared at the commemorative meeting and was very popular. As soon as the chairman appeared, everyone stood up to pay tribute. At the afternoon meeting, the chairman was the first to speak, and everyone stood up. They applauded continuously during the speech, and stood up again after finishing the speech, showing the highest respect for the commemorative meeting. Representatives of other fraternal parties all applauded but did not stand up when they spoke. The successful holding of the commemorative conference is a good start. From this day until the 20th, Mao Zedong frequently met with some important Communist Party leaders, exchanged opinions with them, and did some persuasive work in order to achieve the success of the Conference of Communist Parties and Workers' Parties in various countries and to achieve internal unity in the socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union. The conversation began with the Polish Party. At that time, the situation in Poland had stabilized, but relations between Poland and the Soviet Union were still relatively tense. Affected by the Soviet Union's long-term interference in Poland's internal affairs, the Polish United Workers' Party was not in favor of convening this conference from the beginning. It had some different opinions on the content of the declaration and had some hesitation in signing the declaration. At the same time, they are also unwilling to use the phrase led by the Soviet Union. The Polish Party has always maintained a respectful and friendly attitude toward the Chinese Communist Party. During the October 1956 crisis, the Chinese Communist Party prevented the Soviet Communist Party from grossly interfering in the internal affairs of the Polish Party. The Chinese Communist Party has long followed the path of independent revolution and construction, and has won the admiration of fraternal parties in Eastern Europe, including the Polish Party. At noon on November 6, Mao Zedong took advantage of the half-hour break at the commemorative conference to start his first meeting with Gomulka, the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Polish United Workers' Party, and continued that night. The two sides exchanged opinions on the draft declaration, mainly involving issues such as the international situation and the mutual relations between countries in the socialist camp. Regarding the international situation, Gomulka believes that some of the wording in the draft declaration may irritate Western powers such as the United States and make the international situation more acute. Mao Zedong said, "Imperialism and socialism are both afraid of each other, but in general, they are more afraid of us." After World War II, there were times when the United States had the upper hand, and other times when we were evenly matched. Now we have the upper hand, and the east wind prevails over the west wind. Regarding the issue of mutual relations among the countries in the socialist camp, the Polish Party suffered the same fate as the Soviet Communist Party in this regard. They feared that the adoption of this conference and the joint declaration would revive the Comintern or the Intelligence Bureau. Mao Zedong tried to dispel their concerns, explaining, "This joint declaration is actually our program. It does not involve specific matters, but only issues of principle, regardless of what Poland and China do. This meeting is essentially the establishment of a new international, but there is no organization. It is attended by leaders of all parties. Everything needs to be agreed by everyone and cannot be forced to accept it. The party of each country is not its branch." This meeting was friendly and frank, the issues discussed were serious, and the atmosphere was harmonious and relaxed, reflecting the equal relationship between the parties. Subsequently, Mao Zedong spoke to the leaders of the Italian Communist Party, the French Communist Party and the British Communist Party, more than once. These three parties are all relatively influential working-class parties in Western European capitalist countries. Their status is very different from that of the ruling communist parties and workers' parties in socialist countries. At this time, with the strong support of the United States, Western European capitalist countries had passed the most difficult post-war recovery period and entered a period of stable development. Under such circumstances, What kind of struggle strategies and methods the working class parties in these countries should adopt has become an important issue in the debate at the Moscow Conference and an important content of Mao Zedong's talks with the leaders of the communist parties in several Western European countries. Mao Zedong also wanted to learn more about the situation in Western European capitalist countries through these contacts and exchange views on the international situation. On November 7, Mao Zedong held his first meeting with Togliatti, General Secretary of the Italian Communist Party. According to the idea, when the CPSU drafted the conference declaration, the communist parties of the socialist countries and the communist parties of the capitalist countries France and Italy should jointly sign the declaration. During the meeting, Togliatti suggested that this would create the impression that only the parties of these two countries were engaged in the communist movement in the capitalist world. He expressed his unwillingness to sign the declaration, but he could issue a separate statement expressing his in-principle agreement with the declaration. Mao Zedong originally disapproved of parties in capitalist countries, whether 2 or 3 parties, signing the manifesto. When meeting with Khrushchev on November 3, he mentioned, "For the parties in capitalist countries, can you mention this paragraph in the appropriate place of the document or at the end? All points in the document must be implemented for the 12 ruling parties, and they are responsible for the document. And for capitalism, for the fraternal parties in the country, the things mentioned are only proposed as suggestions, because the situation in the capitalist world is very complicated. Such a mention will make the parties in these countries more flexible and allow them to consider their own problems." On this issue, Togliatti and Mao Zedong coincided with each other. The issue of peaceful transition was the main content of the talks between Mao Zedong and Togliatti. Mao Zedong said, "As for the issue of revolution in capitalist countries, the original document emphasized peaceful transition. We exchanged opinions with the Soviet Union, and it is best to mention 2 possibilities at the same time. One is the possibility of peaceful transition, and the other is the use of war. I am very concerned about this issue. For a year, we have not expressed our attitude because we have not had the opportunity to exchange views with the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union." Mao Zedong believed that on the issue of the revolutionary path, whether to adhere to the universal principles of the Russian October Revolution and whether to adhere to the 2 possibilities of peaceful transition and revolutionary war, are the fundamental differences between the Proletarian Party and the Social Democratic Party. He said, "Peaceful transition includes fierce class struggle. Perhaps under certain domestic and international conditions, the bourgeoisie can be forced to use violence through mass struggle. However, we do not believe it. The bourgeoisie today are all armed. It is still 2 things at the same time: we want peace, and we must use violence when forced. Talking a few words about the latter will not disarm us, and we will have 2 hands. The one hand of war is based on defense." Togliatti expressed that he basically agreed with Mao Zedong's opinion. At the same time as the issue of peaceful transition, there is also the issue of basic assessment of the international situation, that is, whether the entire situation is more beneficial to the socialist camp or the imperialist camp. Mao Zedong once again emphasized his judgment on the international situation that the east wind prevails over the west wind. He said, "The current situation is at a turning point. The socialist forces are leading the way, and the capitalist forces are retreating. This includes the factors of Asian and African countries' opposition to colonialism, as well as the factors of inconsistency or incomplete agreement between the people and governments, workers and capitalists in Western countries such as France, Italy, Britain, and the United States, as well as factors such as capital. The inconsistent factors in the capitalist world are in favor of the socialist camp. I have been paying attention to this issue since 1946. The forces of socialism and capitalism are afraid of each other. I am afraid of you, and you are afraid of me. The question is, who is more afraid of whom?" Togliatti agreed with Mao Zedong's judgment that the international situation was at a turning point. However, we believe that the efforts of imperialist countries to overcome some of their own failures cannot be underestimated. Although Mao Zedong and Togliatti did not agree on all issues, they achieved consensus on the main issues. On November 8, Mao Zedong held talks with Thorez, General Secretary of the French Communist Party. The main issues discussed were similar to those discussed with Togliatti. The talks went smoothly and both sides reached agreement on major issues. Mao Zedong finally said, "Our hearts are the same. Our hearts are the same as those of the Soviet Union and you, and now we are also the same as Italy." On November 8 and 9, Mao Zedong held two talks with Chairman Pollitt and General Secretary Golan of the Communist Party of Britain. Mao Zedong elaborated on the turning point of the international situation and the issue of peaceful transition. At that time, Mao Zedong was considering the issue of China surpassing the United Kingdom in steel production and other major industrial products in 15 years. He learned about the British economic situation from the other party very carefully. He said, "The Soviet Union will surpass the United States in total output and output per capita in 15 years. China will surpass the United Kingdom in 15 years. Our steel output this year is 5.2 million tons, after the second 5-year plan it will be 12 million tons, after the third 5-year plan it will be 20 to 25 million tons, and after the fourth 5-year plan, which is the 15th 5-year plan after 20 years, it will be 40 to 45 million tons." He asked Pollitt, "How much can the UK's steel production increase to in 15 years? It will be 35 million tons at most." The drafting of the declaration is intensifying. The Chinese delegation was not very satisfied with the original draft proposed by the Soviet Communist Party. After arriving in Moscow, under the chairmanship of Mao Zedong, it took 3 days to draft a new draft. Starting on the 6th, China and the Soviet Union exchanged views on the declaration, and in the end basically adopted the Chinese draft. On the 10th, the two sides reached common opinions on the entire draft. As a draft jointly proposed by the Soviet and Chinese parties, it was issued to all delegations for comments on the 11th. On the 13th, the Chinese delegation studied the opinions of various parties, focusing on the opinions put forward by Poland. Then, the Chinese side will discuss the revised manuscript with the Soviet side. Regarding the discussion of documents that day, Yang Shankin's diary contains a description. At 5 o'clock, Xiaoping, Boda, Chiao Mu, and I went to the central building of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union for a discussion. The Soviet side was headed by Suslov, and the rest were the same as at the 10th meeting. Everyone was very serious and discussed every page. At about 9 o'clock, the chairman called me and asked me to go back with Boda. Talk to the chairman. After the meeting, we returned to the meeting place until 10 o'clock. Because there were some issues that needed to be discussed with the chairman, we proposed to adjourn the meeting for 1 hour. After the Soviet side agreed, we all returned to the meeting place. We will not leave until 12:30 o'clock. I will report to the chairman when I come back. At this time, there are only more than 10 hours before the opening of the representatives of the Communist Party of China and the Workers' Party. On November 14, the Conference of Representatives of the Communist Parties and Workers' Parties of Socialist countries opened. Delegations from the 12 national parties of Albania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Vietnam, Democratic Germany, China, North Korea, Mongolia, Poland, Romania, the Soviet Union, and Czechoslovakia attended the meeting. Mao Zedong spoke at the meeting, specifically talking about the issue of taking the Soviet Union as the leader. He said, "With so many people and parties here, we must have a leader. As far as the internal affairs of our camp are concerned, mutual adjustment, cooperation and mutual assistance, and convening of meetings require a leader. As for the external situation of our camp, we need a leader even more. There are quite powerful imperialist camps in front of us, and they have a leader. If we are scattered, we will have no strength. We have a powerful enemy in front of us. The issue of who wins and who loses has not been resolved in the world. There are still serious struggles and the danger of war. Of course, there are many crazy people in the world, but if there is a crazy person accidentally, what will you do? So, we must have a country and a party that can convene a meeting at any time. Mao Zedong went on to say, who is the leader? If the Soviet Union is not the leader, which one will be the leader? We in China cannot be the leader and do not have the qualifications. We have little experience. We have revolutionary experience but no construction experience. We are a big country in terms of population, but a small country in terms of economy. We are half, not even a single satellite was thrown up. It would be very difficult for the leader to convene a meeting. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union is a party with 40 years of experience. It has the most complete experience. On the whole, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is correct, and even the enemies have to admit it. He added, some comrades have a bad impression of Soviet comrades because the Soviet Union made some mistakes during the Stalin period. I think this is inappropriate. These mistakes are harmless now. It was harmful before, but now its nature has changed and it has become beneficial to us. It has taught us a lesson. There were some unpleasant things in the past relations between the communist parties of various countries, not only in other countries, but also in China, but I suggest that we look at the overall situation. In order to increase the weight and persuasiveness of his speech, Mao Zedong talked about some of his personal experiences. He said, if you want to talk about being angry, I am also angry, mainly towards Stalin. But I have not said it. Today I just want to say that I am angry. I am not going to talk about any anger. In fact, I am not angry now, at least not much. Time has passed and Stalin is dead. It should be admitted that the style of Soviet comrades has changed a lot now, and it will change. It will progress. The development of the Soviet Union is a curve, and it follows dialectics. Lenin's dialectics, Stalin's metaphysics, are now returning to dialectics. I am very happy to see some articles by Soviet comrades discussing the contradictions in socialist society, and the contradictions between socialist countries in the Stalin era. I came to Moscow twice, and it was unpleasant the first time. It was a nice word, but in fact it was an atmosphere of equality. I wonder if the comrades had such a feeling. For example, we discussed the document, and now we are still asking for opinions. Opinions that are not adopted can be put forward a second time or a third time. In the end, if the majority thinks that they cannot be adopted, they can be retained and we will see which one is right. If practice proves that the opinions raised are right and we are wrong, for example, the draft jointly proposed by the Soviet Union and China is wrong, then we will admit our mistakes. The declaration drafting committee established based on Khrushchev's proposal was mainly composed of members of delegations from 12 socialist countries, and also included representatives of communist parties from capitalist countries. Meetings of the committee are held interleaved with meetings of the plenary representatives. The drafting committee met on the 15th and debated for a whole day, but could not reach agreement with Poland on several issues. The Polish side believes that some references to U.S. imperialism in the draft declaration are too exaggerated and the tone is too high. They should not mention U.S. imperialism, do not talk about it dominating the world, do not talk about it being a reactionary center, etc. At 5:30 p.m., the Chinese representative reported the status of the discussion to Mao Zedong. It is clear that the key to whether the declaration can reach an agreement lies with Poland. Who can discuss differences of opinion with Poland and achieve effective results? Only Mao Zedong. It was difficult for Khrushchev, but it was also difficult for other party leaders. Khrushchev had already said to Mao Zedong, "You are in a good situation, and your Polish comrades can listen to your opinions." After listening to the report, Mao Zedong went to Gomulka's residence for a meeting with him at 6:30. This was the second meeting between Mao Zedong and Gomulka. Mao Zedong deliberately made the atmosphere of the meeting more relaxed. He said at the beginning, "Today, we can talk freely in heaven and on earth, and you decide who will participate. Gomulka was straightforward. Today I want to talk about the declaration. Mao Zedong asked, did the drafting committee achieve results? Is it likely to reach an agreement? Gomulka told Mao Zedong that the Polish party proposed 4 principled amendments, one of which was adopted, and there were still 3 disagreements. He said, we have reached an agreement on the issue of revisionism because everyone has made some concessions and pointed out that the main danger lies in revisionism, but dogmatism must also be opposed. The main issues of each country are decided by each country. The 2 sides then discussed some of the main differences in the declaration. Both parties were very candid. Mao Zedong would make concessions when he could without compromising his principles, compromise when he could, and seek common ground to the greatest extent possible. Mao Zedong used a completely consultative tone and reasoned fully so that the other party did not feel like he was imposing on others. One of the disagreements is that Poland disagrees with the sentence in the draft declaration that the U.S. aggressive group relies on its power policy to attempt to dominate the world. Gomulka believes that it is impossible for one country to dominate. The aggressor group is not only the United States, but also other countries. Mao Zedong said that other countries, such as Britain and France, can be mentioned separately, and it is factual to highlight the United States. Talking about the United States refers to the essence of the problem, because the United States is the strongest among them, followed by Britain, France, Portugal, and other countries. Mao Zedong proposed a modification. Dominate the world can be changed to dominate most of the world. Gomulka interjected, we believe that the situation in the drafting committee is that everyone is against one country. Mao Zedong then said, it can also be said that one country is against everyone. Gomulka, that is the case. Mao Zedong, negotiations should still be carried out. The second disagreement is that the Polish side disagrees with the phrase attempting to restore capitalism in socialist countries written in the draft declaration. It believes that the restoration of capitalism in socialist countries must be through war. Some reactionaries in Poland want to restore capitalism in Poland through war. Gomulka suggested instead, hostilities in socialist countries against these countries. Mao Zedong said that this was not addressed to the imperialists and reactionaries, but to the people who were unwilling to restore capitalism. If we don't say restoration, we can also say subversive activities. Gomulka agreed. The third disagreement is that Poland disagrees with the statement that the aggressive policy adopted by U.S. imperialism has made it the center of world reaction. Mao Zedong explained that although there are many enemies, the biggest enemy is the United States, which is consistent with the facts. The situation in the world is already tense now. Speaking of this will only create more tension. This is our opinion. You are tight and I am tight, but the result may not be tense. Gomulka said, Comrade Mao Zedong said just now that we should answer tough with toughness. Only in this way can the international situation be eased. Mao Zedong said, not with cannonballs but with words. Gomulka said, the American ruling group propagandizes to people that the Communist Party and the Soviet Union want to eliminate the United States. They do not say that they want to eliminate imperialism, but that they want to eliminate the country of the United States. Mao Zedong said, whether we say it or not, they will propagandize this way anyway, and they will still have to rely on words. You come and I go, we must not fight back against Britain and the United States. This is called a war of words. If we speak out, we will better win over the people of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The talks continued in a candid and friendly atmosphere. Mao Zedong said, everyone needs to make some concessions and everyone needs to reach consensus. We and the Soviet Union also made concessions to each other. I feel that the Soviet comrades have made great progress this time. In the spirit of seeking common ground while reserving differences, they and we both gave up some of our own views and accepted some of the others' views, and only then did we draw up a joint draft. I have spoken to Comrade Gomulka twice. Do you sense that I want to put pressure on you? I just want to convince you, and you want to convince me. Neither of us wants to exert pressure. I don't feel that way, Gomulka said. In an atmosphere of equal consultation, the two sides basically reached agreement or a relatively close understanding on three different opinions. Change the word to dominate the world in the sentence. The U.S. aggressive group relies on its power policy to try to dominate the world to dominate most of the world. Replace restoring capitalism in the sentence. Attempting to restore capitalism in a socialist country with carrying out subversive activities. In the sentence, the aggressive policy adopted by U.S. imperialism made it the center of world reaction. The word made it become was changed to attempted to make it become. These modifications basically accepted the opinions of Poland. Therefore, Mao Zedong said, it may be closer to you in this way. We have taken a step back, which means that we want to compromise. This time we should create an atmosphere where everything can be discussed. Mao Zedong stated that what was discussed today was his personal opinion, and he would also discuss it with Khrushchev. Gomulka said to Mao Zedong sincerely, whenever you are free, I would like to see you, okay? Mao Zedong, I am going to see you once. The talks lasted from 6:30 p.m. to 10 p.m., a total of 3.5 hours. The talks made important progress, paving the way for a final agreement. Yang Shankan, who accompanied Mao Zedong to the talks, wrote in his diary, at 6:30, I went to Gomulka with the chairman to talk for a total of 3.5 hours. It seems to have improved. The two sides have become closer to each other, and an agreement may be reached tomorrow. On November 16, the meeting of representatives of the Communist parties and workers' parties of socialist countries continued. Khrushchev announced the opening of the meeting, and Mao Zedong was the first to speak. It seems that this was an intentional arrangement by the Soviet Communist Party. Obviously, Mao Zedong's statement on the declaration had great influence. Mao Zedong said at the beginning, I think our declaration is good. We used a good method to achieve our goal, which is the method of consultation. We adhere to principle and have flexibility, which is the unity of principle and flexibility. Such an atmosphere for consultation has now been formed. It was impossible in Stalin's later period. We now use the method of persuasion instead of the method of persuasion. It takes a lot of time, but this time is needed. Our adoption of the method of consultation does not advocate no freedom. Governmentalism, we are not a debating club. Our method is to have the center and everyone, and the center and everyone are unified. Without the center, for example, if there is no Communist Party of the Soviet Union, it will become anarchism. If there is no one to express opinions, it will never be complete. Now there is a center and everyone. In a sense, it can be said that there is no democracy in this meeting. Mao Zedong also said, this declaration is correct and is a Marxist-Leninist declaration. It has no elements of revisionism or opportunism, nor does it have any tendency toward adventurism. This declaration summarizes decades of experience, especially in recent years. Some experiences are gained from pain. These pains educate us. We should not be angry at these pains. On the contrary, we should be grateful for these pains. Because it makes us use our brains, think about it, and work hard to avoid those pains. Sure enough, we have avoided those pains. The Conference of Representatives of the Communist Parties and Workers' Parties of the Socialist countries ended and the conference declaration was adopted. On the 19th, delegations from 12 socialist countries except Yugoslavia signed the declaration. After the international communist movement went through a difficult period, the ruling parties of all socialist countries gathered in Moscow to discuss and sign this declaration, which showed the unity and strength of the socialist camp. This was a major event in the history of the international communist movement since the dissolution of the Comintern. The declaration analyzes the international situation and the balance of power between the two camps. Pointed out, the main content of our era is the transition from capitalism to socialism that started with the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia. In our era, the development of the world depends on the process and results of the competition between two opposing social systems. Over the past 40 years, socialism has proven that it is a far superior social system than capitalism. The current general trend is that socialism is developing upward, while imperialism is declining. The fundamental question in world politics is war or peaceful coexistence. At present, the power of peace has grown greatly, and it is actually possible to prevent war. The struggle for peace is the primary task of the communist parties in all countries. The declaration proposed that we should strengthen the unity of socialist countries, communist parties, and workers' parties in various countries, and strengthen the unity and cooperation of the international workers' movement, national liberation movement and democratic movement. It specifically talks about the mutual relations between socialist countries. Socialist countries base their mutual relations on the principles of complete equality, respect for territorial integrity, respect for national independence and sovereignty, and non-interference in each other's internal affairs. These principles are very important, but they do not include the entire essence of the mutual relations between socialist countries. Fraternal mutual assistance is an indivisible part of their mutual relations. This mutual assistance effectively embodies the internationalist principles of socialism. The declaration discussed the universal common laws of the Soviet Union and other socialist countries in socialist revolution and socialist construction, which can be summarized as follows: the working class with the Marxist-Leninist Party as the core will lead the working people to carry out proletarian revolution in one form or another and establish a proletarian dictatorship in one form or another, establish an alliance between the working class and the basic masses of farmers and other working classes, eliminate capitalist ownership of the basic means of production and establish public ownership of the basic means of production, and gradually realize socialist transformation of agriculture, planned development of the national economy in order to build socialism and communism and improve the living standards of the working people, carry out socialist revolution in the ideological and cultural fields to create a strong team of intellectuals loyal to the working class, the working people and the cause of socialism, eliminate national oppression and establish equality and fraternal friendship among all nationalities, defend the fruits of socialism and prevent them from being invaded by enemies at home and abroad, implement proletarian internationalism and unite with the working class of all countries. While emphasizing common laws, the declaration also affirmed the diversity of forms and methods of socialist construction in various countries. Mao Zedong attached great importance to the 9 articles of common laws in the declaration and regarded them as a criterion to measure whether a country is socialist in nature and whether a political party adheres to the principles of Marxism-Leninism. To a large extent, this reflects the theoretical understanding of the Chinese communists of that era and that generation of communists on the fundamental issue of what socialism is and how to build socialism. The final part of the manifesto discusses the transition from capitalism to socialism. On this issue, the Communist Party of China has always maintained its own views and has exchanged views with the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The leaders of the CPSU have repeatedly expressed the hope that the statements in the declaration can be connected with the formulation of the 20th Congress of the CPSU. Taking into account the practical difficulties of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Chinese delegation agreed to make certain concessions and made necessary amendments based on the draft declaration proposed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. There are 2 main points in the revision. First, it points out the 2 possibilities of peaceful transition and non-peaceful transition, and adds a paragraph: Leninism teaches us, and historical experience also proves that the ruling class will not voluntarily give up power. It appropriately adds weight to the latter possibility. Second, in the discussion of peaceful transition, in addition to emphasizing parliamentary struggle, there is also a discussion on carrying out extra-parliamentary mass struggle. Regarding these 2 points, Mao Zedong discussed these 2 points with several communist leaders of capitalist countries and reached basically unanimous views. While the Chinese and Soviet parties reached common opinions on the draft declaration, the Chinese delegation submitted the outline of opinions on the issue of peaceful transition to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on November 10, comprehensively clarifying the principled position of the Communist Party of China on this issue. In the outline of this memorandum of opinions, 5 points are put forward. Both possibilities of peace and non-peace should be mentioned at the same time. From a strategic point of view, it is useful to put forward the desire for peaceful transition, but it is not appropriate to place too much emphasis on the possibility of peaceful transition. To obtain the majority of the parliament, no waiting, it is due to the destruction of the old state machinery and the establishment of a new one. The meaning of the peaceful transition of socialism should not only be interpreted as the majority through parliament, and the old state machinery cannot be used to achieve a peaceful transition. It is very important to strive to establish a united front with the left and center of the Socialist Party. However, we cannot blur the principled boundaries between us and the Socialist Party on the issue of socialist revolution. The Conference of Representatives of the Communist Parties and Workers' Parties of Socialist countries and their declarations have strengthened the unity of the socialist camp, initially unified the understanding of the socialist countries on some major issues, and changed the situation of fluctuations in people's hearts and ideological confusion that occurred after the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. On November 16, the day when the Conference of Representatives of Communist Parties and Workers' Parties of various socialist countries ended, a Conference of Representatives of Communist Parties and Workers' Parties of various countries was held. Delegations from Communist and Workers' Parties from 64 countries attended the meeting. This is an unprecedented event for the international communist movement since the end of World War II. The meeting unanimously adopted the Declaration of Peace. In response to Western countries pursuing the imperialist Cold War policy of expansion and aggression under the pretext of containing the threat of communism, it clearly stated, war is not inevitable, war can be stopped, and peace can be defended and consolidated. No communist party or socialist country has any motive to launch wars or carry out military attacks on other countries, and no motive to plunder other countries' lands. Socialist democracy. The Italian countries do not want to use violence to impose their social and political systems on the people of any country. They firmly believe that socialism will inevitably win, but they also know that socialism cannot be transplanted from outside. It should first be the result of the domestic struggle of the working class and all progressive forces in each country. Delegations from the 64 communist parties and workers' parties participating in the meeting, including the Chinese delegation, jointly signed this declaration. This meeting lasted for 3 days and ended on November 19. At the meeting on the 18th, Mao Zedong delivered a long speech, focusing on the two issues of the international situation and unity. Regarding the international situation, Mao Zedong pointed out, the October Revolution 40 years ago was a turning point in the entire history of mankind, and now the international situation has reached a new turning point. There is a Chinese idiom, either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind overpowers the east wind. I think the current situation is characterized by the east wind overpowering the west wind. In other words, the power of socialism has an overwhelming advantage over the power of imperialism. He listed 10 major events that have occurred since World War II to prove the above judgment. These 10 major events are, the Soviet Union played a key role in defeating Germany and Japan, the Chinese Revolution was victorious, and the United States had to sit back and watch Chiang Kai-shek's defeat, the Korean War, which forced the United States to sign the Armistice Agreement, the Vietnam War, when France surrendered at the Geneva Conference, the Suez Canal incident, when Britain and France the attack on Egypt was stopped, the Soviet Union stopped the United States' adventure in Syria. The Soviet Union launched 2 artificial satellites into the sky, leaving the United States behind. The United Kingdom withdrew from a large area of Asia and Africa, the Netherlands withdrew from Indonesia, France withdrew from Syria, Lebanon, Morocco, Tunisia, and other countries. From these 10 major events, he drew 2 conclusions. First, the problem cannot be decided by the quantity of steel, but first by the support of people's hearts. This has always been the case in history. The weak have always defeated the strong in history. Second, all reactionaries claiming to be powerful are nothing but paper tigers. In order to fight the enemy, we have formed a concept over a long period of time, that is, strategically we must despise all enemies, and tactically we must pay attention to all enemies. This argument was stated by Mao Zedong as early as 1946. It is of special significance to reiterate these arguments today at the International Conference of the 64 Communist and Workers' Parties in Moscow. He said, "I especially want to exchange views with comrades from the communist parties of capitalist countries, because they are still in difficulties. Some parties are very small, and some parties have large numbers of members quitting the party. I say this is not surprising, and maybe it is a good thing. Our road is tortuous and follows a spiral." Regarding the issue of unity, Mao Zedong said, "I am very happy and very fortunate that our conference was held in unity. This conference reflects the rising vitality of the proletariat and people around the world, and the situation in which the east wind prevails over the west wind. We have many shortcomings and mistakes, but our achievements are important and bear fruit every year. This is reflected in the vitality of our 60-odd Communist Party conferences, and they unanimously recognized that there must be a head, and this head is the Soviet Union, that is, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union." He specifically talked about Poland and Yugoslavia, expressing satisfaction with their attitude. "I am happy with Comrade Gomulka's speech yesterday. He said that recognizing the Soviet Union as the leader is a truth. It is not man-made and is a natural formation in history. Gomulka has always been against the mention of the Soviet Union as the leader in the Polish party. They have suffered a lot from the Soviet Union and are wary of the Soviet Union." Mao Zedong proposed and insisted on putting the Soviet Union as the leader mainly out of safeguarding the interests of the entire socialist camp. Mao Zedong attached great importance to Gomulka's transformation. Mao Zedong added, "I am also happy that the comrades of Yugoslavia are ready to sign the Second Declaration." What do they mean by signing the peace declaration of more than 60 parties? It is to express unity. They did not sign the declaration of the 12 countries, leaving the 13 countries missing one country. They said that there are difficulties, and we think so, but we cannot impose it on others. In view of the fact that during the Stalin period, comrades in the party who made mistakes and comrades with different opinions in the party were often beaten to death with a stick without analysis, and this practice was widely spread and existed to varying degrees in many fraternal parties. Mao Zedong specifically talked about the method of unity and the dialectics of unity within the party. He said, "No matter who the comrades are, as long as they are not hostile elements or saboteurs, we must adopt a united attitude. We must adopt a dialectical approach to them, rather than a metaphysical approach." What is a dialectical approach? It means analyzing everything and admitting that people will always make mistakes. Do not reject a person just because he has made a mistake. The basic point of dialectics is the unity of opposites. What should we do with the comrades who have made mistakes? The first thing is to fight against the comrades who have made mistakes. The second thing is to help them correct their mistakes and help them find a way out. Mao Zedong also talked about the contradictions in socialist society. He said, "Some people say that socialist society can find contradictions. I think this formulation is wrong. It is not that contradictions are found or not found, but that they are full of contradictions." I am very happy that Comrade Khrushchev talked about the existence of contradictions in socialist society at the 40th anniversary commemoration of the October Revolution. I am very happy that the Soviet Philosophical Circle has produced many articles talking about the internal contradictions of socialist society. Mao Zedong also proposed, the concept of the unity of opposites and dialectics need to be widely publicized. I say that dialectics should go from the circle of philosophers to the broad masses of the people. When Mao Zedong was speaking, the entire venue was extremely quiet. As soon as his speech ended, A long and warm applause immediately broke out. Mao Zedong's speech was impromptu and did not read from the script. He spoke for an hour because he had suffered from cerebral anemia once and it was inconvenient to speak while standing, so he spoke while sitting. After the meeting, he talked about this matter in a conversation with Gomulka. He said, "You can sit and brag for hours like this. If you stand and talk, you will collapse. Especially if you can't read the manuscript, you will die." Gomulka said, "We just read the manuscript, which is a flaw." Mao Zedong said, "I am like this at home. I am so nervous that I am dead. This time I came to Moscow without reading the manuscript, and I became alive. I don't want to read the manuscript anymore." On November 17, Mao Zedong had a conversation with Duclos, secretary of the French Communist Party, and had an in-depth exchange of views on the political situation in France, the relationship between Britain, France, and other Western European countries and the United States, and other issues. This is the second meeting with the French Communist Party delegation. Mao Zedong asked, "In France, are the revolutionary forces centered on the Communist Party expanding, shrinking, or neither large nor small? According to your opinion, what is the possibility of the independent victory of the French Revolution? Do we have to wait for a huge shock to the world's situation? Are the three countries Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg more inclined to the United Kingdom, France, or the United States? Regarding Britain, does it lean towards the United States or France? Is there anything in common between the British and French bourgeoisie? Do you want no war at all? That's good. The British and French bourgeoisie have something in common." Mao Zedong raised another question: does German militarism want to fight now, or does it dare not fight? Has the European common market been formed? Is it possible? Mao Zedong then asked about the steel output of France, West Germany, Italy, and Belgium. Asked again, is West Germany's aggression directed toward the East or the West? Then, Mao Zedong said, in the final analysis, it comes down to one thing, whether there can be 10 to 15 years of peace. He also said, I think the Western bourgeoisie, including the United States, are very uneasy and panicked. 68 countries participated in this meeting, which shows that everyone has high confidence. Finally, when talking about the relationship between parties, Mao Zedong said that it is impossible for a country's party not to form a core backbone of Marxism with a theoretical basis. In the declaration of this meeting, we propose to add a sentence that the affairs of each party should be decided by themselves, so that there would be no constraints on the parties. Each party will adhere to its own principles. Don't draft resolutions for others. Marxist-Leninist principles are better than any resolution. On the evening of the 18th, Mao Zedong met with Togliatti at his residence and held a second meeting. For Mao Zedong, this was more of an investigation than a meeting. He asked Togliatti in detail about Italy's social, political, and economic conditions, as well as the status of Italy's various classes, political parties, and their balance of power. Mao Zedong kept asking questions, one after another. Sometimes he also expresses his views on the international situation. Mao Zedong asked, how many party members do you have? What is the population of Italy and what is the ratio of urban to rural population? Are there still feudal forces in Italy? Can we say that your socialist revolution has a vast army of peasant allies? How much steel is there in Italy? Togliatti answered them one by one. Mao Zedong said, I think the Italian revolution has great hope. Togliatti said, yes. There are two factors contributing to it, the weakness of the bourgeoisie and the vast peasant alliance. Mao Zedong then asked about the conditions of various classes in Italian society. It's interesting to investigate this, he said. Mao Zedong asked again, what is the strength of the Socialist Party among workers? What is the balance of power between the left and the center of the Socialist Party? Does the Catholic Party have factions? Are there any enlightened Democrats? Are there royalists in Italy? How about strength? What is your attitude towards the Holy See? After listening to Togliatti's answer to the last question, Mao Zedong said, while you oppose the Holy See's interference in politics and advocate the separation of church and state, you do not raise the slogan of overthrowing religion. Well, be flexible. Since religion already exists, raising the slogan of overthrowing will alienate you from the masses. Mao Zedong asked again, do you think the current situation is characterized by the storm is about to come and the storm is coming? I am referring to the rainstorm of revolution. Is the psychological state of Western countries confident, not sure, or somewhat sure but not confident enough? Do you think that if there is a shock to the world, such as a shock of war, a revolution can be achieved in Italy? Mao Zedong said, the world is bound to explode. There are two methods of explosion. One is the method of war. If the Soviet Union and China developed rapidly, the possibility of such an explosion would be unlikely. The possibility is not impossible, but it is greatly reduced. The second kind of explosion is the explosion of revolution. Although the United States will intervene, this kind of explosion is the most likely. Will there be such explosive contradictions in Europe? Togliatti said, it's not impossible. The system of colonialism will continue to be attacked. There is a close connection between the disintegration of the colonial system and the possibility of a revolutionary explosion. Mao Zedong agreed. At the end of the conversation, Mao Zedong asked Togliatti, what do you think of this meeting? Togliatti, the results of the meeting were very good. Although there are still some differences, don't be afraid. The main thing is unity. I am also satisfied with the declaration of the conference, which incorporated some of our amendments. Mao Zedong said, the declaration of the conference did not involve specific issues of various countries. The declaration generally talks about issues of principle, which allows greater flexibility. Togliatti, I completely agree. On November 20th, a Polish delegation came to see Mao Zedong. This is their third meeting. Mao Zedong asked Gomulka, what do you think of this trip? Do you feel wronged? He then asked, do you feel that the Soviet comrades have made progress in their consultation style and relations with various parties? Or do you think there is no progress? Gomulka said, we feel this progress. Mao Zedong said, before I leave, I will also discuss with Comrade Khrushchev the issue of criticizing foreign parties. Generally speaking, we do not agree with public criticism. All parties and nationalities are very sensitive. If the criticism is wrong, it is bad, and if the criticism is right, it is also bad. If there are mistakes, then why not criticize through the party of your own country? The topic turned to the Third International. Mao Zedong, the head and tail of the Third International are good. The head is Lenin, who played an important role in the establishment of communist parties in various countries. The tail is Dimitrov. But the head and tail are not long, but the body is so long. Gomulka, it is difficult for us to say that the tail is good because the Communist Party of our country has been dissolved. Mao Zedong, thank God for the dissolution of the Third International. History is also very strange. Socialist countries were established without an international. When Michael Yang went to Beijing in March last year to explain why he criticized Stalin, I also asked him questions. They suggested setting up a liaison bureau of socialist countries to replace the intelligence bureau, and we need to publish a publication. I suggest not to set up a liaison bureau and not to publish a publication. I said, you just call a meeting. If there is something to do, the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party will hold a meeting and we will discuss things that need to be discussed. There should be no fixed organizations like the Third International and the Intelligence Bureau. It will kill people. Mao Zedong also talked about the experience of the Chinese party. He said, it was only after we made two mistakes of left and right opportunism that we taught our party and our leading cadres. As a result, the revolution in these two stages suffered great losses. This is of course not good, but it is only one aspect. The second aspect is very good and beneficial, and it becomes a teacher. Without these two failures, we would not be able to educate, and without comparison, in people's minds it is impossible to find a path that is neither left nor right without causing a big shock in the mind. He also said, I have endured hardships, and you have also endured hardships. How many years did it take for our party's current core leadership to be formed? From the Zunyi Conference in 1935 to 1957, it took so long. It is difficult to shake it now. Mao Zedong finally said, we talked very interestingly today. Our hearts are connected and we will not harm each other. I have no intention of harming you, and you have no intention of harming me. We support each other, which is very necessary. Gomulka said, we especially need your support. Mao Zedong said, self-reliance is the main thing, and foreign support is supplementary. Although it is auxiliary, we still need support. This is not dependence. We are dependent on each other. The shortcoming of today's talk is that I talk too much about it next time. The two sides ended the conversation in a friendly atmosphere. While in Moscow, Mao Zedong visited Chinese students studying in the Soviet Union. November 17th is a Sunday. It just so happened that the first snow of the year fell in Moscow on the first day. This day was particularly sunny. The blue sky and the fiery red sun look particularly bright and fresh against the backdrop of white snow. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Mao Zedong, accompanied by Deng Xiaoping, Peng Dehui, Ulanfu, Chen Boda, Yang Shankan, Hu Qiaomu, Lu Xiao, and others, came to the auditorium of Moscow University and received a warm welcome from more than 3,500 Chinese students waiting here. The auditorium was packed. There were people standing on both sides of the seats and in the open space behind them. Everyone was extremely excited to see their leader in a foreign country. A Chinese student who attended the meeting recorded Mao Zedong's conversation and the situation at the scene in detail. Below is an excerpt from this record. It was Sunday, November 17, 1957. It was an early winter day. The sky was clear in the morning. The sun had risen not long ago. It was so dazzling that it was a rare sight in Moscow. Chairman Mao is leading the Chinese delegation here. Today, the comrades of the delegation are going to make a report to all of us international students in Moscow. We all hold a warm hope that we can be received by Chairman Mao at the report meeting. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the mercury lamps in every corner of the auditorium lit up together. Before people had time to notice, Chairman Mao was the first to peacefully walk out of the small door on the left side of the rostrum, followed closely by other comrades. At this time, we were just rejoicing. The auditorium was suddenly filled with such joy that everyone just kept looking, laughing, and applauding, but no one shouted "Long live Chairman Mao!" as he did when walking through Tiananmen Square. I was smiling from ear to ear, so I couldn't say hello or shout. Chairman Mao immediately walked to the edge of the rostrum and waved cordially to everyone. At this time, I only felt that Chairman Mao's steps were steady and vigorous, and the mercury light reflected Chairman Mao's face, which turned red. It turned out that Chairman Mao was also smiling from ear to ear. How happy he was! Chairman Mao walked from the left to the right of the vast stage, then walked around to the back of the table, but before he could sit down, he gently picked up the water bottle, poured a glass of water into the glass, and drank it slowly. At this time, the person at the front applauded and shouted, "Chairman Mao! Hello!" When Chairman Mao heard this, he deliberately raised his cup to the front, high, as if he wanted to clink glasses with everyone. At this point we really wanted to jump up and run forward, but of course, no one actually did. When Chairman Mao drank the glass of water, calmly clasped his hands in front of his chest, and stood next to the loudspeaker, we immediately fell silent. First, Chairman Mao introduced all the members of the delegation. After everyone had been introduced, everyone sat down one by one. Only Chairman Mao was still standing peacefully by the loudspeaker. How excited we are at this time. For the first time in our lives, we will hear Chairman Mao speak to us in person. Chairman Mao seemed to understand this about us, so he said kindly in the first sentence, "Comrades, I say hello to you." Then Chairman Mao gently raised his right hand and pushed forward and said, "The world is yours." It was as if he had given us such profound encouragement and expectations with his huge palm. Chairman Mao then added, "It also belongs to us. But in the final analysis, it belongs to you." A page from the transcript of Mao Zedong's speech to Chinese students at Moscow University on November 17, 1957, written by a Chinese student. After a pause, Chairman Mao asked himself, "Why do we say that the world is yours in the final analysis and not ours? You see, people like us have become so old." At this time, we started shouting and said loudly, "Chairman Mao is not old. He is not old." Chairman Mao shook his head slightly and said, "Otherwise, everyone has his own ideas. We are old, but we also have our advantages, that is, we are experienced and sophisticated." At this time, we started to laugh and applaud again. Seeing such a lively situation, Chairman Mao couldn't help but say, "You young people are full of vitality and are in the prosperous period, just like the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. Hope is pinned on you." Chairman Mao then said half-jokingly, "You have vitality and we have twilight. This is called each having its own strengths and weaknesses." Everyone started laughing again. At this time, Chairman Mao said to everyone as if he was talking about something familiar, "A meeting has been held in Moscow in the past few days, do you know? In fact, we had only listened to the comrades of the delegation a few hours ago, and we agreed repeatedly, 'I know, I know.'" Chairman Mao said, "This meeting was very good. The Soviet comrades were able to discuss issues with comrades from various countries. The meeting was lively and lively. It was very different from when I came 8 years ago. It has both centralization and democracy. This is Lenin's democratic centralism. Now the wind direction in the world has changed. Last year's climate was very unfavorable to us, but this year's climate is better. In the struggle between the socialist camp and the capitalist camp, either the west wind prevails over the east wind, or the east wind overpowers the west wind." Who said these two sentences? Have you read A Dream of Red Mansions? These two sentences were said by a person in A Dream of Red Mansions. There is a socialist camp and a capitalist camp, and there is a middle ground. According to the statistics of the United Nations, there are 2.7 billion people in the world. Our socialist camp is about 1 billion, and the imperialist camp is about 400 million. How many are left? Yes. You are all mathematicians. You can figure it out at once. Basically distributed in 3 continents, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. More than 700 million of the 1.3 billion have achieved national independence, such as India, Indonesia, Pakistan, Myanmar, Egypt, Sudan, Tunisia, Morocco, and the rest, such as Japan, Iran, South Korea, South Vietnam, Turkey, etc. Italy does not want to fight, and cannot fight. Britain, the United States, and France are not cooperating. The two camps are fighting for the 1.3 billion people in the middle zone. Now it seems that most of them are leaning towards us, and our influence is still greater than that of imperialism, because Britain and France have old colonialism, but we have no colonialism. We in China now have a population of 640 million. We, China, are both a big country and a small country. Politically we are a big country, but economically we are a small country. Compared with Belgium, we can't compare. Comrades, are you not happy? At this time, Chairman Mao said loudly, "We say, if you can compare, you can compare, if you can't compare, you can't compare, what can you be happy or unhappy about?" Then we applauded loudly. Comrades, This celebration of the 40th anniversary of the October Revolution is attended by representatives of communist parties and workers' parties from 64 countries. This is the largest gathering in the communist movement since Marx and Engels. In the past few days, representatives of communist parties and workers' parties in socialist countries are meeting to discuss. Many things were discussed. This meeting was held very well, and many things were decided. It was decided that the socialist camp would be led by the Soviet Union. Do you have any objection? There are meetings of the communist parties of 64 countries in these 2 days. Today is Sunday, and we have a day off. It will probably end tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Comrades, the current world situation is a turning point. In human history, the October Revolution was a great turning point. There are many more turning points, such as the Battle of Stalingrad, which was the turning point of World War II. Now, the Soviet Union has 2 artificial satellites in the sky. 64 The meeting of the communist parties in this country is another big turning point. This is a turning point in the balance of power between the 2 camps in the world. From now on, the west wind cannot overwhelm the east wind, and the east wind must overwhelm the west wind. How can people not cheer and applaud vigorously after hearing such inspiring words? You young people should have 2 things, one is full of vigor, and the other is modesty and prudent. We clapped vigorously, indicating that we must do what Chairman Mao said. This year in our country, the sky was filled with dark clouds from May to June, and the rightists scolded our Communist Party for being incompetent and ruining everything. At that time, we had a trick called toughen up and resist. As he spoke, Chairman Mao pointed to his broad forehead with his finger and pushed it forward. Everyone understood the wise policy of the Central Committee and laughed knowingly. We have defeated the right wing's attack, but shortcomings in our work still exist. We have made shortcomings and mistakes in our work over the past 8 years. This rectification movement is to correct these mistakes and shortcomings, so it is a big thing, and we must seriously correct it. Comrades, the only word in the world that is afraid of is seriousness, and the Communist Party is the most empathetic to seriousness. Our goal is to get 640 million people across the country to work together, inspire everyone, change customs, and transform our country. Of course, it is not easy to do this. The problem is very complicated. Have you read the 40 points of the Agricultural Development Outline? Now the new 40 points have come out. We must make all cooperatives surpass wealthy middle farmers in production and consumption within the second 5-year plan. I have talked with many provincial party committee secretaries and prefectural party committee secretaries. I talked to them and asked them if they could do it. They all said it was absolutely possible, and some even said it could be exceeded. Our current productivity is only 5.2 million tons. After the second 5-year plan, the steel output will reach 22 to 24 million tons. By the time the fourth 5-year plan is completed, the steel output will be more than 40 million tons. He said that it is now 20 million tons and will reach 30 million tons in another 15 years. Then, in another 15 years, the Soviet Union will surpass the United States and China will surpass the United Kingdom. It will take another 15 years to complete this task. Or, for the sake of insurance, we will add a small tail and say, after 3 5-year plans or a little more time, this responsibility will fall on you. We must complete the 5-year plan well. I also have a 5-year plan. If I can live for another 15 years, I will be satisfied. He said, it would be better if we can exceed the target. But we have to take into account that unpredictable things happen, and this is also a natural dialectic. At this time, many of us continued to shout "Long live Chairman Mao." After it calmed down a little, some young man stood up and shouted "Long live Chairman Mao." The sound was so loud that Chairman Mao laughed again and said as if to this young man, "What? If Confucius is not dead now, and people from more than 2,000 years ago are still alive, then what's the point? How can you live?" So I said at the beginning, the world is yours, and now I say it again, congratulations. The world is yours. At this time, we couldn't help but feel infinite joy from the bottom of our hearts. Indeed, the world is ours. What could be a happier, infinitely more exciting prospect than this? Chairman Mao left the loudspeaker, sat down peacefully, and chatted about home affairs with the comrades in the front row. Although there was no loudspeaker to broadcast, everyone was extremely quiet, so the sound was still very clear. Chairman Mao asked, "How do you exercise? Do you like mountain climbing? I have climbed Huangshan Mountain and other mountains 5 times this year." He then asked, "Are any of you from Hunan? Have you ever swam in the Xianzhi River? I swam 3 times last year and crossed the Yangtze River twice." As he spoke, Chairman Mao made 2 gentle gestures with his big hands, as if crossing the Yangtze River was effortless. At this time, several students in the front row said in unison, "I wish Chairman Mao good health." Chairman Mao asked again, "How do you get along with the Soviet comrades?" And asked, "You must form close friends with the Soviet comrades." Finally, Chairman Mao looked around and said, "What's up? Let's go." After saying that, other comrades stood up one after another, and we stood up together. In order to take one more look at Chairman Mao and leave a happy impression, the people at the back of the auditorium simply stood on the chairs. We watched Chairman Mao leave us, and all the mercury lights were concentrated on the rostrum, as if a colorful cloud brocade was left on the rostrum. The world is yours and ours, but in the final analysis it is yours. You young people are full of vitality and are in your prime, just like the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. Hope is pinned on you. Let's do it together, everyone can cheer up. Work hard, change the customs, and transform our country. The word seriousness is the most feared in the world, and the Communist Party is most concerned about seriousness. These words soon spread throughout the land of China and have been spread to this day and will last forever. The touching scene of Mao Zedong meeting with Chinese students reflects the passionate emotion and high respect of Chinese youth and even the people across the country for Mao Zedong. This is a microcosm. Mao Zedong's visit to the Soviet Union, which lasted for more than half a month, was coming to an end. Before leaving, the Presidium of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union held a grand farewell banquet for Mao Zedong and the Chinese delegation. He also arranged for Mao Zedong to meet with famous figures from all walks of life in the Soviet Union in the Catherine Hall of the Kremlin. On November 21, Mao Zedong led the Chinese delegation back to Beijing by special plane. Mao Zedong's second visit to the Soviet Union was a complete success. During this trip, the whole day was spent nervously in talks, meetings, and revising documents. In Yang Shankin's words, it is nothing more than moving from a house in Beijing to a house in Moscow. In conversations with some fraternal party leaders in Moscow, Mao Zedong mentioned more than once that the atmosphere he felt during his 2 visits to the Soviet Union was very different. During his first visit to the Soviet Union, not only was he not allowed to speak casually, but it was also impossible to meet alone with the leaders of other fraternal parties. At that time, the relationship between the CPSU and other parties was called the Fraternal Party, but it was actually a father-son party. This time it was different. The spirit of equal consultation, unity, and cooperation was demonstrated among the fraternal parties. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union also respected Mao Zedong and used his prestige and influence to do a lot of unity and persuasion work. A new atmosphere of equal consultation emerged in the relationship between the Chinese and Soviet parties. All this satisfied Mao Zedong. What made Mao Zedong even more satisfied was that most and main opinions of the Communist Party of China were endorsed by all the fraternal parties participating in the meeting and written into the manifesto. On many major issues, we have reached relatively consistent views with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and other fraternal parties. Yang Shankin once made this evaluation of Mao Zedong's role at the Moscow Conference. At this conference, Chairman Mao played a decisive role in all aspects. Of course, there is no problem in negotiating with the Soviet Union. However, many issues and many opinions were put forward by the chairman, and after consultation, they accepted them. It has been more than 40 years since the Moscow Conference. At that time, some original differences between the Communist Party of the socialist countries and the Workers' Party, mainly between the Chinese and Soviet parties, were basically reached in agreement due to the needs and compromises in various aspects. But this is temporary. As time went on and the situation changed, these differences soon resurfaced and gradually evolved into deep divisions. Mao Zedong's second visit to the Soviet Union reflected that the status and prestige of China and the Communist Party of China in the socialist camp and even the international communist movement had been greatly improved, and it had become a decisive force in the international communist movement. This is not only because New China has undergone earth-shaking changes in just a few years and has made amazing achievements in domestic construction. More importantly, when there was a turmoil in the international communist movement last year and under difficult circumstances, the Communist Party of China was able to stand up clearly and express its attitude and provide strong support to socialist countries such as the Soviet Union and other communist parties. It also played an important role in adjusting the mutual relations between socialist countries and won the trust of socialist countries and communist parties. From the improvement of the status and prestige of China and the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong strongly felt the pressure and constraints caused by China's economic backwardness, and he was eager to change the situation. In Moscow, he repeatedly said on various occasions that the current international situation has reached a turning point. The power of the socialist camp is rising and the power of the imperialist camp is declining. He believed that in this way, it would be possible to secure a period of peace for 10 to 15 years. After 15 years of hard work, the Soviet Union has caught up with and surpassed the United States, and China has caught up with and surpassed the United Kingdom. The war has become even less likely to start. China has won a longer period of peace and can concentrate its efforts on economic construction to build China into a prosperous and powerful socialist country at an early date. This visit to the Soviet Union further inspired Mao Zedong's determination to seize every day and change China's backwardness as soon as possible. Shortly after returning to China, on December 8, Mao Zedong convened a discussion with leaders of democratic parties and non-party personages at Zhongnanhai Yiniantang to introduce the situation of the Moscow Conference. At the same time, he informed them of his plans to catch up with Britain within 15 years. Not long ago, on December 2, Liu Shaokai announced this idea to the whole country in his speech at the 8th Congress of China's Trade Unions. Since then, catching up with Britain has become a loud slogan, mobilizing people of all ethnic groups across the country to wage war against nature and declare war on China's poverty and backwardness. At this moment, Mao Zedong is looking forward to the coming new year with expectation, welcoming a comprehensive leap forward on all fronts. 19. Launching the Great Leap Forward. The year 1958 left a deep mark on the history of the People's Republic. This year is the first year of the second five-year plan and the first year of the implementation of the goal of catching up with the UK in 15 years. At the beginning of the new year, Mao Zedong proposed to the entire party that the party's work should focus on technological revolution. Looking back on the 8 years of New China and looking forward to future development, Mao Zedong felt very pleased. Our revolution is one after another. It started with the seizure of power nationwide in 1949, followed by anti-feudal land reform. Once the land reform was completed, agricultural cooperation began, followed by the socialist transformation of private industry, commerce, and handicrafts. The three major socialist transformations, namely the socialist revolution in the ownership of the means of production, was basically completed in 1956. Then there was the socialist revolution on the political and ideological fronts last year. This revolution will basically come to an end before July 1 this year. Now we need to have a technological revolution in order to catch up with and surpass Britain in 15 years or more. China's economic backwardness and weak material foundation will make it possible. We are still in a passive state and feel mentally constrained. We have not yet been liberated in this regard. We need to work harder. In 5 years, we will be more proactive. In 10 years, we will be more proactive. In 15 years, when there is more food and steel, our revolution will be more active, just like fighting a war. After winning a battle, new tasks must be put forward immediately. In this way, cadres and the masses can always maintain full revolutionary enthusiasm and reduce their arrogance. When new tasks come, everyone's thoughts are devoted to how to complete new tasks. Mao Zedong summarized this idea as continuous revolution.